Mic check. I believe we are live. Guys, welcome on in. It is time for day 2 of the Dalian Regional Open. It looks like on screen they're showing the top 64 players that made it. And guys, I had a caster plan. It looks like they're running a little behind. Hopefully they could come in together, but for the time being, it's just gonna be me holding it down. And here we go. Yeah, Team Flex, welcome on in. Kakashi, did I miss the top 64 breakdown? Not yet. They're just about to get started with the top 64. And as we speak, it looks like 25% converted, meaning, wait, no, wasn't this yesterday's breakdown, chat? And here, let me get a little bit of the volume, man. And Dean, what's going on? What's up, people? Who's gonna Darwin today? Draven, Garen, Darwin. Wait, what do you mean Darwin? Oh, there's the breakdown, chat. 27 Draven. So it keeps falling every single regional. Look at Kaiser's performance, though. Kaiser's performance is looking rather good this event. Ezreal and Fiora tying in at 4. That's impressive. Lucian, and then every other single digit. Sivir. I know there was a Sivir player. I think that's the American player, Randy, that ended up squeezing it through. Oh, and Draven win, of course, Dean, of course. So happy to see you live again. Yeah, Zen, I am happy to be live. And Richie, we did get a Lux, huh? We did get a Lux in the vicinity. So, and we got the Azir. Probably the Azir we ended the day off in round number 7. Holding it down for all the Azir lovers. But I like that top distribution a bit better than we had in the Shangdu one, of course. Shangdu, if you guys remember, it was Dean, you got me saying Darwin now. It was Draven, Aurelia, and then single digits across the board. And hey, Stone Javi, thank you so much. long time. And Sever, welcome on in, brother. How you doing? Does Draven do it again? Team Flex? I hope not. I hope he doesn't do it again. But if I was a betting man, they have 1 in 27 chance of making it. And guys, believe it or not, I'm a little bit under the weather. You guys know, if you guys were hanging out with us on yesterday's day 1 event, I came down with like the sniffles. I think because in Florida right now, we never really get under like 35. I have this big window next to me here. I don't know if indirectly my body was getting cold, but I still have a little bit of the sniffles. I know you guys can't tell with the little camera, but by the end of it, you guys are gonna see like my nose is gonna be super red because I'm gonna keep blowing it behind the scenes. So if you guys notice any extra like any sniffles behind, don't mind it too much. I'm gonna try to mute my mic every time I do. That way you guys can't even notice it. But if I'm a little bit off today, guys, don't blame me because that's a little crazy. I think yesterday was a little longer. Lux likes their some representation. Yeah, Anyverse. Lux coming in, trying to hold it down for the Lux. Where's Sleepy Stitson? No, Corey. We actually had a new caster. His name is Dubby. Dubby Shark. Wait, no. Dubby Strong. Let me double check. Dubby King. Guys, we were supposed to have another caster, Dubby King, to come on through. But I don't think he's awake yet because he's from the EU region. I really need to find some NA casters, but the NA casters are out in Houston competing. So, you know, for the first, I had him scheduled for round 1, round 2, and then Leroy, as you guys know him, Sleepy Stinson, is gonna come in round 3 to 4, and then Alguito and BMU, the folks you guys met last night, will be holding it down for round 6 and round 7. So you guys might be stuck with me for the first 2 rounds. We could do like a little casual cast in case the caster doesn't come in. If he does pop in, even better. We get a nice little full-on commentary. Throw me in, I have 0 casting experience. I'll learn on the fly. Because Kankasi, do you have a good mic? That's what I mean, we could have a conversation on stream. I just don't want any kind of crazy fuzziness going on. Is your mic okay? I know you're probably memeing though, aren't you? And yeah, Rift Launch, out of the 16 Garens, 0 made it to top 64. Shame. So yeah, guys, did we see a Rek'Sai? Who took a picture, chat? Who put, hey, Corey, do you really want to cast? It's just the first 2 rounds. Or Corey, if you want to just do the first round together, I'm down for that. I feel bad, Corey, because I didn't get to tag you on Twitter. If you really do, Corey, at least I know you casted with me before. I feel comfortable with that. Horny and alone, just off your name alone, I might not trust you on the mic. You might say something a little TOS, if you feel me. I've been playing TCG a long time. All right, Horny, I could trust you. Yeah, I'm here. Give me 1 minute. Corey, take your time. It looks like I could hold it down for a little bit. But guys, out of anyone in chat, I will trust Corey. I actually hung out with him out in Houston. And we've casted for Runes and Rinse events alone. I'm a very polite individual. You know, Horny is the name. Your name is throwing me off. But I trust you, Horny. Hit me up if you guys do want to eventually cast one of these events. Maybe not the live coverages, but you know, one of our weekly Runes and Rift events. We're always looking for more casters. We have quite a handful of casters, as these regional times are so wonky for a lot of us. So it happens. Fair play to us. I'll hop on for a round. I play. Oh yeah, I read that. But guys, we'll have Corey in the house. Corey Mill in the house. At least for a round or two. And then we'll see if W King pops up in. But chat, do we get another Draven win? I really hope we don't, but it looks like it. 27 chances at getting a Draven win. But interesting enough, what was that? That was the biggest highlight, I think, out of the top 64 there. Kai'Sa making her way back and toward the top, right? She was nowhere to be found. There was only a single Kai'Sa that converted in top 64 yesterday. And not yesterday, last weekend's regional. And this time, I believe there were 6 Kai'Sas that converted. And hey, Leroy, what's going on? Good morning, good morning. Leroy, you're supposed to be resting. Lots of love back at you, Leroy. And yeah, it looks like it's going to be starting relatively soon. I would imagine there's still a good amount going to stream the first 2 rounds. Yeah, Leroy, that sounds good. That sounds awesome. Plus, I messaged you on Discord. Okay, Horny, I'll take a look. And Horny, let's wait. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but let's go. Let's let Corey, just because I know we casted together before. If Corey Millhouse can't do it, for sure, I'll bring you in here, okay? I hopped in the 30 casting. Corey, do you want to do camera or no camera since it's so last minute? I don't feel bad not doing camera. Up to you. We could just do a commentary. And let's bring Corey in here. I'll throw it on, why not? Okay, Corey, do you see in caster chat the little Vid Ninja link? If you could join that, I'll pull you in here before I bring your voice. And this started a little bit earlier than expected. And Horny, we'll cast eventually. Don't feel bad. We'll make it work. You know, I just gotta trust someone we casted with before. Corey's a great dude. And here, Corey, I'll join the casting chat too. Mike, check. Corey, can you hear me? Can you hear us, Corey?
Oh, I'm just fiddling with my camera here. Give me a sec.
Here, I'll join in a little bit. I'm gonna disconnect and then I'll join in like 3 or so minutes.
All right, when I'm unmuted, I'm ready.
Okay. Is it a big deal as Shang do? I'm out of the loop on the skill/context of these tourneys. David, it's every weekend for an entire month. This is the 3rd week. So 3 weeks in a row, it was Fuzhou Regional Open, the Chengdu Regional, and now the Dalian Regional. So there's one more regional on the Nanjing, I believe it's called, Nanjing. So yeah, they're equally as important. They all have 512 players to their events. So yeah, if you're saying Chengdu was important or a big deal, this was the exact same thing. They're all regionals over there in China. It just sometimes doesn't feel that way because it's every single weekend. But it's not every single weekend forever, right? It's just every single weekend for a month. And thank you, Horny. Appreciate the sub there. And Sever, yeah, it's probably gonna be that even in Bologna, even in Vegas, just a whole lot of Dravens. Thanks for the eats. Yeah, David, exactly. So yeah, it's a similar scale as Chengdu, and there was one before called Fuzhou, and then there's actually one more, as I mentioned, next weekend. But that's the last one. And what they did in season one, if you guys remember, after the 1 month of regionals, they gave everyone a break in China for about a month and a half. And then it was a huge $30,000 national open. So I'm assuming if set one was $30,000, I'm hoping the set two is at least $30,000 season two national open, because that would be a lot of fun. And the amount of players is quadruple. I think I'm doing my math right. It was 2,043 players allowed to play at the National Open. So these events are just 500. The National Open is 2,000. And Team Flex excited for the set release. Yes, sir. We hit that set release super soon. And speaking of super soon, it looks like the round of top 64 will go ahead and get things started. Let's go ahead and join the players. We'll wait for Corey to come on in just ever so slightly. Hey, yeah, guys, hype it, hype in the chat. We're about to get things started. What is our first legends? And ooh, okay, I like this a little bit better than the Draven mirror match. So Aurelia will be starting off the day. Let's go ahead and shut off the music real quick. Oh, you guys were saying it. There is the lonely one of Lux representation in the top 64. And chat, look who we have on the feature table. None other than the Order Mine Queen herself, Lux, coming in. Can she take down Aurelia? Because this looks like a rather tough matchup if you ask me. But perhaps this is an aggressive Lux. You know, Victor has a decently good matchup against Aurelia, right? We see all the recruit tokens coming in from Victor, a lot of removal coming in from Victor, and they end up getting the upper hand on Aurelia. Can Lux kind of do the same thing here? I'm actually really interested to find out.
All right, I think I'm failing the Chinese captcha here. It's trying to identify if I'm Chinese or not, and I'm blowing it.
You don't have the link?
Oh wait, never mind. I figured out. No, I have the link, but I'm getting some kind of captcha.
Oh yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be too crazy, but let me know if you see it on your side, because we have a really fantastic matchup on Aurelia versus Lux whenever you can join us.
I will just pull up the stream. That'll be easy.
No. Let me just do my live stream then. I'll share my screen.
Oh, okay, perfect. Oh gosh, I'm sorry if you can hear my cat screaming in the background. This is normally like his.
It's okay. It's a little spontaneous, Corey. I do not blame you. I appreciate you nonetheless for helping us cast here. And look what the Lux has in hand, guys. I'm seeing an Imperial Decree. Perhaps this is very, very similar to what we've been seeing out of Victor. You know, Corey, have you seen any Lux builds really similar to Victor builds?
I think the Imperial Decree stonks are pretty up there right now. So not only can it not be defiable or hit by not so fast, I think it's just a good way to cash in some of these smaller guys that you can see the Victors usually have. So Lux, I know, runs Recruit the Vanguard as well. That's a spell that at action speed that can really take use of something like Imperial Decree. You're drawing a card off the Lux ability as well. So, ooh, and look at that. We even see the super, is that the ultra spicy aspirants climb, I believe, right? From the World's Bundle.
Exactly, right. And it looks to be on the Lux's side. So she's just trying to go into the late game, interesting enough. Do you think she perhaps doing some kind of time warp shenanigans coming out in this top 64 round?
I'm wondering what this Forge of the Future might be for. I'm wondering if it's a potential we're trying to recycle other people's cards from their discard, or Sneaky Deckhand is actually probably pretty big disaster for Lux decks. They're not usually going to be playing a lot of removal for the first few turns. A lot of their removal costs 5 or more to trigger that Lux ability. So the Sneaky Deckhand is going to get away with 2, if not maybe 3 points before it's dealt with.
Yeah, and good point about the Forge of the Future. You don't really know what exactly it's for. At the minimum, you do get a recruit, but I do think it's for a bit of a counter against those Fizz decks that try to look through the trash and find things like Call Shot. So you could remove those call shots, you could remove those stack decks, but it feels more so better suited against the Miracle Dravens, and we haven't really seen those been running as crazy as a lot of us were expecting in the beginning. So perhaps just trying to, I mean, for those decks, it works out, but maybe you're trying to put back some of your key spells later on in the game as well. So we'll see. And it looks like an aggressive ride the win to draw one and to score an additional point. We thought Lux would be the aggressor in this matchup. It seems to be Aurelia starting things off.
Yeah, the sneaky deckhand into ride the wind combo. It's just a one-man army so far that's gotten them about a third of the way there with the aspirants climb. So, and when you see that first ride the wind, there's usually some thought from the Lux player that a second ride the wind has to be in the hand of them as well if they're firing off this first one so easily. But it looks like Lonely Poro is going to head into the aspirants climb, and he's going to move back the sneaky deckhand, and he's going to hold up a defy.
Yeah, Noxie's playing rather sharp, knowing that you could go ahead and get the draw off the Dreaming Tree, and then of course play out your unit before moving back to capitalize on being on a battlefield already. And Lonely Poro wants to be the only unit on a battlefield or in any location at that. But interesting enough, I didn't even notice they developed their chosen champion. We rarely see Lux go ahead and use it. What is the ability of that? As we see a progress day coming out to draw an impressive 4 cards. That's insane. And 5 because of the Lux ability.
Yep.
Oh, what's going on?
Just the old draw 5 cards. Yeah, the Lux ability at reaction speed as well. You can add 2 energy. So it was still leaving. You still have 2 energy up after that. And Defy, probably not at its best. There are not a lot of 2-cost spells coming out of this Leona deck. Leona as the Lux deck. So just gonna refill this turn, like you said, draw 5, and now the Leona is up against the clock of the like 8 or 9 cards that are in the Lux's hand, because those singularities, those drag downs, those are gonna start coming out here in succession here.
Yeah, to your point, that chosen champion from Lux's side seems to be rather safe in the base, because I know Aurelia struggles with trying to interact with the base of your opponent. The only exception being you tend to sometimes run Charm in Aurelia builds. It seems like a rather good card these days. So if they have Charm, that's one way of dealing it. But how much might does it have? I'm looking at the screen. I think there's only 2 might on that Lux. So perhaps it's not that crazy to get rid of if you do end up drawing into a Charm. But speaking of chosen champion, it looks like Aurelia developing the Fair Vent going forward. And let's see what Lux can bring to the table. Because as you said, they have so many cards. How many spells are in that hand? I mean, this is more impressive card draw than Draven, isn't it?
At this point, well, you kind of paid a full premium for 5 cards. I will say Draven will draw those 5 pretty much for free. So it looks like we're gonna have a seal come down, and this Lux is gonna enable the potential for playing 2 spells with 5 cost here, I believe. One thing I think I saw a falling comment in here. Oh no, I can't count. Sorry, it's not even close.
I did see a
But
fallen
a
comment.
singularity here would be pretty excellent.
And it looks like he's
Okay, so yeah, 2
recycling
blue
too.
here signals. Yeah, that's got a signal a singularity here. Yeah, so singularity cannot be defied. Using that seal to pay for the deflect as well, something that I did not know the first couple of times I played against the Aurelia that has deflect as well. So the seal's going to pay for the deflect. The result is that Aurelia and the Lonely Poro are going to go down, and our Aurelia player is going to grab a card from that going down, and then one more card for the Lux player replacing itself from the singularity. And then here with the final floating power, it's Wages of Pain.
Wow, making full use of this Lux legend ability. We rarely see it. It's usually more of a vanilla legend. But as you said it, okay, at least the Defy is available and taking out the Wages of Pain for the sneaky deckhand. But the bigger value has already been done for the Lux player, removing the most important unit from the Aurelia deck. So really strong start, I want to say, for Lux. And I just never thought we would be talking about a Lux in a decent position against an Aurelia, the second most favorite deck, it seems like, in Spiritforged so far. This is impressive stuff so far.
So looking here, we got another Ride the Wind coming out. So Sin play is 2 turns ago, pretty much here. Gonna go to 7, drawing a card from triggering from the Dreaming Tree, and now Tide Turner appears to be our only remaining threat in our hand. Unless is that a purple Yasuo? The second card from his left.
It's the Draven Audacious, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. Okay, yeah, they kind of look a little bit there. I can see now the art. Yeah, there it is. There's his face. I can see a little bit of the Draven's face now. You've got good eyes. You've got real good eyes.
No, it's probably because you
I
don't
should
have the real stream up,
fire this thing up
so you can't see it. But hopefully, in between rounds, I can help you get the full stream up. But as you mentioned, the Tide Turner coming down, not gonna be triggering the ability, as this is a May trigger. So just leaving the sneaky deckhand, and oh, actually, he will go ahead and trigger the ability and then push on forward. He already conquered both battlefield. He's gonna be sticking at 7 points, but he's just trying to go ahead and be like, I want to hold. I'm at 7. Actually, never mind. This is an aspirant climb game. I see why Lux is playing it rather slow, but this is a very dangerous game. I can't say I remember a game where one player had 7 points and the opponent had 0. Have you ever seen something like that, Corey?
Yeah, you'll usually have a lot of back and forth. Is just how Riftbound goes. But the 2 units that the Lux players play don't want to do battle or don't do battle well at all. So we've really been saving on to this token, which I think to Aurelia has to signal that we've got Imperial Decree somewhere in the deck. Otherwise, you probably may have tried to get a point out there before one of those ride the wind turns. But this is going to be that falling comet that we saw before. So that's going to be 5 to the sneaky deckhand.
Yeah, effectively eliminating from this game, unless you do have, actually it's undefiable. You would have to have a not so fast in the main board to take care of that. And one more draw. This Lux Legend ability has been paying dividends in this game number 1. At least 3 total draws out of that main deck. So well done. But the thing is, you're still at 0 points. You got to push the pace eventually. You have one recruit, and then you're going to have to trade your Lux with the Tide Turner, because if you don't, actually, wait a minute, Corey, did Aurelia just win? Because I think they have a discipline in hand. They could just discipline the Tide Turner, and what is Lux going to do about that?
Yeah, I think at this point you might be right, because we also have the ability to ready this Tide Turner to be able to conquer the Dreaming Tree next turn, because I believe we have Aurelia's signature spell in hand as well.
Yeah, we'll see. Perhaps something like the Lux champion ability into a Wages of Pain, because it's 2 energy you get back, right? You exhaust it and get 2 energy? Or is it 2 power?
2 energy.
2 energy?
So actually,
okay.
Sorry. What are we talking about?
Like a Wages of Pain onto Tide Turner. Like you have to take care of the Tide Turner somehow. If not, it's GG.
Yeah, so I think that's really the last. Okay, so we're gonna let him hold up into 8. And I think really at this point we can just scooch him back, use the Aurelia. I think we're just gonna double check and make sure that there's no way that we can mess this up from here. This is top 64. You don't want to be hasty, but here we go. So we're going to choose to use the fight or flight. So that's going to go back to the base. We're going to go and trying to Tide Turner into the Dreaming Tree, and this is going to be a salvage. And just to draw a card, and then a Stupefy onto the Tide Turner, which, whether we let this resolve our first or not before, we're just going to have the discipline, and that's going to be all she wrote, I think, plus. Wow. Yep, there it is, the fist bump.
Incredible. I really thought Lux had some kind of glimmer of hope there in game 1, but she did a lot. But she just never really progressed the battlefield positioning, right? They eliminated board, but it goes to show, even in an aspirant climb game like we saw in this game 1, Aurelia, surprising enough, with those sneaky deckhands ride the win. I think she did that play 2 times. That one sneaky deckhand might have gotten 5 or so points for Aurelia, which is really impressive, because I remember talking about it in previous regionals. Aurelia tends to be one of the slower decks, so perhaps Lux was like, I could take my time. Aurelia's not going to be scoring that fast, but boy, was she wrong. That was super speedy, and it almost feels like Lux, he had a plethora of hand size, but didn't get to do too much with it, right? A draw five. You never see a draw five, but what did he actually do with those draw five, right?
That
Unreal.
is Lux's biggest problem, is being able to leverage all those extra cards that you'll draw, because in order to draw those cards, you have to be playing expensive cards. And in order to play expensive cards, you have to use up a lot of your resources in order to do so. And while the yellow Lux helps for a little bit of that, just the first 3 turns you kind of saw just wasn't really doing too much, just kind of spinning his tires, playing a 1/1 token and then using. So I think the Aurelia player pretty much just kind of got to do whatever they want. So, but the sneaky deckhands and the ride the winds made that look a lot easier than
Yeah.
most games of Riftbound are going to be.
I think any little bit slower, if Aurelia didn't score 1 or 2 points, perhaps there was a way of Lux trying to get her way back into the game. But the simple fact that it was just full pedal to the metal since the beginning. I mean, who starts as a sneaky deckhand with an Aurelia? Granted, we've seen it in the past. And Corey, I'm trying to add the name to your thing here. There it goes. Okay. Oh, but it's a little long. Here, chat.
Oh,
Let me fix it.
yeah,
I'll
I've
fix it
I've
here.
had that problem my whole life.
Here,
My
I
real my
gotcha.
real last name is even longer, so
Is it?
yeah.
Here, I'll fix it now while we're in the mission. Corey, did you want to try to get the stream, or is it fine watching it the way we're watching it here?
Oh no, it looks I've got it here. No, it looks good to me.
Okay, sounds good. We'll leave it like that. But chat, were you guys hoping Lux could get the job done? Because I was really feeling like she had a shot. Because whenever you see, like we've been saying, a player draw just so many cards, you expect them to be able to make full use and have all the answers for your opponent. But the defy stopping the game plan, was it perhaps there? Maybe they had to kill the sneaky deckhand where they could. If I remember correctly, there was a moment where Aurelia was completely tapped out, and they should have just sacrificed their Lux champion. Yes, she's pretty valuable, but you're so far behind. Maybe you have to take those kind of trades.
Yeah, I think the Lux player may have believed they were still going to have enough time to get back in the game, and with what was in their hand, losing that chosen champion Lux may have just been a death sentence in its own. So, um, I think this whole match might be a bit of a death sentence. Not so fast seems to be probably the biggest nightmare card I can think of that Lux can play, because almost all of her spells outside of, like we talked about Imperial Degree before, all just get countered by not so fast. So
Yeah.
if there were any of those extra in the sideboard, or however many that our Aurelia player has, are going to be in the full amount in these sideboarded games. So for me, I feel like it doesn't get too much better for the Lux player. We may want to figure out what we're going to talk about for 2.5 hours in between the rounds, because
Oh
this may
yeah.
be, they may have chose possibly they may have chose the quickest possible match, I think.
Yeah, we thought last week in Top 64, if you guys were here and watching it, or if you guys watched it on YouTube, it was Orn versus Victor, and it was the most one-sided matchup of this whole regional season 2 series. This might just take the cake for most one-sided. I have hope though, Corey. Let's pray that the single Lux legend to make it into Top 64 knows what she's doing. There's no way they didn't run into any Aurelias yesterday, because maybe they build their decks simply to try to beat down on Dravens, and they just got pretty lucky and ran into Dravens all day long. But Aurelia's number 2 in the meta currently, so I'm assuming she probably had to beat at least 1 or 2 Aurelias in a round 7 Swiss bracket. But let's see what these guys have. It looks like a couple more energy to her name, or to both of these players' name, with the Obelisk of Power and then the infamous Sunken Temple coming out from Aurelia. So trying to increase the card draw of their own. This should be interesting, but I hope it's not, like you're saying, Corey, just truly one-sided, because I want to see a bit more what this Lux can really do.
I would usually think that Obelisk would be when we're going second as the Lux, as that way we can play the Lux on the first turn. So interesting that we're playing it going first here, unless there's some universe where we're allowing the Aurelia player to go first, which I can't imagine is right either. So I would usually think that we would be waiting for. Oh wait, no, I think this is. Is this the one where you
Oh, that
conquer, you
sigil.
recycle a rune? Isn't that what I think that's what is on the left here, right?
You're right. I'm mistaken. They always look so similar. That is going to be a sigil of the storm instead of an obelisk of power. But how does she benefit from having sigil? Is it just another way of slowing your opponent's game plan down, perhaps?
Yeah, it's a very similar game plan you would see to like MF Aurora in the first set, where it's just you're not going to be conquering the first couple of turns. By the time you are conquering this battlefield, you're going to be able to spare a few resources anyway. So, uh, like you said, just a way to slow down your opponent in the early game. Would have been great last game, would have been a lot of resources taken out. But, and this time, like you said, got to get that sneaky deckhand out of there early and often. So while he was tapped out, we're going to have the first threat here for the Aurelia player just taken out pretty easily and
Yeah,
generating a gold.
already off to a better start than he did in game one because that sneaky deckhand will no longer be available for a ride to win. And we're seeing it right here. Aurelia did indeed have a ride to win for exactly that play. Now forced to play out just a lonely Tide Hunter. No targets available. You do have the option of an aggressive ride to win, but it almost seems a bit unnecessary. Wait till it's a little bit more valuable down the line. Let's see what Lux can do because we know she has a lot of removal, but what kind of units other than the simple recruit from the Forge of the Future and then the champion are they running? Do you think they have Rek'Sai or what? Not Rek'Sai, Riptide Rex.
I think we may only be seeing spell based those units like from Forge of the Future and from Recruit the Vanguard and the Vanguard Armory. I think that's probably it. You do want to have a critical mass of those spells that will trigger your Lux. And here comes a Call the Weak, which actually all of the cards in our hand cannot handle. We would need a Defy specifically here, but we had pretty much everything else covered. And
Not
here
too
comes the
bad.
Chosen Lux. A much better setup this game for the Lux player going into the first couple of turns here.
I believe so, right? Because they're able to take care of these units as soon as they're coming down. But now the most important target you're supposed to try to take care of as soon as they do ND come down is the Fairvent. Can Lux have something like, would you invest a singularity for a single unit? It almost
At
feels
this point,
worth.
you kind of wish you had the Call the Week that you had last turn. That would be the pretty much the best is if we could have made a token Call the Week because that gets by everything except for a Defy. So right now, I think even if you do target this Aurelia, you have to assume that there has to be at least some kind of reaction. Could be On Guard, could be Discipline, could be one of the counter spells. So yeah, I think we're just gonna say go, and the Lux is gonna use or is gonna make the Aurelia use their resources on their turn, and then that way, even if the Aurelia does get through this turn, then on the Lux's next turn, he should be able to clear it through. So, uh,
Yeah, let's see what game plan Lux has in mind because leaving a whole entire set of runes available on their opposing side. I believe that's 2, 4, 6, 8 total runes. So you could have a whole lot of combat tricks. Let's see what a Fairvent pushing forward is going to be eating to the face. But off the rip, I can't, or off the top, I can't really think of anything that would take care of a Fairvent. And it looks like Aurelia perhaps a bit intimidated from the impressive amount of runes available. So playing patiently for now and passes it back over to Lux, see what she has to do. Because it's tricky because Aurelia can get so tall with the Fairvent, with those combat tricks like Discipline, On Guard, Defiant Dance. It almost feels like Lux can't keep up with that. I mean, let alone a lot of decks can't really keep up with that. But Lux being a 2 might, recruit tokens being 1 might, and look at that, Corey. That is a pass back without doing anything. This is a crazy game so far. Not in the best of ways, of
they might
course.
just yeah, they might just keep saying go, and then I might be wrong. This might be the last match that we have, and we're here for 2.5 hours watching this one. At this rate, we're at a snail's pace, but with the Stellacorn now, you can feel a lot better about committing that to a battlefield because if it dies, you kind of already drew a card or whatever. But if the Aurelia dies, it's a lot. You're a lot more doomed. But we may just see again just passing here from the Aurelia player, just saying, if you're just going to not do absolutely anything on your turn every single time, I'm just going to advance my board a little bit. And there's the call of the week right on time. And you can see, I think that's pretty, you can see the player's reaction there is thinking, I wish we had that a couple turns earlier.
That would have set up perfectly, allowing him to push a bit more aggressively, because then you would feel safer pushing in with your Lux chosen champ. But this is not looking too good. Corey, what is Aurelia being so cautious about to not even let go of the Stellacorn there? You think it's just a simple Wages of Pain that he's been playing so far in this match? Or is there any other spells?
It's a bit more of a resource game at this point, because if the Lux is just drawing a card and saying go, then as long as he doesn't start a showdown, then his opponent can't play anything. So he's just going to amass a board into his battlefield and effectively making this Lux just skip their turn a couple of turns, and then really put the pressure on their resources in a single turn, while they can keep up things like Discipline and Not So Fast that counter spells like Singularity just for 2 mana.
And yeah, speaking of Not So Fast, it might just very well be coming out, completely countering that Singularity, which is impressive to do because you just saved yourself from 2 units going down. And I believe you still have to pay the power for Singularity, right? I don't know if they did it, but I mean, I'm sure they have the runes.
I think he did. It looks like he did. Yeah, because he has the Lux tapped, and then he has those 3, and then because he played a salvage as well, so 1 left floating. Yeah, there should be with 2 blue runes on the bottom of his deck, and he paid for everything.
Yeah, so that was a perfect play for Aurelia, keeping her units alive. Now I would imagine you have to push it where you can, so trying to get up to 2 points. And just like you said, Corey, maybe this one isn't going to be as fast as we expected, as these guys just have about 20. Actually, the timer is counting up. Of course, even in the round of top 64, it is completely untimed, which I'm not the biggest fan of, because we've seen from the previous regionals, some of these players have have gone up to an hour and a half just for a single best of 3. I feel like they should cap it at something like that. If any player is going more than a 90-minute, they're doing something a little bit crazy.
I believe this is the only event in China. Well, maybe some of the best of 1 events, but at local events, there's no round timer. So a lot of these Chinese players, this may be the first event that they've played where they've had a round timer at some point. So their pace of play does seem to be a bit less brisk overall, I would say, compared to maybe NA or EU. But I would like to see a time limit as well. We've seen all of these tournaments, how many of these now where, some of these matches can go close to 2 hours. And I also think that's just, not very fair to a lot of the other players too, if they have to kind of sit around and wait for all of that. So
yeah, I completely agree. Hopefully they make some kind of adjustments in the future, because these are supposed to be scheduled for about an 8-hour event, and last regional ended up lasting an impressive 13 hours. But a drag under, we were wondering what kind of combat tricks does Lux have in mind? Drag under being one of them, kill a unit at a battlefield. I believe it just simply says that, doesn't it?
Yep, and it can cost 2 less if you play it from anywhere other than your hand, which I don't think that text really matters too much for Lux. But one of their spells here that is not damage based, but I think we're still just gonna get this Discipline to draw another card, see if we maybe draw another Not So Fast. Though I don't know if we'd want to fire that off just yet. Nope, we're gonna pick up Aurelia's signature spell. The Drag Under is going to take care of the... Yeah, get that Drag Under out of here. Okay, we'll draw from the Lux. And then here comes Draven.
It just feels to me that Lux just lacking so much on trying to conquer battlefields. We've seen it not only in Game 1, but we're seeing it right here in Game 2 as well. All she has to do, and oh my goodness, this is going to be a huge moment in the game. The only unit available for Lux completely eliminated now on the back of all her recruits that are nowhere to be found. Where are those Vanguard armories? Where are those? I mean, At this point, let's see something like a manufacturer or a Captain Vanguard, just something to try to push. Because the name of the game, you have to score points, you have to conquer these battlefields. It just doesn't seem like Lux. Perhaps this is just not how the deck runs, and we're seeing the worst sides of the deck. But two times now, it just seems like she's lacking the conquer capabilities from this deck.
I think the Aurelia player controlled the pace of this game very well. Multiple turns, making that Lux player just pass their entire turn. So while he just built up, a good board to be able to send in multiple units in turns, he also built up a hand as well. So here comes a Vanguard Armory, like you said, but these units are not going to be able to attack this turn at all. So Aurelia is going to be going to 6. And interesting that we did this in this order, because
I
we could
know.
have kept one of our tokens. This is one thing I don't know if people know. With Call of the Week, you don't have to have a unit to get rid of to play the card. So if you just have nothing in play, your opponent will still banish one of their units from Call of the Week. But
Because they didn't just draw the Call of the Week, right? They had the Call of the Week because Vanguard Armory is a gear, so you're not going to be drawing one from Lux's ability. So they absolutely should have played Call first, not, save one of the recruit tokens, but perhaps a bit tunnel vision, knowing that they're so far behind. They lost a 8-0 last game. It felt like 8-0. It probably was like 8-1, but now they're 5-0. Perhaps another what feels like 0 conquer points game for Lux, and other people in chat saying, how did this deck make it a top 64? I mean, there's a lot of decks. 510 players played in this event, and Lux managed to squeeze her way into the top 64. So there's something here. We're just not seeing it. Perhaps this is a bad matchup for her, but we'll see. I mean, Vanguard Armory is a very impressive card. Hopefully something like Imperial Decree could try to stabilize her in a sense, take care of the Draven. But it just seems a little bit too late when we're talking about a 5-0 point discrepancy.
okay, and now we're gonna see the first Aurelia activation of the match to have the Stale Corn move in. And I have to imagine that for Lux, the Guardian Angel not so fast deck has to be just like your absolute worst matchup. I can see this deck beating up a little bit more on some of the Draven decks, perhaps, but this seems like as close to an unwinnable matchup for the Lux player as there could be.
Yeah. It really does seem that way. Almost the same as what we saw in the round of top 64 last weekend. Like we said, the Ornn versus the Victor. But this is a little bit of a flip-flop scenario. Victor was the one pushing the pace against Ornn. Unrelentless pressure every single turn. And it almost feels the same way for Aurelia on the other side, of course. But let's see, is there a world where Lux should try to stabilize? She picked up a Drag Under, not a terrible card. You're able to kill a unit. But as you said, the Guardian Angel able to save the Audacious. And they're at 6, most likely going up to 7 next turn with one of these holds, because your recruit tokens don't seem to be doing too much. But trying to go with the Wages of Pain. Trying to say, do you have any kind of counter for this?
Oh, I think he's reading if it has to be at a battlefield or not, since we hid the fight or flight. So I think we're just going to play the fight or flight, move our guy, draw a card.
And it does very well read Battlefield just the same way as Hidden Blade. So the Fighter Flight being reaction speed saves the Stellar Corn. On top of saving it, you do get an additional +1 draw for Aurelia. So she is looking good. And to be fair, Aurelia is playing very clean, very sharp. So I definitely see why she's made her way into the top 64. Perhaps we see this Aurelia player specifically, make a bit of a deeper run into top 32 and potentially even top 16. And I see why the Savage is coming in clutch against things like Draven, against things like Aurelia. You take care of the Guardian Angels. And do you have anything left with 6 energy? That's an Imperial Decree most likely, but do you have it in hand is the question.
That kind of looks like what we might be counting out right now. 2 runes going to the bottom, and I will think this is... No, it's going to be a Singularity, actually. Which, if we have a second not so fast, I think we just kind of will show them that one pretty quickly, but... I think we just have Discipline again in our hand. Oh no, we have Aurelia's signature spell.
That is one way of getting over the singularity. You go up to 8 total might, so you could still get rid of the Draven, of course, but if that's another fight or flight, it won't be enough because one of those recruit tokens is at -1. Of course, the same thing as being at 0 for Riftbound rules, but you push back the one with might, and then you're not going to be taking any damage from your recruit tokens. And okay, that was a decent pickup from the Lux draw. They've been looking for answers. They're just completely out of runes in this position. They wish they had 1 to 2 more energy available because you do have the Call of the Week, and I believe Aurelia does have one, so I guess perhaps there could have been a defy either way, but this is looking rather bleak for Lux. I think it might be as good as over at this position, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't really see where now what we could draw after that. I mean, I think had we seen those Call of the Weeks a little earlier in the game, we might be talking about something else. We'll see if Lux decides to get another point in garbage time here, or yeah, we're gonna get the garbage time point. We're gonna be able to say, "Mom, I got a point in both games. Don't worry."
Yeah. Little mini victories, as we like to call it here. Just saying, I didn't get completely blown out. I did get a little participation trophy. I did something in this game because, quite honestly, it felt like they weren't able to accomplish. I don't want to say nothing. They made it into top 64 for a reason. But man, just not the very impressive performance. You see him shaking his head. This is not what he wanted to premiere on stream. He said, I wanted to showcase why Lux is a powerful legend, something to be messed with, but no, the Draven holding it down, going up to 8. Or actually, what did he push? The charm? Oh, winning the combat, of course.
Yeah, that's got to be a nightmare again for Lux. You just you go your whole first day. You're I think that was 5-0-2. I believe their record was. I can't imagine that this Aurelia player was 5, or maybe they were 5-0-2 and they drew in.
Either way, they did make
still
it
5
into
wins
top 64
for the Lux deck on the first day.
Yeah, I can't believe that game. I thought it would be a bit more competitive than what we saw, but I guess that's just how it goes sometimes for these particular matchups. Aurelia did play well, as we said before. The charm, I feel like that Aurelia build might just be the better Aurelia build. I just don't know how I truly feel about sneaky deckhands in this Draven intense meta, right? Because sneaky deckhand, unless you have things like Siren, I guess you do have right to win in certain situations, but leaving a unit just on the battlefield for Draven just to come up and sweep and win the combat and gain a draw, it doesn't feel that good. How do you feel about sneaky deckhand, Koraz? Are you a fan of sneaky deckhands in Spiritforged?
I haven't seen enough Aurelia lists, like with or without it, to be able to really say. In theory, what you're saying makes sense. You know, you don't want to give the Draven decks anything to, draw off of free combats, right? But maybe you were just enticing these Dravens to go into these sneaky deckhands, being like, oh, it's just a 2 power, whatever it is, and then boom, all of a sudden here comes Aurelia's signature spell, or here's a discipline you didn't think about, and or like Ride the Winds, where just all of a sudden it's just out of there. And I think Draven still wins the combat, but at least your guy doesn't die. So
Yeah.
it's a nice option on the draw as well, since there aren't many 2-drops that will go over it by themselves. So you can kind of replace a bit of the loss of tempo you get for going second with at least having a guy on board, and having a guy on board at least enables significantly more of your deck, since you need a unit in play to spell
Yeah.
or use your spells like
And then we're looking
Discipline
at
and
the
be able to target
screen.
with your Aurelia.
Whatever
So
these stats are saying, it says Aurelia had 100% of it, and it could have been 100% likely chance to win, or whatever the stat could be. It wasn't 100% of the points scored, but it felt that way for Aurelia, and I guess it did. We were just talking about sneaky deckhand. It ended up being a bit of the MVP because in Aspirant Climb, the Aspirant Climb game allowing Aurelia to get so many points. So I guess it depends on the matchup. It just, as we said, doesn't feel the best into Draven. Or if anyone in chat has any little bit more insight on why Sneaky Deckhand is used in like Aurelia decks, I would imagine like Treasure Hunter feels good because Aurelia is pretty power hungry. Tide Turners is an obvious pick for Aurelia, and then the Lonely Poros feel good. I just don't know. I mean, I guess getting onto a battlefield to play the, I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see the vision. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Prove me wrong. I'm hoping to see the vision from one of you guys. But like Leroy was saying in chat, or like you were saying, Corey, we might be here for a straight hour or so. Unbelievable.
Yeah, do you want to play a game? We can play a game against each other. I bet we'd have time to play at least 3 matches at
Yeah,
our
we could
pace.
definitely play a game on TCGA. I just don't have a deck that I'm currently working with. What are you playing?
No. I mean, I don't know. I've got some. I've been cooking some things. I don't know that they've been good or that they've been bad, but I have been cooking. But I'm probably going to be sticking with Kaisa in the next set. I do like Kaisa's Draven matchup. The Aurelia matchup is a little harder. Again, not so fast, coming in pretty clutch there. Those decks, the green decks having a way to counter Falling Star now is makes that a little tougher. So,
Definitely
but
a little tougher.
I keep goofing around with some different Renata Gloss decks too. I think the gimmick there is pretty fun.
I remember you were in the first, I would say, the pioneers of like the aggressive, the recruit tokens, Renata, right? I remember that on Twitter. But Casey in chat
Yeah, the
saying
baited. Yeah,
they run a similar Lux build, and in my testing, Aurelia is a pretty good matchup overall. So, Casey, you're saying your Lux is decently favored into Aurelia? I want to see it. I want to definitely see it because I was hoping to see the case in this matchup. And Livebox may be giving us some insight about the Sneaky Deckhand. When Draven goes second and Noblez Aurelia can get it off turn 1, then Draven has to give up the Conquer Hold. Okay, Live in a Box. You're playing with the simple fact in mind of Obelisk of Power being so prevalent in Dravens, right? So you get the benefit. Draven always wants to go second with Obelisk of Power to get off their chosen champ. So you get a quick conquer point nice and early before they can push it. Okay, it seems niche, but we are talking about Draven, which isn't really niche himself. So, okay, fair play. I can see where Sneaky Deckhand can do something. And Strangle saying, honestly,
yeah.
I
The
don't think.
only Yeah, because they would have to any of their 2 drops just trade with it, and the treasure hunter would just run into it and die anyway. So it's probably a pretty safe conquer and hold.
Yeah, I could see that. And hey, someone in chat said, why not try Rifty and do pre-Rift draft matches? Have you ever heard of Rifty? Guys, I never heard of Rifty before. What is that? Is that just a website where you could do...
Rifty, yeah, Rifty, I believe, is the website where people are generating pre-release pools and then building decks based off of those, so they can do a little try hard testing before the pre-releases, just to get an idea of the power level of some cards. Because the thing is, we've been watching Constructed now for weeks and weeks now with Spiritforged, but what we don't know is what is the power level of some of these cards in a limited format like Sealed.
Mhm.
So some players are choosing to use some of their free time to do some exploring there and figure out, maybe some combinations of cards or that they've liked, or just talking about it with friends, building up a pool. We can bring it up if someone has the website, and I can kind of show you. We can build a pool together. We could talk about what we would build at our pre-release. So
Let's
that's
do it
coming up
real quick. And
on
thank you,
Friday.
Sarah. I'll pull it up. We'll definitely, guys, we probably do like chat saying like no overestimation or no exaggeration, I should say. We probably are looking at an hour-long break. No joke. It feels bad saying it, and I'm not looking forward to it. But it's just the reality of what we're probably going to be dealing with. So we'll definitely hop into that. Before we do, though, let's talk a teeny bit about top 8, because I saw some people, or not top 8, just the top 64 decks, because I think a couple people are just joining us and they didn't get
Oh,
to see the
nice.
deck distribution. So chat, if you guys are just popping in here, these were the top 64 decks that made it into day 2. And I'm trying to remember back, Core, if you remember, what was the Draven spread for day 2? I could try to
I
find it
do.
as we speak.
for week
For
2 for
Chengdu, for
Chengdu.
Chengdu.
Yeah, Chengdu was 38 Dravens, and week 1 was 40.
Okay.
So you
Yeah.
can see big increase in meta share for Kaisa. You can see 6 versus just the 1 in top 64 last week. We have multiple other champions with multiple representatives other than Aurelia, which is Ezreal, Fiora, and 2 Lucians even.
Yeah.
So these aggressive yellow decks are starting to get a bit more representation. I think yellow was a pretty undervalued color coming into Spirit Forge. It's just, purple is getting all the hype, and there weren't any too many, super flashy yellow cards. But I think the combination of uh, the champions and legends for both Fiora and Lucian are part of the appeal and the power
Hmm.
level there. Unfortunately, we lost our representative there on Lux, but for all you Victor gamers left in the chat, rise up.
Yeah,
And I
maybe
want
Victor
to,
made it through, right?
for these last 5, I want to ask you, what is the most surprising of the final 5 here that we have on the graphic to you?
The most surprising, I have to give it to Jax. I don't feel like Jax is at the same power level as some of these other legends. With that said, though, it just has to be that Jax is a little bit underexplored, at least from my side of things. We've only seen one Jax in this whole regional series feature matches, so I only know what I've seen from that because I haven't personally test played it myself, but just from what I've heard from high level players, it just doesn't tend to keep up with a lot of the other decks. It just happens to be that Chaos is a little bit overpowered in this set, of course, but I think Jax making it to top 64, that might just be the first Jax out of this entire regional season 2 to make it in. I'll double check with the Chengdu at least. Yeah, there wasn't any Jax in Chengdu, and I don't think there was any Jax in Fuzhou. What about you? Any of those 5 that is the biggest surprise?
Yeah, I think Jax would be the one that I would have to say I'm surprised. I want to say that I'm surprised that there's not more Sivers, to be honest. I feel like Sivir would have been maybe in that top 5 deck discussion with me. I feel like punch first in these purple decks seems pretty good, especially when you pair it with cards like Ride the Wind to be able to take multiple battlefields. So in theory, I would have thought we would have seen some more Sivers, and the Master Yi being one as well. That's another deck that I feel like is being a bit criminally underplayed.
I think so, right? Master Yi didn't really lose too much. If anything, it got a little bit better, but I think some of the other decks just got an immense amount better. So we'll see how Master Yi ends up keeping his overall power level together as Spiritforge keeps on continuing. But speaking of the Sivir you mentioned, Gore, you ever heard of Randy? Randy on Twitter. He's a pretty good team.
Yeah, I've been following him as well.
Nice, nice. Yeah, I think he's on the same team as Prismaticism, as Alan Z.
Mhm.
And guys, if you guys know Randy on Twitter, I think he's the Sivir player. Did you know that, Corey?
I would not be surprised at all. I did see that he was playing Sivir. I did he say if he was playing Aurora Sivir or not? I
No, I
feel
don't think
like
he was.
was that the what we saw that on stream yesterday though? Is that what I'm thinking? Or is that maybe last weekend? I'm
No, we
kind of
did see one
confusing
yesterday.
some
There
of those.
was an Aurora Sivir, but that wasn't Randy. But Leroy, are you sure? Is Randy playing Aurora Sivir? Because guys, if we get an Aurora Sivir in top cut, that would be insane. But I thought he was just playing more of a mid-range package. But yeah, guys, US, just like we saw George G, the third regional champion in season 1. I think George is from New York. Randy's probably from somewhere around there as well. He flew all the way to China to try to compete in the regionals. And because it's a lottery system, you're not guaranteed to play in all the games or in all the regional events. He didn't get chosen for the first 2 regionals, so he was super ecstatic to get chosen for the third one. And funny enough, I believe he made it into day 2 because he posted on Twitter that he had an X2 record when everything was said and done. All the 7 rounds were done. He was only X2, and I remember Leroy was doing the math that X2s always pretty much make it in the top 64. So I'm pretty sure that's him. Will we see him on stream? Very unlikely. They don't like to put English players on stream because of the potential miscommunication with the judges. They don't have a clean way of communicating. Even he said it. They were just pointing at things, like trying to communicate, not verbally, but through motions. So I can see where that could be a little confusing for Chinese players.
I wonder if he has like a little note card that like he's just been passing around, just passes this to an opponent, and like in Chinese it says, "I cannot speak Chinese, please bear with me."
Right, right. All right, chat. Since we probably have a good amount of time, I'm gonna scroll up and see. Oh yeah, girls saying no Annie. That's actually a big surprise. I'm impressed that we saw no Annie because Annie made a 5th place appearance in one of these. But I think it just goes to show anyone that's probably gonna play Annie, they have a better shot at playing Draven unless you're specifically shooting for the best of metal card for Annie, because they're the exact same decks. It almost feels like we saw Annie versus Draven, and you could clearly see Annie was good, but Draven just had like a little bit more things going for him, because that it was actually a girl playing Annie at that too, and she was doing amazing. Not that girls can't do amazing, because I've seen some really impressive girls in TCGs, but specifically her, she was doing really good stuff. She made it, I think she got 7 points and Draven had 2, but somehow Draven stabilized with the card advantage and pushed on forward. I don't know if you remember that match, Corey. Did you watch that one?
The Spinning Axe is a messed up card. I will say I don't remember watching the Annie matchup, but if you're asking me, do I want to play the deck that can play Tibbers or the deck that can play Spinning Axe, I want to play the Spinning Axe decks.
All right. Well, if we're actually gonna play this, you want to just try to draft one together, Corey, just for shits and giggles, I guess.
Yes. Yeah. Pull up Sealed.
All right, we'll pull up Seal Chat. We have nothing else to do. I should have probably planned for day 2 for the last region. I'll probably plan like little segments or something we could do. I just never planned for this amount of time. Like I can't anticipate a match only, especially in top 64, a match only going 20 minutes long, right? You would think they would be slightly more competitive, but it just is what it is. So let's see what you guys are talking about Rifty over here. Let me pull up the stream to the side. That way we could keep tabs on it. So I'll put it up to the side. So if it starts, we'll go ahead and do pre-Rift tab.
Chat, let us know.
All right, chat. You guys brought us here. What are we doing? So Rifty appears the site. So Chaos is all the set. Spiritforged. So we just go sealed or draft.
Yeah, we're doing pre-Rift.
And Team Flex saying I have a pretty detailed video on channel about the rules for the pre-Rift. Oh, thank you, team. We might have to check that out after this. So let's go. You said sealed or pre-Rift, right?
The pre-Rift. Yep, because then this will give you one of the chosen champions that you get. All right, so we got Lucian. That's what we opened. So
where do you see it?
All of the pre-Rift, see where the runes are? It's just above it. It says Purifier.
Lucian, I see.
Yep. So you see that our little pack of cards that we got is Lucian, and we have 6 Buccaneers. Is that armed assailants? Is that 6 armed assailants?
It looks like it. I've never even seen this card. A 6-drop. What does it do? Accelerate and Weapon Master? That just doesn't seem too good.
I mean, it might be pretty sick. But in your little pack that you get with Lucian, I'm gonna have to assume you get some number of that card. So we get to choose any 3 colors.
Okay, so I think we just go through and find like the most powerful cards and try to build around that, like cards that really known to do work. I mean, against all odds, seems to be decent and sealed.
Yeah,
big minded
against
units.
the odds we're playing every time.
Yeah, I think big minded units seem to be good in sealed too, because sealed is a whole lot slower based off previous TCGs. It feels bug this. Armando, what are you saying? Armando, what are you saying? You're saying the sealed is bug? With so many duplicates?
It might be.
Shall we try to run it again, chat?
Yeah, let's get one that doesn't have 6 of a card right off the rip. There's a refresh button in the top right.
Okay, let me see. Wait, this card, I've never seen Laurent Duelist Assault 2. Wow.
That's Laurent. It's French.
Laurent. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I mean, if we were going to stick with this, I'm seeing Treasure Hunter, which seems to be like a good pick. I'm seeing a Trinity Force, which probably kind of decent. Punch first. So my colors would probably be chaos, orange, and then red. But then the stellar corn. All right, we'll refresh to see if we get a little bit less
Yeah,
duplicates.
there's a lot. There's a
I
lot
mean,
going
granted,
on.
it's only just this guy that's duplicate. Everything else doesn't seem to be too duplicated.
Yeah, we got like 2 plundering portals. Cool. We got 3 of the who's it there. Yeah, this is fine. We can play with this. Let's just stick with
The
we're
thing
gonna
is, we
stick with the
build
first
the
one.
chat, but we can't really do anything with it, can we?
Yeah. So those 2 against the odds, those are in our deck absolutely every single time.
All
So
right, we'll put
you
him
can
in
build the
there.
deck. Yeah. So
Oh,
let's
oh,
get
I
those.
clicked the. All right, we'll click here. All right, so against the odds, I don't feel this guy is
Let's
terrible.
come back to this guy
Yeah, we'll
because we're
come
probably
back.
not playing all 6 for sure. So
Piercing light can't be that bad. Removal and sealed seems to be a good idea.
I like piercing light a lot. A lot of sealed is going to be all right. Play a 2-drop. Okay, conquer. Play another 2-drop. Go, and that's going to be able to take out 2 for 1 card. So
You know,
sign me up.
I haven't seen recurve bow. It doesn't seem all that bad when I attack or defend, deal 2 to an enemy unit here. We're talking about doing extra damage, and equipment don't seem that bad in sealed because they never go away, right? What do we feel about this recurve bow, chat and Corey?
Let's go. Let's look for the cards like that we know for sure that we
Okay,
want to play. Sorry,
punch
my
first.
camera's getting a little. Yeah, punch first is on that list. Let's get punch first in there.
All right, we'll get punch first. I mean, we're playing body. Might as well throw the Lucian champ in there.
Yep, Lucian's gonna be our chosen champion for sure.
Trinity Force doesn't seem all
Trinity
that
Force.
bad.
I feel like we gotta play that one every time too.
All
Yeah,
right, Trinity Force feels
that
good.
seems pretty
We'll come
powerful.
back. And Cappy and chat saying, y'all trying to buy some Chinese cards? Kapil, yes, I am. I just don't really know what I'm looking for just yet. I might be leaning towards building Fiora, so I'll probably look online. And guys, for anyone in the States so far, maybe Corey, you know, how are the prices on TCGA looking like for Chinese? Because traditionally they were like half the cost. Have they gone up kind of like what I hear rumors about card market going up, or has it stayed about the same for Chinese? I haven't seen
I
TCGA.
am one of the most Chinese card price experts right now. I haven't looked at the prices of anything right now. So my guess would be that they would start to go up a little bit, but not that much.
Okay. Kaiser alt went from 40 to 60. Okay, Mambo. Jeez. Okay, so it's going. It's going. Or Mambo. Mambo. I did not say Mambo. But a master set of a full Chinese, all 200 plus. Is it 290 something in Spiritforged? Something like that. All that is 1,100. Yeah, I wouldn't spend nearly anything. I don't need a master Chinese set. I just need the key pieces and then try to pull the commons and stuff from a Spirit Forge box, maybe 2 boxes. Have you gotten any pre-orders already, Corey?
I have one store that I am on a list to purchase from. I believe there are a number of the stores that I'm going to that are holding pre-riffs, said that they're going to allow people that went to the pre-riff events like first dibs on when they sell the product the next week. So I got nothing guaranteed at the moment, but I'm planning on playing, I think, 4 pre-rift events, so that'll at least be a good start.
And 1 second, chat. I'm seeing the casters back on screen. Let me pull up the stream real quick. If they start their traditional giveaways, then we'll come back to Rifty. But every time we see the casters back on the screen, that's a little bit of an indication that the next match is starting. But there's just no way everyone finished already. What we've been talking, we've been hanging out here maybe 20 minutes max. I'll be impressed unless they're being strict with the timing this time. But I have a funny feeling they're about to just throw us to the giveaway intermission that they tend to do. Let's take a look.
That would make sense. But yeah, when we see these individuals, it is something that's live, not a commercial or something. So that means that they've at least we're here on purpose to talk about something. Every once in a while, we do have someone in chat that can speak Chinese and gets an idea of what they're talking about. We can just say it's nonsense.
Oh, look at that, Corey. We actually have a potential backup match. Oh, I am excited.
Wake everybody up. Wake everybody up, boys.
Yeah, we have
are
a
we catching
game
a game 3?
A
Wow. Oh,
A
is this the
game
first
3
time they've done
backup
this?
match.
The Ezreal mirror as well. They've never done this, like, had, like, a backup match like this, right?
I love it because they knew it was getting a little bit out of hand with the full long breaks. And Corey, do you recognize this Ezreal player? He was the pit crew player that ended up getting third place in the Chengdu Regional here, trying to continue on an amazing run following last weekend. Can he do it again? It looks like, as you mentioned, it is an Ezreal mirror match. I don't think he was expecting to run into too many of those. There was only 4 left in top 64.
Speaking of Randy, this was one of Randy's only losses in the Swiss as well. I saw that he had mentioned was that he lost to the pit crew technology. So this was one of the more hyped decks, I think, in the last couple of weekends that people were not really expecting a lot of. I think people saw the Ezreal decks and were thinking they were going to be built more on the miracle side, but then all of a sudden you see this card from set one that nobody knew existed, and its combination with Doran's ring, and he just starts going off, and everyone gets really excited. So a game three here between these, we are being blessed.
Oh, truly, truly blessed. It looks like it's a different battlefield than we saw in the past. Actually, Vale Temple, when you conquer here, you may ready a friendly gear. So, interesting enough, I wonder what he's trying to use that for, because it looks like it's the player on the left's Vale Temple. We don't get to see that battlefield too often. I'll go ahead and put him on the screen now. But then Void Gate, we have seen, because those Bellows Breasts, because the Wages of Pain, there's a lot of capabilities for pinging your opponents on that battlefield. So that one seems a little bit more straightforward, but I'm really curious to see how he's going to be able to utilize this Veiled Temple going forward in this game 3.
One thing to notice as well, if you are looking into Chinese cards, the foiling on them is different than they are in the States, and they bend like Beckham.
Really, I mean, we've seen it this entire season, regional circuit long, and it looks like it's pit crew v pit crew. We have one of the innovators of the deck, and then perhaps one of the players that really enjoyed the play style. So it looks like one of them will be getting to the pit crew first, and that's going to be the Ezreal on the right. TCC, we can call him, and he does have the infamous combo, the Cole following the pit crew. You get to play it, you ready the pit crew, you attach it onto the pit crew, you push forward, rinse and repeat as you keep on generating gold tokens every time you conquer. So this is looking rather good for TCC so far.
Yeah, I said Doran's ring earlier, but yeah, the combination that we're looking here is call. So, and we've even got a seal as well in the hand. So I think we can actually go for a double conquer and oh no, we no because we don't have ganking. We're missing ganking to be able to do this. So
Yeah, and the
uh,
ganking does get added because of the Boots of Swiftness. So you are missing the boots so far for the true unstoppable combo, if you will. But at the minimum, you are able to get in and out. And because you conquer, we're seeing the Veiled Temple come into play right now. You do get to ready the seal. Wait a minute. Does he have something to... Wait. Is it when you conquer? Let me reread Veiled Temple real quick.
yeah, I'm wondering what the pause here could be.
Yeah, when you conquer here, you may ready a friendly gear. So exactly as we were just discussing. So you do get to ready the seal. You get to put back the pit crew. And does he have something to make use of the seal? I think he just wants to have it available on his opponent's turn for something like a call shot at the minimum. But I don't think he actually had that card in hand. Perhaps a bit of a bluff, if you will, but the pit crew online always feels good. And speak of the rat himself coming out for the opposing EZ, Cole getting attached. I almost was thinking he's going to attach both of the calls to just keep on generating 2 gold every conquer. And now he's just going to be copying the Veiled Temple. How would that work, Corey, in your opinion? Can you ready the gold as soon as you conquer, or because you moved? Because Cole says when you conquer, get a gold. And then Veil, when you conquer, ready a gear. Oh, non-token gear. Never mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think that they have that
Oh no, it
covered in.
actually just reads ready a gear. So
It
perhaps you
it
could
doesn't
get the
say
gold token.
non-token.
Yeah, I think you could ready the gold actually in theory.
I failed my judge test the one time I took it, so I don't know that I would know for certain. But because he didn't ready, I would assume these players would know that interaction and would be readying a gold token here when there was nothing else that he could ready. So I'm gonna guess that you can't, because of the way that how making gold, or how playing things from an equipment versus the battlefield. But
Yeah, it's
we
probably
double suited up.
some kind of nuance there, but it almost feels like you can order the different sequencing there. And we're seeing chat, you can't ready the go from call because it doesn't exist to target during the finalization. Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Pip in chat. And okay, we do get a little final call on that, so it does make sense why we didn't see the Ezreal player on the left do go ahead and do that. Not that it would have made the biggest a difference, but just something to be mindful for these players, as it seems to be a very prevalent combo. And speaking of being prevalent, the Ezreal champion coming out, probably the most pivotal card out of all of Spiritforged. Would you say this is the most impactful card in set 2, or is there one that's a little bit better than him?
It's probably going to be one of the more played cards, just because of how many decks other than Ezreal will play it. It coming out of the champion zone for Ezreal is really nice, but uh, my guess is it's probably going to end up being around Kaisa levels expensive,
Mm-hmm.
if I were to guess. But I am not known for having great card financial advice.
Yeah, and these guys are a bit of just deja vu on each other's battlefields or boards in general. One plays the pit crew, the other one plays the pit crew, the other one plays the Ezreal champ, and so on and so forth. But one started first, and as the player that currently has the point lead, does that end up being the name of the game towards it as we approach later stages of this game? Is the player that scored first and got the pit crew online first most likely to win? Because I'm trying to think, where at what point will this left Ezreal try to stabilize and kind of turn things in his favor? Do you need something like a singularity? I don't even remember if the pit crews from last week or the one we're seeing right here on the screen had things like singularity. Do you remember they had those hard removal options?
I don't remember them having that. I think because they had things like Bellows Breath and things that can target enough times to trigger Ezreal. But interesting that the player on the left chose to play the Ezreal from hand as opposed to the one from the champion zone. Well, I'm going to assume the closer we get to 6-7 points here, the more we'll see some spells going back and forth between the two right now. But they seem to be just comfortable enough getting just a pile of gold here.
Yeah, just spoiled with riches, if you will. So much gold, so much resources. You know, you're never running out of runes. Things like Watchers accelerated easy. I mean, as long as you have the energy, of course. But things like Rebuke, something to keep an eye on. Those are going to be very efficiently played. The pit crew just going forward and doing what he does. Gets the conquer, gets the gold.
What the heck is this?
Oh,
it's Mind Splitter, of course.
Speaking of high power cost, it looks like both of them having the idea in mind.
Yeah, Mind Splittering a Mind Splitter, but then still leaving a Mind Splitter is... you would have liked to have gotten the only Mind Splitter he would have, ideally, because then you've got yours in play, theirs is gone, you don't get the board presence from it. But 4 cards on TCC side means that this first Mind Splitter isn't going to be too backbreaking, but I would say that's the first real big momentum shift that we've seen so far outside of just going first.
Yeah, I believe so as well. And he was already the one that's slightly ahead. Looks like the pickup for the AI Ezreal will be the seal, so nothing too impactful for this turn. Most likely looking at playing out one of his Mind Splitters of his own. He does have the energy for it, but decides to push up first. Gets the conquer, gets the gold. But I think he's still looking at a Mind Splitter, because what did he have in hand? He had an additional pit crew. He had the sealed he just picked up, and then he had a Mind Splitter. Might as well trade one of those golds for a sealed, a little bit more permanent. I mean, I guess a little bit more permanent. Sends the pit crew, but I think we're just ending the turn with something like a Mind Splitter. Makes a whole lot of sense to me, but it almost seems like this game of tag is favoring the person that started first. You play out a Mind Splitter, you're completely tapped out, and then the Ezreal on the right conquers again 2 times with the pit crew, going up to 6, setting up for a potential final game to go from that 6 to 8. And oh, those are better cards, I want to say. Frigid Touch, the blue orange champion, and Rebuke, and that was an instant pick. He's kind of intimidated by that blue orange.
Yeah, so he's got the Rebuke now, which is going to be able to make one of these combats just really undesirable for the AI on the left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be down to the very end, but looking at the hand, one pit crew in hand for Ezreal AI, and then a whole lot of better cards. I want to say that's actually a second Rebuke. He picked up 2 Rebukes and a Frigid Touch. That seems like the exact combat tricks to keep your opponent off their game plan, off to conquer your own battlefield game plan. So I'm leaning slightly on the TCC side because of the cards currently in hand. He's going to be going up to 5. The Mind Splitter, or even the pit crew himself, if you have another gear, you're able to go ahead and push the Void Gate, go up to that even death point, or not death point, but you guys know what I mean, that pivotal point that you want to be at to try to close things out the next turn. And he does indeed go up to 6. Wait, did he not get his point, Corey? Why didn't he move the point up to 5 on the Conquer Unveiled Temple? Oh, he
I
did, he
think that he
did.
just didn't, yeah.
I
So
do.
we got all 4. Little bit of shortcutting happening here as both these players fully understand what each other are doing. And
Yeah.
going back to the Ezreal from hand, it's because of the Mind Splitters, of course. That's why you would play the one from
Good
hand
call,
first,
yeah.
because the one near Champion Zone can't get Mind Splittered. So
That does make a whole lot of sense, but something that's not going to be a whole lot of helpful in this matchup is going to be Wages of Pain. But luckily, as you mentioned, the Chosen Champion yet to be played, getting played out right now. What are going to be the 2 hits off the top? Is it something a little bit more fruitful? A Watcher could get there, but he really wishes he had something like a Watcher Bellows Breath combo that we've seen in the previous regionals. A card shop, a card sharp, and a Watcher. I just don't think it's enough to completely stop the game plan, because we know what's in hand. It's a double Rebuke. No matter how many units you're going to be able to put on the battlefield, 2 Rebukes should be enough. And look at all the abundance of gold on TCC side. You have no problem playing for 2 Rebukes. And it's even your final turn, your final push. You don't mind even if you didn't have the gold, funny enough. So, man, I can't believe the 3rd place finisher from last weekend might be getting brought down at the hands of his own innovation, right?
let's see if he might be able to Jedi mind trick him here. Trying, maybe there's a little, Obi-Wan versus
Yeah.
Anakin, or maybe, he can just will him to make the incorrect play. But
Right.
just checking out those pile, yeah, Scrooge McDuck would be proud.
Because at this point, as you mentioned, it would take something like a big misplay coming out from TCC side, because as it stands, it's just not enough units, not enough might pressure on the defense. Yes, you got up to 7. You're technically in the lead, but all TCC has to do is conquer both on this very next turn. And we saw the Frigid Touch. And like we keep going back to, there was 2 Rebukes. And I'm not seeing anything like a hard bargain able to be repeated or even played at that from the side of AI. So it looks as good as done, but maybe there's something we're missing here. I'm trying to think again.
No, I think the last thing we've got here is this Watcher that we're just going to have sit on a battlefield here, and we know that he knows about the Rebuke. So I think he may be just trying to do some math, potentially seeing, maybe, I mean, it's probably not going to do anything next turn. You might as well just get it down to eat the Rebuke that he knows about, but it's going to be the second Rebuke that's going to be the backbreaker.
Yeah, I mean, we could do the math. Car Chop's at 3. Pit Crew is at 5. I believe the Coles add 1. So he's standing here at 5. So up to 8. Watcher bringing up to 7. So up to 15 total. Actually, I think I'm doing my math wrong. That was 8, 2, and then 3. 13 total might. Actually, with the 7, what am I doing? I think it's already off to a weird start. But 14 total might. Wait, why am I 2 and 5? Well, yeah, I did. I think I said it right the first time. 15 total might on the Veil Temple, and then just 3 might and a Wages of Pain on the left. So if you could rebuke, one of them seems like a really straightforward conquer, the easy conquered, and that's the option for the rebuke. So Wages of Pain getting used for nothing. You might as well Wages of Pain your own unit to get the gold, but I don't think it's really going to be mattering in this position.
He's just gonna pick the Ezreal back up, and I think just hope that I think we could have. Why did? Oh yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like, how did that? How is? Oh, does
It's
he only have
GG.
2
Didn't he score
calls?
twice? Oh no, he
Yeah.
traded, and then now he's going in for the double conquer with the pit crew. So off the back of the pit crew, just like you would expect from these Ezreal decks, getting it done in a game 3 moment. Well done. I was really rooting for the fan favorite. I mean, they're both Ezreal, so at least we have one Ezreal out of the 4 that made it into top 64. Does guarantee, and you could tell this time he was a little bit more stressed. His hair looks a little bit crazier. Nothing that's too negative, but if you remember from last week, seemed a bit more composed. That match must have really stressed him out, because it looks like it went down to the very end. And yeah, Leroy saying it best, betrayed by his own pit crew. But well done. You know, Corey, I'm actually pretty happy that we got at least a backup match, because if not, we would be talking about Rifty, which is not bad. It's not bad. We could have been thinking ahead for next week, but catching some Riftbound action on top of that, even sweeter. So hopefully that means we're only moments away from starting the round of top 32. And Corey, are you still down to hang out for another round? Because I had the caster for 2 rounds, but he hasn't messaged me at all. It's crazy.
If he's not around, I can. I'm a little more invigorated now after getting that bonus game 3
There
match.
we go. And guys, big old love in the chat for Corey, just completely off the whim, guys. Just a little spontaneous coverage coming out. Luckily, we have casted before. And you know, guys, like I said it in the beginning of the stream, me and Corey were hanging out in Houston. There was a big old fat line to wait. And then, Corey, was it you that told me something? You said, hey, are you plus or something like that? I'm like, yeah. And I
Yeah,
think I recognized you.
we both traveled by ourselves. So like we
Mm-hmm.
did, some people had like groups of people. I was just kind of just sitting in a line, just talking to people that I had just met. But yeah, I noticed your mug from the other tournaments beforehand that I had only played till that point. And I'm like, hey, wait a minute, I know who you are. And yeah, and then I think we checked in about every 10 minutes for the rest of the weekend. So
Something like that. Yeah. Shout out Corey, because he let me cut the line, because I was gonna be way in the back. I was never gonna be able to register for any events. So yeah, he let me squeeze up in towards the front to the middle. There were just so many people. For those going out in Vegas, get there earlier than what you would imagine, because how they did the security checks in Houston, hopefully they get a little bit better. It was just a big line. They separated it from day one. It was the premium badge members. They always got the early bird entry, so they let premium go first. So they got access to all those side events registration first, and then they let the general competitive badges, and that was just so many people, and it was moving rather slow for a little bit. But day 2 and 3, it got a little bit better. But for day 1, you want to get there super early, the earliest you can, I want to say.
yeah, it's difficult to get that many people through security when everyone has a bag too. So I'm glad that they did it, but yeah, I think having some access to some more security
Yeah, like one more of those gates, because
places.
guys, they had 2 metal detectors. It might have been 3, but if memory serves me right, I think there was just 2 metal detectors, and like 1,000+ people had to just be checked in by 2 metal detectors. So it took a while. They had 2 gate setups that could have been a little bit better. But Long Nugent saying Premium Houston was so profitable. It really was. They got all the MSRP boxes too. Yeah, they got more than that. I think they got the registration first, aka they got the side event tickets first, meaning they got first dibs at the metal cards. I think all the premium badges got pretty much all the metal cards day one. You know, with the metal cards in mind, Corey, are we thinking they're going to stay with the lottery system in Vegas, or what are you thinking for that?
Well, they definitely learned some lessons about the metal cards, I'm sure. They were far and away the most sought after prize wall prize, I guess I would say.
Mm-hmm.
The real winners were the people that were smart enough to go around to the premium competitor people and buy their prize wall tickets off of them for like
Yeah.
$20 or like 30, something, some insane number. Because the only way to get prize wall tickets for the first 6 hours of that day were to get them from the premium competitor one.
Right.
So if it is going to be similar at all and you're going to Houston and your plan is to just come up on a metal card some way, that's the way to do it. You just go and you find all the premium competitors and you buy their tickets so you can get them before people can get them from side events. So uh, I will be interested to see how they go about it because unfortunately the way that they tried to fix it in Houston was like, oh, we're going to email people, and if you get a email then that means that you can come and redeem one. But not all the people that got the email had prize wall tickets, and then
Right.
also not all the people that got an email even wanted one. So there were like metal cards reserved for people that got an email at the end of the night, and just so they just ended Houston with metal cards that just didn't get purchased for prize wall tickets,
Yeah,
basically.
hopefully they
So
bring those extras to Vegas, but you know, because they kind of set the stage of doing the lottery style system for metal cards, I'm a little bit worried they're just going to stay with that system to just kind of leave it up to randomness. Or chat, for those that went to Houston and experienced that little lottery system they did in day 3, I was decently upset because I was so ready to camp out. I think Corey, I told you, I'm like, I'm gonna wake up
you
at 2
were.
a.m. and camp out because I want that Ori metal card. As soon as I heard it was selling for 5 grand, I'm like, wait a second, I spent how much on my trip? I could get something back. Oh man, I was gonna do it so bad. I was looking to get any metal card, and then we got the email saying that there's no camping out. I was definitely upset, man. I really was.
We already had our tent at that point, so
Right, really. I was mentally camped out already. Because once you don't make day 2, you're like, all right, I'm checked out. What are we going to do now? But CJ, yeah, I camped out Saturday. CJ, did you get a metal card? Which one did you end up picking up? I think they say they're going to change how metal cards are obtained at Vegas. Yeah, Sayer, I'm nervous what they're going to do. Because do they make it just too available to where it's not really worth anything and then we see a big price drop? Because it's kind of nice to keep the metal cards a little bit more exclusive. But I wouldn't mind maybe double the metal cards, guys. If you guys don't know, they were giving out the standard metal cards. We're not talking about the metal cards that are shown right here on the screen. They were the non, how would you say, I think it's called like stereoscopic, something like that, that had the grooves. It's just like a flat metal, still metal nonetheless, but a flat metal. And they were only giving away 10 each day, so 10 on Friday of each legend, so 10 times the 16 back then. 10 Friday, 10 Saturday, and then 15 on day 3. But when it was day 3, you had to receive the email like Corey was saying. So it's kind of tricky. I wonder what they're going to do for Vegas.
they did try basically 3 different things, and all of them weren't good. So
Yeah. Or we just caught wind of it too late, cuz if I knew on Friday, I wouldn't have played in the main event on Friday. Honestly, in hindsight, we got some good tickets from that event, but we should have just grinded. Me and you, Corey, we should have just grinded the 2v2s like a lot of people did, and then just went to the prize
yeah,
wall after that.
uh, I I just think the expectation was that like people were, if you had prize wall tickets, you were going to be able to get a prize. You were going to be able to get a metal card if you had enough points.
Yeah,
But
that's what I thought
uh,
too.
so like there wasn't that real like rush to get them that we thought like needed to be. So we were just like, oh, like let's get the prize wall tickets first, then let's worry about the medal card afterwards. And it wasn't until after was it 7 o'clock at night that we finished that event that they're like, oh, all the prize wall medal cards are gone, and by the way, there was only 10 of each of them.
I know it looks like Long Nugent in chat also saying a similar thing. I was right there with you. I was so upset, and yeah, we didn't get an email. I was waiting right in front of the prize wall, anticipating an email, praying to the RNG gods to let me hit. But it just is how it is sometimes. And Failed 2K saying on the last day was basically a lottery. Exactly right, Failed. I imagine probably be something sort. That's what I'm thinking they're gonna do for Bologna, and what they're gonna do for Vegas is probably gonna stay something like a lottery system, because those are so exclusive pricing that people go crazy whenever you're talking about thousands of dollars. Sometimes people, are pushing in line sometimes to try to rush. I don't think there was any kind of stampedes, but I heard rumors that people were shoving and pushing and being aggressive trying to make their way towards the prize wall. And Lodi, I had to dress up it as a top 64. A little thing, even though I think this is a little small, guys. I ordered this before I got a teeny bit more muscle. It feels too tight. I'm never wearing this again on stream. Oh man. But yeah, and Corey, I didn't get taxed. Are you definitely heading to Vegas?
I didn't even bother to try to get a ticket
Wow.
based on how Houston was run. I was like, I'm gonna give them a little bit more time to figure this out, I think, and then maybe I'll go to whatever the next one ends up being. Was it? I think they're planning April.
I think so. So we'll see. I might be right there with you, chat. I got a competitor badge, but hear me out. I know this might sound a bit craziness because there's probably so many of you guys in chat that didn't even get a competitor badge. I don't think I'm gonna go, chat. I don't think I'm gonna go for a couple reasons. The biggest reason of them all is, guys, I've been a bad dad, chat. I've been, I have a 1-year-old daughter. I think I mentioned to Corey before. And I just haven't been with this whole month of Chinese regionals. I really only get to see my daughter on the weekend. And what have we been doing on the weekends? We've been doing Fuzhou. We've been doing Chengdu. We've been doing Dalian. And I have to go to sleep in the morning, and I'm sleeping all day long. My girl goes to sleep right when I wake up, so I haven't been really able to see her all month long. And then Spiritforged comes out. We have to go to those events, of course. And then the regionals comes out. It's just so much. I feel like a terrible dad. So I can't spend 5 more days away from her like that. So that's probably the biggest reason I'm just not going to end up going to Vegas. So I'm going to try to look at refunding my ticket. And then I will say the other reason, I'm not really too keen about playing 100 Dravens in a single day. I'll wait. I'll wait a little bit. I will say on top of that, I'm looking at Pittsburgh. My brother has recently really gotten into Riftbound, and there's a 25,000 tournament in March 15th. So give me a little bit more room, give me a little bit more family time, and then my March 15th, I'm looking to go to the 25K in Pittsburgh with my brother. So traveling with with a family member, traveling with one of your best friends is a bit better than traveling alone, like Corey could probably tell you. So yeah, chat. Dad call is probably the good call. So looking to refund. As bad as I do want to go to Vegas, I'm here for the long run in Riftbound. I'm going to be around for a very long time. Hopefully, as long as the game's doing well, I could be around as long as that. But I could try to go to all the regionals in the future, hopefully. And hey, this dude, what's going on? I didn't get a comp ticket. I know this dude. It was so tough. I don't know why it was so hard to get a comp ticket this time around. And Burger King saying, for anyone interested in flying into Vegas early, Vegas Singles is running a tournament on Thursday that week with a cash prize pool. Oh, King, are you out there from Vegas? I'm assuming that's just a LGS, isn't it? How big is the cash prize? And it kind of did sound fun to head over to Vegas, but it also did sound kind of expensive because I had to Uber everywhere in Houston. I would imagine Ubering in Vegas is a tad bit more expensive. On top of that, the room and the rooming and boarding or whatever is probably a tad bit more expensive. But I was curious to see like the Sphere, because isn't the Sphere out in Vegas? It always seems like a cool thing to check out.
Yeah, the spheres out there. I think honestly, hotels are. I believe. Maybe correct me if I'm wrong. I believe hotels out in Vegas are actually pretty cheap
Are
because
they?
a lot of those hotels are just trying to get you in there because they all have casinos and bars and restaurants, and they just want to get you in there so they can make more money off of you. So I wouldn't be surprised if whatever hotel people are getting was going to be cheaper than what they had in Texas.
Okay. Okay. I To be fair, I didn't even start looking it up, but I'm always more on the side of finding a nice little Airbnb to stay at. But Long Nugent saying some reason that weekend is double price. I wonder why. It's probably a big weekend, like convention center wise. And good morning, Hart. Welcome on through. How's the tournament going? You're catching it at a perfect time. It's just simply the round of top 64. That's all we've gotten through today. But you missed it. We didn't get just a single match. We got two feature matches, or I should say 1.5 feature matches. We got a Lux versus an Aurelia, a full 2-0 match. I won't tell you who 2-0 to save the spoiler there. And then we got a phenomenal little game 3 of a mirror match Ezreal going at it. So those are good little matchups. But I think we didn't set the bar too high. I think we're able to push it going forward. Hopefully we get some even better matches in this top 32.
That's nice that they had a backup match prepared this time. I know it can be a little bit difficult logistically, not only getting a match that's like their mid match, right? And then having to have them come over and getting them all set up on the table and what have you. But since it's untimed, that game has to finish anyway. So it was nice that they had that prepared this time. So
It
hopefully
was,
we'll
and
keep
it's
seeing that if we have short matches.
yeah, a little bit indicative of what they're probably going to be doing for this entire tournament long. If they're willing to put up a feature match, a bonus match, if you will, as early as top 64, they'll probably keep doing it going forward. And yeah, crew, you're seeing it right. 6 Kaisas. Last week, there was just a single Kaisa making it to top 64. Today, it was the third most represented. What did they do to change their game plan? Or are they just higher skill players? Because Kai's deck that does take a good amount of skill to pilot, of course. Did they add more removal? Did they change the mech package? They said, I don't like the forecaster. I don't like the surge. What's it called? Surge protection? No. Surge something. Production surge, I believe it's called. Maybe they're going back to more traditional builds, but we'll see. I'm curious to see if we get a Kaiser on stream. I wouldn't be upset. I know you're a fan of Kaiser, right, Corey?
Big Kaisa guy over here. I actually like Kaisa's spot right now. I think there's a little. Well, I don't want to say that. I think that Kaisa fits sort of nicely with Draven and Aurelia. That I think that Kaisa is a little favored to Draven, and Aurelia is a little favored to Kaisa. So not necessarily like a true rock paper scissors here, but a lot of the Draven decks, I think this is what I was trying to say. A lot of the Draven players, I think, may have switched to Kaisa because they may want to play something similar or one of the better decks and might maybe want to have a little bit of an edge in the Draven mirror, because that 27 out of 64 is the biggest drop off that we've seen from Draven week to week. It was 40 out of 64 week 1.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was only 2 less last week, and then now we go 11 less from week to week. So my guess is that some of those Draven players, they had to have gone somewhere, right? So
Mm-hmm.
my guess is a good amount of them probably switched to either Aurelia or Kaisa, because we had lone one Kaisa representative in all of top 64 last weekend.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Not, I also think some of the Dravens moved over to Fiora, surprising enough too. So those 3 decks, I think, did see a little bit of rotations coming out from the Draven players. But to answer a couple of questions in chat, Ken, this is just the beginning of day 2, so you're joining us at a perfect time. You're asking, are there any more games? There's going to be a whole lot more games left. We've only gone through 1 round, and they're scheduled to be... I could break it down super simple. We just saw top 64, so we have top 32 left, top 16 left, top 8, top 4, and the grand final. So a whole lot more game to be played. So yeah, we're looking for a whole lot more. And I saw someone in chat saying there's free robo taxis in Vegas. Wait. Break that down for me. Can you go anywhere in Vegas for free now, or are you guys messing with me? Like, is there no
Are we
such
talking
thing
like
as Ubers?
Waymos?
And what was that, Corey?
I know they've got Waymos, but you got to pay for those. It's just like a self-driving car that's a taxi. They've got them in like Austin, Texas, and a few other places. But
Yeah, Sepher, I know. I really do want to go, but I just don't think it would be the smartest thing. I really don't think. Like my brain, I guess, or my body wants to go, but my brain and my heart are telling me I should probably prioritize. Because I am prioritizing like my work slash Riftbound way more than everything else in my current life. So I think I need to find a fine balance. I think it's only fair. And on the inside, I think it will help me feel a bit better too. Because like I said, I feel like I'm being a bit neglectful, if you will. And Burger King saying they have a set zone, but yeah, you have kiosks. You have Zooks now. I'm assuming that's the brand of the robo taxi, Zooks. I haven't heard of that. But
yeah, I
Burger
was gonna say
King.
we usually haven't been able to say that word since like the 70s.
Wait, what are you hinting at? What is that? I feel like that's
No,
something
I was
naughty or something.
no, I was just pretending that it was like a bad word or
Right. But wait, Birkin, you don't have to pay anything to travel? I mean, there's no way, guys. If I know anything in my 30 plus years of living here on Earth, nothing is free. You can't get to point A to point B for free anywhere
no.
in the world.
Salt Lake City is like that too. They have a very nice public transportation like train system, and it's for free. And
Okay.
I know for them because Salt Lake is where the Olympics were back in like the late 90s, early 2000s. I'm trying to remember. So like the city just got all kinds of money and they get all this infrastructure and all this stuff done so people could like be there and they could have the Olympics. And then like the Olympics left and now it's just like a ghost town basically. It's like this whole like city that's all like made for tons and tons of people to be there and there's just nobody there. So like
Okay.
you couldn't even you got to pay these people to take the train, honestly. Like you might get paid to take the train.
That'll be impressive if you actually get paid to go places. But okay, Sever, that makes sense. If you're going down from Vegas or you live in the general area, I think Silent Night is from Utah. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think he's from Utah, so right around that Vegas area, Nevada area, I should say. So if he's bringing a car, that does end up saving a bit. The only reason I wasn't a fan of potentially renting a car wherever I went is because you still have to pay for parking at the convention. So I was doing the math. The Ubers or the Lyfts were coming out to like $6-7, and I didn't do that on purpose. They were coming out to just a couple of bucks under the most I paid for one of those Lyfts or Ubers were like $10 to $12, so nothing too crazy. And the convention center parking were like $40 a day on that weekend. So maybe Silent Night it ends up being, because I think Sepher, you said you guys bought or not bought, but have a good Airbnb pretty close to the convention center. Because it's nice when you could kind of just walk to the convention center. And walk if it's like less
Yeah.
than 20 minutes or so. I'm willing to do like a 10-15 minute walk, at most 20-minute walk, honestly.
Yeah, I think I was about 15-20 minute walk because I remember there was I think you're yeah I remember you were there when I said that I'm gonna walk back to my apartment in between rounds to get my sweatshirt and come back.
I
So
remember that.
that's how bad the rounds were, chat. I had enough time to play a match of 3 games, walked back to my apartment, came back and my apartment to my hotel, came back, and the next round still had not started.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. I remember it as clear if it was yesterday. Corey's like, "Man, I'm kind of cold. I missed my sweatshirt. You think I have time to run back to my hotel and get it?" And we're like, "You might as well go for it because these rounds are going so long in between these breaks." So yeah, that is funny that you were able to go in and out. I hope they do end up. I mean, I would only imagine it was the first English regional ever for Riftbound, so things couldn't be
Yeah.
perfect, right? It would be just it doesn't make sense if something's perfect the first time you do it, right? So I think there was a big learning curve, a big lessons to be learned that event. And I think they do take away a lot, and they're trying to use all those takeaways into Bologna. And thankfully, Vegas is actually the second one in that month. So whatever they learn from Bologna, they'll probably bring over to Vegas the following weekend. So I think Vegas might be like the best one yet out of the three regionals we're gonna get on the English side.
Yeah, you would. I'm not saying this because it was bad, but it'd be impossible for them to do worse just because of like everything that they. I feel like they just so easily are able to make some small changes here and there that could make a huge difference. Uh, I really like the overtime rules of 60 minutes and 3 turns because I think
Mm-hmm.
those 5 additional turns were taking a lot of time in those overtime matches. So I think like already logistically that'll help a little bit. Understanding what happened with the prize wall. Uh, but other than that, I mean, like things were the things that was definitely S tier about Houston were the vibes. The vibes were like
Right.
you couldn't beat them really. So I think as long as you've got the vibes on lock, then everything else can always like be improved with just reiterating on whatever you did the time before. So
Yeah, I mean, the three turns already is a huge, huge advantage. Or not a huge advantage, but a huge step forward in the right direction. But I think the last little missing piece to make sure the events run as smooth as possible and we're not staying till midnight both day one and day two is probably a time limit cap on those three turns, because you saw it, Corey. Those five turns, you're like, oh, it's just five turns. How long can they really take? I said it yesterday. Some players were taking 30 plus minutes in their final five turns, and the judges would be right next to them, just being like, okay, like spectating and agreeing with plays. There were definitely some kind of slow play going on there. There's no way there should be 30, 40-minute overtime games. So I think if they cap the three turns at, let's say, I'll be generous, 15 minutes? Is that reasonable, chat? Or Corey, what do you think? Is a 15-minute hard, strict time limit for three turns reasonable?
I mean, to me, I have no problems. Like I play with a very brisk pace, so I don't really ever feel like I should have an opinion on this. Since I just never get into these,
You do play
half an
fast, I
hour after
remember.
time. Yeah, I get done pretty quick.
Yeah.
Uh, the What was the point I was just gonna make?
It was about the
There
time limits.
Yeah, but I think imposing a time limit on those is nice too, because I do think that untimed aspect of it does get, I don't want to say abused, but it does get taken advantage
I think
of.
so.
But I feel like an additional 10 minutes, 15 like at
At
most should give
most,
you
yeah.
plenty and then end up honestly, if you can't figure it out after that, then both players should be disqualified, if you ask me.
Well, I don't know about disqualified, but whoever's ahead by two, you win right there in the moment. Because that has to be the way. Because 15 minutes max, and then 15 minutes to pair and seat everyone. Then we're talking about just a good, clean 30-minute breaks. That's reasonable. Hopefully, even quicker than that. But an hour plus breaks was just draining the life out of every player there. It was really testing everyone's stamina, honestly. And no, Jamma Boy, no top 32 just yet. But if you didn't see the top 64, let me know. I'll pull it up again. Skydole is saying the only time I hit time is if I'm on MF Aurora. Speaking of MF Aurora, did anyone check out the Charlie's Collectible Show event today? Who ended up doing well? I didn't get to see it because I was sleeping for today's event. Did you catch a
uh,
little bit of it,
i
Corey?
I saw very little of it. I did see Colin. I believe Colin is actually from the same area as me. I think he's from the Northeast in Massachusetts. I saw him lose, unfortunately, to MF Aurora,
Oh,
and
shame. He's so good.
yeah,
Was he still playing his traditional set?
he was playing set, and he definitely navigated it as best he could. However, uh, he sabotaged his opponent, and his opponent had 3 sabotages in hand and a fading memories. So he took the fading memories, and then 2 turns later, the Aurora player drew an Aurora, played the Aurora, and then from there on, you know what happens.
Yeah, it's so surprising to me how big of an impact that MF Aurora started to make towards the end of set one, because Kaiser was everywhere, and then it kind of shifted to Master Yi, and then the focus went to Annie during the Houston regionals. And then MF Aurora, because they ended up doing, the number one Swiss player in Houston, he was on MF Aurora. Not that he was high rolling all day long, but he was hitting his pieces. He was hitting the dazzlings. He was hitting the hits off the dazzling, those mind splitters, those dead blooms. And then ever since then, people were like, wait a second. This deck has legs. Let's bring it over to the 20,000 tournament in Orlando. And I think it won that event, or the 10K, 15K. I can't remember what it was, but the big event out in Orlando took that down. And ever since then, I want to put it up there with the Kaisers, the Yis, and the Annies. I think those are the 4 decks to try to win an event in set one. I say that, but we're no longer in set one. I don't think.
Yeah,
I think that was this Charlie's Collectible might literally be the final. I mean, farewell event for set one. Can you guys think of any other set one major coming up?
I mean, they would have to happen during the week, which would probably not be likely because the coming week after the next weekend is the pre-rift event. So the certainly the best, and I think most people can agree with me. The best part about Spirit Forged is how it just completely invalidates Aurora as a deck. Uh, there's
Yeah.
just all this incidental gear removal that people have now, and the purple cards like Rebuke and Fight or Flight and what have you are just even better now because of the cards that they have around them, which were the decks that the Aurora decks didn't do great against. Like all of a sudden now the Kaisa matchup becomes unwinnable because Draven's the new Kaisa.
Right.
So uh yeah, all but invalidated. We're always going to have the Aurora salesman. There'll be people out there that'll be slamming that card, I think, until
It's a
it gets
shame,
rotated.
really,
But
because I was looking forward to the Action Steel Aurora plays, but I don't
that's
think
the
we're going to
other
be
card
seeing
too.
any of that going forward. But I was like, man, Aurora took a huge decline because of this card alone. But yeah, just too
Oh,
much gear removal now, as you said.
yeah, it's just yeah, and yes, the Action definitely being the biggest offender of the like just complete blowout of losing your Aurora. So um, for me, good riddance. I'm happy to not have to play against the flip the top of my deck.
Right.
But I also play Kaisa, so take my word at at whatever it may be.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora players love to play it, and then if you're the opponent, you love to, you don't, I mean, you hate to see it come in. And Cal's 6 saying, what's the breakdown for top 64? Whether either you're on a big delay, but I had it up this whole time. What you're seeing on the screen is the breakdown for top 64: 27 Draven, 14 Aurelia, 6 Kaiser, 4-4-2-1-1-1 going forward. Kind of the only Origins leader still standing in the middle of the chaos. Yeah, Harp. I think so. That one, Victor sort of maybe set as we're seeing on the screen, still strong. It just seems like Fiora kind of took Set's thunder. I wonder if Colin is going to be playing Fiora, because I would consider Colin probably the best Set player coming out of set one. Do you think because of the same colors he's thinking about playing Fiora?
It could be the card Rebuke seems to be a pretty difficult card for Set to beat, whereas Fiora at least has access to the riposte to be able to counter a Rebuke or something like that. So I feel like Fiora just overall has a little bit more game into the field than Set does, but Set's abilities against the non purple decks, it's just so hard to deal with Set Brawler. I think Set Brawler is even better this set than he was last set.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
Especially when you have the little text sometimes with your worthy, you have accelerate without having to pay any, or you guess you do have to pay 1 power from worthy. So set brawler doing everything he did in set 1, but now you're able to ready him as soon as he comes out. Super impactful. Hopefully we see some Fioras making a big run today as well, because there's 4. There has to be at least 2, I want to say, that move on forward into top 32. But hopefully we get the breakdown rather shortly. As Skydole is saying, 27 Dravens, 14. Draven's axing,
like
Aurelia's dancing, Kaiser's blinging. What do you mean by blinging? What does he mean by that, Corey?
5 Kaisa bling.
Oh, like a Christmas song. I got you now. I wasn't
Yeah.
singing it. 27 Draven. I got you, Skydole. I got you. Yeah, we're all, it's still early in the event. And that actually reminds me, someone in chat asked how long this event's gonna be. Chat, the schedule is behind me. I'll hide my camera. So it's supposed to start at 10:40 over there, which EST is 9:40 p.m. And then it's supposed to end 8 hours after that. But every time we host these regionals, this English coverage of the regionals, it's never 8 hours. they have the schedule allotted for 8 hours, but I swear today better not go 13 hours like it did last week. I'll be happy with a cool 11 hours. Maybe. But please, guys, don't let it go all the way to 13. Will we still be here for the full event? We have to be. I'm not missing the finals, but I hope they get it together and they kind of make, give a little shove saying, all right, guys, we got to increase the pace of play because we can't go another 13. Like, how do these convention centers allow them? Are they just paying extra, you think, Corey? Or is just like in China's different? Because I know in the US, you have to you start kicking everybody out of the convention center when you're going way past schedule.
Yeah, I don't claim to begin to understand anything about China, but as far as communism goes, I mean, they probably just own the building.
Right, true. You're so right. We are talking about right now. They probably just own this convention center. But funny enough, to a similar point, chat, have you guys noticed? I know I brought this up during the first regional, that the budget feels like it kind of went down for Spiritforged season. Corey, have you noticed that at all for the ambience, I want to say, of the regionals? Like the stage isn't as crazy, as impressive. The shots, if you will, like the shots from the pictures that I've seen, they don't look like they invested as much as they did for like the inaugural season, which kind of makes sense. But has anyone else noticed that too, or is it just me?
Yeah, I haven't watched every minute of all of them like you have, for sure. So I haven't noticed too much of a drop off, but I also don't think I would notice unless it was like a very drastic drop off. So I would, if you have noticed it, then I would say that
I have. It's probably because I have the pictures, or I see the pictures, because they're not showing it on stream. If you guys notice it, the only thing they're showing from the events is the casting booth, the casting coverage. If you guys remember from set 1, the origin season, they would show things like this. They would show the main stage. They would show the seats and stuff. They're doing none of that for Spiritforged. Not that they're trying to shy away from it, but perhaps there's just nothing to really be impressed by. So I've seen the pictures, the shots they take at the event. It just looks like your old traditional convention center. Nothing flashy. They didn't set up any special statues or any special whatever they're called for these events. So maybe they're just trying to save costs. They know people are playing Riftbound regardless. But that's just a little observation I noticed.
Yeah, because I think you said they had the desk last time where the casters were on, and the whole venue was behind them, right?
I remember that. And it's not just for the thing you're seeing on screen. That's the National Open, but even the regionals were a bit on that level. Yeah, exactly like you're saying. Like they had the main stage in the back. So yeah, hopefully they get back to that eventually. maybe Spirit Forge is a is like a in between type set. But I don't know. It would have been cool to see the same caliber or kind of just keeping up to the same level. That way we know it's going to be increased each and every time. But it almost feels like they're going slightly backwards for the time being. Hopefully, at least if we do get a season 2 national open, they go back to this kind of level of production value, because it'll be really cool to see. I mean, great rewards. You know, the Ezreal probably ends up going to the same price as these MF rewards ended up being, if not more, right? What do you think, Corey? You think that the Ezreal is going to be more expensive or about the same for these
Mm,
Chinese players?
man, you love to hit me with these like finance style questions, and I just want you to know that I already sold my GG Easy Timo. So
Oh,
if you've looked at the what the price of them is currently, and you know the price that I sold mine at, you would not want to know my opinion on any financial matters when it comes to cardboard.
I know, I know. I could only imagine. Did you sell it for like 200 or 300?
Luckily, it wasn't at the very low. I didn't like full, get like the crypto like rug pull underneath. But I would guess. I think the Ezreal one looks cooler. So my thought
Yeah.
is that the Ezreal one would be more. I don't really know like where MF ranks on the waifu scale over there, but I don't really think she's higher than Annie, like that's for sure. But like I don't think anyone else. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Of course, we'll probably get some note of like, hey, this Ezreal sold for this price. But yeah, I've seen the prices on GG Easy, or what's the Easy Timo. Isn't he almost up to 1,000 now? Is that real? Is there anyone actually forking over $1,000 for that card? It seems unreal, but I know some people in chat slash you might be keeping up more than I do on those kind of cards.
There may have been a buyout because the literal last Nexus nights that you're allowed to get Nexus night packs from are like this week. And then after that, you're just going to start getting set 2 ones.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe that there was a number of purchases made knowing that it's kind of like Willy Wonka's golden tickets, right? Like there's probably only so many golden tickets left, and then like it's just over. So
I guess when
uh,
there's just a short, a limited supply of anything, because as your point, I don't think we're ever gonna see those Nexus Night primos or Nexus Night promos or the Timo promos ever
dude, I
again,
call them
right?
I'd call them the primos, dude. I know you. I understand what you're saying when you say that.
There we go. But to answer a couple people in chat, Dalian and Chengdu are two different regions. So they're just cities in China, right? So Fuzhou was regional number 1. The only difference between these kind of Chinese regionals versus Bologna and Vegas is the size. So I would say the Vegas and Bologna are literally double the size because they do 4 regionals in a span of a month. They only invite or allot 512 players max. Vegas and Bologna, they have about 1,024. I say 1,024, but in Houston, they let 1,300 players play. So I don't know where they capped the numbers, but they let a couple more players than I anticipated in Houston. So I would imagine Vegas slash Bologna max 1,500. I would be impressed if they get 1,500 players, but something like that. So it's just a bigger event, but these are real regionals. They qualify you into the national championship. So yeah, they're like official events with official pricing. Every event that you see that you have metal card pricing support, those are like real official Riftbound major events. So yeah, these regionals, just like Chengdu last weekend, Dalian today, those are still major events, but they don't have the same like punch, I want to say, because they're back to back weeks. When you have something so frequently, it feels almost not like a local, of course, but something as less impactful, right? Because Houston was when, Corey? Was that November, or am I going crazy? That wasn't November. December, right?
Yeah, no, November.
Okay, I guess I wasn't going crazy. Yeah, Houston was November, and then Vegas is all the way at the end of February. That's where something feels a bit more special, doesn't it?
Wait, no, now I'm going crazy. Hold on, because Was it?
Chat, when was Houston? No,
It was.
December 15th. No. December 15th was the release of Spirit Forge. Guys, I'm around Riftbound a little bit too much. Everything kind of mixes
Chat help.
together.
We were there, but we need you guys to remember
No, look, I
when it
remember
was.
November 1st was when the National Open happened. So we know Houston wasn't during the National Open. I think Houston was 2 weeks after that. It had to be November 15-ish. Are the national champions going to be in the U.S.? I don't have a passport to travel to China. No, Fang do so. They're separated. China has their own system of regional, national champions, so on and so forth. The only thing that's connected globally is going to be the worlds. And chat, we have the top 32 decks, 12 Dravens. Wow, they got cut more than 50%. 8 Aurelias, 3 to a single Fiora, and whoa, Corey, the Jax and the Sivir continue to push their efforts into top 32. This is looking way better than it did last week. I'm so excited to continue this event.
Dude, Randy's in there. We've got the Jacks in there. There's 12 Dravens left. That's the least amount of Dravens we've seen in the top 32.
Oh yeah, I'm so happy about that. Whether you're a Draven fan or not, you have to appreciate the fact that people are catching up to the game plan. They're realizing that he's not completely unbeatable. There are ways to play around him. There are ways to neglect his draw power. And I think Aurelia is coming for his crown. 8 Aurelias, like chat saying. Is it going to be the first tournament where we see an Aurelia champion? Because I don't think... I'm trying to think back how much Aurelias were in top 8. I think it was a single Aurelia, if I remember correctly.
I can't remember the top 8 breakdown, but so didn't this happen in set 1? The first two, the first two regionals, Kaisa was the most played deck, and Master Yi was the second most played. Kaisa won, and then the third week, Master Yi won, right?
No, it was 3 Kaisas, but Master Yi had the remaining of top 4. It was like one Kaisa that won, and then Master Yi, top 4. But then the 4th regional of set 1, Master Yi finally got a victory.
That's what it was. Okay.
Oh, Corey, look who we have on stream.
That white boy could only be one person.
Oh, yeah. That is a U.S. representative, Randy.
Oh, we're back.
Yeah, Randy is on Sivir, as we said before, and I believe that is the Aurelia player we just saw on stream, isn't it?
It is, yeah. He was definitely a good player, really navigated that Lux matchup. Now we're going to see literally on the opposite side of the coin, Sivir, a lot more aggressive than what Lux is trying to do. So look at those bendy. Oh my God, look at how these ones, dude. You could flip a coin off of these ones.
Yeah, we've noticed that as well. There's so much curvature on these Chinese cards, but it could be due to the humidity. But I am impressed, despite having the lack of communication power, you know, from being all the way in the English regions. It looks like they have a pure translator to kind of communicate or be a liaison between English and Chinese there. But Dreaming Tree looks to be the obvious pickup for Aurelia. Now, we said it in chat before. Is this... No, there is no way this is an Aurora Sivir. This looks to be the Miracle type Sivir, the one that has the Ezreal package to discard those scrap heats and get an infinite amount of draw, what it seems like sometimes. I am beyond excited to check out this top 32 round Sivir versus Aurelia, and I could tell by the battlefields this might be a Sivir we have yet to see in this regional circuit.
Yeah, I think you're right that we're gonna see that scrap heap Ezreal called shot kind of package in this deck, but instead of the Dravens, we're gonna be hitting them with punch first, and I mean, I guess that's kind of the big incentive right now to be into orange is really punch first.
Yeah, punch first, and I'm trying to think of some other cards that really make that deck a bit more impressive that a lot of people are giving credit for. And it looks like we're right, Corey. We see the Ezreal champion right there. We see the treasure trove. Yeah, interesting combo. Does he have the pack of wonders as well? The little 1-2 combo.
Why? What on earth is this treasure trove doing in our deck? This is great. If he flips over a pack of wonders, I will lose it.
Yeah, everyone
But
in
no,
chat is gonna lose it. And
okay.
funny enough, if you guys don't know Randy, he was a top 64 player, a day two qualifier in Houston, so no stranger to high level events. And very well play. I think he was a Kaiser slash Timo player in set one. So I'm impressed by the vast experience he seems to be displaying, coming in all the way from the US, flew to China just to compete in these regionals, bringing here the silver. Does he have what it takes to do a bit better than the Lux player we saw in the round of top 64? I would only imagine so, right?
All right. So yeah, and Randy, not from the USA. Vive la France. Salut, ça va? Le bon deck, Siver. And he's going to be on the play as well. And that traveling merchant all but confirms that if you were here for some Aurora action, well, then you might as well go to bed, because this is not going to be. This is not your set one purple orange deck.
Oh
In this
yeah.
set, we're beaten down.
Definitely a little bit different. I didn't see any scrap piece, but I would imagine with the Traveling Merchant and the Zon Warrants, he's probably having those scrap pieces later on in that deck. So let's see what Aurelia has. Usually they don't have the most early units, but we did see something like a sneaky deckhand, and she's leaning towards that sneaky deckhand right now. So it did
Oh,
wonders for him against the Lux, but I think Sivir just has a bit more tools in terms of units, as they are able to trade one for one, because I don't think you want to invest in some. Ooh,
whoa, whoa,
Randy nervous a
whoa!
little bit, dropping some runes on his legs.
It's those Chinese runes, man. Sometimes they just really jump out at you. Oh, I think is that a fizz I see here on the pickup? Okay, so this is what we were talking about a little earlier with this the sneaky deckhand. So now, in order to do this, it's just going to be a full. What did he say? What is that card? Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. Not familiar with the Pack of Wonders technology. It looks like, uh, but this is just going to be just a one for one trade. So he actually ended up getting the point, even though the cards traded one for one. So that's a little bit of the sneaky deckhand trying to break parity on the draw. And so far, I think I have to say that I do like its inclusion in the Aurelia decks.
So does end up floating energy. Could he be playing something like a call shot? No, it's going to be a seal, so does still have that one energy available for a 4 cost play. We did see something like a stack deck, and he has a follow-up fizz. I'm wondering if he's going to play out something like a stack deck into a double, but no, keeps it rather straightforward, develops a chosen champion, and just keeps it in the back line. He didn't have anything extra for the additional acceleration cost, and perhaps doesn't want to just leave it vulnerable on the board, because Aurelia is a legend that could bring out a unit and ready it as soon as it comes out. Of course, it's a little early for that. It's a bit expensive to do that, but Fairvent hitting the board, and most likely just going to be passing it back to that Sivir.
Yeah, for Randy, I like developing the Sivir because it battles against potential Stellacorn. So if that was really what the plan was for Aurelia, this makes him kind of reconsider that. Also, can't just move it in for free if this Aurelia is just kind of just sitting there checking it. So, but I don't think there was a unit at all. So we're actually going to see the hand here, and it looks like, yeah, there was the Stellacorn there, and then uh, I think this sabotage is really going to get a card and a half here. And what I mean by that is the amount of value of that what Randy's going to know of these spells in hand is also going to have a non-zero amount of value throughout
Right.
the rest of this match. So, understanding what exactly you have to play around against these purple decks is part of how they are so tricky to play against at times. So having this information is really good, and also just knowing that the Aurelia player is just down to one threat once this Aurelia is gone too. Um, Just again, the information really
Oh,
being king here. Ooh, is that the signature spell?
that is, I believe, Call of the Hunt or something along those lines. Ready all your units, so perhaps trying to establish some strong board presence as this game progresses. And when you need it most, you go on the offensive with readying all your units, or maybe even on a retrieval type game plan against those Dravens. But it looks like it might have been the chosen target from that stack deck. Speaking of chosen targets, did you catch what was sabotage? Was it the fight or flight or the charm?
I think I saw the charm go down
Okay,
because
that makes sense.
the charm is just a really efficient way of dealing with a unit at some point, and it's the one that you kind of can't really, not that you can't play around it, but once that charm happens, there's a lot less things that you can do to when that gets played.
Yeah, and I do agree with that pick, but the Fizz coming down, looking to play another stack deck, so increasing the card advantage for the Silver player. This is the type of mid-range type of draw, advantage deck I was expecting to see more of in these Chinese regionals, because we've seen it in the likes of some other events, mainly from online events, and it had decent success. This is very similar. I believe it was the first or second Spiritforged event that we ran at Ruse and Rift. We had a Sivir take it all the way and be crowned champion. Granted, this is a slightly different variation, but it was running things like Fizz, it was running the seals, it was running the call shots, and it's very similar to what we're seeing here. I just don't think this Sivir player is running things like the Rasas perhaps, but call shot getting played out with this seal. And did he repeat it from a rune perhaps? I didn't get to catch it.
It does appear that he signaled that that's what he's doing, but I think he just didn't recycle the rune up until this point. So yeah, it is going to get repeated.
Yeah, talk about card economy. So much cards going into the hand of Randy and looking to be really impactful cards that confront. He seems to be on the aggressive game plan, pretty much trying to have his unit attack as they come out. So confront not only draws you one, but I think he decided to pick up the rebuke, which is a great card, is undefiable. And when Aurelia invests so much on equipping those units like a fair vent, a rebuke is quite disastrous. They have to invest so much resources to just get that back on the battlefield. So still yet to score a single point for the Sivir, but has done a lot. I wish we could see just how many cards he has been able to incur this game, because I'm willing to bet he has at least 6, maybe. Oh no, I guess there's only 4 cards in hand as he does a hand shuffle.
Yeah, I think if he either had a confront in his hand before or he took confront from that called shot. And I
Yeah.
believe the other cards in his hand are Ezreal, another called shot, and Fight or Flight.
Yeah, exactly right. Fight or flight, I'm seeing a call shot, I'm seeing the confront, and that looks to be a Ezreal champ. I think you're absolutely right. So 4 solid cards as Ezreal, or as Aurelia, getting her second point as she pushes. And we said it before when we looked at the hand from the sabotage. So many good cards on the side of Aurelia. This is going to be a really tough matchup for Sivir, but let's see how they're able to maneuver and handle this situation as the Ride the Wind does get played out, moving the Stellicorn over for a potential double draw. Make that a triple draw with the Dreaming Tree. You get one for the move, you get one for the move back to base, because it does become ready from the Ride the Wind. Talk about, we were just giving credit on the card advantage plays coming out from Sivir. That's what Aurelia is tend to be known for, and having a bit more cards, surprising enough, than Sivir.
Yeah, the difference here being is that Aurelia is conquering and gaining points while doing the draw a whole bunch of cards thing. So if I would have to pick one of the two right now, I like the Aurelia's position in their game plan of generating card advantage here. And it looks like it's going to be a couple of 1-cost spells that are going to be available. It's like the full array of Defy, Gust, and On Guard will be available for Aurelia. So
Yeah.
going to be a tough turn for Randy here.
It will be a tough turn now, and even in the future, we're seeing some great cards like the Fighter Flight. Most likely, I believe, was the hidden target there. And then we even see all Flash to keep that Fair Event protected later on. But let's see if something like an On Guard can keep her alive, because you will be going up to, I believe, 7 total on the defense. You do even get an additional draw from the Dreaming Tree, and at the very worst, you have the final safety net of a Fighter Flight. I'm willing to bet he's probably going to invest it on himself, because you want to prioritize having that fair event for the push forward plays, but keeping Fizz for trying to just get the first point online for Sivir, going to the Zone Warrens and saying, I'm going to look through my hand, but I don't think he could have done too much for just a single rune, honestly.
He could have gusted, not the best gust target in the world, but then again, the other gust target is something like Ezreal, which also, not the best gust target in the world. So, had the opportunity there, but I think at this point, this wasn't an impactful enough gust, and you also want to save Defy or On Guard here to make sure that your Aurelia doesn't get
when he
slaughtered.
does indeed have the Rasa, so very similar what we've seen, as I mentioned before, one of the decks that took it all the way and found himself being crowned the champion in early, I think the second Spiritforged Regional, or I'm saying regional because we're watching it, but the Spiritforged tournament that we hosted a couple weeks ago, maybe even a month ago now, funny enough. But Ezreal hasn't been fortunate to hit any scrap heaps. That is a net +2 or +3 draws, but having to discard one every single time from the Zone Warrens and from the chosen, or from the champion Ezreal's alone. I would imagine he's definitely running things like scrap heat. No, you think there's a world he doesn't have them?
I just have to assume that they're in the deck at this point, just because of the traveling merchants, the Ezreals, unless there would be something else. I mean, we have treasure trove in there. I have to imagine that 3 scrap heaps are in there before the first treasure trove. I guess there is a little bit of synergy there with the Sivir champion, but Fighter Flight was the hidden card. You were correct, and going to be using it defensively to bring back the Aurelia to draw a card from the Dreaming Tree too. So pretty full grip for Aurelia here.
Yeah, not too bad. At least Sivir able to conquer 2 points, put some points on the board. As we saw, that was the missing piece for Lux, completely taking out the game. And speaking of the card, the scrap heap will be revealed from that stack deck a little late, because you already got the Zone Warrens trigger the previous turn, or this turn I should say, and you already, I believe, have gone through all your Ezreals. There was one we saw from the stack deck that might be chilling at the bottom right now. And then there's one in the trash and one on the board. So I don't think there's too many other cards that discard from hand to fully capitalize on that net draw that Scrap Heat does indeed give you. At the minimum, you still do have Zone Warrens. We're only at 2 to 3, so you will be able to proc Zone Warrens as this game progresses, of course. But he probably does wish he had it slightly earlier, so most likely not going to be the pickup. Or was it? Because I think he does have a scrap heat in hand now. But let's see what is in the hand for Aurelia. The Sabotage took away the charm first time around. What is it going to be able to take out second time around? Similar cards, but a couple more targets there.
Another 4-spell, 1 dude hand. So if I'm Randy, the Gust is pretty low priority, the Flash is pretty low priority. So it matters if you value drawing an additional card off of the Discipline, or the value of an On Guard just being a single energy to cast. And it looks like we're going to go ahead and take out the Discipline.
Does make sense. A potential double draw plus an increase of 3 might on that fair event does make sense. Goes ahead and hides out a card. I didn't get to see what the potential hidden card could be. Did you, Corey? Was that just the Fighter Flight we might have seen earlier on?
It was the Fighter Flight, you're correct. So I believe that his hand is now, I think does he still have that called shot and then a scrap heap?
I see 2 called shots in the trash pile there, so perhaps it might just be a scrap heat, and the other card I can't remember, but just 2 cards despite filtering through his deck quite impressively. Look at the size of the trash pile, and that's not even with a minefield battlefield. That's just how much he's gone through. So digging deeply, probably has some of the cards he wishes he has in hand. He just doesn't have too many of them, of course. On the other side, despite getting sabotaged not once but 2 times, Aurelia able to keep up a decently healthy hand size. And now, speaking of hand size, at least you're going to get +1 for the Dreaming Tree, at the same time keeping your Silver Champion protected. So trying to see if there's a Defy, he said that can go through, not too impactful. At least I get a Conquer for this push.
It's also fun watching them play. Again, we know, there's a language barrier here, but the beauty of Riftbound is its own language, right? It's the universal language of just pointing things, point.
Yeah,
this,
very well
thumbs
said.
up.
Everyone understands what you're trying to do when you push up a unit to a battlefield. You know what a might increase can do. As long as you understand the cards, as you said, it is a bit of a universal language. Funny enough, funny that you put it that way.
So the On Guard gonna be paired with the Stellacorn to take the Zon Warrens. Yeah, we're gonna probably discard one of the cards that Randy knows about. Oh no, it's just gonna be the Poro.
Interesting. That was one of the newer cards that Randy did not know about. So Randy should have decently full information besides that secondary Titanium that just got picked off the top from the Zon Warrens. But Aurelia continuing on conquering both battlefields, it seems like, on each turn, going up to 5, feeling in a decently good position. I'm trying to think of what type of plays Silver can do to try to stabilize and slow down the game plan coming from Aurelia, because it looks very tough to do at the moment, especially when you consider you still have a flash to keep both of these units alive. On top of keeping both of these units alive, I mean, I was going to say you get a double draw from the Stellacorn, but you get the draw right now from the Tide Turner, which, did he draw? Yeah, he did draw, because that's a not so fast getting picked up.
Okay, I was gonna say why did we ready? Because we just want to move the Stellacorn and draw another card. I see, and then
Wow,
use the flash.
proactively gonna be using the flash. Forget about waiting for your opponent to push in. Just wants the double draw right now. This is an impressive amount of card advantage this Aurelia player is amounting for herself. I was impressed with Silver early on, but now I think Aurelia is just taking the cake and not stopping with this card draw prowess, I guess. And look at all the options now. You got a not so
Exactly.
triple, not so fast.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, no, that's the not so fast buddy.
Yeah, things are getting ridiculous in this game, but Randy keeping it cool, keeping it collective, trying to think of what can he do to try to turn things in his favor, because right now you are really behind in terms of points, and you don't really have that many cards available as options to do anything. On top of that, you don't have the most runes. Granted, you're going up to 6 now. You have about 3 power worth of resources with 1 gold and 1 seal. So what can they do? At the minimum, they know they get Rosses for free, because that discard pile is massive.
So I think I saw a Punch First, which I think actually might be one of Randy's best cards, because he can use it now on the Ezreal so that it doesn't get checked by the Gust, but he would have to use it not at a battlefield in order to do that. So,
and this is one way to look through a bit amount of more cards through your deck. That's going to be an impressive draw 3. Did he only draw 2 there? Oh, no. What am I talking about? It was his own Warrens. I thought it for some reason it was an Ezreal play. Just whenever I see Ezreal on the board, I'm like, yep, he's going to be drawing cards. But no, just a simple draw 2. I say simple, but still quite impactful as he picks up a challenge. And it looks to be another Rasa off those 2 hits there.
was that? No.
What do you think?
Does he have 3 treasure troves in this deck? Is that really what's happening?
It looks to be one right here, right now. Treasure trove,
so
and then killing it to get a draw, I believe. Is it a channel and a draw?
Yeah, we're just churning through this deck even more so. Because even if you recycle a rune from activating it, you can just get another treasure with the Sivir ability. So I don't think that we've seen too many treasure trove in the list of Sivir, but that does seem to kind of undo some of the power costs that you get from having to recycle so many runes with this deck.
You know, Corey, we were talking about what can Sivir do to try to stabilize and turn things around. It could be this same or this very next play. Of course, Fight or Flight could be making it rather difficult because something like a punch first, if you're able to get that resolve, but I mean, taking into consideration that there is a Fight or Flight, I guess you couldn't really do it because I was going to say if somehow you could bait out that final rune, I don't think there's an on guard anymore, but
I think the
oh,
on guard
wow.
was used before.
Wait, the
And
fight or flight.
what?
Wait, I am so confused. At the minimum, why won't you fight or flight your own Aurelia? I think there was a big misstep. That is exactly what Randy
Yeah,
needed. Losing your Fairmont is insane in this position. I wonder if that was a blunder. What was up with
yeah.
that?
The body language, the kind of swimming in the chair. Like, but he just looked at the fight or flight a second ago. So I don't. Did he? Is it because they traded and he just said, you know what, forget it. Like, let me just get your dude off the board. But here comes the old confront Rasa combo.
You know, Chad was saying he's worried about the hard bargain, but if you play so hard around a certain card, he has it. If you force him to have it, he either has it or he doesn't have it. If you're just gonna full on play around it like he does, then he always has it. You have to force him to have it in that scenario because the fight or flight is going to the trash either way. Force him to defy it. Force him to hard bargain, I should say. That was interesting because at the minimum, you get a +1 draw just for targeting your unit, and things are looking up and up from here. Challenge looking to get defined if there's a defined hand, but there is none to be found. This is the very moment Randy was looking for. Ross is going to be taking down the Stellacorn, the second most impactful card from the Aurelia deck, and the Dreaming Tree to get a +1 draw from Challenge. This is the pivotal turn of this game one. I am loving what I'm seeing this turn from Sivir.
Yeah, Randy got a nice opportunity here and really took advantage of it while also
benefiting a bit from a blunder. But I do think not XY. I'm realizing what his name is. Not XY99. He's been playing relatively tight up until this point, so I'm still kind of going through the motions in my head as to why he maybe would want to make that trade as opposed to keeping his Aurelia. So
You're so right. He hasn't been playing super sharp, so there has to be some kind of method to that madness of a choice. But I can't think of one, honestly. It just seems like a straightforward misplay. Perhaps there was a miscommunication in terms of language. Like he said, I'm passing my prio, but perhaps he's like, I passed my prio too, and then you go into combat. I think there was some kind of miscommunication. There had to be.
yeah, and it's not like he completely forgot about it. He literally just looked at it like 4 seconds prior to remember that it was in fact a fight or flight that he had hit there. So, oh yeah, nice. The judge is really getting that one, making sure that Rasa comes into play ready from the confront.
Yeah, not that it'll make too much of a difference here, but that's going to be an impressive 12 might holding down the Dreaming Tree. Titan are only with 2 might. Luckily, you have a couple bit of might increases. You have the on guard to enable that Titan to be swinging in for 4, but it looks like you won't get the value draw from the Dreaming Tree, of course, as you're not going to be taking down that battlefield. This is the very moment Aurelia realizes I might have slipped up a teeny bit. I let go of my most impactful card you needed to put to keep progressing your game state. And the Fairvent is now in the trash. At the minimum, I do see a Draven Audacious. He's able to make some big plays as well. But without the lack of a ride the win I'm seeing, it's going to be a little tough to do so. You know, those 3 not so fast, feeling a little heavy in his hand, it feels like.
Yeah, I don't think there's been a single thing that we've done so far to target any units so far, right? So yeah, this is not the Lux matchup when it comes to how well those not so fast perform. So, but we're gonna use the On Guard to get over the Ezreal
I can imagine we're must discard one of these not so fast, right? Okay, yeah. So cash us in for a new card from the Zon Warrens.
Yeah, not too bad. We are talking about
Ooze.
going up to 6 conquer points. So Noxie feeling okay about that. You just need to make a final push. Unluckily for him, you can't get from 6 up to 8 with that Draven Audacious. But if you can hold with the Tide Turner, you can go from 7 to 8, of course, with Audacious. So perhaps you play the Draven, attach the boots, trigger Aurelia Legend, push forward. But we are still talking about 12 might to take down. A bit of a tall task, and then Sivir still has a whole turn after this one to try to establish a bit more battlefield / board presence in general. Things are looking a little tricky as Boots of Swiftness hits the board. Is he gonna be looking to attach the boots onto Tide Turner, you feel like?
Yeah, it's an option at this point. However, I mean, 12's a lot of booty to get through, so I don't know how much ganking is really going to help you here. I guess I'm trying to see where... Okay, yeah, I guess we're just going to be setting up for a future turn then.
It looks like it just a Tide Turner getting played out. And now Randy going up to 5 points, has plenty of rooms to work with. And let's see what's left in the hand, because he always has his hand face down as he pays close attention to his opponent. That's a double punch first, a Sabotage, and the third Raza. So Sabotage trying to take out one of these cards as he's completely tapped out. So perfect opportunity, but wait a second. The punch first? Just to what is he just to the draw one, because you know this is same colors as Misfortune, but you're not able to gank over. Or am I missing something? Does he just want to simply get the draw and the gold?
That appears to be it based on what's in his hand right now. So I think we probably could have... Oh, and now we're playing the scrap heap.
This looks like a lack of unit problem. He doesn't have any units to try to play out on this basis, try to push Tide Turner. This could be exactly what Aurelia needed from the Sivir player. If Tide Turner is able to hold, Boots of Swiftness should allow him to push forward, and Sabotage only able to hit spells. So Audacious is safe. Audacious goes up to 8 might. Tide Turner swings it for 10. So you're just one shy, but what if you top deck a Defiant Dance? There could be a world, but I guess there's a punch for his number 2, so never mind. This is tricky for Aurelia, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen Randy Sabotage first to see what we were up against before we decided to cash that punch first in for a card. But it's going to be called shot here.
And did he end up picking up the Fizz? I didn't get to see. I looked away for a slight second because he could be a double called shot if he plays out a Fizz with the 4 remaining energy, of course. But you know, whenever you're in a situation where you have to play out a scrap heat, you know your hand, despite going through so many cards this game, is not feeling too good. And, you know, funny enough, still trying to find some answers to this board. Picks up, oh, I didn't get to see it, but he picked up something good because he picked it immediately at that.
Yeah, we may actually be getting back to, as you can see that Randy is crossing cards out. We're actually getting back to the part of the deck that he knows what some of these cards are. That's how much he's churned through his deck with all of these called shots, draws, discards, stack decks, you know, everything there. So that third Ezreal is going to be back somewhere, the one that we saw go to the bottom.
Right.
But for now, it's just going to be Rasa number 3. So Randy has effectively had access to every card in his deck that he has wanted so far.
And it looks like we've seen the majority, if not the entirety, of his deck. So Rastas are one of the only units. The Ezreals, as you pointed out, are the other units. But other than that, what else does he have to try to push and conquer battlefields? What other unit am I missing? I know the Fizz is on top of that. Fizz, Ezreal, Rasas. Are those literally the only units, or traveling merchant? I
I,
guess.
Traveling merchant. I don't know if did we see Purple Draven get discarded earlier. I don't remember if that might have just been an Ezreal, and I'm starting to lose it here a little
Yeah,
bit.
I know. The long breaks, not the super long breaks, but I know this is weird hours to cast, right? We're from the US, so we're trying to host and cast these Chinese regionals, so it definitely throws us off a little bit. But speaking of the Draven, the Audacious comes down. Did he pick up something like a might increase card, any kind of combat tricks, any kind of buffs? Oh, how was I able to call that? Almost a little bit of a
Yeah,
manifestation. The Defiant Dance does get picked up, but we do know what's in the hand of Randy. And there is indeed a punch first, because in a world that wasn't a punch first, I think Aurelia could have won on this very turn.
yeah. A good point in chat from Sky. The On the Hunt is got to be coming back up here pretty soon.
True. We did see it go to the bottom in one of these earlier turns and doesn't want to risk it. Knowing the most amount of points the silver player can get up to is 7 points, just tries to establish and tries to pick up some kind of counter for the following turn, because all you need to do to get from 7 to 8 is simply win a combat with Audacious. So you have Defiant Dance, you have a not so fast for something like a challenge, something like, I think that's about it. So you can protect it one time, because he does end up picking up a challenge. I think it's a punch first, a challenge, and I haven't seen those last two remaining cards. Can you kind of make of what those two cards could be?
I was actually looking at the clock and noticing that I think we're actually coming up on passing the top 64 match this time in just game one. But last rights. Oh, that's actually enormous, because now we can just start recycling back our units, and we can just make our deck be whatever we want.
Yeah, you're pretty much playing from two decks at that point. So the Ezreal, the Fizz, the Sivir, which probably more impactful late game than it is early on. So that might be a likely target. Ezreal number 2, and then a Traveling Merchant, the least valuable of all those we said. So man, going through the graveyard, or I should say trash, and looking to see what can he decide to pick out. I think at this point he's looking at the Fizz. He's saying if Fizz comes around, what kind of spells can he pick up from the trash as well? Challenge is a likely one. Those stack decks and the cost shots looking to be pretty valuable as well. So things are looking good as he goes ahead and recycles 2 to attach the last right. And on this Conquer, he's going to trigger Zone Warrens. But oh, I like this double call shot back in the deck. Randy understands exactly what he wants to see back in there, so he could hopefully draw him as he keeps putting cards towards the bottom. But at this point, I think he's out of cards that kind of put cards at the bottom. They should all be in the trash or in his hand. So he might not be seeing those call shots in this game one.
I think it's just going to be at a point where Randy's not going to doesn't feel like he's going to run out of units until a point where, well, I guess that kind of doesn't really exactly. No, my logic there is not right, but I would think you would want to start putting units back onto the bottom, because I don't know what you would
Interesting.
be. I don't know what you'd be called shotting for at that point. So
Doesn't go for the straightforward conquer, wants to try to hold the Dreaming Tree, stopping Aurelia from the double conquer that they potentially need. But of course, Audacious makes it a little interesting. But now you're holding down the Dreaming Tree with 18 total might. Make that 20 because of the last right, of course. And I believe that should be a fight or flight on top of that. So Randy feeling good. But my question is, how is he going to move his way over to the other side? Is it something like a Fizz to replay a Confront?
yeah, I think that would only let something enter ready. So he would also have to play another unit after that.
True. I mean, he would
which
have to have a unit, but it looks like he's lacking in terms of unit of cores, unless we did see the signature spell. Was that one of the cards he has in hand? Or maybe he did the math and it might be one of the cards he is likely to pick up very soon. As we said before, he has gone through a good amount of his deck, looking through the cards that he put towards the bottom earlier in this game. And Call of the Hunt was one of them. If he pushes back all the Rasas, Call of the Hunt, and then push on forward, that's exactly the double conquer play he needs. But trying to see a bit more cards, pushing the Tide Turner. And is there something like a ride that went, no, going for the challenge play? You know, those are good cards, but those are the only cards for Sivir. Things are getting impressively close here in this late game.
Yeah, Pip makes a good point. You can fizz to Fafa Rasa back and then conquer.
True. And I love these plays coming out from Sivir. You get the +1 for the Dreaming Tree, and you get the gold from using a recycled rune. And now you got a stacked deck, so that's another card you could play on your opponent's side if they try to... and was the target the Tide Turner there? I didn't get to see the chosen target. It looked like he pointed at Tide Turner. I'm assuming it's trying to stop the showdown.
Yeah, I believe that's who he targeted. I think... No, he says okay.
And remembering to ready the Sivir player, this Sivir or Randy knows exactly how to play a Sivir. A lot of players forget that secondary text that you are able to ready it if an enemy unit dies. So Tide Turner does get the conquer, which makes it a whole lot easier for Randy to most likely hold with the triple Rasas. But as I say that, that's a double. Oh, no. I thought there was 2 Defiant Dances there. But even with 2, you go up 4. What is that? You go up to 12. And then you bring the 18 down by 4, so 14. But then you got to worry about the... Oh, no, it looks like Ross is already at -2 because of the Tide Turner damage. So maybe you trade evenly, but things are looking rather rough for Aurelia. I'm just curious to see how Ross is going to make their way over to Zon Warrens. But I think like chat was saying, the FOF into the base, into push forward, might be the likely way of doing that.
Yeah, the On the Hunt is really nice since it can get around Defy. We don't know, or Randy doesn't know that XY doesn't have Defy, but...
Oh, I kind of caught wind of the game plan. He's trying to double push. But at the same time, if you double push, you might lose the game. But, oh, going into the Zon Warren instead of just try to do a bit what Sivir was trying to establish, hold the battlefield for the win, and making it a whole lot tougher because you could only fight or flight one of those Rasas. One Rasa is just not going to be enough. But is a Rasa with a punch first going to be enough? You go up to 11. With the last right, you go up to 13. What's down there? It's 6 plus the 2, 8 plus the 1, 9 plus the 2, 11. So the last right being the difference maker there. Perhaps Randy wins it right here, right now. But there is, I think, another Defiant Dance remaining for Aurelia. So things are looking rather tricky to try to close things out for Randy.
Yeah, I think this is going to end up feeling and looking all really good and close for Randy, but then it's going to be the Defiant Dance that's going to end up being the exact...
Oh, and you know, because of the hold, the last right gets to bring back the Fizz to start off the turn. What is going to be the likely target for the Fizz? Is it going to be a challenge? Is it going to be a call shot to just look through more cards? And it looks to be a sabotage. So you have the full perfect picture of what Aurelia could have. So, oh, Defiant Dance does get played out at reaction speed because that was most likely the target. Because the other ones, what is not so fast going to be able to do here in this situation? So that's a perfect sabotage. But not the best, I guess, when everything's said and done. But at the minimum, you kind of force him to reveal his hand early in terms of like playing the Defiant Dance so you could play around it, of course.
So now all of those Rosses are going to end up being 6 power, so... Alright, not so fast down, and the green light here for Randy. which his last card is, we have Stack Deck and Punch first left, right?
I believe you still go for it. Yes, with the punch first, you trade 11 to 11 because you leave Aurelia with no units available. You saw the Stellarcorn in hand. Stellarcorn's just a single unit, able to push forward on one battlefield, and definitely not able to take down 12 might on the Dreaming Tree battlefield. Going and holding for victory is the game of the name. It is the winning play line for Sivir. So it does exactly as we were all anticipating, the fight or flight to bring things back. And Stack Deck, does he have a different line? Let's look at the top three, and it's gonna be a Ezreal get to pick up. Let's see if he draws even more cards, because the Call of the Hunt makes things way easier. And I think we're saying it wrong as he retreats every Rasa. I think he's making sure he picks up the hunt there.
Yeah, he must know now that he has it. However many cards now down it is.
Wow, plays out the second Fizz, brings out the cold shot. So if he hasn't found on the hunt, he's definitely going to be finding it right here, right now. And there it is,
There it
Corey,
is.
on the
Yep.
hunt. He held to
Whatever
7.
these two are, who cares? Yep.
Oh my
right.
goodness, who would have thought the on the hunt
Ta-da!
would be how things would get closed out for this game number 1.
Wow. At the 40th minute.
Yeah,
On the hunt.
phenomenal. 40-minute game 1. Corey, I apologize if you're getting a little bit fatigued or tired. Let me know if you need a break or step out or anything. But let's see if we can finish this best of 3 series of this round of top 32, because that was an impressive match between a Sivir. We have yet to see this type of variant of Sivir in these regional series, so I am so happy to see it on display and taking down the Aurelia that, as we said, was playing very cleanly in that top 64 match. But yeah, Deanna, 40-minute game 1 is insane. You guys see now why the breaks take so long, because sometimes 3 40-minute games, we're talking about 120-minute. Wait, no, that would be a 2-hour game. I hope we don't have that. That would be crazy. But I never seen On the Hunt come in as clutch as we just saw right there.
I mean, I wouldn't mind watching 2 hours of that. I mean, that was beautifully navigated by Randy, and I think all but maybe one mistake for XY. So, I mean, just two players who know their deck very well and certainly know and understand what's important in the matchup. So while, you know, we have seen some less than stellar play in the past, this is already shaping up to be one of the better top 64 matches of the past couple weekends.
I couldn't agree more. You know, the Sivir might have what it takes to keep on pushing forward. If we have a Sivir in the grand finals, everyone's going crazy, putting Sivir on the map. This is a Sivir, as I mentioned before, no one has really taken into consideration out in the Chinese meta. We've seen it out here in the West a couple times, but just now out there. And in chat, they're saying, why not flash with first Fizz? I don't think he had flash. You're talking about the purple card flash? I don't think Sivir's running flash.
I don't think there was a flash on the Sivir side, no.
And to Siege's point, Randy had an excellent understanding of what every card in his deck towards the late game was. That's where nodes comes into play so much so, right? He was taking into place that I put these cards at the bottom, just like me and Core were talking about. We saw the On the Hunt get put towards the bottom very early on. So Randy knew if he stacked deck, called shot, there was a really high likely chance you're going to be drawing it. He probably knew like 100% certainty that he was going to end up drawing it, honestly. And that ended up being the closer for Sivir. I assume a purple deck would run at least one IB. Yeah, it's a great card, but not so much in Sivir, I want to say. And yeah, Leroy, I think he counted, right? He was definitely counting through his deck. Check him PC. Wait, Leroy, check him PC. What does that mean? No, you mean he was coward counting legally. Legally, it was like counting his cards. Absolutely. And Lives in a Box saying, I do think Silver did have Flash, but I don't know if it was, oh, Live in a Box, did he have Flash? Maybe me and Corey missed it, but maybe a 1 of Flash is decent. I mean, it's a great card. You do want to keep your units safe, but it seems more like an Annie Aurelia card than it is a Silver card.
Yeah, the Flash would have been nice there too to just bring back those Razas, but I think we wanted to go for the full style play that we committed to, which was the ready everybody with the On the Hunt.
Yeah, and he did just that. I'm wondering though, do you remember, Corey, was Aurelia or was it Silver on the play that game number 1? Was it Traveling Merchant that hit the board first? I'm trying to think back.
It was, yeah, Randy was on the play because we had the sneaky deckhand all the way back 40
Right.
minutes ago. Yesterday for us, that was when that sneaky deckhand was played.
Right. Meaning
An
we are
entire other
past
month
midnight.
ago, last month that sneaky
Wow.
deckhand got played.
I cannot believe that a whole month ago that sneaky deckhand got played out. But you know, I remember, aren't you up in
months.
How cold is it right now up there? Because I think Rav, one of our casters yesterday, was saying it was getting like 4 degrees, or how cold is it up right now in Boston?
Yeah, it's cold as balls. It's really cold. Yeah.
Oh man, I could only imagine.
I don't know the temperature, but yeah, and we're about to get hit by a foot of snow again in the next like 24 hours. So yeah.
Yeah, because it's surprisingly cold for being in Florida. Like, I know it's not cold to you. It's probably t-shirt weather for you, but here we've been getting for the first time in a very long time near the 20s or something like that. So definitely, hey, Cole and over on YouTube saying I'm in Boston, so you got a fellow Bostonian there.
Hey.
It's real feel of 9 in Northeast Florida. Yeah, name's a Teddy. Feels like I'm back in North Dakota. I'm like, wait, Delaware, New Delaware?
That's cool.
North Dakota, right.
I feel like North Dakota is a different kind of cold.
Right. I'm lucky. I've never. I don't know if I want to live in one of those states eventually, but it is cool to have a little bit of a change of pace, of course. But I'm not big. I've been in Florida the majority of my life, and being Colombian, I think it's in my blood to be like towards the equator, so we don't mess around with all the coldness. But let's get back to this game number 2. Aurelia most likely will be on the play. We saw how impactful that signature spell was. Now we get to see how these sideboard techs come into play in this game number 2, as both elected to pick a Obelisk of Power. There's gonna be a whole lot of runes in this game.
Yeah, this is kind of wacky. Are they? Do you know? Are they? Is it open deck lists for these tournaments?
I think top cut it is most likely. At least it was in season 2, because they reveal some of the deck lists in between the break. But you know, with that in mind, we haven't seen any deck lists revealed in these breaks, so perhaps this is closed deck list this time around, honestly.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what I mean. I think I understand the going second Obelisk decision, but the going first Obelisk, like, I don't. I think I'm overthinking all of this, but.
I mean, at the very least, you're going to be starting off with 4 cards or 4 runes on the play. Doesn't feel too bad to bring out a Stellarcorn Herder as early as turn 1. We see a Fight or Flight, but we've seen that sneaky deckhand.
It's sneaky deckhand!
Right.
Just always there.
And that sneaky deckhand might very well be getting him 2 points, because scoring on the first turn, how are you going to be pushing forward? Funny enough, because you have 5 runes, we saw this before.
No!
You can accelerate.
No, we missed it. No. The new rules say that we can. As long as we got it within that turn, right? Is those new rules?
I would hope it's a global new rule, because that is the new rules. Randy drew a card before channeling the extra 5th rune. But with that 5th rune in mind, are you ambitious enough to push in accelerated with the chosen champion, or is that a little bit too crazy for early on?
I mean, I think the only way. I mean, well, I guess the sabotage is gonna let us find out for sure. Oh wait, no, because then we can't accelerate anymore. So, in on guard trading, might have just sort of potentially spelled disaster for Randy, depending on his hand. Uh,
Not
we
the best
got
hand after the sabotage. You're left with a defy, define, a fight or flight. As we saw, Charm was the likely target because he chose it, and it does get recycled down to the bottom of the deck. So that hand is not too impressive for Aurelia, despite having so many runes to work with. If he doesn't draw into a unit, Sneaky Deckhand, it's a good unit, but it's a good unit for the first 1-2 turns. Having accelerate potential from the chosen champion should more than likely be able to close things out for the Sneaky Deckhand. So now with 4 runes, do you just play, oh, the action, most likely a sideboard piece from Sivir?
Yeah, and Sneaky Deckhand is going to have a lot being asked of him right now for just a single pirate. So no Ride the Wind in hand, Discipline being the draw. So we're not going to be able to do some aggressive, conquering and holding with the Sneaky Deckhand like we saw against Lux. We're just going to deploy our only other threat. And this is, 2 points early for Aurelia, but certainly not what the doctor ordered. But we do have every spell under the sun to protect this Aurelia, so we might just see a little bit of a protect the president here for the next few turns, and that might end up being good enough.
Wow, the double sabotage. Aurelia doesn't like taking cards away from her, and that is exactly what Sivir has in mind. But the Defy, I guess he's protecting the Discipline in hand because there's only one additional card that Randy doesn't know of. So the Defy does get, in a sense, baited out. You don't have a Defy later on for a challenge. Of course, there is the second Defy. We saw it, but you don't have 2 Defies for 2 different type of plays, and it looks like it will be a called shot. Usually a whole lot more fruitful when you have that Ezreal champion, but a called shot able to get you at minimum 1 card, potentially even 2 cards, because I think he did repeat it. I saw 2 go down.
Yeah, it was definitely repeated. So we see Scrap Heap and a second Fighter Flight. So we're going to take the Scrap Heap, and maybe we can find an Ezreal off of this is the hope. See a Rasa and a stack deck. So I think we're going to probably pop this stack deck off, look for another unit to play.
Yeah, Randy has been piloting this fantastically this whole best of 3 series long as we're approaching the 50-minute mark, nice and early into this game number 2. And off that stack deck was a called shot of Fizz and a Fighter Flight. Great cards. You necessarily don't want to put any of them back, but if you had to pick one of those 3, I'm kind of leaning towards, knowing him, he probably wants to get more draw. So perhaps it looks to be the likely target. Called shot getting put into the hand. So Fizz and the Fighter Flight will be at the bottom. Let's see if he puts those notes down. Yeah, look at him. He's putting every card he puts to the bottom on his notepad. So writing Fizz and Fighter Flight, taking the most amount of notes I think any player from these Chinese regionals have really taken advantage of. I'm impressed.
So one thing I'm noticing, well, yeah, first the Fizz Sabotage is going to be pretty good here, or stack deck even. Randy is probably writing down the card names. Not probably. He's writing them down either in English or French, which his opponent can't read them because normally in a tournament you could just look over your opponent's deck, little notepad over there and see what cards they didn't choose to put back on the bottom, and that could give you some information or maybe even help deduce what they may have taken. But since they're all being written in a language he just doesn't know, there's no information that's being leaked here from that, so he really can just write them down in the full card names that he knows them as, and won't really be at risk of what you normally would at a tournament where everybody does speak the same language. So that's actually kind of funny.
You make a really good point. Funny enough, the untimed rules here in top 32 or in the top cut in general really benefiting Randy, because honestly, if he was taking the time like he's been doing in this one game in the Swiss rounds, he would most likely be looking at a tie. Of course, in this position where he's up by one, perhaps he would have won either way, but taking notes down for every single card does bite into the timer, of course, but because these are untimed, taking full advantage, it might as well, right? If it's available to you, it's not against the rules to do so. Randy giving a thumbs up, saying that is going to be a conquer for you, going up to 3 points. So going up and up 4 is right the halfway perfect mark, especially when you're faced off against an opponent that's at 0. Aurelia feeling good, but something's telling me that Randy still feels like he is in control of this game, as the hard bargain does indeed get picked up. But I honestly don't see any other good cards in hand. I think the only units he's going to be able to have is that chosen champion. But let's go ahead and see if he goes ahead and plays another called shot with the gold and with the rune there.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what is going to happen. Oh, we got the seal first, actually, and then I think we're going to do that. I'm not sure what the question might be here.
I think there was missed sequence. You had to get the gold first for recycling the rune, and then you play the seal, perhaps? Or no, you play the seal because you recycle the rune and then the gold. Either way, it ends up being the same result, getting the seal out, wasting or spending a gold, I should say. And now you're looking at the top 2 cards. If it doesn't eat the defy, but he doesn't mind, because a defy here means there's most likely not going to be another defy anytime soon, as 2 have been removed from this game number 2. There's only 1 more remaining in the deck for Aurelia. That's not too bad, because challenges are a great card later on once you have those Rosses online. So that doesn't feel too bad. A called shot, you wish you could have played it out, of course, but you are taking some important key cards from your opponent as well. But I think Aurelia, he had to do it, right? Getting 2 more cards in hand for Sivir, especially considering the cards he currently has in hand, would have been really, really essential for Sivir to have. So I think you had to defy there, despite being your only green rune, it looks like.
Yeah, with knowing your opponent knows you have the defies, also they do lose a little bit of value. But we're going to send both the units into Sneaky Deckhand. So starting off with the Discipline. Thinking about the hard bargain here, but not likely to play it.
Does get resolved, so draws 1, picks up the 3rd defy. That doesn't have any calm runes to use it, of course, but could use it down the line, as these 5, actually 6 total purple runes might be the majority of all of the rune deck in general. I wouldn't be surprised like a 6-6 split, maybe actually 7-5, but I don't know. Yeah, you do tend to run a bit more chaos because of those rebukes. Or what other purple cards am I thinking?
You've got the Ride the Winds. You've got the Dravens.
Okay. I mean, probably nice and even split, 6-6. So it could just be the calm cards coming out after these next couple turns. But let's see. Are they trying to hold? Because Action's at 4. Fizz is attacking for 3. So total of 7. But pushing back the Action, making it 4-3. Allowing the Sneaky Deckhand to hold. And that's going to be a hold up to 6. Aurelia is getting awfully close of closing things out in an impressive way as well, because Sivir hasn't managed to score a single point. Very reminiscent of that game 1 we saw in the Lux player, right? So let's see if Sivir can do a little bit better this time.
I think you're going to see a repeated hard bargain here. I think the longer the game goes and the more runes. Oh, no, maybe not. Looks like we're just going to let it happen.
Yeah, I'm really not seeing a position out of this for Sivir. You can't even accelerate out your champion, so just decides to play it out on the board. You do have to pay 1 rune for that, as you've seen him recycle. So there's opponent saying like, wait a second, are you going to recycle? Oh, he had 1 floating, of course, but he still has to recycle his only chaos. Luckily, he has a seal. Luckily, he has the gold. And on the hunt one more time, we saw it do wonders in game 1, trying to push it forward because he used 2 bodies I think it's just 2 power in general to get the +2, no?
Yeah, because you can use either one. But yeah, we're down to 1 rune now on Randy's side, so real desperation here. But I think even with the discipline, this wouldn't be enough, right? Because this is 4,
4 and 6,
10.
right? So swinging in with 10, and then Aurelia with the discipline would go up to 7. And 4 goes spending the discipline, knowing that you couldn't win the conquer either way, so keeping a bit more cards. Sivir going to be conquering up to 1. We were wondering when his first point was going to come online, and now Sneaky Deckhand, the only card or only unit, I should say, available to him. We saw that's exactly where Sivir started turning things around when he left Aurelia with just a single unit, a single low might unit at that, available on his turn. And it looks to be that he's put himself in that position one more time, or put his opponent in that position. Defiant Dance to try to ready the Sneaky Decky, and he's just trying to close this game out ASAP, trying to conquer where he can. And your opponent's completely tapped out. Is that just a single rune I'm seeing from Sivir? Wow.
Yeah, Sneaky Deckhand is once again just scoring every point this game for Aurelia. And once we remember it, we're going to go up to 6. He was just so excited to do the thing that he just didn't even score the point.
Yeah, doesn't remember. I think that, as you said, the Sneaky Deckhand might have scored 4 points out of the 6, maybe even 5 points out of the 6, because the Fairbank, I remember, might have just conquered 1 time. But having to do what you're forced to do, having to hard cast the scrap heat just to draw 1. But how are you pushing forward with a single rune? This is where the rune economy coming as a detriment for Sivir. You don't have anything to push up on this board. Sneaky Deckhand holding for 7, and we saw exactly this play before. Not with the Tide Turner, but you could have moved it back, ready with the Defiant Dance, either or. It ends up being a game 2 victory for Aurelia. We are headed ourselves into a game number 3.
Well, that was half the time of the first game, so we did speed it up quite a bit in the post board game. But yeah, being the double obelisk game was about as weird as I thought it was going to be. Both players were able to just kind of...
Chat saying 7-1, anticlimactic, something like that. I think Sivir was right on the edge if it had a couple more runes, because the Sneaky Deckhand and the Tide Turner, they're not too impressive, but I think they were just really pushing the pace, similar to how they were doing against the Lux player. They just didn't give any kind of window of opportunity for the Sivir player. So I think that was just Aurelia playing it very clean, very sharp, understanding the matchup, knowing that you are on the play, trying to capitalize from being on the play. And Sivir, maybe not having the cards available because of the Defy call shot. Was that perhaps the winning line, Corey?
Yeah, the Defy being able to effectively take away... It was basically a draw 2, right? And you also it cost for cycling a rune and a treasure. So I think it was a good aggressive Defy there. You're so far ahead that I think a card like Called Shot would let them find a card, not only that they'd want to Defy, but then another card after that. So kind of just cashing that one in while he still could for something that was of high value, because at that point I think he's just probably thinking, hey, what else am I really gonna Defy from here? Whatever he finds from these call shots is not likely gonna be able to get defied, so let me just stop him right here.
Yeah, and it made sense, and it looks like it was the proper play. And Mayday over on YouTube saying, any cool Lee Sin decks? Mayday, I wish, man. I really wish I could say yes. But Lee Sin is nowhere to be found. I believe he was actually the least represented deck in the Dalian Regional, coming in at only 2 players, bringing them in out of the 510 players playing in today's regional, or in this weekend's regional, I should say. There was only literally 2 Lee Sins out of those 510. So yeah, Mayday, Lee Sin, nowhere to be found. You have to break the meta with him. You have to see if you can make it work. And Son of Thanos, good to see you. My feeling when I play Scrap Heat on table, yeah, Thanos, you don't want to do that, right? So you kind of get the picture of what position the Sivir player was at. Whenever you have to hard cast a Scrap Heat, you're not feeling good. You are not feeling too good. Much rather, and you know, that actually is a good point. He kept the Scrap Heats. A lot of the game plan we've seen from the likes of like Annie with the Scrap Heat package, whenever you move away from the Zon Warren's battlefield, you kind of take advantage of siding out Scrap Heats and putting in good sideboard cards, but perhaps really likes to draw 3. I mean, who doesn't like to draw 3 with the Ezreal champion? But I think that's the only card that discards. Or can you think of another card that would discard for Sivir?
They still have Traveling Merchant, and it also could just be that there are either not enough cards to side in or not enough cards to side out for the matchup, that some number of Scrap Peeps are kept in. But there is still, 6 of those cards, and you're going to see those cards basically every game. We saw how much these purple decks how many cards they're able to see. So you'll be able to see the discard outlets for sure.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, like we said, at the minimum, a draw 3 from those Ezreals is always an impactful play. And Mayday saying, I saw there's a Protect the King deck viable. Mayday, bring it out. You got to show us. You got to show us at one of these events, or bring it to one of our weekly tournaments coming up soon. Lee Sin should have reaction speed buffs. That could help him. Luis Gonzalez saying that. That could probably help him out a little bit. Cellsonger, Lee Sin be nice. On the champion, what would you get from that? That you get 2 buffs? No, Cellsonger, you wish it would be Cellsonger on the legend to get 2 buffs, but or what is he talking about, Corey? Does that make sense?
Or what is the orange one? Gives +2 to buff units. Is that what the orange one does?
True. So I guess +4. I think they're saying if you could buff 2 times. But Thanos, I think Friday is the last regional, so I'm probably going to be doing the same thing I'm doing now, unless... No, yeah, because the regional will start at 9, so I don't think I'm going to be able to go to cool stuff. But I will be at some of the ones throughout the week. I think Sunshine, Oblivion. I got to check again, but I'll be at some. I'll be at some for sure. But guys, let's see if we are... let's see what this game number 3 is going to bring to the table. It looks like a Sigil of the Storm trying to slow down the game plan for Aurelia. Wasn't too successful in the round of top 64 for the Lux player. But this is a totally different deck, a totally different player, very mindful of every play he does, very intentional with these plays, I want to say. So I think Randy looking to have a play advantage. So hopefully he can make full use of being on the play, like I said. But Aurelia, no slouch herself, right? They've been playing really well. This has turned out to be a really impressive top 32 match.
Yeah, if there was, if we're gonna be watching, sitting around waiting till these guys to finish anyway, we might as well get at least to watch the match. So we went from the fastest of the top 64 matches, I'm sure, till probably one of the last top 32 matches to be shown. Won't need a backup match after this one, that's for sure.
Yeah, I don't mind. Might as well head us directly into the next round, keep things moving along in the best way they can with just back-to-back featured matches. But as we said, Sivir will be indeed on the play. Does he have something like he had the first time with that Traveling Merchant? Pays 2 and does indeed have the Fortune Traveling Merchant, because it does sting a little bit to be on the play and not hit your 2 costs, but not in that situation right now. So it feels rather good as you are able to put up a point as early as that turn 2.
Oh, disaster. No sneaky deckhand.
Got a little bit too lucky a couple of times. Lonely Poro, not the worst card. Does have that Death Knell draw 1 when he dies. But now, does he have a Scrappy? That is a triple stack deck. Probably going to be playing one of those stack decks to look into that deck, perhaps draws into the scrap heap, because that would be kind of like a draw. But Discord draws first, takes out one of the traveling merchants. And Ezreal, great pickup there.
Hey, can you not do that, please? Thank you. Sorry, my cat.
It's okay.
The Ezreal, let's not forget, also has that secondary text ability of with the called shot. So now, if we wanted to fire this called shot off at some point, it's not going to hurt nearly as much. And maybe finding a seal or something from this. Okay, so again, we know that this on the hunt is what, 43 cards down.
Well, no, the whole deck is 39, right? But something, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Oh yeah, 33. I thought I said 43. I said 43. I meant 33.
I gotcha.
But I think it's even. Anyway, I'm not gonna be trying to do math at 1 o'clock in the morning anymore.
Right.
But I still do like. Okay, I was gonna say that I kind of like playing the Ezreal here. I kind of like to have a second unit. But now we're gonna get the scrap heap.
Doesn't feel too bad, because did he indeed pick up that Ezreal champ, or did he put it back? Oh, no, he drew it off his own warrant, so there is one. So he does have a potential third draw, or a potential 3-draw play coming forward, but we says triple stack deck, might as well just deploy him all out when you can. 2 treasure troves and a hard bargain. Not bad hits, but honestly not what he was most likely looking for. Decides to pick up the hard bargain to try to counter one of the counters from Aurelia later on in this match. But at the minimum does score 1, but honestly not the most impactful turn 1. But I think the simple fact that you look through so many cards, 9 cards from your deck, funny enough, I didn't see him take any notes. Did you, Corey?
I did see him take a couple. I didn't see him write down all of them though. I wonder why that may be. I think he may it may be a. I don't know. I'm again not gonna pretend to know why. I think I would understand that, but maybe the most important card knowing down there is the on the hunt.
Right. So maybe he's taking really slight notes. He's realizing this is a 70-minute game, so perhaps trying to speed things up. But Fair Vent hitting the board, looking to not do too much, so passing the turn. But now it is most likely time for this Ezreal champion to come online. And we saw the scrap heap, so looking at 3 cards. But first things first, you have to get your own chosen champ onto the board. Foregoes the accelerate cost, does get a gold because of the silver legend, and just setting up a similar story as what the Aurelia champion did. The challenge coming out. It is at +6, doing 6 to the 4. The Fair Vent going down as soon as it comes down. You love to see it if you're rooting for the silver player. The perfect window of opportunity. It was no Defies online, completely exhausted on runes. That is the perfect play. Randy seeing it, because I was like, oh, play the Ezreal, but no, play the champion, get +2, and punish the full tap out from Aurelia.
Is the way that Sivir worded that the only reason why it got the +2 buff there was because it had to pay the deflect on Aurelia?
Oh my goodness, you're so right, because he didn't pay for the acceleration. So how did he pay for 2 power? Did he get +2 on the challenge?
One for the challenge, and then 1 for paying the deflect.
Wow, that is a big brain play, because you're totally right. There wasn't any accelerated cost, so it was like on the initiation of the challenge, it triggers, it activates onto the +2. But this is the play I was thinking was going to happen last turn, but killing the Fair Vent was so much more valuable, and now it will be an impressive draw 3 to confront, and the seal, not too shabby, but he probably doesn't have too much of a follow-up play. I don't think you want to push up with your champion just yet. You probably want to play a bit more patiently. I say that, but Randy has been surprising me every single move he makes, so it wouldn't surprise me too much if he does decide to push forward. But in this situation, it seems likely to hold back from here.
Was it? Oh yeah, yeah. Having your champion getting eaten by a Draven, scoring 2 points doesn't feel excellent. So,
And saying, does
yeah.
the called shot resolve? You saw it get defied in game number 2, saying, okay, how many cards do you have in hand? And I wonder if the translator coming in clutch is saying, he's asking how many cards you have in hand. The defy eating its taste a bit of his own medicine, getting countered to the counter, the hard bargain coming in, allowing this called shot to draw 2 cards. Look through the 4, or I'm saying it collectively, but essentially look at the top 4, but you got to do it one at a time. Top two, and then you pick up each from that. And those last two were pretty good. Raza and Ezreal to get picked up.
Yeah, so not the discard, not trash, not big, just enough for Rasa just yet. But yeah, wow. The big difference between this game and last game is your called shot repeated didn't get defied, and you were able to hard bargain back there. So
Yeah, you're exactly right. And funny enough, the hard bargain was one of the hits off the triple stack deck. So everything amounting on top of each other, because you were able to dig so deeply, you found those key pieces that are making a difference every step of this game. But speaking of making a difference throughout this game, is a Draven Audacious able to do that for Aurelia? Pushes on forward, does get a simple conquer. But is that all he's going to be able to do this turn? I see a Stellar Corn Herder, most likely just going to be played out onto base, but wants to see one additional draw before committing to a play, of course. He's looking at his hand saying, wait a second, do I want to tap this one? Do I have enough resources to play what I want to play? And actually looks like he's foregoing the Sunken Temple.
yeah, we have just every, let's see, so we have what? 2 of our signature spells. We have the Guardian Angel, we have Discipline.
Make that a triple signature spell, 3 Defiant Dances. It's going to be really tough for Silver to try to conquer one of these battlefields later on.
Yeah, and no Defy left for a Fight or Flight. So I think that is... I think that there's at least one Fight or Flight in Randy's hand right now.
Oh, in Randy's hand? I know for sure in Aurelia, but I didn't get to see it in Randy's hand just yet.
I think we've had a Fight or Flight for at least a turn or two, I believe.
Oh, and I like what I'm seeing in chat. An Action could be coming in clutch. We saw it be a sideboard piece in game number 2. Taking away Guardian Angel is always impressive to do. But, I mean, you still have to push forward against 6 Might. I mean, if you do steal the Guardian Angel, you use 2 body runes. That does enable the Silver to come online with 6-6. And you get ganking, of course. Of course, because you're now on the battlefield, not going to make a world of difference. But the called shot number 2, you play the seal. You're saying, do you have a Defy? Kind of bluffing because I don't think there's any Defy in hand. But making sure he kind of thinks about it to say like, oh, I could counter if I wanted, but I'm gonna let you have it.
Yeah, no reason to just give away information that we have no Defy left. So, and like you said, got defied before, so may want to do it again.
I do like the position Silver's finding themselves in a whole lot better than the game 2. You only have to deal with 1 unit on the side of Aurelia. I think the very moment that he challenged that Fairvent is exactly where the odds of winning the game really went in your favor. And to make matters worse for Aurelia, the Sabotage coming down. We know there's no Defy, so it's going to be guaranteed to go off. And there's some good cards in the hand of Aurelia, but there's so many good cards that the Sabotage won't be doing too much. If anything, it's just a lot of good information for Randy.
So we're gonna Discipline here. So picks up a Tide Turner, so no extra spell to look at. And then wondering, well, I don't know that we need to fire off a
one of the
Anything else
dances.
in response, right? Yeah, I don't think we need to, right? Okay, yeah, I was gonna say.
I don't think so because you have three. So if he takes just one, you're still remaining with two. But goes ahead and writes the entire hand down, saying you got the tide turn of the triple dances. I even think there's another discipline in hand, so just a whole lot of combat spells to really bring up the might increases on your defending units. And as we said before, if those are able to stay in hand. Okay, it is the 2 unit Stellarcorn Tide Turner, and it wasn't another discipline, it was a fight or flight. I guess fight or flight kind of just makes sense here, as is the only single
Yeah.
spell of a spell in hand, of course. Now after
The
that
question is now.
sabotage,
Now that we know that there are a bunch of Define dances, this gets a lot trickier.
yeah, even if you had something like an impressive punch first, it just wouldn't be too much because that is a tall Draven, right? +2, +2. It's honestly a +4 if you take into account the -2 you get on your own units. So I think Randy most likely looking at the Sigil of the Storm, which doesn't feel the greatest, but at the very minimum, you can use a gold to pay for that, I believe.
Do we have? Is that Rebuke that we have too? Is that what the card? Is that what card I saw? I think Randy has a Rebuke.
Yeah, see the two confronts we talked about, and man, is like a slight glare on the cards. I can't make out of what those cards can be, but the confront does come down, pick up a draw. He looks to have enough in the trash. Perhaps one of those cards is indeed a Rasa, and Rasa number 2 could play one out for the gold. Could go ahead and play out one more for recycling a rune, of course. Do you dare just bring them both out because they could go on the offense as soon as right now? Because he could only play 2 Defiant Dance, so there's a world you could do the math because you've seen the full hand. So Draven has a discipline. He's up at 9. Defiant Dance would be 11. A Defiant Dance number 2 would be 13. And then your Rasa would come down to 2 plus the 6 would be to 8. So no, this is just too risky to try to go into Draven.
Yeah, I think that might be some of the math that Randy is doing now. But we are at least going to see one of the Rasas. We're going to use the gold so that we can ready our Sivir on at least one of these Conquers.
Yeah, it is a little scary. Despite just being 1-1, I feel like there's been a whole lot more decisions in this game, but goes ahead and doesn't even want to conquer the sigil, saying, you know what? I will conquer when I decide to do so, but right now it doesn't seem like the most opportune moment. Plays the keep. What was it?
A charm off of the top.
Oh, that is big because unlike other body decks like a Repose from Fiora, there's no kind of counter. Actually, I take that back. We did see the hard bargain, but in this situation, doesn't have it in hand. The charm most likely going to get the resolution, trying to pick a target, and we know what Audacious can do. That's going to be a +1 for the combat and for the hold already. So she could be going up to 3 points, maybe even 4 if you bring it back. Choose it as a target. Use the Aurelia Legend. So 4-1 might be possible this very turn, but chooses the most valuable target, the Sivir champion, going in. If they had a punch first, it could be decently good, but we know how many might increases are in the hand for Aurelia, so I think they're going to get this Conquer, or not this Conquer, but this Draven point.
There's the Rebuke.
Oh, if there is a Rebuke, I don't think we saw it not so fast in the relay hand. That might be exactly what they needed, a triple Defiant Dance, but there is no counter in the hand. The Rebuke should be able to resolve, and then you're forced to just hard cast the Draven with the remaining of your runes. That Rebuke is exactly what he needed, because now that's a Conquer on your opponent's turn thanks to the charm, and then when you throw it back, that's going to be a hold up to 3, and then you conquer the sigil up to 4. This could be the exact moment where things get turned around. And you know, I guess the charm sometimes is a big risk, and in this circumstance didn't really pay off. But you still have Aurelia's Legend to consider, right? You could Draven, attach Guardian Angel, and then push forward that now that Sivir's completely tapped out.
Yeah, you even got to pay the 1 for the Sunken Temple for the cheeky 1 draw on your opponent's turn. So yeah, even if and Aurelia would have to spend his entire turn playing. What, we have enough to play the Draven and Guardian Angel still.
Yeah, and then you're left with just a single rune for a defensive Defiant Dance. It still seems like the most likely play, but instead gonna be picking to play out the Stellarcorn. Defiant Dance on the Stellarcorn, bringing her up to 5. Where is the -2 going? It looks like it's targeting the Battlefield Sivir, so maybe thinking about pushing the Sunken Temple, but 5-4 as it stands. I guess that is better than Draven because you don't risk any kind of, you don't have to worry about defending with that Draven, because if you give a point away from Sivir, that could be the difference between keeping him at 7 and then going up to 8 for Randy, of course. So does decide to trigger the Aurelia ability, and sending it forward into the Sunken Temple is most likely what they have in mind.
Yeah, so the -2 and +2 will cancel out there on the Sivir. And then we'll probably just play the Tide Turner. Back it up, draw another card. We're closing in on 85 minutes here, chat.
Yeah, our energy slowly dwindling. Guys, give us some energy. We're trying to close it out strong. Randy and Aurelia 2-2. Things are getting rather tight, but both players making fantastic plays to make it even sweeter for Aurelia to ride the win. Gonna be allowing him to draw not just a single card, but even 2, because of the fact that you get readied and you're able to keep him safe right in the base, exactly where you want him, because I don't think we saw any challenge. And if there is, Sivir, just like we saw in game 2, the detriment that kind of held him back was the rune economy. Right now, just 2 runes to his name because the rebuke costing a whopping 2 chaos to do so, and I think he just had the gold tapped in that very moment, so had to spend it all, I believe. So man, oh man, as you said, we're approaching an hour and 30 minute for a best of 3, but things are getting really tight. I can't really say who's ahead or not. Can you, Corey?
On board right now, it's certainly Randy. They're both pretty light now on runes. Randy having the treasure and the seal means that he just has access to being able to play more spells and probably do a bit more proactively, whereas now Aurelia is not even going to be able to play Draven next turn. We have a Tide Turner as the only other unit, so I think just we've got more dudes, bigger dudes, more access to resources. I think if I were to point the needle at someone, it would be towards Randy at the moment.
Okay. And yeah, I'll agree with you there. I think Randy has a little bit more resources in terms of cards in hand, and as you mentioned, the units just seem a little bit taller. Of course, Sunken Temple is able to trigger from just a simple conquer from the Rasa. That's another draw 1, as the call shot seems to be doing all series long. But take a look at the hand, a breadth of options. Let's see which one of those options is going to try to play out with the 4 runes available, because 4 runes isn't very much, but oh, he does have the challenge. That's going to be huge because he didn't attach the Guardian Angel onto the Stellarcorn. 6-4, taking it out, and he could still even push on forward into the Sunken Temple. Things are looking rather up for Sivir. This is exactly the type of plays he needed to kind of solidify a victory in this best of 3 match in the game 3, actually.
Yeah, that challenge just did put the needle for sure now over towards Randy. It's tough for the Aurelia player. If you do attach that Guardian Angel, you're down another rune. You only have 4 the following turn, so you're getting further and further away from playing that Draven that you have as your unit in your hand. You'd like to be able to think that you could protect it, but challenge is just that one card that is in Randy's deck that punishes him here for that.
Yeah, and it did come at a bit of a cost because you had to conquer the Sigil of the Storm, but you have to conquer both battlefields while you can. Luckily for Sivir, is able to get it back in a sense with the gold generation from the legend. But as you said, not even Draven Audacious able to get played out as Aurelia spent a whole lot of runes the previous turn, only at 5. Luckily for them, it looks like the top deck was a Stellacorn. Stellacorn's at 3. You attach it with the GA, you go up to 4. At the very minimum, you're able to take out this Ezreal. But whenever you see 1 energy and at least 1 gold, that's at least threatening a punch first from Sivir's side. So I think that's something Aurelia is probably taking into consideration. It's a little scary, but I don't know if he has it or not.
Sorry for the background noise. My cat is running on his wheel right now.
It's okay.
He's really confused as to why I'm awake right now.
We're almost done with this. It shouldn't be. Actually, I say almost done, but we're like at the halfway point of this game number 3.
Yeah, we are the halfway point of this match. 90 minutes in. Oh, lock in for another 90, chat.
Your cat saying, "Oh man, come play with me. What are you doing casting at 1:20 a.m.? Are you crazy?" But yeah, I don't think this game is gonna be going too much.
Chill.
Right. Just to chill and relax. It is the weekend. We head into Sunday tomorrow. I mean, it's already Sunday 9 now.
So Aurelia taking a look at the discard, trying to really see what. Okay, so yeah, there is another Aurelia. I'd been wondering if these lists, or someone had asked me recently if Aurelia decks ran any additional Aurelias outside of their chosen champion, and there's the answer.
Yeah, it looks like we didn't see any additionals in game 1 or 2. I'm wondering if he has an additional one as a sideboard tech just to be able to have more impactful units, because Aurelia Fairvant is pretty much the MVP for these decks. So having more of those just in case they do eat something like a challenge early on, as we saw in this game 2 or game 3, it does end up being a big push forward. Does it end up being the push that Aurelia needs to get back in control of this matchup? You do get put readied as it comes down. You're swinging in for, I believe, 7 total as it stands. That's 1 over the Rasa. And I don't think there was a punch first. It's kind of just a blow. Actually, no, there is a punch first, but that's going to be a really expensive punch first.
Yeah, it's going to hurt, but I think the punch is going to hurt the Aurelia player a lot more than it's going to hurt the Sivir player here. So we get the treasure and the rune to pay for that. So that's just going to kill the Guardian Angel effectively. But now we're going to go up to 6. Be able to just back our 2 boys out.
Yeah.
And potentially be able to push for game.
I think that punch
probably
first
can set up for something here.
I think so, but as you said, I think that punch first was kind of like a necessary evil to go up to 6 points, and the Fizz coming.
Challenge.
Oh my goodness! And you have the gold to spend without using one of your runes. The challenge, as it obliterated the Fairvant early on, obliterating it one more time. Challenge just has Aurelia's number. Probably one of the best orange cards still remaining from set 1 moving forward into Spiritforged. It has been doing so much work in this matchup.
Wow, what an explosive end here to this very end of this match, where you just asked me about 5 minutes ago, and I had a tough time kind of saying who I thought might have been in the driver's seat. And from one challenge to this punch first to the next challenge, boom, 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 boom. It's ticked over to about 95%.
Yeah, 99 point something percent in the favor of Sivir. As you know, we do have to take into account a triple Defiant Dance, but actually I believe it's only a double Defiant Dance with 2 energies remaining. But look at the options for Sivir. There's going to be a Sabotage. We saw this in the previous turn, or the previous matches I should say, before he goes in for the final push. He wants to see see the full information. He says, show it to me. What do I have to learn, or what do I have to play around? If I see the full information, I am guaranteed to win this game. I am in a phenomenal position. Can I push the pace and close things out as soon as this exact very turn? And his opponent saying like, wait a second, can I do anything about that? Do I use my Defiant Dances right now to try to defend with Sneaky? I almost think like he has to.
Yeah, I think yeah, you're exactly right. I'm gonna let it play out rather than good lord. Can you?
And guys, as Corey said, the little background noise is Corey's cat. For those that are just joining us, Corey spontaneously joined the cast because my first caster didn't actually show up. So a little bit of a no-show. It's a little bit of a shame because I tagged him on Twitter and everything. I was hyped to cast. But you know, you can't control everything in life, and that's one of the uncontrollables. But Randy had full control of this game number 3 and taking it down, and then a great display of skill and understanding of the Sivir deck. Well done, and Randy putting Sivir on the map on this Chinese meta. Really good stuff.
I can't believe they made him pose. They're like, you need to pose for the camera, please. Hold up your legend and pose for the camera.
That was awesome. Who would have expected Sivir going all the way to a top 16 situation? I am impressed, guys. Who's going for Sivir going all the way to grand finals? Does he have what he takes? Does it feel like a decent matchup against the Dravens of the world? How do you think about that matchup, Corey? Do you think Sivir has it today?
I mean, that was my favorite match that I've watched so far of the past 3 weekends. I mean, it had everything. It had drawing your entire deck. It had, you know, triple I can't even pick of a favorite moment right now.
Yeah, so many highlights.
The on the hunt in the game 1 may have actually been it though. That was, I mean, it was all the way an hour and a half ago, basically. But yeah, wow, the Frenchman taking it in to top 16, and yeah, I think, like when I said a little earlier that I was surprised that there weren't more Sivir representation. I think we're gonna see some more now. I think
so.
Randy may have changed the minds of a few people after that performance, because that looked a lot of fun to play. Not gonna lie, it looked pretty difficult. Not gonna say that he made it look he made it look easy, but I think we all know that that was certainly, you know, not easy to navigate. So I'm glad I was able to stay up and catch the whole thing.
Yeah, and I'm super glad you were able to join me on this cast. But yes, Corey, I'll go ahead and let you take your rest. Well-deserved rest. A whole lot longer than I was expecting. A 90-minute game, but it was worth it, I do want to say. But guys, show a whole lot of love for Corey stepping up to the plate. He was just one of you guys. Honestly, a little bit more. He's a caster in our caster chat. He has joined our cast for the Runes and Rift events before, but he was just chilling in the chat, ready to watch today's tournament. And as soon as I told him that there wasn't any caster showing up for the first 2 rounds, he stepped up to the plate and joined us, because it's a whole lot better having 2 casters than just listening to me yap the whole time. So Corey, I really truly appreciate you coming on and helping us make it a little bit more enjoyable as a viewer experience. If you want to plug anything or any shout outs, of course, be my guest before you head out of here.
No, just my pleasure to be here. Like I said, for you, you know, I'm like the Jared Stidham of Runes and Rift. I'm like if you ever need a backup, you know, if anybody else gets hurt, gets sick, can't make it, I'm happy to jump in when I'm around. So
I appreciate that very much, Corey. But thank you. Hopefully we get to meet up sometime later on in the future. Of course, we're both not going to Vegas, but maybe a regional down the line. But at the minimum, we'll keep in touch online, of course.
All right. Bye, chat.
All right, Corey. Take care. We'll see you around. See you. All right. Big ol' love to Corey helping us out. And yeah, Juan, 90-minute match is a horrible viewing. Whoa, Juan. I don't want to say a horrible viewing experience. Guys, how many people in chat actually enjoyed that 90-minute match? I would be one of the ones that said, you know, Juan, think about this. Would you rather have a 90-minute match on stream, or would you rather have a 30-minute match and an hour break on stream, right? So yeah, look, Name the Teddy saying the match was sick. Tyrone enjoying the match. Miracle decks are fun. How were the first 2 rounds? Just join them. Shade, it was really good. We saw actually the best match we've seen today, just now in the top 32. Yeah, Leroy, it was super well played. I was really impressed with Randy. And I know Randy is a Frenchman, but he's played so much in the US that I didn't think he was from the US because I heard him speaking French when I was around him. But I saw him so much I saw him at Houston. I think he ended up placing top 32 there. And then I saw him in Orlando. He top 16 the Orlando event too. And over the match was sick. Yeah, guys, the match was sick. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Started watching at 6 a.m. in Spain. Great game to start the day. I'm saying, Crayon, that was a fantastic match. One of my favorite matches of the whole Spiritforged circuit. And guys, it looks like we're jumping right into the next one really soon. Leroy, if you're in chat, I know you're streaming. You may or may not see him in the show match. Guys, I need a mini break. I need to run to the bathroom and get some water because we are about 4 hours into the tournament. I need to re-energize a slight little bit. And Leroy, you cut your stream whenever you can. Leroy, join the little camera. And then, because Leroy, didn't we say we were doing round 3 and 4 together today? Or did you not plan for that? I thought that's what we said, Leroy. Wait, look back, cause I swear it was 3-4, and then Alguito and BMU was doing 5 and 6, cause that's how I had Newcaster 1-2, Leroy and me 3-4, and then Alguito and BMU 3-4, 5-6. Yeah, I had every caster 2-2-2. That's what I remember. If that's okay. And hey, Leroy, one of your favorite fans, Leroy is the best. Yes, sir. Coming on through rather shortly. But it looks like we got a small break. Let me run to the bathroom, guys. That way I can get a little bit energy back. And I'll be right back. And then I'll bring Leroy back on with me. So be right back. A quick little 5-minute break.
度超高，全部都在夸这次新春礼盒的设计，等不及要入手了。
这么多。好了，我这点小心思该收起来了。主角这次由他来登场。大家好，我是符文战场英雄联盟对战卡牌的执行制作人柴晨然。在正式开枪前，请允许我代表整个符文战场团队，向所有热爱这片战场的召唤师们，大家在新的一年里对局旗开得胜，新年好福相伴。去年8月中国大陆地区首发以来，从起源系列到铸魂淬炼，从日常对局到官方赛事，感谢每一位召唤师的加入与陪伴。正因为有你们，符文战场的每一场对战，每一次聚会，才变得如此热气腾腾，精彩非凡。这份符文战场2026年新春主题礼盒，正是符文战场团队为大家送上的一份新年礼物。现在，让我们一起看一下里面都有些什么吧。
让我来打头阵。
首先，卡组的镇河之宝传奇刀锋舞者新春限定卡牌，不仅是战场。
All right, Chad, I'm back. I'm back.
这次更是带了满满的新年祝福。当然，光有传
And Fire Charge, new Chinese Riftbound ads, peak. Fire Charge is because this product just got released 2 days ago in China. So yeah, guys, who's picking up the Lunar New Year Aurelia gift box?
Hello,
it's
hello.
And Leroy, are you here?
阵容齐了，牌面
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Welcome on in. Did you put the camera? Let me see if I can get it for you.
Yeah, I think so. Hello,
Awesome.
chat. Hello, everyone.
到氛围。
Glad
Welcome
to be
on
back.
in. Let me get this set up for you. So get your name in here, and then let me get your camera in here.
这张新春主题卡垫让对局变成视觉享受。
And Leroy, 100%. Randy is from France as well.
藏着一个会心跳加速的环节。
I mean, I hope so, because he's in the show match team. So
分之一的概念。
Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, I think he is a Frenchman. I thought he, like I said,
Yeah.
I thought he was from the U.S. Or I thought at the minimum he just lived in the U.S. But maybe he flew from Europe over to Houston
oh,
and Orlando.
maybe he lives in the US. That I don't know.
年聚会除了压岁钱，
I thought he was speaking
Ah.
perfect English when I was talking to him. So I feel like he might live in the U.S., but he's from
在
France.
线下传递开。
Yeah, I don't know.
说到竞
Sometimes French are good at faking that. The thing is, people also use
要送给
French not speaking English at all. That whenever French speaks decent English,
符文战场
it feels like he's not French.
即将与英雄联盟手游
True, true. Either way, he played so well. I know you were really
He played
impressed. I was really
so well.
impressed.
Yeah,
Game one
he
was
made-
so cool.
Zero mistake. Everything was so on point. The thing, you know, when he played the challenge to buff the severe,
Mhm.
and in my mind I was like, I had the play, but I was like, oh, he needs to play cold shots first so that he can activate the severe. And then he was like, no, I can pay the deflect to enable it. And I was like, he's so much better. He's so freaking much better.
Yeah, mega brain. A lot of people couldn't see that line. You're like, wait a second. I don't have the room to invest in the additional cost to get the +6 or get the +2 immediately, but because of the actually wait, it wasn't just the deflect, right? I think you pay one for the challenge anyways.
Yeah,
or-
he paid one for the challenge and one for the deflect, but that's why like there was the additional cost was there. And
No, Silver Champion cost 1 rune as well.
yeah, but wait, it's 2 in one shot or 2 in a turn?
2 in
I
the
don't
turn. Or
remember.
let me pull it
Okay,
up. Let me
so
pull it up.
so yeah, that was not needed anyway.
Yeah, either way, the simple fact of just using the challenge to trigger her
Yeah.
is brilliant.
Then I was
You're
happy
totally
because
right.
I called it on my stream. I was like, oh, he can do that, and then yeah, but I overcomplicated it.
Yeah, either way, he played so
Yeah.
impressive. So that was awesome to see. All right, chat. We got almost the peak stream feature match. I don't think we could get better than that. What will be better than that? Is the Jax player? Did they make it into top 16? That would be pretty nutty to see if Jax
That would be
continue on the
crazy.
run.
Imagine, like we get some K-Size Real, maybe a Lucian. I don't know.
Leroy, did you happen to take a picture of the top 32 one as well?
Yeah, I think so. Give me a minute.
Fire Charge, these are the top 64, but I'll bring you guys the top 32 as well. And Shadow, gonna try to get one too, but we'll see how many bots there are. Yeah, Fire, we saw the bot shenanigans going crazy for the Spiritforged boxes, so they're probably gonna come back. And yeah, Fire Charge, I know you're a true Ornn vet. Yeah, no Ornns today, man. Yeah, I've been
On
definitely
is
trying.
having really bad results overall over the tournaments.
I know. All right, guys, as you're seeing on the screen, that's top 64. I'm going to show you thanks to Leroy, top 32. So these were the top 32 decks remaining. Randy, as we just saw, was the only silver behind Leroy's head right there. But 12 Dravens. So as we said before, more than 50% of the Dravens taken out of the top 64. You love to see it. Aurelia holding strong. Was it 8 to 8? Wait a second. Did everything convert? No, 14 to 8.
No,
Okay.
14 to 8, but that's already really good. That's more than 50%. And that's what we come back to that every week, but the Draven was just the skill check, and now people are getting over the skill check.
Yeah, I love it. I love what's happening. We're seeing a whole lot more diversity from Shangdu to Dalian. It looks better. It looks like it's a brighter day in this regional. I like what I'm seeing.
It's beautiful. We've got so much colors here. It's rainbow time, people.
And IDK in chat on YouTube is saying, "Can you explain why Set is so bad?" Do you have a good answer for that? I forgot to post the little thing on Twitter. Let me do that now.
I wouldn't say it's that bad. It's just we're in a meta that is heavy on runes, and Set is already struggling with runes. And if you want to activate the legend effect, you have to use another rune. And when you see that Fiora is sometimes struggling with it, you can imagine that she's generating runes, whereas Set is using some more. So it's just so hard for him to deal with that. And if you don't use those new tools that like Punch First is the best example, that consume a lot of runes, then you're falling behind quickly. So it's not that it's bad, it's just that Fiora right now is probably much better at doing what's Set and Fiora want to do, even if it's not exactly the same because you play around the buffs and so on. But
yeah, I think Chad and you are bringing up a good point. Set was already struggling when it comes down to rune economy because of the Set legend ability. I don't think there's a clean, efficient answer for Set to like get the gold resources that a lot of Spiritforged units or a lot of Spiritforged legends have.
You have to play the seals then, but Set is also already struggling with draw. And so if you play some seals, that makes it even worse. So
it's tricky. He's still powerful, but it might not be the likely choice for that color combination as Fiora is.
Yeah, it's not that bad. I can pull up the number, but it's not the worst. Give me a second.
Yeah, and Burger King saying tempo killing. Hey Warren, much love, man. Thank you so much for the support. And whoa, Aurelia, for the first time in Riftbound Spiritforged Regional history, has overtaken Draven. Oh my goodness, that is unfathomable. I did not expect that, Leroy, in top 16.
Yeah, me neither. I was like maybe in top 8, top 4, but like top 16 already.
Yeah, and look what made it through, chat. 2 Lucians, 1 Jax, 2 Ezreals. We're bound to get a really spicy matchup for this top 16. Draven players sinking.
It's the best thing ever. It's the best tournament in Set 2. That's crazy.
Yeah, tournaments are looking good for all the Draven players, or the Draven haters, I guess I should say. Rejoice now, because things are looking rather up. It might not be as straightforward as a lot of players were anticipating. They're saying if you weren't playing Draven, you weren't doing nothing. But look at the picture being painted in the Dalian Regional Open today in day 2, top 64 for the first time. As I said, Aurelia. The king is dead. Long live the queen. Lawrence, are we gonna see for the first time ever the queen come and take down the crown? I think Saber challenging her for the crown. Ezreal might challenge her. Fiora. Honestly, we're talking about really good decks right now. I wouldn't be surprised that there might just be one Draven in top 8. Can you believe that, Leroy? We're down to 3 and maybe
Do you think,
potentially just a
you think
single
it's the same
Draven.
Fiora again? Do you think it's the same Fiora again? Oh no, because it was two different, but it's maybe it's one of them. I saw that
Maybe.
Apo2 made it to top 64. Is he still here? I didn't catch the.
Oh god, I didn't screenshot the names, but Fiora's the same Fiora guy from the last 2 regionals. George, we don't know yet. We don't know. I don't recall their names. We know them by face.
Yeah.
We don't know them by
They-
name.
They were not the same. That's for sure. That's one thing we know. The 2 Fiora that made it to the finals were not the same.
Oh, I know,
know that,
100%. One of them was baited hook.
Yeah.
The other one was more straightforward
Yeah, yeah,
mid-range. I do expect the mid-range version to be slightly more consistent, so I would imagine that's the Fiora we're seeing still remaining in top 16. But if I had to pick, if I had my way over there in the Riot production team, bring on the Jax. I want to see what this Jax is doing different, guys. We're talking about making it not just to top 64, not just to top 32. This Jax is the lone survivor all the way just on the cuffs of making it into a top 8. Imagine we're talking about a top 8 Jax. I want to see what he's cooking over here. And Gandhi, deck lists are after today's tournament, so I'll try to post them on Monday, or if they come out on Sunday, I'll post them. I believe there's also a really good website, Riftdex. Oh, but Leroy, are you ready? It looks like we had nothing of a break as we find ourselves in top 16. We haven't seen either of these players, but let's go ahead and join them in this round of top 16.
And player, guys. So for those who don't know, we talked about that last week. ADG is probably the biggest esport org in China, and it shows that big esport teams are already ready to invest into this game, and that's amazing. And Draven is here. I mean, of course, he's gonna be here.
I mean, there was only 3, so it has to be a really good matchup. And of course, I had a funny feeling, Leroy. The Riftbound production team always bringing out the best in these feature match. It will be the only Jax. What in the world is this Jax chefing up in the kitchen of this regional? I am keen to find out. Leroy, was it me and you casting together a Jax game, or am I thinking of something else?
No, I think I wasn't there. I think I wasn't there for the Jax.
Okay, but did you watch one of those games?
I think it was 3 a.m. one, and so I was not awake yet.
Okay, I'm a little familiar with the Jax game plan, but how do you feel? Have you seen any bit of Jax and Spiritforged yet?
Yeah, but I saw like some Aura Jax mostly, I think.
Okay.
So I'm curious to see what is bringing, and it will not be an Aura Jax, guys. So we're going for some mid-range, probably weaponish Jax, and I'm so curious to see what he's bringing to the table. What he's doing that maybe the Master Yi's couldn't do, because they are the same color. And yeah, let's go.
Yeah, and you know, the Zon Warrens could be a bit of an indication that this could very well be the Miracle Dravens, right? With the Scrap Heats, with the Ezreals, with the Battering Rams. That's usually what we see when we're talking about a turn 1 or a game 1 Zon Warrens. So this is going to be a very tough matchup, but you know, Jax didn't get here for no reason. He's had to fight through a whole lot of Swiss rounds against a whole lot of Dravens, and I'm seeing some spicy cards we don't get to see too often. There's a Sea Monkey, there's a First Mate, a Warmongs, and I think even a Brutalizer. So playing the whole equipment game plan, and a card I saw in a previous Jax build, it was a very important card. I think it was called Apprentice Smith. Every time I move, similar to Stellarcorn, but every time I move, look at the top card.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if it's an equipment, you pick it up. So I could imagine he's probably playing something like that as well. But nice little early game for the Jax player. I'm keen to see what he ends up mulliganing, but we didn't get to see what the Draven had in hand. But I'm wondering who's going to be on
I
the
know that
play.
I know that some people call the apprentice a bait card and a fraud, and that it should not be played. So I like when people make other people lie, like when they say, no, I can make this card work. And yeah, so here we go. Let's see.
Let's see, indeed. We are in the round of top 16. The only Jax remaining in this entire tournament. Can he take down the third Draven? I say third because there's only 3 Dravens remaining in this tournament, but he is sponsored by EDG, so you know he's a big deal. But Jax will be fortunate to be on the play, and he has some really nice runes as the Sea Monkey gets developed onto the board.
Indeed.
And just following that up with a nice little tide turner as well.
I mean, the first round are gonna be like people developing their board. I feel like we're going to see a Warmog really quickly because the buff can be spent immediately.
Yeah, just didn't want to pay the rune or the Jax Legend. Let's refresh our memory on the Jax Legend ability because there is 2 lines of text there. I believe you exhaust me to remove, I might as well just pull it up.
Oh, and it's reading the...
Yeah, so it has one. The second text is just attach an equipment you control to a unit you control simply by exhausting it. And then you could pay it energy and exhaust it. Attach a detach equipment you control to a unit you control. So it could have been the war armor. Attach it if you paid it energy. And then the other way around, if there's an attach equipment, you can snatch it off. It's just Weapon Master pretty much on the second line of text.
And guys, we're in China, so for the fellow LOL League of Legends watchers, do you think we're gonna see a Gigabin Jax? I'm pretty curious to see how good he is with the champion, the legend, and yeah, because Jax has not made it even to top 64 so far, and now he's here in the top 16. So that's crazy.
You know, a very essential card to Jax's game plan because he's so equipment centric is going to be this Jax unmatched champion as he just gets played out. It has deflect, so always hard to take down, but the really important keywords here, every equipment in your hand has quick draw, so you're able to play him out at reaction speed. Just how impactful those spinning axes can be for the likes of Draven. Now every single equipment in your hand can be played exactly like those spinning axes, so I'm interested to see how much of an impact this Jackson match can do in this game because it does hit the board nice and early. But I like what he's doing. Jax is playing the perfect Draven game plan, not overextending, not giving them free combats. That's just what he's learned about pushing in the Spiritforged meta. You have to play that way, I believe.
Yeah, and man, those cards are really bent.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking the combo between Jax and the Brutalizer is amazing.
Oh,
when we're seeing Aphelios. So guys, for those who don't know, Aphelios has free effect basically every time you is it play a gear or attach a weapon? I think it's attach a weapon.
Yeah, when you equip him,
you can when you equip him, you can choose one of the free effects that is here. And I think there's channel a rune. Is it?
I have him here. I have him if you want me to read them out. So the 3 effects are ready 2 runes, channel a rune exhausted, or buff a friendly unit. So Aphelios could be a key piece of this Jax puzzle. We were wondering what's the best way of building the Jax, and it looks like Aphelios could be one of those cards because we've yet to see Aphelios do any kind of work in any of these regionals. And I'm liking what you're saying because Weapon Master, or being able to play equipment at quick draw, able to attach it without having to pay the equipment cost, it makes Aphelios a whole lot better because it doesn't say, or it does say this turn, so you can't repeat it. Actually, wait a second. When you attach the equipment to me, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn, so you could get up to 3 of its abilities off in the same turn. That is impactful.
Indeed. And we're gonna see a cold shot. I don't think he has Defy, so he's just bluffing.
I think he actually did have. I saw it earlier.
He
I think.
actually has?
Yeah.
Okay.
He might have had
I missed it.
Defy. Yeah, this Jax is
It
indeed cooking, but the call shot does get resolved, puts the piercing light at the bottom and picks up an overzealous fan, but this does look like the miracle package because there's so many units on the board. 2 rebukes, 2 spinning axe, a merchant, and an overzealous fan.
Yeah,
seems to be the
but we're
cards in
saying-
hand.
We're seeing some cards that are not usually run in the miracle package, so I think it's an in-between.
Right. It does have call shot, which we don't see too much of the traditional Dravens run call shot, so perhaps he just hasn't seen those Ezreals or the battle rams just yet as he pushes forward to try to conquer his very first point.
Yeah, and by doing this, he's exposing per se his Draven to counter attack, if you allow me, because one of Jack's spell is counter attack.
Yeah, the signature spell, right? Or this counter strike, are you
Oh,
saying?
the signature spell. Yeah, counter strike. It's just the French version of it is.
Nice.
Counter
All
strike.
right, EDG Rico deciding on what to do with the remaining runes. Funny enough, he does pick up the Ezreal off the Zon Warren's draw. Does back up the Draven with his greatest fan there. So nice little combo, making it a bit tougher for Jax to push onto Zon Warren's, of course, but still has a whole lot of runes to work with. 2, 4, 6, 7 runes available. Probably going to keep on developing as board state. I see that Ezreal doesn't feel too bad, of course. You're able to pick up 2 more cards at that. I'm thinking of just sending in a little Tide Turner. But, doing the math. This is impressive. What do you think he doesn't want to conquer the monastery for?
I don't think I want to waste resources that cannot give him any draw or card advantage. He wants to take fight that is sure to win. That's the idea. But yeah, let's see now. If Jax goes up to 2, it's like if it goes back and forth, he will have the advantage.
Yeah, and what we're seeing
And-
here
Yeah.
is the Warmogs most likely getting proc, but I think his opponent's saying, wait a second, I could have a fight or flight, but he's pointing, he's going to trigger Warmogs to get a buff on Aphelios first, and then he's going to trigger the
then-
monastery to get the buff for the
And
draw.
then the other Warmog. Because he's
Oh.
got 2 Warmog, right?
Oh, right. 2 Warmogs, so you get a double buff and a draw on top of that. So fantastic lines coming out from Jax. Now has a Sea Monkey in hand. And the question is, that's a pretty powerful battlefield up at Zon Warrens. How are you taking that down? Because I'm seeing 12 total might plus the fight or flight. And to make matters worse, look how many available runes Draven has. That's like
I don't
3
think you're
spinning
trying
axes.
to conquer right now because I think you're just happy wasting Draven's runes by doing nothing. Yeah. And now he had a lot of mana pool he did not develop, and Jax developed more units, buffed his monkey, got a draw. So yeah, I think you're kind of happy with your turn.
Yeah, it doesn't seem all that bad. He looks to be ahead on points, so he will be holding to 3 before the EDG holds up to 3, of course. So I think he's playing the, I'm going to hold this side. I'm not going to contest the Zon Warrens just yet. So I think that's the best he can do because he probably was going to have a really tough time. But just like the Draven decided to hold up a lot of runes, so does the Jax player, as they tend to have a decent amount of combat tricks. Not your traditional combat tricks in Discipline or On Guard, but in equipments because of the quick draw coming out from the Jax unmatched. So has the Brutalizer, I think, still in hand. And any other equipment can come in to increase those mites from the Sea Monkey or Aphelios if he needs to do so.
Yeah. And remember, guys, if the Brutalizer gets quick draw, it gets instantly activated its effect because it's stronger during the first turn that it's played.
Yeah, it definitely is. But luckily with Jax, you're able to kind of switch in and out of Brutalizer. So you're usually able to get the 3 might that Brutalizer brings on every turn, I want to say.
You're right. You're right.
And he pointed at Aphelios. I wonder what that was about, because Spinning Axe doesn't necessarily target anything on the battlefield.
Yeah, I think he was asking him, what is your card there? I've never seen it.
Or maybe how much might was on the battlefield.
Yeah. Like, to be sure, with the buff and the Warmogs and so on. Aphelios is at 7 right now.
I think so, right? 4-1-1 and a buff. That should be at 7.
Yeah. And if you trade it, I mean, you kill Aphelios is good, but the 2 Warmogs go back in the they go back in the base, and then you just can redo the trick next turn.
Yeah, very true. And it looks like investing a second Spinning Axe onto the Noxus Hopeful. So going up to a 10 total might conquer push here. Does Jax has anything to say about it? It looks like he actually does run Discipline just for the card advantage potential as well. So Discipline, oh no, Brutalizer, as we were speculating, coming in at quick draw. And now Aphelios does trigger. He ready 2 runes from Aphelios triggering. Oh my goodness, I love what I'm seeing. There's so much capabilities in this deck.
And Aphelios goes up to 4, 5, 6, 7 plus the... Is it...
I think 10 to 10, right? Because we said he was at 7 and Brutalizer added 3 there. So matching the Spinning Axe coming in at the Hopeful. Of course, there is a Sea Monkey, so at the minimum, the Sea Monkey will survive, but I know he really wants to try hard of keeping his Aphelios alive. It seems to be such an impactful card for this matchup, and it does trade 1 for 1. Isn't that interesting? Because he had a Discipline available. I think he even had the signature spell, but perhaps valuing getting all those equipments back onto his base. That's a very interesting decision. Not a decision I would say I would have done. I would have tried to stop that probably.
Yep. But that's probably why he's here and why we are not there.
Exactly.
Because he knows what we don't know, guys. Remember this.
Yeah, he could probably see the 2 rebukes in hand. You invest a bit more and you still have to face the rebuke coming down. It is undefiable. Even if you had the counter, you needed something like a not so fast. I don't think this Jax player is running it in the main board, but what do I know? Of course, he could be, because this is a totally different Jax player than we've seen before. But I think he has a game plan. He's saying, let me save my 3 cards to where they really make a difference. Because right now, that's not hugely impactful, but saving it for the Sea Monkey. But is that really going to be enough? Because I think he's still 1 might short.
Yeah, okay. He's just saying, let me get that draw. See if I can do something about it, and else. Yeah, sure, just take it.
Yeah, he's kind of showing his opponent. You see, I did have the Discipline for that push, but the Tide Turner getting the better of the Sea Monkey. But I think this is Jack saying, you know what? I want you to keep using your runes. I want you to eventually just tap out on your turn to make my attacks a whole lot more straightforward. And I do think this Draven might just be leaving those 2 runes as we saw in his hand. That is 2 rebukes
Yeah,
in
but
hand.
if he does, he cannot attach. He cannot equip the spinning axe, and you have to, because else you're just going to lose it.
Yeah, you have to attach it onto one of these units. You're totally right. If not, you're just going to lose it. You
Oh.
won't lose it just yet because they do go away on the beginning step, of course.
Yeah, but can you attach it? Do you have it? Does he have like, does he run angle shot or something?
No, you're totally right. If you don't attach it now, you pretty much lost it. Looks like he's deciding to retreat. The Nox is hopeful. Maybe a likely target for the spinning axe, but I'm kind of leaning towards the spinning axe on one of these units on the battlefield, because then you get the benefit of the might on your opponent's turn. Or actually, it depends, because there is a temporary keyword on those spinning axes, so it's a little bit more to think about, which is why he's taking his time and consideration making this play. I can't really think about what he's anticipating. I think he's just running through the play lines. What can Jax do when I pass the turn? Let's go ahead and play the spinning axe onto what seems to be the hopeful, it seems like.
You've got the choice between like equipping that or losing some runes. The rune difference right now is just so big.
Yeah, and that's all off the back of Aphelios getting a channel rune, I think 2 times, able to ready some runes. Or what else did he do that? Jax is just so ahead on runes.
He was just playing patiently, basically. He didn't equip any cards that he didn't need to equip. He played patiently at the beginning, not going for some fights that he knew he could not win or that you would have to invest a lot in. And now
looks like he's floating
going
one to
for it.
attach the brutalizer onto the Jax champion to try to send into the Tide Turner, and you feel rather safe because that was a complete tap out for Draven. I was expecting at least to leave open the rebuke, but because it's so early to mid game, 3-3, you're not too scared of a potential conquer. So Jax going up to 3, the Sea Monkey could be taking him up to 4, but then it doesn't look like you have a way of retreating these units, and that's exactly where Draven thrives. He wants you to overextend, he wants you to remain, but he doesn't want you to take down your units and your equipment at that. That's a double spinning axe heading to the trash pile. Really good plays.
A heavy hit. That's such a heavy hit, and Jax is getting some really good momentum right now. I think he also didn't want to rebuke because that would leave you at 2 runes.
Right. He's already feeling low on runes, so for sure I think that's exactly why he decided to just play out another treasure or another traveling merchant with that. But the first mate does get a Warmogs, so he didn't get a draw off the monastery, but just trying to get a discard draw off the Zon Warrens. Does get the buff, so trying to defend with a little bit more than he had before. The pick rookie does get discarded and picking up. I didn't get to see it. He kind of picked it up a little fast. Oh, the GA, not too bad.
Yeah. I think that's an important pickup because it leaves you with the possibility to get back in the arena.
It does, and Jax is ahead on points. He's feeling somewhat in control, but as he passes it over, I feel like Draven is thinking slightly different about this game. He has some solid units, and you love to see units on the battlefield, as I keep going back to, and there's only about 3 to 4 cards in Jack's hand, but what he has going for him is the intimidation tactic. Whenever you're versing off against a calm deck and you have so many runes able to be at the ready to use for any kind of combat tricks, you're a little bit scared. I know I would be kind of terrified. We saw one discipline, and of course every equipment is at draw speed or is at reaction speed, so this is very tricky for El Rico or Rico.
Or
EDG Rico.
We see the Ram, we see the Raza, so it's It's still mainly a miracle deck. Oh yeah, and we've got the
It's definitely
last
a
right.
miracle deck, right? We saw the battering
Yeah,
rams the last right. So I think we finally get full confirmation that it is going to be the Miracle Draven in top 16 so far.
yeah. It's just those spinning axes that are usually not there. So he probably cut something to add them.
Oh, you're so right. That's a good point because they usually never run the equipment. So I wonder what they cut. Perhaps the fizzes from the decks, maybe the nocturnes
Yeah,
as some Miracle Dravens. Because I like
already saw that.
this middle ground.
Phases being cut for nocturnes. We saw that in one deck. Now we are seeing maybe phases cut it out for the spinning axes, but boy, do I love Fizz.
Yeah. Oh, and actually, he has a fizz in hand, so he didn't cut the fizzes. I think instead of running a full 3 of certain cards, maybe he dropped it down to 2 to squeeze in the spinning axes.
Yeah,
Because spinning axes is one of the reasons that makes traditional Draven such a good deck. So I think he's taking a bit from each of the decks and just trying to bring in the best. And maybe this
yeah,
is it. Maybe this is like the best Draven build you could get. You get the best of both worlds. It seems on paper rather strong.
yeah. Seems really strong right now.
If I remember right, there was a lot of one-ofs in the Miracle Draven, Vi being one of the one-ofs. I believe Bushwhack was one of the one-ofs. So perhaps taking the one-ofs and adding more consistent
Yeah,
cards like Spinning Axe could probably be another idea.
Bai is mainly here to recycle the deck so that you don't deck out, which is totally possible with this kind of deck.
Right. And yeah, this Draven player, very deliberate with his plays. Make sure he's thought about all the potential consequences of his plays. So pushes in the Draven, does recycle a rune and bring it up to 2. So pushing in with 6. I think the first mate just has a buff. And the quick draw Guardian Angel coming out. I've never seen a reaction speed Guardian Angel. That is awesome. But how much might does it bring it up to? 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 to 6 as it stands. Does he have any bit of an increase? The rebuke coming
Oh,
down,
it's
but
not
the
so
not
fast.
so fast as the
You're going to
answer.
play that Draven. That's what he's saying. You're going to lose your main guy. And if we trade, I will get recalled. And if I get recalled, you will not win any combat and you won't draw.
Yeah, and that cost them 1 total rune, but a rebuke number 2. Is there a defy or a not so fast number 2? But no, second rebuke will go, but look
Goes
at the
down to
runes.
1 rune. Was it
Yeah,
even worth? And look, that Mind Splitter. It cannot be played before
yeah.
forever.
Absolutely. That Mind Splitter is going to be a dead draw for the next, I believe, 3 turns. You go up to 3, go up to 5, go up to 7. 3 more
It
turns
got
before you
discarded
play that.
instantly. It got discarded instantly.
Yeah, you're not going to see the light of day with that Mind Splitter. Well played for Draven. You have to do what you have to do. If you didn't play that rebuke, it was pretty much over because you're not able to take it down with Ezreal Traveling Merchant. So it was a hefty price, but it was almost a necessary price. But I think it doesn't feel all that bad for Jax because it's not like he's pushing from 6 to 7 or from 5 to 6. It's only 4 points. And your Jax champion is still holding it down in the monastery. It still has more might than Ezreal and Traveling Merchant combined. So you're not feeling too bad because Draven is completely tapped out. So all the math is straightforward.
Yeah. The only thing he can do right now is recycle 1 rune, his last one, to buff Draven next turn.
Yeah, and it looks like Jax still has the signature spell available for the perfect opportunity to try to deploy that off. But I think he's building off a good back line in terms of equipment. Jax's ability allowing to easily attach those equipments onto units. Battering ram comes out for free? Wait. What am I missing
What?
there?
Did he tap the rune for the battering ram?
I thought it's a minimum of 1. Let's pull up battering ram real quick.
Yeah.
I could have sworn there was a minimum of 1, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a minimum of 1, chat. What's going on? You can't just say I've played 5 cards. He had no runes unless he floated one.
Yeah, and the judge is not even calling this. He's saying Oh, but one of your cards got defied, so it is not counted. Okay, so no, he still had one rune. That's why.
That's why. That's why. It looked like it was tapped, but maybe he had one floating or something, but it makes sense. It does come out for one, but correct me if I'm wrong. That was exhausted. Wasn't it? I think it was floating.
Yeah, but he probably did it for the battering ram way before, and so we had this illusion that he was. But he said Joe didn't play 4 cards right now. I don't know.
No, he played enough to get it out for one, of course, but the judge made him play it out. It looks like chat's saying it was untapped. For a split second there, it was tapped in my eyes, but apparently it was untapped. We'll try. Wait, they made him take it back. Interesting. Maybe he couldn't play it out.
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll talk about it in between the breaks,
right?
or maybe we'll rewind
He
it a
played
little
4
bit.
cards, one got countered.
Ah, very true. It doesn't count as being played. So missing the mark on the count part for the battering ram. Thought he played out 4 cards, but realistically only played out 3. Now throwing it back over to Jax. I'm seeing the vision here, Leroy. I'm seeing a world where Jax can win this. I don't want to jinx it though.
Yeah.
Because even if it comes down to hold versus hold, as we said very early on, Jax is ahead on point tempo. You're getting to 5, getting to 6, getting to potentially 8 first. Because you don't have to worry about the Zon Warrens. You just have to worry about the Monastery or Harana. Because look at what Jax has the next turn. He goes up to 3. What is he going to possibly... I mean, it is Miracle Draven, so he probably has something to do with things like Rasa. But he can't do the most with that. I mean, at this point, I think I might have seen 2 Rasas, so potentially, maybe he can actually do a good amount.
Yeah, I mean, that would be... Oh, he's got a gold token, so maybe he can, yeah, actually develop some might, but...
Does look like he's attaching the GA over to the Jax Unmatched. So how much might does it currently have? I think the Brutalizer hasn't been attached this turn, so it's only going to be hanging out at 1 total might increase. The GA brings it up to 2, so I think the Jax will be swinging in for 7. And on that battlefield, there is a collective total of 10. Of course, perhaps he's just trying to bait out the overzealous fan. Does he get the trigger? And I think you have to do what you have to do. Is there a way of readying this Jax? I don't think I'm seeing it. There's a defy.
I mean, he just played the first mate. That's what I don't understand. Why would you not keep that first mate to ready the Jax?
He played it to ready the Jax because he recalled the Jax back to base, and that's how Jax was able to push. He needed a second one, honestly.
Yeah. Oh, but then the Brutalizer switches.
Yeah, so it does get the +3 now. So Sea Monkey swinging in for a total of 5 as it stands. That should be enough. Oh, he used his last rune. Wait, what did we miss? Did he use the last rune for the Draven ability? He had gold, I think.
Yeah, I guess he used it for the Draven ability. Else I'm not saying it.
Oh, the
deflect. Isn't there a deflect?
Of course,
yeah,
Jax had deflect.
Yeah.
So he's floating at energy, but wow.
That's why he was happy, like, going for that. It's like you're gonna draw, but you won't be able to play any of your cards.
Yeah, you're going up to 2 next turn. Doesn't feel too good. If there is a window of opportunity for this Jax player to close things out in these next couple turns, it's going to be the simple fact that Draven just doesn't have any runes to play with. Swinging in with the Sea Monkey, and funny enough, Leroy, that's going to be just a 4 Draven because you don't have any Fury runes to pay for that. This Jax player might just be getting the better of a Miracle Draven. I never thought we would be saying something like that, Leroy. Really?
Yeah. Going to discard the Poro, which won't bring much right now.
Still looks to have a defy.
Oh, and you got a Discipline. That's so good. That's so good.
Super good. A counter strike. a Defy, and a Discipline to hold things down. You have more than one unit in the back. You just have to hold it down with the Sea Monkey and then push forward for that 8th victory point. And with EDG Rico being with just 2 runes available on this turn, does Jax just win next turn?
It's so over.
So over, right? I think so. There's just 2 runes. What can you really do? Yes, you have gold. Yes, you have the seal, but you still need energy. All those are power resources. I mean, Rasa could come in, but how are you readying it? Because Bushwhack requires a Fury. Yes, you have a gold, but I think Bushwhack is even 3, so you can't ready it and push as you're playing it right now.
And it 2? My money was 2. Maybe I'm wrong.
It might be 2. You might be right. I have to look back. It's either 2 or 3. Still, I think he's going to take a bit more than something like that to really take down Jax right now. He's looking to be in a fantastic position. Loves his odds at winning game number 1. As we're approaching right around that 30-minute mark, as we saw in the round of top 32 as well. Goes for the Rasa. Pushes it on the Monastery. Okay, maybe just trying to defend from Jax trying to win next turn.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing him being able to defend. Because he's going to switch the Brutalizer. Got the GA. What did he pick?
I didn't get to see the draw, but you're absolutely right. The Jax champion or the Jax legend allowing the Brutalizer to switch over onto the first mate. And I like the option of putting it on the first mate first, because then you offer up the trade with first mate and then you get the Brutalizer back. You attach the Brutalizer now onto the Jax champion and then you send it in for the second attack. But oh no, he's sending them in together. That's interesting.
Singing on the line. Yeah, GG anyway. I mean, with 2 runes, I was like,
unbelievable. We got a Jax taking down a Draven in a game number 1. Well played. You know, there was a lot of things we don't get to see too often from Jax players, from honestly any players. So I was pleasantly impressed with Jax. Can he do it again is the question. You know, Leroy, I always ask this, but is there a world where Thermo Beam comes in for Draven? Is that a realistic thing?
Yeah, there's a world, totally. I think it was played in Bologna, so you're totally right.
Yeah, guys.
I think there's a side Thermobin, and I think it will come in.
Yeah,
and you know what? I think it will get Sabotage.
Yeah, it is access to body. Sabotage looks like a really great option to bring it from the sideboard. But yeah, Chainlink saying, let's go, Jax. One more. Guys, we're 1 game away from finding ourselves with a top 8 Jax. I never thought we would see the day, but perhaps Jax has just been heavily, criminally underrepresented in Spiritforged. So we'll see. I think a mix of regular Draven and Miracle don't work. Way too power intensive. Yeah, you know, Shadow, when you try to do too much, you don't progress the game plan of either one you were trying to do. So perhaps it's just like an instant where you are what we're saying, like you're trying to just do too much at a turn. Works well to get to top 16.
And you know,
though.
One thing I thought about was, you know, we were talking so much about Miracle Draven, Miracle Ezreal, and the issue that those decks have is the power cost that is constantly using, and they have to rely so much on seals and so on. And then comes Sivir with her ability to generate so much gold, and it seems that, I mean, there's a world where the actual best Miracle deck is Sivir.
True. I mean, Randy's here to prove it to everyone that he thinks it is the best. And to answer chat real quick, Ultimate is saying, what does Miracle mean? I know you go on the little bit of a lore, I remember, Leroy, but I'll save you the trouble of explaining it. It most recently comes from the Hearthstone Miracle decks. I think it's similar to like how people would describe Storm decks, where you're kind of swarming the battlefield, developing a whole lot of minions in the same turn. That's where Miracle comes from. I think there's even
Yeah.
one more origin with the MTG in there, but I don't know too
Yeah.
much about that.
No, I don't know, but someone in the chat told us last time that it comes from MTG, but it got popularized a lot during the Hearthstone time by the Miracle Rogue deck, and basically it's just you're playing, and then you're gonna have one turn where everything goes crazy. You play 4 or 5 units, big units, and yeah, in one turn you swing everything.
And thank you, Harrison. A little bit of a clarification. Miracle was more so about drawing. So, okay, I thought it was more about swarming the board. But to be completely honest, I didn't play too much Hearthstone. It's just what I've been told. So, thank you, Harrison. It looks like because the package of Call Shot, Stack Deck, Ezreal, digging, that's why it's called Miracle. So, a little bit of both there. Miracle is H as you draw a lot. Thank you, Saltman. It looks like so miraculously draw your big cards. Thank you, Saltman. So, we're getting a little clarification, so it makes a whole lot of sense.
What was the line again? Everyone has to pay. The gadgets and auctioneer. Yeah, that trauma, the PTSD that some people will have hearing that.
Wait, Lyra, what did you say? What was the what?
The main card for that deck was called the Gadgets and Auctioneer, and basically when
you're
you play
talking about in a
spell,
Hearthstone deck, okay?
yeah, in Hearthstone. So whenever you play the spell, you would draw one, and so you would draw so much. And I think every time you would play a spell or something like that, like so many times, you would just say everyone's gotta pay or something like that, and so you would hear it
you're
so
seeing
much.
the sound effects from Hearthstone. I got
Yeah,
you. And it
the
looks like a
line
couple
from-
people in chat know what you're talking about. Auctioneer, maybe his name or something like that.
Yeah, Gadgets and Auctioneer.
All right, guys, looking forward to this game number 2. As we said, if Draven is able to bring in something like a Thermo Beam, I believe Not So Fast reads a friendly opponent or a friendly unit or a spell. Or let me ring it back. I don't think it says gear, so I don't think you're able to Not So Fast a Thermo Beam.
It says gear, but a Thermobit does not target, so you cannot Not So Fast.
Oh, right. It just says kill all gears in the game, right? In the current board. So you're totally right. You can't Not So Fast it for another reason, but it does say unit and gear. So in theory, you could have. So yeah, name Teddy. You're going to need a wind wall to do so. I would be willing to bet Jax probably doesn't have a wind wall, but it looks like we might be finding out sooner than later as we're heading ourselves into that game number 2. It looks like Draven, a bit of a counter to his own game plan. Is that a Volmos
I know what
later
he cut.
Draven?
I know what he cut. He cut the fight or flight. But that's against the Draven greatest fan ability.
Yeah, very interesting decision to do so. I wonder what that's about. The other battlefield, I believe, was a bit more straightforward. I didn't get to see it, but we will find out super soon. And Jax having a good time. You don't want to get too ahead of yourself, but we're seeing Jax player all smiles as the Draven player seems to be stressing out about his mulligan. But here we go, guys. Game 2 could be the final game of top 16, or Draven could, of course, bring us into a game number 3. And it is a sunken temple. I guess it makes sense with so much equipment. You always find yourself over the mighty threshold. So fair play. I haven't seen Jax play Sunken Temple, but it makes sense on paper.
Yeah, I mean every time you see decks playing equipment, it's usually really good. And yeah, there it is. The monkey will activate. This is why it's such a good card, because if you play on the play, it's a 2-drop. It's a 2-drop. If you play on the draw, it's a 3-drop. And a free might unit. That's so good.
Super good, especially when you have equipments to make that a little bit stronger. Pushing up the Sea Monkey won't get hit, you won't get the mighty status, but in and out as you would expect when you're playing against the likes of Draven. So gets a quick conquer, but now throwing it back over to EDG. Can he get a couple conquers of his own, or does he want to collect put all units in a single basket, because that's what he was doing in game number 1. He would always back up the Draven to keep it pretty much protected the entire game long. And going to 1 is not too bad here. Let's see what else he has in hand. Oh, a couple great options. I saw the Ezreal champion, a Mind Splitter for the late game, and a call shot. Those alone are gonna be impactful in this game too. Let's see what he decides to do right now, though. It almost feels like Ezreal might be the biggest value on this turn.
Yeah, but you would already start to use your runes. I mean, you gotta use them at one point anyway. But we saw what happened last time.
And there he is. It looks like he's agreeing with us here. So what is going to be the discard? It looks to be the Traveling Merchant, most likely. Double thinking about it, thinking the Tide Turn is a little bit worse than Traveling. And that's a double seal. Not the best, but not the worst, I guess. Saves them from taking down runes.
You're still happy with that. You would have preferred maybe only one, but now you can play a seal and get your cold shot already. You don't have to. You can wait until next turn. And that's what he's going to do, maybe.
Yeah, I would play one of the seals, but perhaps trying to go up to 7 runes. Okay, I probably see what he's thinking, right? You go up to 7 runes so that your Mind Splitter goes online, because you could double seal
play
and
2
play
seals.
Mind Splitter.
Yeah.
And there he is, such a good card. We saw it do great things in game number 1. The champion coming out to play for Jax. I believe his name is Jax Unmatched, but keeping it nice in the back line for now as the first mate pushes onto Valmon's later. So he's just stuck there for the remaining of the game.
And I like that push. I like that push because he's saying, okay, if you kept everything, you want to play your Mind Splitter, I'm going to get that holding point because you're never going to push with Ezreal.
Yeah, you're so right. He wants to prioritize the safety of Ezreal. So 3-3, unless you either play the Mind Splitter or you have to invest in increase of the might. So it looks like he's talking about what we were saying before, thinking about playing one of the seals. So that's seal number 1. Seal number 2, so floating 2 runes. So called shot. No. I think he's going exactly what we had in mind. The Mind Splitter to take away.
And I think Jax knew about that from the way he played.
Oh, reaction speed, brutalizer coming out. I almost thought he was about a not so fast, because you could not so fast the Mind Splitter's ability, no?
No, because it doesn't target either one of your unit, either one of your
it's the hand. Right. Because I know you can do abilities, but it doesn't target a friendly unit or a gear. You're absolutely right. But it gets the brutalizer off, which probably was going to be the pick for the Draven player.
Yeah, now you pick your poison. I think you still go for the not so fast, because if you get your rebukes, you want to be able to not have to deal with the not so fast.
I think so. That looks like the most obvious target. There's 2 Defies, so at least he knows those are available to the Jax players. So has to be very careful about those call shots, because they can see a Defy at that. The first mate, of course, you can't take it out, but doesn't look to be too advantageous to do so. So I'm right there with you. It looks like to me that not so fast being the most valuable target. But EDG taking his time, perhaps just collecting his thoughts, saying, okay, if I take away this and then I do that later on, how is that going to be putting me in a winning position? And taking his notes down, writing down the 2 Defies, writing down the first mate, and perhaps is considering the not so fast, taking it away from the Jax player for the remaining of the game. But I'm surprised he hasn't made a decision, so maybe he's running through the plays in his head as he looks through the hand.
Yeah, I mean, you could.
There's only 4 cards, right? He should pick and then perhaps think as he plays, but what do I know? These guys are in a top 16 scenario.
The first mate, you can consider it, because if you take away the ready ability, you protect your Draven, and your overzealous fan becomes enabled. But then you could not so fast the other Zealous fan. So
Yeah, that does leave room for that kind of play. So I think he's
yeah,
just thinking very carefully and does finally decide that not so fast was the more impactful card for the remaining of the game. So
and
taking it out of the hand
look at
and
that. It's the first card that goes to the discard for Jax.
right, yeah. You know, I will
It's
say
using
no side feels like they're completely in control. There's a good amount of board presence on Draven's side. The same could kind of be said about Jax. Perhaps this call shot could swing things in his favor. That's a double call shot getting picked up. One of those is going to be hitting a hand, a scrap heat, and a spinning axe. I feel in this point of the game, you probably want something like a spinning axe as we're entering the
yeah.
mid game. So does decide to pick it for his selection. And now he's completely tapped out. But Jax, the only interaction we've seen for the back line is things like challenge. If he has a challenge, it would feel really good taking down that Draven champion, but pushes on forward first and does have a Sunken Temple draw to dig a little deeper.
Exactly. Oh, and I'm seeing the brutalizers. That could be quite critical, actually.
Yeah, maybe a brutalize to defend. He also has the first mate to try to ready it. And oh, he keeps it at the Sunken Temple. I was just about to say, if he's trying to play around the Jax game plan, as we said before, he can ready at the Sunken Temple, retreat it back to base. But no, feels like he can defend. It seems a little risky. What does he have in hand that we're not seeing? He has a brutalizer, but what else? Can you see anything, Leroy?
No, not that I know. Um, no, he's probably just confident. No. What does he have? I don't know.
Yeah, I would assume he does have more than just a single equipment, of course, but we're going to get our answer rather shortly, as what I would expect Draven to try to push into that
This being
Sunken
said,
Temple. What was that?
this being said,
You think it's
you
bait?
have 7 runes up, and you're like, now you're scared. Now you're
Right.
so scared to go. I have 7 runes up. Maybe he's just bluffing.
It's a heck
He's
of a bluff
confident.
because it would get me whenever I'm facing off, like I said earlier in that first game. It's just something to consider. You have to think about so many options on your turn, and then you also have to think about what are the available options for your opponent. So it's just more mental fatigue you're providing on your opponent, but trying to keep things straightforward as they can for the first push. Draven into Valmont, trying to take care of the first mate. Do you see any quick draw actions for Jax? Does he invest the brutalizer
Is it
now?
oh, Guardian Angel. That's why he's chilling.
That doesn't feel too bad. First mate going to be going up to 6 total points. The spinning axe bringing him up to 7. So one might over, but you still have a GA in hand if you want to go 7 to 7.
Yeah. And again, you would lose the GA, but you would, 1, trade the Draven, and 2, not have to deal with the combat afterwards.
I think he was a bit scared of a second spinning axe because there were still some runes available, but that was not
And you want to
ideal.
maybe keep it to protect your Jax.
Oh, that makes sense, right? Save the GA when it really matters, or on a better unit, like you're saying.
Yeah.
But you know, all these plays are kind of favoring Draven, right? We're talking about every single time you combat win. That was one win for him, an additional draw. Looks to be perhaps that rebuke he picked up, and then he's sending on forward into the Jax champion. That could be another draw. So Jax felt like he was in somewhat of a controlling position, but on this play, with just having a brutalizer and a GA, I don't think he's going to be able to defend Mind Splitter and an Ezreal. We thought he wasn't ambitious enough to push in with an Ezreal. He's swinging, Leroy. He's swinging with both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not trading the Mind Splitter, though.
It It looks like at the minimum he will be saving his champion for another day, but you're right, he's not trading the Mind Splitter as it stands, and I don't think he's going to be saving it or trading it either way. Defy first mate, no increases of might, so just going to have to take the trade on Ezreal.
Yeah. Maybe what you said with the idea of like recalling the Jax with the first mate was actually potential really good idea.
Right, I thought that line was decent because now Draven got an additional draw. Looks like he picked up the last right. So if you have a last right, one of these units able to hold, you're able to get the Ezreal back on the next turn. Things are looking a bit difficult for Jax, but if he plays the last right, you're running really low on runes, at least runes that are available on that opponent turn. So this is tough.
Yeah.
It's a really tough position, I want to say, for Draven, but he looks to be doing well so far.
Yeah, I mean, he completely took over the board right now. He still has a rebuke in hand. So there are a lot of good things going on for him. And this merchant is going to help him get the draws that he wants.
Yeah, I believe so. And at the minimum, he's leaving 2 runes available for those rebuke options, those fight or flight options, or as well, we saw the spinning axes available to him in this pseudo miracle, pseudo traditional Draven build. But back over to Jax. How can Jax bring this back into his favor? Because things are kind of
really
slipping
good
out of
question.
control.
Oh, and the Wizen Elder, I think we saw.
Oh, really? I don't think
This
we've seen
being
that this
said-
series yet.
Nope, not yet.
I think you can't play something like the Elder First Mate ready it, but these aren't the best of plays because how much does Elder cost? It looks like it's 4 costs.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of runes to work with overall. So I could understand that, but he doesn't have a lot of direct buffs, so he can't do it. That's tough.
All right, let's see what he has. Attaches a Brutalizer, getting the +3 on the Sea Monkey, sending it forward. So Sea Monkey attacking, but getting eaten up by the overzealous fan, pushing it back. Gets a combat win on the Draven. Oh, this is tough.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you needed to get rid of that fan at one point, but it still hurts.
I guess he's relying on the heavy lifting on this chosen champion. Can he take down the Mind Splitter? I think right now he is at 8. But he has to be a little mindful. And oh, Leroy, I got the sneezes real quick. Let me mute the mic. I don't know why I'm getting the sneezes out of nowhere.
Okay, okay.
Weirdly enough, I don't know what happened to me yesterday. I got the crazy sniffles during the middle of the night, or not the middle of the night, in the middle of the stream, and they haven't fully gone away. I don't know if I got sick just from streaming too long, but it's starting to come back, but
Oh,
I'll try
no.
to keep it together. And yeah, Jala saying is the cold weather. I believe so. I was trying to stay warm, but pushes with the Sea Monkey and the chosen champion thanks to that first mate. So even if he does have something like a spinning axe, it should be enough to take the Conqueror. But now the point tempo, I believe, favors Rico because you're holding up to 5, and this Conqueror is only going to be going up to 4.
Yeah, not only this, but you will have the control of the board overall. No, it goes up to 5 with that Conqueror.
Oh, I must have missed a point there. Okay.
Yeah, they didn't actualize, so yeah, that was hard. Yeah, but you know, I'm with you on this one because I was able to rest last weekend, but this one was a bit hectic, and I was not able to get some actual good sleep. Which is why I was like, yeah, let's just cast in French at the beginning and
I
hop
got
on
you. I
there.
got you. Yeah, let me know because I was thinking one more, but if it's getting too crazy, I could go ahead and do just one round little solo cast. But we'll talk about that after this one. The rebuke
Yeah, right
coming
now
down.
we are in, and Jax will get rebuke. And All right. Sea Monkey dies. Not trading.
Yeah, that's a big swing because now
Okay.
you're going to be holding up to 6 points as the
Yeah.
Draven player, and that's exactly where you want to be. You go up to
Yeah, and
6.
he's just going to forfeit.
Oh yeah, sees the writing on the walls. Jax realized there is no way out of it. Being Draven at 6 is pretty much a death sentence, so well played, and even better realization that it was over there. Instead of dragging out the match, bringing us to a 90-minute best of 3, I can respect the early concession, and it wasn't honestly too early. It was realistically over, so now we are 1-1. This is so important for both of these players. Who's going to be coming out ahead? I'll go back to the little intermission. And chat,
Yeah, but now Jax is on the play.
Yeah,
And
true.
he's got some options. He probably has a plan. And yeah.
Chat,
You know,
what
I
are
saw
we
that tweet.
thinking? Who's going to be taking it down? Are we Team Jax, or can you guys see Draven winning this? I don't know. Draven looked pretty impressive there, but it does feel like Jax couldn't really get too much things going that game. I don't know where he kind of went wrong. I'm wondering if it was the leave 2 units on the battlefield play. He had a first mate. I think he was saving the first mate to try to make a push later on with a unit coming down. But I don't know. I think he gave Draven one too many draws, and Draven just found all the answers, all the rebukes, and that probably made a difference.
Yeah, and he had to use his GA in a way that was not the best. I don't know.
You know, did we
Yeah.
see any sideboard tech coming out? I'm trying to think. There was one thing from Jax. What did we see? I'm trying to think.
Not that I know of.
Chat, do you guys remember? There was one card that I'm like, oh, that had to be a good sideboard. But Chainley's pulling for Jax. There we go. I think bringing Jax back to base was better. I think so, Fire, because then you have a first mate. It's ready on the next turn since you just played it that turn. It's tricky. You could try to extrapolate and try to find those lines, but we'll never really know, I guess. What we do know for certainty is that we're heading ourselves into a game 3. And Burger, we didn't see a thermal beam. We thought we talked about a thermal beam, but I meant, did we actually see any sideboard cards come into fruition on that game too? I don't know if we did, but yeah, Burger King, if there is a thermal beam, that could very well be GG for Jax. Because imagine if Jax has like 3 equipments, maybe even more than that, and they face a thermal beam, that would be too strong.
Yeah, definitely.
And I don't know, saying, how can bro handle his cards being reverse pringled? When it's the other way, at least it feels good in your hand. Yeah, I don't. Well, let me see if I have a card. I don't have a card, but you guys are so right. He's bending them away from him. He's kind of like squeezing them in this direction. Leroy, when you play in person, there's no way you're bending your cards this way, right? What is he doing? He's giving me anxiety almost. Like, why are you
Maybe
bending
it's
them so
just,
hard?
you know, like maybe it's just holding them like this and you know, like pushing like that or something. I don't know.
It could be just the curve is going in that direction. He's not actually squeezing them. It's just the curve from the humidity. But here we go, guys. It is game number 3. As we said, the Valmon's Lair was number 2, but it's going to be an Obelisk of Power as battlefield number 3 and a Dreaming Tree. But you know, Dreaming Tree not as impactful as traditional comp decks, because this Jax player is more reliant on equipment quick draws coming in rather than spells, and Dreaming Tree specifically says it has to be targeted by spells. So things like Challenge work well, things like Discipline that we saw, of course, get that double draw. Counter Strike will work, but things like the Brutalizer that he's done, the GAs coming down at quick draw speed, those aren't going to be netting him the +1 draw. So maybe that's something to keep in mind. But you know, he chose Dreaming Tree as the final one to play. Hopefully he knows exactly what he's doing. Can he get the job done, Leroy? Can he take down Draven and find
Guys,
the
do you
first
believe
ever...
chat?
What was that?
I said, do you believe, chat?
Yeah,
Are
do we
you a
believe? I think
believer?
we are all hoping for it. Will it be the first ever top 8 jacks in this Spirit Force season? Not to a fantastic start, but a Thermal Beam or a Warhog will be the first thing developed.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see. I'm really curious.
Oh, the Elder Monk. We almost saw it before, but the Wizened Elder coming out. When on buff, I have an additional buff, so could get up to 6 with the Warmogs. Even more than that, because you're at 5 right now. If you get a buff, you go up to 6 and then up to 7, of course. So things are looking pretty decent. And I don't even think I did the math. Oh, no, I think I did do the math with the buff. So that's a perfect combination there. Taking advantage of having the Obelisk of Power on this final turn. Because I don't think you could have done that on turn 2 if you didn't have Obelisk of Power. Or maybe you could have.
Yeah, you're totally right. And yeah, it's again the what we talked about with the um, letting the Draven uh, on the play when he's playing with this Obelisk of Power, so that you actually get you don't let him play Draven on turn 1, but he this time this Jack chose to still be on the play.
Yeah, I guess he just doesn't like any kind of Draven being on the play, but Scrap he getting pitched for the Ezreal, so an impressive draw 3 as we just saw that Draven player. But here it goes. That is one way of getting rid of the Draven. We saw how fruitful those plays were. Getting rid of the Draven as soon as it comes down, it's one of the better plays against Draven. And now it's just an overzealous fan and the Ezreal that he doesn't really want to sacrifice that early on. You want to maximize his use. You want to get as much call shot value as you can. So Jack's player is playing fast, like there's some kind of time limit here. Perhaps he's just excited to have a bit of an advantage early on.
Yeah, and the Wizened Elder benefiting so much from the buff because the might is doubled. So this battlefield will be really hard to conquer just right now, and so it's feeling that the Elder is safe enough so that he can develop some other cards.
I think so as well. So he's just leaving it on the battlefield despite being completely tapped out. The Wizened Elder is holding for a decent amount of might, as you mentioned. I think we said it before, up to 7 total might with the buff, with his ability, and the Warmogs attached to it. So definitely more than the 2 and the 3, but we said it before, you want to get full value from this Ezreal. So cost shot, maybe we'll call it cost shot number 1, because where there's 1, there's many more down the line. If you don't have it in hand, you just somehow seem to keep drawing into more, and that's a second scrap heap getting picked up.
And the Battle Ram is a good pickup, honestly.
And we're seeing chat saying, is this sped up? But no, this is live, chat. We have no control over the speed. This is all live. The players were just playing very rapidly right there. But does tap 2, recycle 1, perhaps thinking about another Ezreal with the floated energy. So that is 2 with the scrap heap. That's going to be a whopping 3 draws. Another scrap heap getting picked up. There is so much card economy in the hand for Draven. If he didn't have the answer before, he's definitely drawing into the answers right now / very soon.
You're so right on that.
Yeah,
And
look at that.
let's see what he's got.
I almost wanted to count, but I think it's up to 10 total cards. Cycles 1. Looks like he wants to pay for a spinning axe. Play onto the Wizened Elder. Is that going to be enough? We said he was short by a little bit. Has to get over 7. So 5 plus 3 is exactly 8. So 1 might over. Not too bad. Does get the trade, but does allow the spinning axe to be attached onto one of these Ezreals. I would imagine is the one on the battlefield, or you could keep it safe in the back line is probably the likely target.
Yeah, let's see what he elects to do. I'm really curious because both plays would make sense, kind of.
Yeah, you're right. One to defend, and then one to defend the spinning axe from losing it. Um, in case he does have enough might to take it down.
Definitely. And again, he's starting to be really low on runes, and if he equips again, that's gonna be oh no, he can use the seal. But yeah, we saw that it cost him a lot last time. And
You know,
let's
and this
see if
time he
this
did
time
do
he
the math
reduced
right.
it.
There was a stack deck,
Yeah.
a called shot, a spinning axe, and there might have been one more card allowing the battering ram to come out for a simple 1 energy. Guys, look at what we're saying. 1 energy, 5 might unit. That is the value of Miracle Draven sometimes, and does get the attachment. So going up to 8 total might, it's going to actually be rather tough to challenge him, because how are you increasing your Jax champion up to 8 total might? I guess we're going to find out rather shortly. The Jax allowing him to put up on, I think that's the Warmogs. Yeah, the Warmogs to get the simple conquer. And it does get it. So up to 2. Now do you just try to hold your runes to defend? Because I don't see a way of bringing your Jax champion back to the base. At least everything's quick draw. And he does have discipline for the double Dreaming Tree draw. So I wouldn't blame him for leaving here and just trying to defend the best he
Yeah.
can.
Putting some pressure, and your opponent doesn't have that many runes to try to play around you. Especially, I think Brit does not want to recycle because he's got the Mind Splitter ready to get in the action.
Yeah, and
See.
I wish you could see a little bit more of Jax's hand.
Yeah.
I've only seen the discipline, and I believe it was a GA, so we know 2 things could come in at reaction speed.
And
That's just
look how
before.
he's holding the cards. That's how he's bending them like that.
Yeah, right. I think they were already bent, so it almost looks like he's the one bending it. But as we said before, I think it might be a humidity over there in China type thing. But pushes in with the batter ram. Does get up to 2 points, of course, on the obelisk. So not too crazy. As we mentioned, he was running rather low on runes. Doesn't even have enough runes for like a Mind Splitter play. And there's no way he's going to be pushing in forward with the Ezreal. But Tide Turner to bring the battle ram back. Yep, exactly that.
Yeah. Looking good.
I guess he's saying you could have not so fast the ability, but no. Oh, gets the double draw before just because of the reaction speed, but still resolves. And actually, you cannot. I keep mistaking that. You can't not so fast because it doesn't target your friendly unit, of course. I keep thinking like, oh, you could just counter any ability, but that's not how it works. +2 draw. Not too shabby. Does have, it looks to be 2 GAs and a Defy. At the minimum, he's able to bring out 2 GAs, but does go up to 3. Now, is there any way to wiggle your way over to Tide Turner? We saw the first makes make a big impact in the first couple games. If he could retreat that card, play your first mate, push it onto Tide Turner, and then leave up some equipment / signature spells on the defense, Jax feeling in a decent position. We thought Draven had a lot of cards. Look at the hand size for Jax as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Dreaming Tree is doing some wonders here, and that's why we were debating about this battlefield at the beginning, but it seems to be working perfectly well.
So as well, the discipline alone at +2, you can never count out the power of drawing 2 and increasing 2 might. But we said he didn't have enough runes last turn. He definitely has enough runes this turn. Is there any reaction speed, quick draw equipment before the Mind Splitter sees the hand? He's saying, actually, I wouldn't know what he would be saying, but does add the Brutalizer, probably the more valuable
Makes
equipment.
a lot of sense.
Does he want to add at least one of the GAs? I feel like one of the GAs wouldn't feel terrible here. Oh, and the signature
Ooh.
spell Counter Strike coming
What
in.
is that he's saying?
I didn't realize that was reaction speed, Leroy. That's impressive.
Yeah. I mean, a spell called Counter Strike makes sense that it's reaction speed, but
There's
Yeah.
ways to play around it, right? Because it specifically says the next time you take damage. So you could just send in your Ezreal if you want to just sacrifice it. And then that's the next time you take damage. And then you send in your bigger unit being the battering ram. But look at that Jack's chosen champion stacked up to the brim. All those equipments plus the discipline, keeping them nice and healthy in the might department. And yeah, we're seeing in chat, if there's indeed a thermal beam, that would be all she wrote. But Draven's completely tapped out at the very minimum right now. So no thermal beam, most likely going to get deployed out.
Yeah. Looking really good right now. For Jax overall. I mean, Draven has some power, but Jax looks so mighty with all these equipments.
Yeah,
And
especially
it's
when
going
he's
to be
tapped out. I
full
don't think this
turn.
batter ram could get over him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's thinking carefully for the decision. We see the Emperor's Divide, which is basically the green flash. Or is that? No, that is Emperor's Divide, I believe. And
Yeah, I think so.
it actually will be the chosen target. So 2 Defy stay in hand. And funny enough, I looked away for a split second. I didn't get to see the remaining, but 2 Defies. Guardian Angel didn't use everything as he didn't have the runes for all those quick draws. But Guardian Angel... 2 Guardian Angels. I thought he actually ended up playing one of them, unless he had 3. What equipments does he have? 2 Brutalizers. No, it's a Brutalizer, 2 Warmogs, and a GA. So he had 3 GAs in hand.
Jax is never going to die.
Ever. And like we said early on, he is ahead on point tempo. He's the one going to be going up 1 point before his opponent. So if they're going to be playing the hold each respective battlefield game plan, that's going to be favoring Jax as we progress on with this game. We're seeing here 3 to 4 on the Dreaming Tree hold. Pit Rookie is in the back line. He's completely tapped out, right? Ezreal Tide Turner, that's only 5 might. Discipline for the double draw. You love to see it. You wish the Pit Rookie was able to get the +2, but perhaps the Jax able to get the Brutalizer onto Pit Rookie. That might be a step forward. Does he have... oh, he has another Brutalizer. I think I see the line here.
Yeah, you're right. You can switch that up and then you can retake because Draven is tapped out.
Completely
And
tapped out,
let's
so you
just
need a little
equip
bit more.
a Guardian just to flex, just to flex. No, actually, that allows him to conquer and not use the second Brutalizer. So, yeah.
Yeah, really smart
Got
plays.
so much to work with. Yeah, exactly. You said it best.
Yeah, doing exactly what he needed to do to get over those 2 units. Now finding himself at 5, leaves 2 up for a potential... Actually, Brutalizer, I think, is 3 energy, so he might not be able to play it just yet. But we saw the GA... No. I guess he's just kind of bluffing too, unless he has something else. Unless I'm crazy, let me see Brutalizer real quick. It is 2. Okay, I was right. So there is available runes for the Brutalizer. So that could be a +3 on the defense as well. This Pit Rookie holding down the opposite power. He holds up to 6. Things are looking very favorable for Jax. And there's a couple good cards in Draven's hand as he had a book earlier on. Mind Spitter, a Rebuke, I believe, a Scrap Heap, and a little bit more, of course.
Yeah, looking really, really good right now. Yeah, the GA will be gone, but that's not a big loss. Draven has started to recover in terms of rune economy per se, but it's not great either. Let's see what he can do. Very
Yeah,
curious to
let's
see.
see. He has plenty of runes. He can even go for a Mind Spirit play, but that's going to be all you're going to be able to do that turn. So I don't think it would be too smart to just play out a single unit. You're going to have to try to defend a little bit better than that. Of course, you are at 4. Your opponent might very well be getting to 6 the next turn. So much options to think about. What can he do? I mean, I wish we see the full picture of his hand, but he might be leaning towards that Mind Spitter. He might not have any better play, actually.
Yeah, maybe that's the only option that he has, but that sounds a bit weak, no?
I agree. Yeah, it sounds like that's everything you're doing this turn. You can't even ready it, so you're forced to expose your other Mind Splitter. And take a look at the back line. That's a Wizened Elder. That is a Jax champion. That is a pit crew or pit rookie with a Brutalizer, able to kind of switch around the Brutalizer. And I believe, is there 2? No, there's just 1 Brutalizer on the board. And 1 in the hand. That's where I was confused.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, he kept it and used the GA instead to... I think he wants to use the surprise effect because the quick draw allows for some crazy play with the Brutalizer.
And he's going for Leroy. He might have just not had a better play. The Mind Splitter, at the minimum, it is a 7 might unit. You are taking a big card away from your opponent. You know, luckily he does have quick draw. I'm willing to bet he's probably going to deploy out that Brutalizer now that he doesn't have to really keep those runes available for something like a Defy. Because I believe Draven just has a single rune. The UI says he has 2 runes, but I'm only seeing a Fury rune up. So perhaps he's not too threatened. Yeah, there he goes. The UI got it together. 1 rune, so Defy isn't going to be doing the most, as Draven tends to not really have any plays for 1, of course. So looks to decide, do you want to play it to back up the battering ram, or are you playing it in base to try to push one of these battlefields the following turn? Those are difficult decisions. Those are kind of the plays you need to think 1 to 2, maybe even 3 turns ahead sometimes. So I don't blame him for taking his time here.
No, definitely. And it's really cool that it comes so close to the end with I mean, it's 5-4. The game is really close. It's best of 3. And who would have thought that a Jax would be going so far and showing such great, such an amazing show, basically.
Definitely.
I'm not finding my words. My English is going.
A great show of skill, like you're saying. Yeah. Really great stuff. And you know, showing it in great ways, right? In ways we've never really seen it done in this whole circuit long. And looking to be able to take down Dravens left and right, as he most likely has been doing this entire regional long. Of course, though, after the Brutalizer, you have to attach it to someone. Or can you forego attaching it? You play it at quick draw speed, but don't you have to attach it? Maybe so. Not. Maybe you could just play it, and then because it has...
well, that's something I didn't know. Then I don't know if you were aware about that. Oh no, okay, that was like a reaction, or is it a judge that said, "Hey, you gotta attach it"? I don't know. I don't know what happened exactly.
He ended up attaching it anyways. Perhaps he just played it out and saying, "Oh, of course it has to attach onto a unit." Either way, he's able to move things around with the Jax Legend. But you know, if it wasn't attached, that could be 2+3s, because you Jax ability one of the Brutalizers, and then you get the open Brutalizer. So those are very intricate plays. I don't know if that's a legal play. I don't think you could just play the unit onto the base without attaching it, but I'm gonna have to look back at the rulebook because I don't know for 100%, honestly.
Yeah, I wouldn't know exactly either, to be honest.
But Jax is looking rather good, going up to his 7th point. He's saying, I am going to be holding with one of these units. Let's take a look what he has in hand. That's a double Defy. Trying to consider the fact that the pit rookie could add to some of these might defensive. The Jack holding down for a good number. The Wizened Elder holding down for a decent amount of might. Is this exactly what he needs to do? Let's take a look at what Draven can have in hand, because this Draven doesn't have a lot of accelerated potential. He doesn't have the Kaiser survivors we're used to seeing from Draven. He doesn't have his brother Darius we're used to seeing. So he doesn't really have accelerated potential. The Viride, the Wind, nowhere to be seen, of course, because he has to hold it down, or rather conquer and push forward with 2 Mind Splitters. You know, it's possible. You do have things like Spinning Axe, but you just need to hold one of these battlefields, Leroy. Did Jax just hold it down and take the victory, or does Draven have the
I
hand?
think he does. He's got so many runes. He's got no. Okay, he's saying okay. You get this one. You get this one.
Oh, he drew the
No.
Thunder Song. Wait a second. 2, 4, 5 and a Rebuke. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, is this going to be devastating for Jax? Luckily for him, that's only going to be going up to 6 points, but then you're in a setup mode. You don't have any first mate. Oh, Leroy, as things are the wheels starting to fall off for Jax, because I thought he was in a very dominant position, but as it stands, the Thunder Song into a Rebuke perhaps doesn't feel all that bad. Even a Rebuke is undefiable. How are you stopping a simple Rebuke?
Honestly, I don't know. It seems quite uneasy right now for the Jax, and unless he picks up something to ready his unit, he's gonna be in a world of trouble.
Oh yeah, you could say that again. These are fantastic lines for EDG, keeping things rather straightforward. It looks like 2 Mind Splitters sufficient enough to do the job. He didn't have any not so fasts. He didn't have any kind of reactions or actions to that to do anything about these double conquerors. And now Rico, feeling decently good, is now on the back of Jax to do the job. You know, if he had like a Fiora worthy something already as these units are coming down, he has all these units to use, but just nothing to really attach him to. And oh my goodness, to make matters worse, your chosen champion might just be seeing the bin, but of course the first mate is the only thing allowing you to try to wiggle your way into both of these battlefields. So I do agree, I think the first mate might just be the more valuable target to dispense here. But oh, I can't believe it, Leroy. Look how close Jax got. He tasted it.
Yeah.
He tasted victory. He was at 7. I cannot believe what we're witnessing here.
You know what? Me neither. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
I'm
what's
shedding a
happening.
tear on the inside. I won't lie.
Yeah, I'm with you on this one.
Oh man, guys, F's in the chat for Jax. Of course, I don't want to call it too soon, but you know, because we have all-seeing vision, we see the bigger picture. We see the hand of Jax. We know what Draven has in hand. He even has a couple runes to defend for the potential push. I say potential push, but how is he going to push? Stack everything on Pit Rookie, and then where are you going with the other battlefield? I mean, it's not over, because Rico goes up to 7, and he as himself doesn't have too much accelerated potential, so it's not completely over. Maybe you develop your board with your champion, and then you push in twice, but uh-oh, things are getting crazy. The Rasa coming out to add some defenses. And, you know, even for the final push from Draven, he has the Thunder Song, as we said before. So defending with 18, or I should say 16 total might on the Dreaming Tree, and defending with 14 total might on the Obelisk of Power. You know, those do. Oh, look at him. He's saying, what can I draw? This is the heart of the cards, Leroy. Can he pick up what he needs? He needs a hope and a prayer and a little bit more than that. No, that is GG. Jax so close to moving on forward to top 8, but this miracle / traditional Draven package getting the job done, and all smiles saying, Rebuke, you are a you are a godsend. Well played. We got to give it to EDG Rico. He did play very well. So did the
Yeah,
Jax player,
definitely.
just falling a little bit short. It looks like he just ran out of steam, chat. Like he had everything going for him, but once he hit 7, that was it. Where was his cards? He just had nothing else after that.
Yeah. Um. Like green orange is not my favorite pick, so I'm not gonna say I'm devastated, but it's never cool to see some driven players take it all the way.
He
No
played
offense.
well, though. Both of them played well. I was really
Yeah.
rooting for Jax, though. He was so close, as we keep going back to. I think Rebuke is too cheap for how strong it is. Yeah, Jala, if Jax had a not so fast, we could be saying something completely different here. Draven could have lost that game. Rebuke is almost cheating in this game. Heart Crew, I wouldn't go as far as cheating. It is just a bit overtuned. But keep in mind, we weren't saying all that in set 1. It's just because the gold mechanic became a thing. So I think as itself, as a standalone card, it's perfectly fine. I think when you attach it to something like Draven, where you get a draw from rebuking essentially, or you have efficient use of rebukes with the gold mechanics, because no one was complaining too much about rebuke set 1, right? I think just set 2 brought the best of it. And Challenger,
And
what's
you
going
know,
on? Ban like 15 purple cards? Right,
you
we need
know,
a balanced meta ASAP. But Challenger, did
talking
you
about
see?
that. Sorry.
No,
Go
no.
ahead.
I was just gonna ask Challenger if he saw the top 16 distribution. There's only 3 Dravens left, so maybe he's not the biggest boogeyman so far.
But talking about the rebuke, we did not see, and they could have incited any rune runner, the camel guy, as some people like to call it.
Yeah, Ruin Runner, right? We didn't see any kind of Ruin Runner. Perhaps is not the best. I mean, attaching all those equipments onto Ruin Runner does seem like it has some value to it, but I guess it could be in the sideboard. It seemed like it's a good idea, but maybe it doesn't end up playing the way you think. I mean, some people love Ruin Runner, some people hate it, but I kind of like it from what I've seen. And Chance
Yeah,
St.
same.
Draven had all 3 seals out. He paid. Yeah, Chance. I think he played everything, even despite having a deflect. Bull Ruiners Jax is broken. There we go, Crypto. Or Crypron. We'll go with Pits. Yeah, Pits, maybe Jax needed some more Ruin Runner in his life. I could totally see that.
Yeah, I could agree with that too.
And here, Lero, do you want to take a little bit of a break before the next one?
Yeah,
Or how
sure.
are you feeling? Do you want to just call it with just one
No,
round?
I can. Let's go at least for the first one. I will be good, and then I'll see if it goes. If the first one is 45 minutes, maybe I'll see. I'm gonna take a quick break right now.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, I'll be there for the next.
Yeah, I only had you down for one more round. After that one, you don't have to stick around. I know how usually in the past you like stuck around for the intermission. I feel like since you've been up this whole time, you definitely should get a little bit of rest.
We'll see. Yeah, I will see. I'll
Yeah,
try
let me know.
to.
You're open to stay, of course, but just let me know how you're feeling.
Yeah, I'll try to watch from afar and send the data as if I manage to feel it.
Sounds good. If you get it tomorrow, not bad at all either way. But I'll hide your camera for now as you take a break.
Right. Sure. Thanks.
What time is it in China right now? Tyrone, in China, it is 3 p.m., 3:15 p.m. Actually, I lie. It's 4:15 p.m. in China. And you know, chat, I'm going to take a teeny break myself. I know I need to probably get some food, but luckily, this might just be my last one casting, depending. I had one caster already canceled today. If Alguito and BMU cancel, I will be able to step in. But Alguito, I did see you in chat if you're still hanging out in here, so I could definitely rely on you. I know these things are just way later. So, guys, let me know if it starts getting too late, if the wife wakes up, if you guys got to go to breakfast or brunch or whatever time it is, I will fill in. But I think I have it down on the schedule. I'm going to be casting with Leroy one more round, and then Alguito and Butter Me Up are taking us home for the semifinals and the finals. And I believe I caught Win in chat. Sivir moving on to top 8. What if we get, guys, what if we get our first non-Draven champion being Sivir? Not only Sivir, being a non-Chinese player. That would be a heck of a thing to say. And Chambord, you guys in Europe just waking up. Good morning, Europeans. I guess you'll see another Draven Fiora. I wouldn't hate it, but let's have Fiora win it all this time. Enjoying breakfast here in Poland. Hey, good morning, mate. Yeah, I'm over here. For me, it's 3 in the morning, so I normally should be snoozing. But the regional things got my schedule all sorts of messed up. But you know, since I got one more round, so I could give you guys the best energy and casting I can, let me grab some food now. Because I'll still be able to hang around for the intermissions, even though I won't be casting. Did you catch the Draven didn't have runes for that last play? Wait, Dace, run me through that. What do you mean he didn't have runes for that last play? Are you guys saying he should have lost? We'll love to see Sivir versus Draven action. Dean, rewind the thing. Actually, no, that wasn't a Draven. Chat, what did Sivir win? It beat Aurelia. Yeah. And Gandhi a mukbang stream. You guys don't want to see all that. I work just listening in California. Hey, I think in California you guys are 3 hours back, so it should be right about midnight for you guys. All right, guys, I'm gonna go grab some snacks, some food. I don't think I'm gonna cook up a whole meal at this time of the night, but just get a couple of snacks to get the energy tank back up. Axe, Rebuke, Mind Splitter. Mind Splitter was 7. Axe is 2 up to 9. Rebuke brings it up to 11. Days, he had seals for the power, if that's your confusion. Guys, I'm pretty sure the judges would have caught something, but during this break, those guys on YouTube or the guys on Twitch, rewind the VOD real quick to see if these guys are right. I want to know, well, they're gonna rewind the whole game. Yeah, too keen. Imagine if they do. He had 9 at the start of turn. Wow, Lord and Raise. All right, I gotta rewatch it. Let me come back from my break. If they haven't started, we'll try to rewatch the VOD and see what you guys are seeing. He had 9 cards because that was the biggest turn. Draven without the Rebuke lost the game. China's chat is spamming cheater. Whoo! We got some drama. Guys, maybe Jax is gonna be moving on through because they do kind of remedy any kind of situation like that. He can either Rebuke or Mind Splitter. But wait, chat. He Mind Splittered. Wait. He on the Rebuke, he had 2 Mind Splitters in the back. The play he used Rebuke wasn't the play he Mind Splitter, was it? I wasn't paying attention. You know, Default, you would think we pay attention, but as casting, we're always thinking about what we're about to say next, that we're not super attentive to those intricate details, like how much runes they had available. And I say intricate, for some of you guys it's rather simple, but when you're trying to, you know, do the stream stuff and the casting, it gets a little bit crazy. China notice is not too big. He did at the end 7 Dragon, 2 Axe, and 2 Rebukes. I believe you guys because enough people in chat are bringing it to my attention. So, hey, Draven the cheater. Draven cheating ass. Man, Jax should have won then. How did the Jax player catch that, chat? Yeah, he used it the same turn. Wow, and good morning, BMU. Good to see you. Actually, review Mind Splitter Rasa. Yeah, guys, pose for the camera like a clown. Guys, that's a drama. Post it on Twitter. See what kind of drama you guys could stir up. He don't pay the mana cost for Rebuke. Dang, Bongo. Oh my goodness. That was all the difference. Without the Rebuke, that would have held. I think it would have held. He tapped seals for Rebuke, erase. He tricked the judges. He tricked the judges and he tricked everyone that was witnessing the match. He pretended those were mana seals or mana blocks, whatever you want to call them from MTG. But hey guys, I know I was supposed to get some food. Let me grab some food now before the next round, because that round went decently long. We're probably another 5 to 10 minutes from starting round of top 8. So I'll be right back. You guys try to clip it. If anyone in chat could clip the moment where he cheated, at least we have a clip on stream to go back to. But I'll be right back, chat. It'll be like 5 minutes, maybe a little bit more than 5 minutes if I'm being honest. But I'll be right back. I'll turn the stream up just so you can hear a little bit of Chinese. All right, BRB guys. Do the judges know? I would imagine Shadow Fire or Shadow Fire. BRB chat.
Leroy, are you back?
Yeah. I'm dealing with the numbers right now, trying to set up some things for the chat. How are you doing?
Good, man. Good. How you feeling?
A bit tired. I couldn't get some sleep this time. So
Just too excited for this final, yeah?
what? Sorry.
Just too excited for the finals.
Yeah. I will. I don't know if I'll still be awake for the finals. Yeah. I hope so.
Top 16,
And of course I'm hyped because like Randy is making it. So I think we got a French in the top 8. So of course that's like, yay.
Oh, is that the Siver?
Yeah, that's the silver.
Oh, it's nice to see its representation outside of China in a Chinese event, especially going so high.
Yeah, definitely. It's really cool. And it's the first severe that makes it so far, running a miracle package.
So is this the Miracle, or is this the Aurora, or is this the mid-range where they're just doing the big camels and then they're just sabotaging and...
Yeah, but
Just-
apparently he showed everyone that the truth was lied in
The truth was more gold and more silver.
Yeah. You said it best.
But to see a top 16 with Jackson, I wouldn't have thought that in at least 6 months. But no, I'm happy to see it. It's really cool to see people are pushing through with these non-Draven picks. And as we're seeing
Yeah,
in the top-
honestly, this is the coolest top cut that we've had so far.
Oh, it was crazy. Like, was it 3 Dravens, 4 Aurelias? I didn't expect that.
Yeah, I mean, top 32 was like 12. Wait, I need to check because maybe I messed up my numbers. Give me just a second.
If from your chart, yeah, 32 was 12,
Right.
8.
So yeah.
Israel. 2 Lucians, that's also quite interesting.
Yeah.
One Fiora,
Lucians.
a Yi coming in.
Yeah, exactly. And 3 Kesas showing good numbers. And then top 16, Aurelia taking over Draven. Kesa still in good spot. 2 Ezreal, 2 Lucian still. Fiora, Sivir, Jax. Yeah, honestly, I can't wait to do my next tier list because things are gonna change. Things are gonna change.
See, just looking at your top 64 as well, there was a Lux in top 64. There was a Set. We knew about the Azir from the day before because he was 6-1, I think it was, from the last match of the day.
Oh yeah, so it was guaranteed.
So it's just a great overall representation. Draven just
And
isn't.
I don't think it's the same Azir because the 2 last tournaments, one Azir made it to the top cut, and it was the same guy.
Good morning, gentlemen. It's BMU here. I just wanted to jump in for a second. I've just checked the VOD on the Rebuke play.
Yeah.
And he used 2 Seals of Discord to play for the Rebuke, not runes.
Judge!
If you run it back at about 5:56:50 on the Twitch VOD, 5 hours 36 minutes. He paid the Rebuke for with 2 Seals of Discord and no runes.
Okay, but so it doesn't have the energy. It doesn't use the proper energy cost, right?
Yeah, so he used 2 power to pay for the Rebuke, not the 2 runes.
Drama.
It's free Buke now, not Rebuke. It's free Buke.
Oh no.
Now the question is it an honest mistake?
I don't know. I've looked at his face, And look, I'm no CIA body language expert, but he looks pretty devious doing it. Like he just really quickly does it. Like he slams a rebuke and then twists his seals and then just looks down. Like it's very strange.
That
It is
red-
very strange.
That red bastard. It didn't.
Hashtag free buke. I'm telling you.
So for chat, I don't know how it's going to work in China because they'd have to get a dispute from someone off stage to actually see the match itself, and then they'd have to run it back through the VOD, which they can do. You know, that's not the issue. But somebody outside of the arena, well, the actual match has to essentially bring it up with the head judge and go, "Hey, we noticed there was an illegal play during this time period. Could you please look at it as this is a pivotal moment in the match where essentially, if the Draven couldn't do this, the Draven loses."
Yeah, I mean, so the everyone's saying like, oh, it didn't really matter. Like it could have mattered because obviously he's got 7 less might on the battlefield. Jax has an extra card and Draven doesn't have an extra card. So there is a big difference here because I mean the Jax was strong enough to fight the Mind Splitter, right? So you wouldn't have had the might to put the Mind Splitter on the battlefield because it would need to be played to base. Yeah.
So I think the Jax had a buff. He was 5, so he was 6. Had the Brutalizer, so he was 9. So yeah, I think the idea was he put the Mind Splitter in the battle area just so he could rebuke it.
Yeah, to get the card draw essentially, and we don't know what the card draw was. And then he would have been able to. So he'd won that fight. The Draven couldn't have won from that position if my understanding of the game state is correct, because he can't get Jax off that battlefield with the cards he has in hand.
Wow.
Although he could have rebuked the Jax,
Guys,
but then he couldn't have played Mind
do we
Splitter,
have-
so he could have replayed Jax.
Do we have a Jax in the top 8? Do we have like severe Jax? Do we have like 5 different legends in the top 8? And does everyone that was saying Draven tier 0 gonna have Draven all the time winning tournaments, are they wrong?
I mean,
Imagine no
I'm-
Draven in top 8.
Yeah, I'm looking at the UI as well. So Draven has 7 runes up, and he played a spinning axe to take 2 runes down. So yeah, he couldn't have possibly afforded the rebuke and the Mind Splitter at the same turn.
Drama.
Yeah, so he'd have needed to make a choice. So he'd either have left Jax on the battlefield and lost the 8th point, or he could have Mind Splitted the first mate out, but then obviously Jax stays on the battlefield. So he has to rebuke the Jax, but then he can't Mind Splitter, so he can just replay Jax and equip it, swing in and hold, and he wins.
Guys, that's crazy.
Because the pit rookie's on the field as well. There's a brutalizer already on the field. He could have easily taken both battlefields because obviously the Mind Splitter might wasn't there. That was the problem. There was 14 might from the Mind Splitter on the obelisk, and 9 on the Dreaming Tree. So I believe he could have taken both battlefields that turn. But yeah, if you look at the VOD, about 5 hours, 36 minutes, and 40 odd seconds, he uses 2 Seals of Discord to play for the rebuke, which I'm pretty sure is not a legal play.
Yeah. I think everyone's going to agree on the fact that it's definitely not a legal play.
Free buke, let's go.
It's going to be a long break just in case that's the truth and people are trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I would imagine it's going to be a slightly longer break. I'd be disappointed. Like, I know the Chinese judges aren't the best. There's some pretty odd calls, but I'd be very, very disappointed if this isn't found out, and I'd be very interested in the resolution. Obviously, this is going to be all over Twitter. You know, Riot are pretty good at picking stuff like this up. So if it's not found out now, it will be in the future. But I don't know what the resolution today would have been.
Yeah, let's see, guys. I hope they give Jags the win if, I mean, no matter if it was honest mistake or actual cheating, I hope they give Jags the win. And then the fact that it's cheating or not will result in a potential ban, but that's for them to decide. And this is the part where I don't care that much because that's their problem, not mine. Yeah.
And guys, I'm back. Good morning, BMU and Alguito. I hear you guys discussing. I like what I'm hearing, but at the same time, I'm not the biggest fan because you guys know what happens with these kind of judge calls. That just means we're getting extended breaks in between these rounds as they get the resolution. And to BMU's point, I overheard, I think we will be getting a resolution right here, right now. The way I would resolve it, because it looks so intentional, you said he looked devious doing it, because he tapped the seals, intentionally tapped the seals, knowing that that's not how Riftbound works. That to me is an intentional type cheating or, you know, manipulation of your game state. That's a game loss. That is a game loss to me.
My idea is just, with the stress and everything, you can make those mistakes. And
no, I just don't think so, Leroy. Like I watched that whole game. Like both of those players were playing quick. They were playing perfect. Like there was no play mistakes. You know, I didn't even see any argument. Like the Jax player is the fastest player I've ever seen in my life.
Right.
And yeah, it just looks so intentional.
Chat is calling for a ban. And real quick, BMU Agito, do you guys want to hop on stream already? I just don't want you guys to get too fatigued. Not that you will get fatigued, but I don't know if you... I do have the availability of putting 4 cameras on the screen, but of course, me and Lyric will hold it down for another round before you guys hop on. As you guys want, I know you guys are already in the booth here, but whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah, I'm happy to sit and chat. 1 second. Let me...
All right, I see Alguito. Lero, do you want your camera back yet, or are you still chilling?
Oh, yeah, sure, let's go. I sent also data if you guys want to talk about it at one point, for sure.
All right, guys, we're bringing in the squad. We have a 4-man squad dropping in. Let's see if I can get everything rolling. Alguito, are we online with you? Let's see if that worked. Yep, there we go. Alguito swiftly coming on through. And then BMU, let's get him into the party as well. The only thing, I don't think I have BMU's name on the upper left, but I should be able to make a quick fix.
That's okay.
No, I could do it. I mean, we're not doing anything. We're just going to be
I'm in it for the love, not the fame, plus.
No worries. I still got you. Still got to show respect. Let me put this, and then let me grab it from the window you were at before. You were right here. Copy, paste. Super simple, actually. We go boom, boom, boom. And then add it here.
Oh, yeah. So I've got a live translate on the Billy chat. And basically everyone's saying ban him, ban him, ban him.
Yeah.
Wow.
For those who don't know the Chinese community, they
are ruthless.
Yeah, they are ruthless, like beyond anything you could imagine. Like a League of Legends player will make a small mistake and receive death threats from everyone. Yeah, that's something else.
It is crazy. To Lorenzo and YouTube chat's point, cheating on a live stream, on top of the judges watching, you have thousands of players across the world watching you. That's one argument why it could maybe could not be intentional. Maybe just like the heat of the moment getting the better. But honestly, these are top 16 players. He knew what he was doing, tapping seals. You're not gonna convince me.
That's what the Chinese chat is saying as well. Yeah, the Chinese chat saying like he's not a new player. He should have known better. Should be banned. Yeah, just basically saying like he's terrible. Like they're really going for him.
Yeah,
wow.
that's Oh, and guys, what time is it?
If we're
9,
talking
9:30.
about a potential ban, then this break might be a little longer than we expected because we were pretty
Yeah.
deep into the round of top 16. I expected this break to be like 10 minutes max, honestly. But if they're talking about a potential ban, they're gonna write out a whole statement. Riot always releases a statement about bans. For anyone just joining, because I'm seeing a couple what happened. Guys, we had, maybe I won't blow it up too much, but there was a play that just happened in the round of top 16 where the player played a free rebuke. I think you guys had it in chat. Is it free buke? What are we calling it? What are we calling it?
Free buke. Has to be
Hashtag free buke in chat. So he played a rebuke with seals and it made all the difference. So people are calling for a ban, aka a cheater. So yeah, that's what's going on to catch up everyone up to speed. If you guys want to rewind a bit on the bout, yeah, hashtag free buke.
Yes.
Guys, look where we're starting.
Let's go viral. Let's go.
Right. Tweet it out now.
Free buke, cool shots. What else do we need?
Right, exactly. Call shots. And Tyrone, so Jackson's moving forward. In my opinion, we're gonna have a Jackson top 8. If I was over there, if I had anything to do with it, I believe we would have a Jackson top 8 because it seems so intentional that that's a game loss and it was one game apiece. So one game loss does mean you lose the best of 3 series.
Yeah, I hope we get Jackson top 8. I don't know about the ban, and yeah, as I said, I don't care, and I don't like spreading the things. Well, spreading the hate, and this guy is gonna get enough of it. But yeah, please give me this Jackson top 8. He deserves it.
He played well because, I mean, without that rebuke, as we keep going back to, that was pretty much a GG wrap things up for Jax. So I think he deserved it. Ban rebuke, I sleep. Ban free buke, real talk. There we go.
Apparently the referees ruled against him, but I'm not sure what the resolution is on that. That's according to the Chinese stream chat.
Against him, like that he doesn't get a game loss?
Just says ruled against him. I'm not sure what they're referring to. I'm keeping an eye on the Chinese chat because obviously there's probably people in there that can understand what's going on with the stream itself. So I will keep you guys updated. I'll keep an eye on it.
Thank you. We got an insider and BMU holding it down over on the Chinese stream.
Let's go.
But we'll see. I mean, this is just going to be the topic of conversation for the remaining of this break because we need to see what's going on. I'll give you them a personal call to handle this. Jala, you got the inside scoop as well. Yeah, now everyone's going to forget about the free stopper incident. It's definitely now the free buke. Yeah, I'm assuming someone probably already clipped it and posted it online. I would imagine.
Free buke's such like more erroneous than free stopper as well. Like free buke is just
yeah, it's a good one.
Imagine that card being 0 cost. That's crazy.
Right. Or just 2 power, 0 and 2 power, like a call shot. But we did hear Sivir is moving on forward, so Randy doing good things. So what are we thinking? I didn't hear if you guys completely rounded up the top 8. What are we feeling for top 8? Because there was just 3 Draven. We know one had to probably move forward. Is that going to be the first time ever we just get a single Draven in top 8?
I'm feeling one Lucian, you know.
Okay.
So who was against the Sivir?
Well, on the round of 32 we saw?
On the top 16, if the Sivir's going to top 8, who were they fighting in the last matchup?
Yeah,
I don't know. It wasn't on stream. It was just chat let us know that Sivir did end up moving forward. You know, for those that follow Randy on stream, or not on stream, follow Randy on Twitter, it looks like Ray's saying Sivir beat Lucian. Okay, so one Lucian out because there was 2 Lucians, so one goes down. So maybe Lucian might have not made it. I hope they did, though.
Yeah,
this is a interesting discussion in the Chinese chat. Sorry, just keep everyone updated. Apparently, the Draven player is going to move on to the round.
Wow.
They're just going to charge him double the fees, is what the Chinese chat is saying.
The hell?
What?
Like,
like
So they're just
no
making money
pricing?
out of this?
I don't know. That's what the Chinese chat's saying.
He's getting
they're like, he's being protected. Like it's like the mafia of Riftbound here. Like I'm not sure what's going on. I'll keep an eye on it. I'll keep everyone updated as I
To
find
be
out more.
fair,
That would be-
BMU's going off translators. I think we're missing something. I don't think the fees. I think it goes to like he's getting charged for the rewards. Like maybe he moves forward, but for the top 8 prizing, he's gonna receive no prizing. Maybe something along those lines.
Oh no, okay. They're saying Wiki's back. Who's the Jax player? So they're saying he's back now. I'm unsure what's going on. I'll keep an eye. I'll keep an eye on what's
Maybe
going on.
It's like
top 8,
we are so
Silver's top
back.
8.
We are so not back. We are so back. We're so not back.
Yeah, like
That's
I said
literally
before.
what the chat is like.
Yeah, no one knows exactly what's going on. This break is definitely taking a little longer because the Chinese judges are trying to figure out what is the resolution to the potential cheating rebuke. And yeah, Gandhi, I think it's a little bit of a translation error. And Forge, the silver on top, yeah, it's guaranteed, or not guaranteed, but we have heard that Silver took down Illusion in top 16. So Silver, the Silver dream is still alive, being represented by Randy out there in China. They're definitely not backing the Draven. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, hashtag free Jax now. We want to see more Jax. I definitely do.
Okay, so in reference to the fees, they were on about the costs of the card. That's a translation error.
Cost of the card. So you think like the
when they were
pricing,
saying
they're
that
going to
when the
take away
word
some
fee gets
pricing?
translated, it means like cost of cards. So like the physical cost of playing the card. So they're arguing about the fact he didn't pay the cost of the card.
Oh, that's
what
what
it
it
was.
was.
Okay,
So-
okay,
Yeah.
Gotcha.
They're saying free buke in Chinese.
Yeah,
Exactly.
basically.
That's the rebuke. Yeah, Forge. Randy's still in. Randy, the silver player, is still in. Energy cost, not the price. Exactly, Gandhi. I think it's just a little translation error like BMU's getting at. So yeah, guys, at least we're backing up a big old Randy. Whether he's from the US, whether he's from EU, he has a lot of love. And he's making a big, bold statement because who flies out to China to compete in these regionals, right? That's a lot of confidence. Not only do you have to get the lottery system in there, get the lottery entry, but then once you do get the entry, you have to take down the tournament, and to find himself in top 8 is truly impressive. I mean, you believe in your skills. You knew you had enough reps in Spiritforged, so he's doing great things. I think we're going to hear a lot of Randy in this Spiritforged season.
Yeah, Randy's a fantastic player. It just reminds me of George flying over there without a spot and just going and then just winning the entire event as well. So I'm hoping Randy does the same.
If it does, what did that say about the Chinese meta that 2 non-Chinese from either Europe or from NA made their way over China and not only plays really well, but if Randy also wins, are they just really like freaks? There's no exactly what they want to do each game. Or is maybe, as some have speculated before, the Chinese players are just kind of still catching up in the TCG experience type stuff.
Maybe, but people have to also acknowledge the fact that those who move to China are professionals, so of course they're going to perform.
Right. Like if you're spending all that money and taking the risk of going to China, you're doing something good, because you like I said, you have to have so much confidence, because I don't think I would take that bold step. Even if I was that good, you're risking it. That sounds like a lot of money, the plane ticket, the hotel, and you're staying a month in China. Like, what is Randy not working? Is he in school? Is he taking a vacation, a month off?
That I don't know.
Right, that's the one thing. Like with George, and maybe some of you guys in chat know, you take a month off. A lot of people don't have the luxury of taking a month off from school, work, from family commitments. So it's a lot. It's a lot to do. So I'm impressed by a lot of these guys. And holiday, okay, could be a month-long holiday. That's a long holiday.
Yeah, the thing is, like, if you do manage to win that event, like the return on investment is just huge. Like everyone's buying your Metafy guy, everyone's following you on Twitter, you get the best of card, and then you're pretty much like invited to every single event going forward.
Yeah, you're
but
right.
that's if you win.
Yeah, even the top 8, it feels pretty impressive. I think Randy, like even people in chat saying go Randy, go Randy. So it's just you're more exposed, right? You get a lot of exposure being in these regional events. A lot of people have eyes on you, and they're probably going to be recognized. So you feel like a little mini celebrity in this kind of Riftbound niche that we're in. So it is pretty cool. It is pretty cool.
Official response should be coming on stream right now. The chat is saying he's banned.
Whoa, chat. We might be dealing with the first banned player.
This is essentially Twitch chat, so take it with a pinch of salt, you know?
Guys, the Free Buke player might have received the first ban of Season 2. There was 2 bans last season. There was a cheating Teemo that received a ban for a year, and there was an aggressive player that threw chairs onto tables and stuff like that that also got banned for a year. So the first bans of Spiritforged might be coming out really soon. And hey, who wants to catch up chat for that's just joining us up to speed? Because I said it one too many times already.
Basically, hashtag FreeBuke is all you need to know.
So essentially, chat, this you're going to believe this is crazy. There was a Jax in top 16. Yeah, I know. Gonna believe it. He was going against the Draven. Yeah, I know. That's kind of more likely.
Yeah,
that's the first game. Jax came in, punched the Draven out, and then the Draven was like, "That's it, cheating mode. Let's go."
Great synopsis from Agito. Basically, yeah, Jax was winning the game, and in order for Draven to close things out, he had to do a little bit of finessing. He played a rebuke with 2 seals, so paid 0 energy, 2 power from the seals to play a rebuke, and that looked very intentional. He did it really quick where the judges couldn't see it, so that's why chat's saying free buke. That's what's going on for anyone that's just joining the chat. So we have a little bit of cheating allegations. If it was a mistake, like he had a lot of units, maybe it was a Swiss round where they're not the most experienced, but it's top 16. You've been playing this game for many months. You know, it's not his first rodeo, I should say. He's been here before. I don't think anyone, even in the most hottest moments of these games, like I would say, like sometimes you're just not thinking, but you know how much rebuke costs. I mean, like I said before, you're not fooling me that it wasn't intentional.
Okay, I'm just saving the clip on Twitch so everyone can see the hashtag freebie.
Nice. Feel free to post it in chat for those that want to see it. And Thunderling saying, rewatching the clip again, he literally counts his room before playing the free buke. Like, come on. Yeah, Thunderling, I think he knows. It is obvious. If it's one of the misplays, I think a warning feels fair. But if it does it twice, a quick succession, and wins the game because of it, deserves a ban. Hume Lane, that's the thing. I don't know if it's a full-on ban.
I don't know if I can post links in chat, but let's see.
It should let you post.
The other players took a 1-year ban, right?
Yeah, Teemo did get a ban.
It's YouTube chat and Twitch chat for the free buke. Feel free to pull that up.
Free buke looking expensive. Did they give Draven the win? Shin, Draven won the game because of the free buke. So they didn't give him the win. He won in that scenario because it looked like he won the game. But now that's why there's being an extended intermission here, because they're trying to remedy it. They're trying to say, is Jax moving into top 8? Or is Draven going to move and we'll punish him later? Which I don't like that. I think they should get punished now. But part of me on the inside, I want to just say, like, you know, let's hurry it along. Let's go on to top 8 already.
These Chinese fans are absolutely bloodthirsty in this Billy chat. They are like, ban him, get rid of him, banned permanently, get out, like terrible.
Yeah, I mean, for those who discover the Chinese community, it's something.
Right. They've always been a handful.
No mercy.
And Default saying... And what was that, Agito?
Just look in the chat. It's like, it's truly shameful. Shame on his ancestors.
Shame on his ancestors is crazy.
I like that. Your whole bloodline because you freed the god.
That is so good. Yeah, shame on his ancestors. His parents did not raise him right. Cheater. Born cheater. Sorry to ask, but why couldn't he use the seals? Oh, Blix, Rebuke is 2 energy, seals are power. Yes, you can pay power with the seals, but he didn't have any energy. I'm talking about he only played 2 seals to play the Rebuke, so you need 2 real energy and 2 real power. So you might be confused because yes, you can pay for the power cost for Rebuke, but seals are only power, they're not energy. So I don't know if right, so he didn't exhaust any runes. Yeah, he didn't have any runes available. That's what happened. He didn't have any runes to use. And
Exactly.
Cameron's saying pumpkin eater. All right, what are you guys getting at now?
Cheetah, pumpkin eater.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
What is that? That's yeah, no. That's where my English draws the line. I don't know that.
Yeah, honestly, I'm there with you,
I think that's a
Leroy.
very like very niche reference. Don't worry about it, Leroy. Honestly.
And okay, a little further clarification. He had runes, but he first played Rebuke, then he played Mind Splitter. Oh, Stark, maybe that's what the confusion was, because he wasn't completely tapped out while he was playing the Rebuke. It's a tricky situation, because in that situation, you would have to almost rewind the board state, let him play the Rebuke, and then he doesn't play the Mind Splitter, but it's over. It's over. One of these judges might be getting fired.
Yeah, I don't like. Ideally, they would just rewind the board state, and I expect that's what's being argued by the Draven player at the moment. But there's too much that have happened. So in high OPL rules, if you've garnered any information, you can't rewind. So obviously he looked at the opponent's hand, he's seen the Mind Splitter that could influence his plays if they rewound. So I don't think in high OPL rules the board state can be rewound. That's my understanding anyway.
Yeah. I think at the bare minimum, it's going to be a game loss. The question is, does he receive the ban? Is it going to be a whole year ban, or is it just going to be a couple months ban? Because the National Open is after this month-long regional. So he's probably going to get at least a ban for the National Open, because you should get an invitation to that, I believe, for a top 16 finish. So we'll see. And
yeah, I mean...
I was gonna say real quick, is your guys' Chinese stream having a little hiccups? Because it was super smooth this whole time, but maybe the Chinese chat spamming so much kind of causing some disturbance, or is it just my end?
Mine's okay. It's pretty smooth, yeah.
Okay.
Just seeing a lot of I can't believe he's an Edge member. Tell Edge, get him out of here.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the team, isn't it? EDG is the team. EDG. Yeah.
Get out. You've
basically like ban him, like end his bloodline. Like
I'm seeing some really great comments in chat on our chat here. Zenwy from YouTube saying he really had the audacity to do the pose with a smile with the rebuke, right? He held the rebuke up. He's like, look what I did. Guys, someone we need to snapshot that and post that on Twitter too.
I mean, that's perfect though, right? It's just like, screw the rules, I've got money.
Right.
Wait there, I'm finding this Kyber pose.
Screw the rule. It's like, screw the runes, I've got seals.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got the Jacks praying.
Please, top deck, please. There's one thing
he literally, it was like Yugi versus Kyber, honestly. Like he went for the top deck. He was like, the Jacks play was so like perfect with his response to that top deck as well. Wait a sec, he just looks guilty to me. I don't know if it's me or what, but he just looks guilty.
Yeah, I think you're right though, right? You gotta trust your gut on something like that. He's probably did it intentionally, trying to pull a fast one, which is impressive to do because a lot of us, we didn't catch it in the moment, so the judges didn't catch it in the moment, so everyone missed it. I know a couple people in chat caught it immediately, but it's tough. It's tough to see plays like that. And default, going back to the rules saying using sloppy play or game state representation to obscure strategy or information. Default, you're saying that's under under angle shooting. What are the consequences? Is it just a game loss or a ban? Because I don't think the tournament rules talked about bans, did they? Or maybe it actually did. All right, guys, we should be getting here, I would say, rather shortly, but of course it does depend. Last time we had a big judge call like this, it almost, I wish I would say I was lying, but I think it was almost like a 2-hour break. So, oh man, we
guys,
might be first stream. I might actually fall a little bit asleep, like we had Leroy.
Yeah, for the chat. Yeah, right now I'm okay. I've been doing some stuff to stay awake. I just want to say, for those who don't know, Riot deals in terms of region. So if Riot, I see some message, if Riot wants to be taken seriously, they must ban. It will be Riot China, and it's not the same. It's the same company, but it's not the same as Riot NA or Riot Europe or those things. Usually they deal differently with each matter.
There we go. Let's go viral. Let's go viral.
Take it lightly.
Guys, clip it and ship it. Look what BMU posted. The free Buke. Oh man, this is so funny. He knew what he did. He had the rebuke in hand. That is so freaking funny. That's a smile of someone that knows he got away with something. I don't know about you guys, but he looks rather
No, that's
suspicious.
the smile of someone who knows he just won. And I wouldn't go calling, I don't know. I don't like judging before I know everything.
I know. I mean, worst case scenario, or I guess best case scenario, depending on which side you're on, it wasn't intentional. He was trying to play fast. He saw a winning line, completely forgot about the runes he had. But yeah, EDG Rico played. Oh, you guys are breaking down for people just coming in. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. I think we said it one too many times by now. Yeah, Gandhi, the rebuke show off too. He was a proud cheater. A proud cheater in that moment.
Oh, guys, it's 10. Anyone following LCK right now? Let me know. Is actually going to be eliminated? That would be crazy, guys.
Did they just start, or are they finishing that?
I think they are just starting. I don't know.
It looks like the Chinese chat is saying nothing has actually been officially decided. They're currently in discussions. This is what the long break is for, because there's so many discussions around this.
Yeah, unfortunately, we knew that Randy did indeed lock in top 8. And Prismat posted it too. I would imagine a bunch of people posting it. Nah, Cabo a whole nother level. I lose Yugi at jump. The saber will get talked. You mean topped? What do you mean talked? You mean Sivir will get talked about? Because it's definitely already being talked about.
Yeah. No, but I get the idea. Like, the deck list is gonna be shared a lot, and people are gonna be
for sure.
Oh, the Miracle Sivir is the true one.
I think so. It looks to be the best Sivir deck available for Spiritforged. And chat wants to see the picture again. You guys love it. Why are you guys liking it so much? It is a funny meme at this point. It's the first meme of Spiritforged, so it is kind of a little talk of the town for the moment.
But seals.
It's time to cheat.
Oh no, Leroy sent me. Jesus.
Yeah, cheat. The Jackson continues. More, that's the idea. Hopefully we do see Jackson top 8, so we know for a guarantee, if it does get resolved the way we would hope it get resolved, that's going to be a Jax and a Sivir in top 8. So that's 25% of top 8. We assume an Aurelia made it for sure. Aurelia was already at 4. One of the 4 had to make it. So that's Aurelia at 3. I'll give Draven 4. The other 4, we're saying Lucian, Fiora, and then I don't know about the last 2, chat. What are we thinking about the last 2? or Agito and BMU, or Leroy. What are the potential last two? 'Cause I think the ones I named probably do make it.
I'm hoping Jax because
I hope we see a Lucian. And I mean, we still have two Ezreal. We didn't talk much about that, but we still have some pit rookie boys hanging around probably.
All right, guys, we didn't take into account Ezreal was still in the mix. How many Ezreals were in top 16? Wasn't it still two?
Oh, yeah, I can recap. It's like 3 Draven, 4 Aurelia, 2 Kai'Sa, 1 Fiora, 1 Sivir, 1 Jax, he is dead, 2 Lucian, 2 Ezreal. So we know that 1 Lucian got out. We know that Sivir is in. I would expect at least 1 or 2 Aurelia to go through. But let's say ideal, we can have 1 Draven, 1 Aurelia, 1 Kai'Sa, 1 Fiora, 1 Sivir, 1 Jax, 1 Lucian, 1 Ezreal. We can have 8 different legends in top 8.
Oh my goodness, if that actually happens, that would be the most unbelievable top 8 we've ever experienced in the history of Riftbound. We would have to do like a giveaway or something if that goes down, because it's so unlikely. And Chess is saying, does this guy actually cheat? It looks that way, chat. It really looks that it was intentional cheating, which is why we're taking so long for this break.
Yeah, so the Chinese, again, the Billy chat, bit of translation here, but they're basically saying, like, if it was any other player, they wouldn't they wouldn't be having the discussion. They would just be banned. Apparently, EDG is like quite a big TCG team in China.
No, it's not only that. EDG is the biggest esport org in China.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
And like, not only this, but they invested in some maybe sport team and everything. They're like huge. They're the Team Liquid of China.
Wow.
Million to the scene, yeah. So you got to be careful.
Right. Okay.
Is EDG just in League of Legends, or they do everything?
No, they're not only League of Legends. They got Valorant. They got some other stuff. They are a huge esport org that is developed over several things. I think they're in some mobile games too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm very familiar with the Chinese esports scene. Like Korean, definitely. I know my Korean teams. I know my English, EU, American teams, but Chinese teams is something I've not really kept up on. So that's really good to know.
Yeah, so that's when you say that, I was like, oh yeah, the EDG. And I can understand chat saying that, but
that's crazy though, because this guy might have made the biggest mistake of, I guess, his recent life, if in a way, because not only do you get criticized from everyone around you, everyone knows what you did, so you might even receive the ban. But you're most likely gonna get kicked off the team on top of that, right? You were so happy to be sponsored by EDG.
This guy has so much to lose.
Yeah, so much.
That makes me think it was an actual mistake,
Yeah, I just don't know. Like, you know that cost 2 runes.
Yeah,
like.
I don't know.
I don't know. Like, if this was like round 1 of a random tournament, then I'd be like, yeah, possibly. But it's like top, 16 of a big nationals. You're on stream. You're part of this big esports org. Like, you just don't make mistakes like this. I don't think.
Yeah, at the minimum, I think it should just be a game loss, though, right? So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, the minimum game loss. That's for sure.
Has to be a game loss. Has to be.
Yeah. I say the issue you've got for Riot, as you've said, is Edge put a lot of money into Riot to sponsorships and paying for their positions to be in the game, and so Riot should be like, hey, look, we need to either give you like a DQ for this event, and then we'll reinstate you for another one. But at the same time, it's kind of like, hey, Edge, if you want to like drop this guy so we can not look like the bad people, it'd be great.
No, he's definitely getting kicked off the team. Too much drama, honestly. If I was a team manager, it's just too much negativity that he's bringing just from the outside, because that's just a bad look on the org to be sponsoring a player that made such a play like he did. Intentional or not, I think just the community would collectively look at it as a negative thing. So I think at the minimum, it's a game loss. You get kicked out of EDG, and then you might be seeing a ban on top of that. This guy is not having a good day, chat. This guy might have made the biggest blunder. Intentional or not, I think he's still going to face some consequences.
Yeah, you know, any of this is nothing compared to the Chinese community that is going to send him death threat
Oh yeah.
and telling him that they're going to kill his whole family, and because that's going to happen, guys. I'm saying this like a sort of joke, but that actually happens. They're not on the same level. They don't have the same passion as us. So yeah, those who don't realize, this guy is cooked.
You can say that again. Cooked. So yeah, we're underestimating just how passionate the Chinese Riftbound scene can get. So yeah, I think we all are on the same boat here. He made a huge mistake. This is out of our hands though. Just the default. I think the Chinese community is gonna give him enough to worry about. Whether he has a lot of peers in the game, I think in general, any event he go to, I mean, people are gonna know him as the Free Butte guy. So yeah, he's gonna have to deal with a whole lot going forward.
Change your ID, change everything.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
just lead into it, you know. You may as well, right? I'm just trying to keep up with the Billy chat as well. It's actually moving quite slow now. So I think people are just waiting for the answer.
Yeah, it has taken some time. I mean, I would hope we're getting it rather sooner than later, because we're supposed to be watching top 8 right now. That means finals is going to be starting way too late. Let me know how you guys are still feeling to close out those last 2 rounds, Aguito and BMU. Do you guys have anywhere to go? Anything like that was lined up to be aware of?
Yeah, a couple of hours time, so hopefully everything keeps on schedule. Should be all good though.
Okay.
I cleared my schedule specifically because of the Chinese known 2-hour behind stream schedule.
You were prepared, Aguito. Nice. But yeah, let me know if I fill in. I will fill in. I should be able to hang on tight to end up the stream. And people in chat saying get plastic surgery at this point. All right, we're pushing it, chat. We're pushing it. It's not the end
Get
of
on the plane
world.
to Turkey, change your hairline.
Yeah.
Next time you see this man, he'll be wearing a bowler hat and some fake glasses and a mustache.
Yeah.
Right. It's one of those things that the meme itself might live forever, but the person, people are going to forget kind of what he looked like. I might forget down the road exactly what he looked like. So the meme, the Free Butte meme, might stay around for a very long time. But the player, like if I went to a Chinese event, I probably wouldn't be able to pick him up. And that's not racist, by the way. I'm not saying anything along the lines. I know someone in the chat's going to say, wow, plus you're saying all these guys look the same, but that's
Jesus
not what I'm getting at.
So
Chinese and Korean fans take their esports serious. Yeah, they really do, like Leroy was saying.
I like how Plus just goes, I'll throw myself under the bus, don't worry.
Yeah,
So
right.
like,
I'll get canceled for him.
Let's take the drama away from the Free
I'm probably
Butte.
going to forget about him.
I'm just looking at that clip again, and it looks so intentional to me. It just looks so intentional.
You can
see him doing the maths
how
in the
have I
head.
been the only one not to get the clip? Let me pull the clip now. Might as well, since we have some time.
Like just watch his eyes and watch his body language after he plays the Mind Splitter and the Rebuke. Like it just looks so like intentional. I can't explain it any further than that.
All right, chat. We'll be the judge of things. Let's rewatch the Free Butte. They like sending the RAF and the truck. Okay, we're gonna rewatch it here. So let's put it full screen, and everyone chat. Let's be as observant as we can. So actually, we don't see the runes available. That's what's tricky on stream. We don't get to see what's open. I didn't know they had.
You can see it in the
yeah,
you can see it in the top left.
Yeah, cut the camera, cut our cameras, and we'll see.
No, that is tricky BMU. I thought they showed the runes in the clip.
Not in that clip, but a few seconds afterwards. But if you look at the top left, where my camera is,
I know.
you can see that there was 9 runes to start the turn, and he had 7 remaining.
2, 4,
And then he
6,
plays the
8,
rebuke
9.
and the mind splitter for 7.
2, 4, 6, 7. No, well, he had
'Cause
2,
he's already
4,
played the
6,
spinning axe.
7, and then he played a spinning axe. Okay, in general, because I was gonna say the UI is often behind, so it doesn't reveal the full picture. Go back one more. Go back more. This is a clip. This is an actual VOD. The clip needs to be longer. It shows it after. Okay, Thunlings, I believe you guys. I mean, the simple fact that he started with 9 runes and there was a free buke, I meant. Free buke, a spinning axe, and a mind splitter. I think that's where everyone's talking about. So it does make sense.
Just look. So he doesn't. That you can see him not tapping anything as well in the clip. So if you watch, he plays like the splitter there, the rebuke, and then just taps the 2 seals. But just look at his eyes and his body language. Like it's very telling in my opinion.
Hope I don't get caught.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting away with it. At least got away with it for the moment, but the Chinese chat was not letting him get away with it at all. Look at the turn before. He has 7 runes and he only tapped 6. Okay. Can you link the clip? For Frog, it should be at the top of chat. If you're on Twitch, it's on top of chat. If you're not, I could link it. Or I think Frog, you are on Twitch actually. If anyone on YouTube wants to see it, I could tag it in the YouTube chat if you guys really want. Watch him cover the table with his arms. Oh, Bova, now we're talking about some interesting things. If you try to like really conceal what he's doing, then that's 100% a ban.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think everyone's on the same page. It seems to be intentional from what everyone can tell. I didn't get to see the full picture, but if he's hiding his hand, if he counted the runes beforehand, so probably the best bet to consider it intentional. But it goes to show, why would these guys take so long on a decision? You think they're trying to talk to the player one-on-one and say, all right, did you actually mean to do this? Or do you just kind of say, we have to do something. We have to make a statement out of you. It's tricky.
According to the Chinese chat, they're basically saying like, if this wasn't an EGG or Edge player, like that's it, it's done. But because it is, he's got the backing, and obviously they're probably very well known to tournament organizers. You know, it's a case of politics rather than punishment, I think. But hopefully they just resolve it as in, look, you lose this one, you can't compete in the next tournament, and we all move on from this.
Yeah, like we said.
But either way, I want to see some Riftbound.
Yeah, give us some top 8 action, right? I'm tired of waiting. I expected long breaks, but I wasn't expecting the judge call free buke type long plays or long breaks. So we'll see. I might need to get up and start doing a couple energy squats or something like that. EDG is not Edge, it's short for Edward Gaming, if curious. Oh, really?
Oh, okay.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. But everyone just like abbreviates to Edge.
Edge? Okay. I'm not too familiar.
Yeah,
I'm like
I've been
BMU.
Edge for
I didn't know
okay.
too much about the Chinese esports.
Nope.
I've never heard anyone say Edge, honestly.
Really?
Oh,
I've
okay.
only known it's Edge.
Edging means something else from what I know.
That's pretty different, yeah.
Edging gaming is a new one.
Yeah, I don't even know if we should go there. And he rebuked Jackson. Yeah, Hart. It was a critical play for sure. And yeah, guys, pause. You know, in late night, you guys know when I used to stream back in the day. Before I did Riftbound, this is like 2017. Whenever there was like after 9 hours, I would get really tired and I'd say some like off, you know, some crazy comments like you're seeing a bit here with those Chinese and the whatever I just said recently. So that wasn't a thing I used to do. They would just come out. So literally, out of pocket comments as you're seeing now. Yeah, Temtem for those that knew me back then. It was like plus after dark, it kind of became a meme. I don't know why it would happen. But it was. But I toned down since then. You know, you grew up, get a little bit more mature.
Apparently the Chinese chat is saying he'd done it earlier in the game as well.
Oh, if it's 2 times.
Oh yeah, that's banned. Then that's banned. Yeah.
Yeah, because it wasn't the turn before that one where he did the original Mind Splitter, and people are saying he did it for 6 but I think he tapped 7 and put 1 underneath and then tapped a seal as well. So I think that's how he got away
Yeah,
with
I
that.
thought I saw that as well, but I was half awake at that point watching on my phone, so I can't confirm.
But this being
Carl said
said,
Chinese
there
stream.
was a point where I said, "Oh, did he do it right?" And I don't remember when.
Yeah, you did say that, Leroy. I remember. And Revy saying what happened to the cheater. We have no resolution, chat. For anyone just joining us, I think at least everyone in chat knows the situation. I hope so. If there's anyone thoroughly confused, let us know. We might as well repeat it for the 100th time. And I meant that genuinely. I don't mind even explaining it one more time because we're kind of on the topic. But yeah, no resolution yet. These guys are trying to figure out whether to just game loss him, ban him, kick him out of EDG, kick him out of the country, take his residency, take his citizenship.
He got his passport. He can't come back.
Yeah, take this passport, exile him into the what islands are close to there. Never coming
Taiwan.
back to China. All
You've
right,
been
I knew
so
there were some
disrespected by
people.
You'll get to Taiwan.
And what was that?
Okay, let's not do the China Taiwan talk. Let's stay.
Yeah,
let's
that's a
stay
little
under
bit
the
too
radars.
political,
Okay,
chat.
Let's just keep insulting him for playing a free buke.
Yeah, send him to
yeah.
the mines, some forced labor. There we go. Okay,
The
fair
reason it's
enough.
taking so long is because they're actually setting up a lynching station in the back right there. That's the next show after the top 8.
Yeah, I love Gandhi's response: banished to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, that's pretty much what's gonna happen. But okay, since I gave you guys the option of asking what happened, I'm seeing a couple what happens. It went down in the round of top 16. We had a player going at the very end. I believe it was something like 6-7. And why does that always happen in Riftbound, guys? Why does it always happen to be those two numbers that I'm drawn to? But either way, it was
because it's
literally
closing numbers. So
yeah, it just happened.
Yeah,
It just happened. I didn't mean to say that, but it was. Let's say it was 7-7. There's a critical moment. The opponent starts with 9 runes. He played. No, it starts with. It was 9 runes, right? He played 7 runes for a
then he
mind
played the
splitter.
spinning axe to clear Battlefield 1. And then he moved a mind splitter into Battlefield 2, played a rebuke on top of it without actually paying the rune cost, just the power cost for the seals, and then played a mind splitter to take the first mate out of the Jax's hand, so he couldn't even replay the Jax to take the battlefield. So the game state would have been completely different. Like, he would have only had 7 might on the battlefield. He wouldn't have had he would have only had 7 might on the battlefield. He wouldn't have seen the first mate, so the Jax could have readied everything and just moved it in for the win.
Yeah, so YouTuber 2025 say similar situation to Free Stopper, exactly same situation. It was free buke now. That's what everyone's calling it. He didn't pay the energy for the rebuke, and the rebuke made all the difference. Come on, plus do the 6-7 thing, Jala. I'll save it for a little bit different time. What was Free Stopper? All right, now we're getting into another world of drama there. I see a picture getting shared in chat, courtesy of the Riftbound Discord. Let's pull this up. Hopefully you guys don't got me any TOS type stuff. Let me look at it on the side first. Oh, this is good. This is good. I'll share it with chat.
Ooh.
My internet is definitely going a little bit slower. I wonder what's going on because the frame seems to be good. I think the stream is good. Chat, do I need to zoom out for this? Wait. What? This is so good. Why are you gonna? Oh, there it is. There it is. Guys, the free buke 0 energy 2 power. Thank you. Who ended up sharing that? Thank you, Bix. You're the man for this. Yeah, the rebukeception, right? That is so good, guys. Clip it and ship it. This is such a good meme. Now, if we thought the rebuke meme wasn't going anywhere, with this picture alone, it's never going to be stopped. I mean, for a couple months, I want to say. And am I hearing the stream back?
the description says have your rebuke for 0.
yeah,
If you
stream-
get
stream's
close,
Guys, stream is back. Let me see if I
I'm
can
just
load
gonna
it
have
up.
to the Shadow Realm.
I'm keeping an eye on the chat, see what's going on.
We are sorry to announce that we have had to go and execute this gentleman behind the back of the stage. Right now. If you give us 5 more minutes, we should start the next round. Thank you for your time.
Oh, they're on about punishing the ref as well now.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I think the judge should get punished, though. One of the judges should have caught it.
No!
Oh, the Jax is in. The Jax is in top
The
8.
Jax
go.
is in. We
Yeah.
almost got
no,
a full
no, we
8.
were almost at. Oh no, I almost got the perfect goal. No.
Wow. 7 individual legends in the top 8 of the why do I keep messing it? Dalian Regional today. That is impressive. I never thought we would
There
see
was
the
no
day.
ban. He's not banned.
Yeah, either or. I'm happy about these results. I mean, with it looks to be that at the minimum he did get a game loss. So RIP all the
Yes.
Lucians, but we're up for a spicy, not only top 8, semifinals and finals. This might be the first Spiritforged Regional that we don't have a Draven in the grand finals. It seems likely they have to go through 3 more rounds to get 2 more rounds to find themselves in that grand final seat. There could be a world we actually don't see Draven. It seems pretty likely.
I mean, I'm so happy they've resolved this. The Chinese chat is absolutely losing their mind that the guy didn't get banned. They're basically saying because he's EDG, he didn't get banned. But he did get the game loss, so Jax moves on to top 8.
Which could
There
be
we
true
go.
potentially. I don't.
He's got the game loss. That's why the judges are getting punished instead. It's like, you should have seen this on stage. Come on.
There's going to be
Right.
2 new judges. Can anyone clip the judges from before just to make sure they're both okay?
Right, they're gonna get death threats. But KFC, what are we waiting for? There was intentional cheating allegations on the previous round, so we were going through the whole process of trying to do the resolution of that accusation. So it looks like it did get resolved. The player did get a game loss, so the opponent does progress forward. The opponent being the last Jack standing. Really great match. If you guys want to check that out, rewind it back on the VOD. But we should be starting this top 8 match very, very shortly. I always say when they throw up the commentary team, it looks to be within another 5 to 10 minutes. And you know, with all those options, what are we hoping for, guys? We saw Aurelia still in the mix. We saw Silver Jaxicores. What else did I miss? There's 7 individual legends. What's the
Fiora,
one? Is it
Fiora. We
Ezreal?
didn't get to see Fiora or Kai'Sa, and honestly, I would like to see one of them right now.
I want to see Fiora versus Jax, and just remember that Hojo video from like a decade ago.
Nice. I wish I knew what you were talking about, but that sounds like a good matchup.
If there's any justice in this world, it'll be Randy and the Jax in the final.
Ooh.
Any justice in this world at all, that'd be the absolute perfect final for me.
Yeah, I could root for that, honestly.
And you know, we have a great question in chat. What do you think changed the results of these different what do you think is the reason for these diversity of results coming out in the Dalian Regional today? You know,
Kill check.
Skill check. Yeah, Leroy with a simple answer there. Skill check. I think it's just a matter of time. Draven had the biggest target ever since the beginning of this regional, and just more players learning the matchup. I think everyone realizing, wait a second, I could win with other decks. Let me see what I really like to play. You don't have to follow the leader. You know, Chinese meta does tend to do that, as we saw in season 1. So yeah, just other players exploring, and as well other players like this Jax player, most likely this Fiora player as well. A lot of different decks just cooking things up, because now you know, as long as you're strong against one matchup, you're pretty much doing well, because you're going to be able to see so much of that one matchup. So it's going to be interesting going forward, because with Draven's coming down, how are you setting up your sideboard? How is your preparation going to change going forward? So things are getting interesting. You know, it almost like reinvigorizes the Spiritforged meta in a sense.
Yeah, it really does. It just pushes out a new, you know, what can be played. Of course, we did see 60 less Dravens in this tournament, but as you said, it's just pushing the other good decks into the forefront as well.
It should be the thing is, like, the Chinese meta kind of, as Plus said, it kind of just follows like what everyone else is doing, what everyone thinks is strong. That's why all we saw in set 1 was basically Kaiser versus Yi in the finals. There's very little diversity out of that. Then obviously the game came to the West. Annie was prevailing. There was a few RE decks sort of kicking around as well. So hopefully this should invigorate the Chinese meta to say, like, hey, it's not just Draven versus the Wild. There are other opportunities here, but don't forget this is one tournament, and RNG in card games is a real thing. You can. I'm not saying you can make it all the way to a finals on RNG alone. Obviously not, but if you
All
just
right,
happen
boys,
to draw
we
your right
gotta
cards,
get
there we
to
go.
work. It is top 8 time. So Aguito and BMU, I'll let you guys hanging out. But Leroy, are you down to finish strong? Just the final round of top 8, or how
I
we
hope
feeling?
so. I will at least do the first game, and if I start falling down, I will call for help. But yeah, it should be good.
All right,
luck,
guys,
guys.
let's
Good
do
drop.
it. So if you guys could either leave the chat or just mute for the time being, we'll head over to the main
Oh, and
scene.
we called her. The Fiora is here. Let's go, people.
剑姬打德，复仇局，怎么说？
Fiora versus the one of 2 remaining Draven. Can Fiora do what we're all hoping for and take one of the Dravens down, leaving just a single Draven remaining? This should be good. And yes, Fiora, a lot of people have been wondering what Fiora has been able to remain in this top 8. It looks to be a bit of a different Fiora, but the Candlelink Sanctum, it almost signals to me, is that a baited hook to kind of set up your draws? We saw baited hook Fiora do really well the previous tournament, and he also played the Sanctum. I think this might be. What do you think, Leroy?
I think the Sanctum calls a lot for baited hook usually. Let's see. But you're totally right on this part.
Just what we've seen in the past, but of course, Candlelight Sanctum, just a really great battlefield, regardless of the legend you have. And it looks to me, as we noticed from the Reaver's Road, this could not be the miracle type Draven we just saw in the previous top 8 match. Most likely will be that cookie cutter. I say cookie cutter, but there's some spice available to Dravens, like we saw from the Mind Splitters. We even saw a Doom Breaker the other day from the likes of Draven. I didn't see who went first. And the simple fact that they're still rolling dice, I don't think they're up to the rules that just came out globally, right, Leroy? Because remember, they said that standing now decides turn order.
Yeah, but there's no standing right now. Since
From
it's
Swiss, there
cut.
had to be some kind of standings, no?
Yeah, I see what you mean, but overall, there's not like one was coming from a winner bracket and the other from a loser bracket. I would say they're the same overall, but yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, in Swiss, there's always a there's always a standing in Swiss.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
someone
yeah.
that went undefeated would be probably seed 1, but I think they're just haven't completely finalized those rules over in the Chinese region. But the Fiora player looking quite fancy with the vest, with the dress shirt, came prepared, look nice, play nice is the game plan. Let's see if he has that in mind. Fiora versus Draven will be our top 8 matchup for today. Who's going to be taking it forward into that semi-finals position? I know a lot of us are rooting for Fiora, but perhaps Draven still trying to make a statement. He's trying to say, I am the best, and I'm still trying to prove it in this third Spiritforged Regional.
Saying not Draven. Draven.
The League of Draven.
Here we go. He's playing his greatest fan right here. Going to start to do so. A reverse roll usually calls for the mid-range Draven, but right, Fiora going to be developed. So for those who are not familiar with the Fiora deck, this champion usually, just like an Ezreal or a Lux or Victor, likes to stay in the back and just activate his effect as many times. Sorry. Whoa. As many times as possible.
Yeah, you do get a lot of value. You don't. It's not a unit you want to push into any kind of battlefields. You want to try to leave it in base as long as you can to try to really maximize how many times you could trigger the ready a unit once it crosses the mighty status. But of course, Draven being on the play oftentimes means Draven will be first to the punch in terms of scoring first. So that's what the Overzealous fans allowing him to do, and following it up. It seems to be the most infamous turn 2 play. Bring out that Draven chosen champion to set things up going forward on this game. But as you said, Leroy, Fiora is on the board, so you are able to push out something like a brawler in this situation. It is going to be costing you quite a bit, but because the legend ability does allow you to get an additional room back, is not as expensive as a lot of people would imagine, but it's just Reaver's Row
Yeah,
making
but
things a little tricky.
yeah, because you would not be able to develop brawler on the candidate sector because you would just get smashed by Draven the next turn for free, and that would just result in a huge loss.
Wow, we were just mentioning Fiora Worthy, not a champion you want to kind of push into the board, but trying to take advantage of knowing you need to conquer where you can. And Reaver's Row is feeling okay because you're able to keep the Fiora Worthy alive. But the only thing that doesn't feel too good, even though you can react with Reaver's Row, it still ends up being a combat win for Draven. So I don't love it. But he is keeping Draven off from scoring more points. So I see some kind of logic to it.
Yeah, it's sacrificing. It's like, where do you place the bar in terms of value versus tempo? And it's saying right now we need some tempo.
Yeah, I could totally see what he has in mind, and did have the set brawler before goes reading it, as you mentioned, doesn't really have a likely reason to go into the candidate. He's saying, do you target the attacker first? But Cookie, you have seen this before. You know, you're the first one to respond, being the first in, last out kind of scenario. So Fiora does get retreated over to base, and that does mean a goal generated. That does mean a combat win draw. Exactly what Draven is notorious to do. And he does go up to 2 points. Now, does he want to push with this overzealous fan? Or does he back it up with the Dravens that we've seen a lot of Draven legends do?
Honestly, that's a quite good question. I have no idea what would be the correct line of play. You've got a lot of space to work with. I don't think you want to add some more pressure on reverse row because you can just back up.
Right.
So if you do this kind of play, that would be on the kinetic center.
You know, it might have been the only play coming out from Draven, but not the most optimal play when you're having to play a Noxus Hopeful for the full cost of 4 and nothing to follow things up. Usually it's something like a stack deck into a Hopeful, into even another card. So as a Fiora player, you're kind of liking what you're seeing. Not that Draven has completely dead
really
draws, but not the best.
You are really up here when that happens.
Yeah, and let's take a look. So it does have the option of pushing into Reaver's Row with that set brawler. You know you're likely to win the attack if he chooses to stay, but he most likely will be retreating. So gonna be going up to 8 total might because of the set brawler ability. And that signals to me he's probably going to be going into that Reaver's Row, trying to say it. Oh, interesting. Okay. This is an interesting take. I thought he was definitely going to try to intimidate the Draven out of Reaver's Row, but instead going for the more obvious, or not obvious, but the more straightforward conquer in the Candlelit.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he used the buff was probably just to channel the rune, I guess. And activate Fiora's ability. Knowing that anyway, he would get back the buff right after. Yeah, he's going to play... what's the name?
Unsung Hero. I'll pull it up
Unsung
here in chat.
Hero.
and it does
Yeah.
look to be attached with the BF sword, allowing him to
Of
keep
course.
online the Death Knell trigger. So Unsung Hero, such a good card advantage card. When it's able to get off on the kill, you do get to draw 2 cards. It's a little tricky sometimes against the likes of like Aurelia when you decrease the might, but against Draven, it is a fantastic card because Draven doesn't have anything to decrease necessarily might. So you know it's staying at 5 every time it trades. So I think Fiora has a slight upper hand in terms of that battlefield right there, because you have the brawler, the Unsung Hero at 5, and there's not too much might pressure to push on forward. But speaking of advantage, the point tempo does favor Karma at the current moment, as he is going up to 3rd point of this game number 1. So this is interesting because I really thought you pushed the Draven back. Can you think any reason why you didn't really necessarily want to try to conquer Reaver's Row, Leroy? Is this just a different line he sees?
Because he had a lot of runes, honestly, and you're like, if I get in, I'm just going to die. And I can take the safer path, wait until I get to 7, and then just go in with 3 punch first. I don't know.
Yeah, you know, speaking of punch first, he did have a punch first, but perhaps didn't really want to use it in that situation. So maybe, as you said, he was probably a bit scared of the combat tricks coming out from Draven, because he'll go up to 6. It's still 6 to 8. A spinning axe will bring him up to 9. And then, you know, Fiora doesn't really have access to little simple might increases. You're having to invest a lot with punch first. That's going to be 2 runes. Call to Glories isn't as prevalent in Fiora decks, but we've seen them before. So, I mean, usually Call to Glory can be used easily for a
depends
buff.
what you run.
And what was that?
I don't know. I don't know what I just said. Oh my god.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Guys, Leroy's been up for quite some time, but it is all good. We'll try to do this one game, and then I think we'll let you rest, Leroy. Well deserved. Yeah, definitely. But let's see if we could keep it just for this game 1. So trying to realize what he wants to get done on this turn. Has about
one thing that is really interesting is that Draven had a lot of rune up and did not develop a lot, and Fiora on her side did not go into the combat tricks and yet develop the BF sword, the Unsung Hero, a lot of things. And it seems that there's a technical issue right now.
Perhaps this player has to go to the bathroom / a little bit of a earache, but break after break, chat, what is going on? I just want to get into some Riftbound top 8 action. I'll throw it back to the intermission for the time being. But what was that, guys? I didn't see any kind of judge call. Yeah, guys, Resident Sleeper, we're all going to fall asleep with this amount of breaks.
I think... because at the beginning he scratched his ear, I don't know what, so I think it's a problem with the headset.
Yeah, it did seem that way, because we rarely ever see a situation where he takes off a headset. So probably the headset isn't working, like he couldn't really hear his opponent clearly, or it's bothering him. Either way, guys, just take off the headset and just continue the game. Like, I never played with a headset. I guess I never played on a feature match.
Guys, it's just hearing the voices of the Freebuke.
Yeah, right. He's trying to tone out those voices. I wonder how the Jax player is feeling, knowing that he's in top 8 off the back of a Freebuke meme. You know, what a story would be written if Jax ends up taking it all the way to the grand finals. It's not impossible.
Nope. Definitely not.
I feel like a lot of people just don't really know what to expect out of the Jax legend or Jax decks in general. So he has that as a bit of an upper hand. So can Jax continue the run into top 4, and can we maybe spectate him in that semifinals round? That would be really exciting to see. But hopefully we get back into this quarterfinals very shortly. It looked like they were just heating up actually. And Dian saying drop the free Buke meme for you guys on X. Thank you, Dian. Did you tag us on X? I'll go ahead and like it here. It almost seems like you said it's an ear thing, a bathroom break, because I don't think there was any kind of judge call going on in that circumstance, because it was too
No,
early to happen.
no, I really don't think so.
And these casters are just saying also like, man, what's up with all these breaks? We just got things started and throwing us back into an intermission. But this one feels like it should be resolved very, very shortly. I mean, I could only hope for it. But trying to see what Fiora had in hand, I didn't get to see the full expand or the full hand displayed, of course.
I didn't
But
get to see almost anything from the Fiora's hand.
I know, because I'm trying to bet chat. What do we think? Is it a baited hook? It almost seems like it could be, but it might not be. I mean, what's a card that would really be like, this is baited hook? If you drew like a Harness Dragon, I would believe it's baited hook. A Matron, I would believe is baited hook, but we just haven't seen anything in hand just yet. Do you remember if the baited hook played things like Captain Vanguard? I can't remember if they did. Yeah, Gito, I'm right there with you. I think it is more of the mid-range version, but it's interesting to have the Candlelit Sanctum as the mid-range, because what we've seen in previous mid-range builds is the Monastery, or is it the Monastery? Yeah, Monastery, Sunken Temple, and then Dreaming Tree. But maybe they're saying Dreaming Tree is a little bit valuable for Aurelia. Let's not give her all that value. Let's replace it for Candlelit instead. They had a dragon in hand. Oh, this is baited hook.
Then
There's no way
yeah,
you
this
play
is baited
dragon
hook.
without that.
Yeah, no, that's not. You're right. You're right. And they say that the chat is talking about Matron. You confirm Matron chat because that confirms baited hook.
Yeah. Okay. If News saying there was indeed a dragon in hand, I must have missed it, but it is time. Let's head back to the match. I wish we got any kind of eyes on the in the room of what exactly went down, but it is Draven's turn. Has a full breath of runes to try to get something accomplished this turn. First things first, gonna be pushing the hopeful, trying to follow things up with perhaps a spinning axe, and against all odds, +2 might for every enemy unit. That's gonna be 4 mites, bringing up that to 8 total might.
Yeah, that's a lot and no power required. So that's a really good buff.
Yeah, is that buff going to be enough to take down the 2 might? And it's a cleave.
Okay.
We rarely see cleaves on Draven. This Draven's kind of cooking here. A main board against the odds. A main board cleave. Bringing that into an impressive, I believe, what is that? 11 total might? 8 plus the 3?
Yeah, so he's got the punch first, but it really feels like a bait where you invest the punch first and then you get denied the buff by any combat trick that there could be.
You know, you're so right. If something like Rebuke comes down, you just invested 2 runes. You just tried it. Yeah, I mean, you just invested the punch first as well. So Set Brawler going up to, I believe, 6 total, 10 total might. And the fighter flight sending the unsung hero back. He's saying, you wanted 2 draws. I'm going to be neglecting you those 2 draws. And I'm just going 1 for 1 on the Set Brawler. I say 1 for 1, but you're going to be saving by 1 single might. So Set Brawler getting down and Draven looking in a really dominant position with the Set Brawler going down just now.
Yeah, and it does not feel like he used so many resources to do that. It was just against all odds and a cleave, which is, yeah, there are small cards. They are not that critical, and yet he used them to win a battle that was really important.
Yeah.
This being said, there was a fight of blood invested, but there was to counter, and it's here especially for this, it was to counter the punch first from Fiora.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. A cleave and against the odds, they don't cost any power to increase the might. On the other hand, for the Fiora player, you had to invest 2 body runes to get that done, effectively setting you back an entire turn where you could have been a little bit higher, set up kind of a hardness dragon play if you had it in hand, like chat was letting us know a little bit earlier. But now you can't even play that, so having to kind of pivot the game plan. You weren't expecting to kind of deploy the punch first as early as that turn, but he did have 1 rune available, so perhaps he did take that into account. But now Draven's trying to consider, am I staying on the battlefield? And the answer is no. But it looks like he's going to have to leave the Noxus hopeful. And Unsung Hero doesn't feel all that bad pushing in, because if you get the Conquer, that is a Conquer of course. If you lose the Unsung Hero, you should be able to get 2+ draws for your trouble. So I don't hate the Fiora position, but Draven for sure in a bit of a commanding lead.
Yeah, just like you said, the unsung hero will need to do a lot of work here. And there's one card that I'm counting on to kind of reverse the matchup, and that's the Riposte that we saw already do so much work into this matchup.
Yeah, it really does so much work into a lot of matchups. But I'm trying to catch. I don't know why. I just can't see what's in Fiora's hand. I see a hidden blade. It might
There's
be
a
the
riposte.
angle.
There's a riposte.
Yeah, it does have a riposte. I believe it's a Pit Rookie hidden blade riposte. And there's something I can't make of.
That's the Harness Dragon.
Oh, that's what it is. So perfect. Now that we get this camera angle, the Harness Dragon riposte, and then the other 2 cards we mentioned before. So that's what's in the hand. The hidden blade and the Pit Rookie. So not the most impactful cards. I mean, Hidden Blade is okay, but we are talking about giving Draven even more draw. Unless you're going to be using it on your own, you just don't have any units to benefit from this Fiora worthy at the very moment. Pit Rookie, gonna be just going up to 4 might, just 1 might shy of triggering your legend. And oh, you never like to see this position. You don't want to push up with your Fiora worthy, but you have to do what you have to do sometime. He wants to try to kick out this battlefield and conquer, but it's a switcheroo. The unsung hero gonna be brought down under the mighty threshold, now allowing this Fiora to draw 2. That is a big turn for Draven.
Yeah, I hope that. I mean, still the first game, but that's the moment where you're like, do I go next?
Yeah, but of course, keep in mind, there is a riposte that is targetable on the switcheroo, and then you give 2 might to one of the characters. I think if you give 2 might to either or, they both survive the Noxus hopeful. But of course, Draven does have 3 runes available, and I think he resolves the switcheroo. Would you have riposte there? Does that feel like a good target for riposte?
Think so.
I
Because you're
think so,
saving
right?
2 units, you're preserving your draw. You're doing a lot of stuff here.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he's saving the riposte for, because that seemed to be a fantastic option. Like you said, you get +2 draws, or I don't even think you would have got the draw. You would have just saved both your units. So, oh, his opponent's like, wait a second, what are you drawing for? But he's looking from the candlelit. I didn't get to see what his options are to scry 1, put 1 at the top, or put 1 at the bottom, or both at the bottom if he decides to do so. And no, yeah, he has it at a weird angle. We can't see.
Yeah. Now Fiora still has some runes to work with. 5 if the UI is correct. Do you consider hiding that hidden blade? Do you consider equipping the BF sword on Fiora? There are a lot of options here.
Yeah, either on Fiora or the Pit Rookie doesn't feel that bad. With the Pit Rookie, it does allow you to push forward and get the 4th conquer of your turn. But then you're just playing into Draven's game, right? You have the Draven champ in the back. You're just at the 5 might. Draven, of course, we know he can get up to 6 at the minimum when he attacks and he defends. So this is just a very, not a really great position you want to find yourself against a Draven, of course. Hidden Blade, if he does push in with the Pit Rookie, you want to try to follow that up with something like a Hidden Blade, but wherever the hidden card, the Draven champ is just going to go to the other side, because you could either go to Fiora or to Reaver's Row. So let's see, it looks like he does attach it, the legend does come online, and the Fiora Worthy does allow Pit Rookie to push in as soon as it came out. So looks like he's going to be able to conquer Reaver's Row, but what else can he do on top of that? The Harness, the Hidden Blade, and what is the, did we already see the last card a Fiora might have had?
Wait. No, I'm not sure.
I mean, we should be able to see it rather shortly.
Repost, Honest,
Oh yeah,
Hidden Blade.
perfect. Yeah, it was the repost as he saved it, not reposting the Hidden Blade. So it looks like Karma trying to do some math here, trying to decide if he goes ahead and conquers. I mean, what is he trying to decide? Does he have something? Okay, Fight or Flight seems to be the likely target. I thought he was thinking about a Ride the Wind type play, because that's usually would be pretty good here. You could push up your Draven, you could conquer on your opponent's turn, and then hold on your turn, of course. But could be risky. Could be a calculated risk, but risky nonetheless. Does decide to push back the Pit Rookie, so Fight or Flight getting deployed out. I mean, Reaver's Row would have done just that, but doesn't want Cookie to get too much points on the board, so keeping him locked in at that odd threshold, which you realistically never really want to be at, as you're only able to conquer to 5, conquer to 7. That's if you conquer each and every turn, of course. 2 battlefields at that. So I think I like the game plan from Draven so far.
Also, I think he's trying really hard, and I like that, to control the BF sword and to make it so that it's always in the base and that it can't be reused on some other units as much as possible. Because the strength of Fiora with this BF sword is that you will equip on one unit, send it to die, trade heavily, then equip on another unit, repeat again and again. And if you can't send this unit to die, then it's just not working.
Yeah, that is a little good point. We've seen Fiora make full use of those equipments by trading, reattaching, re-readying, sending in their other units. So I think Fight or Flight is pretty good here, neglecting not only the points, but keeping the BF sword locked up against that Pit Rookie. So I think Fiora most likely having to pass the turn, or did he already pass the turn, as Draven has full runes up right now? Yeah, and he definitely did, as he's pushing forward with the overzealous.
And that's why he sent the Fiora away, so he could just...
Wow.
Yeah, now he's thinking, I didn't play around that, I think.
Yeah, you know, one of these cards being the center of attention on the previous round, the Mind Splitter into the Free Buke is what added into an immense amount of a break time just before this round, but it looks like he paid everything according. So Mind Splitter coming down and taking care of one of these 3 cards. Hidden Blade, a great option. Harness Dragon, a decent option, but because you're not able to play it immediately on the next turn, I'm not too worried about it. Repose and Hidden Blade is what I'm looking for, and honestly, Repose can make a world of difference, so I feel like just taking that away from the Fiora player might be the likely target. But if you're trying to prioritize the safety of your Draven, maybe you just take Hidden Blade out, because he could actually use Hidden Blade on this turn.
Yeah, that could totally be an option. Maybe you also don't want your opponent to Hidden Blade his own units so that he could come back in terms of draw. Yeah, and you were totally right.
You know, this Fiora player not representing the Fiora fans as good as well as a lot of people were hoping for. Draven goes in after revealing the full hand, understanding there is no punch first, there is no call to glories. This is a free conquer, this is a free draw from your combat wins. So Draven just little by little running away with this game, going up to 6 total points. I guess with the conquer, no, the 5 points just now.
Yeah, and it feels like Draven is starting to be in a quite commanding lead.
And it actually
Sora,
was
like,
6. Okay.
yeah, because it was on even numbers.
Right.
And yeah, you just say Fiora was an odd, and she did not even score much. She's behind in runes, she's behind in draw, she's behind on the board. It looks dire.
Oh, very, very dire. This is almost a position where you want to concede, but you know, he made it here for a reason, not for the lack of effort. He wants to keep trying, even though, as you mentioned, behind in every single aspect of the game, battlefield presence, units, runes, card economy, every little bit, it feels very, very tough spot. But at the little bit, let's see what he draws. Just see what his next potential lines could have been. But I wouldn't blame him because Pit Rookie probably can't even conquer one of these battlefields. You have a Harness Dragon that's a dead draw. You have a Riposte that's not going to be able to come online if your opponent doesn't do anything. And Pit Crew's swinging in for 5. You can't even take down a Draven. And you definitely can't take down a Mind Splitter. So if he doesn't draw anything like a might increase, that is actually GG. It's a death grip, but has no units to benefit from the death grip. That is actually GG right here.
He can harness dragon on Draven, right?
2, 4, 6, 8. Oh, he did hit. He does have exactly enough runes. I thought he was 1 rune shy.
And then Conquer. Maybe he's tilted. But yeah, no. So that's the only option right now. And you're praying that your opponent doesn't have what it takes to retake.
Yeah, and of course we all know what the likes of Draven can bring to these games. You do have things like Spinning Axe. We saw the against the odds. We saw things like Cleave. So I'm willing to bet there's another card just like that, as Karma going up to his 7th point has the Noxus Hopeful in the back to push against his Pit Rookie. Fiora completely tapped out. What do they have? Even if they don't have the options right now, I see a stacked deck, so you're looking for the options, and you know, it had it already. A Spinning Axe,
yeah,
keep it as
GG.
straightforward as you can. GG.
Yeah.
That's right, Ray. A Draven taking down game number 1 of this top 8 and looking pretty good. I would be surprised if Fiora makes a big impressive comeback, because it looks like Draven trying to solidify and continue that Draven train, the Draven dominance that we're used to seeing from the previous regionals. Is this the Draven that might find himself in a grand finals? I hope Fiora has something to say about it, but I'll go back to the intermission. Leroy, how are we feeling? Because I can tell you're definitely
honestly,
feeling super tired.
maybe get someone to sub me so I don't I think the huge break ended me, and I think it's more reasonable if I don't, because I'm not gonna offer the best cast.
I respect that, and I completely understand. Either I'll get to a BMB if you guys want to hop in here. If not, I could do more of a casual cast because I don't want you guys to fatigue as well. But before you sign out, Leroy, feel free to let these guys know where they could catch you online or anything, or just any little shout outs.
Leroy Simpson on X. Don't hesitate, guys. I post mostly numbers and data. If you like meta, go ahead.
He's probably going to be putting up on Twitter the collective data from these regionals thus far. So yeah, go ahead, feel free to follow him on X, of course. But yeah, Leroy, I could tell you're getting a little tired, so I respect that. I think you do deserve some rest. Let me know in the chat if either BMU or Gito. If not, guys, I'm completely fine just doing a little casual cast for game 2 or game 3. That way you guys could come in full energized for those semifinals and finals. But I'll go ahead and let you go. And thank you, Jala, saying good night to Leroy, guys. Say ciao, ciao.
Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. Send lots of love to Plus. Amazing stream, just like always. And sorry,
Don't feel bad, Leroy. Don't feel bad. It was way longer than expected.
Yeah. Take care, everyone.
Okay. See ya. Take care, Leroy. We'll be in touch with the France versus US thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, sounds good. I'll see ya. All right. And Agito, did you want to step in here?
Yeah, I can jump in. Thank you, Leroy, for holding out so long. What was that, like a 6-hour stream where he's only got to cast like 4 games?
Yeah, I know. He actually was streaming on his own stream as well. So usually he sleeps and joins us round 3, round 4, but he streamed his own. He streamed since the beginning of the event, so I think that's why he was a little extra tired. He was watching round 1 and round 2. But BMU, I saw you pop in here as well. Let's only do one.
Gito's all good. Yeah, and then we can jump in for the semis and the finals.
That's what I had planned. I had you and Alguito taking us home for semis and grand finals. If you guys are still on board with that, if it starts getting late, don't feel bad. Just like Leroy, let me know it got a little bit late. I will fill in. Does not really, I'm ready for it. You guys would give me a little bit of rest in the semifinals. If you guys are down for the finals, of course, you guys can take it down. You guys were an awesome duo yesterday. But let me just close this top 8 with Alguito, and then BMU and Alguito can take it away from there.
Sounds good to me. Yeah, I'm good for the semis and the finals. I can't believe the spread of legends as well. That's just incredible.
Yeah, it is incredible. If anyone got a screenshot of that, we have 7 individual legends in top 8. Unprecedented. We've never had that, I believe, in the short history of Riftbound. But it's awesome to see. It almost feels like there is hope. There is a glimmer of hope for Spiritforged, as I thought early on it was a doom meta. What about you, Agito? Are you happy to see results like this?
I think BMU said it best in the chat, where this is probably the best ever top 8 we've seen in Riftbound so far. And as you've said, we've got 5 different legends in the top 8, which is good to see. I like variety. 7. So 7 different legends in the top cut. I love variety. I don't just want to see 6 Dravens and then like 2 upstarts trying to win it all. Although I'm hoping this Fiora kind of picks it up in game 2.
Yeah, it seemed a little lackluster, right? We're used to seeing so much more from these legends like Fiora. I mean, granted, I think ever since Draven kind of started off very strongly with Against the Odds and a Cleave, those are cards we're not too familiar from the Draven matchup. So perhaps Fiora was like, whoa, I was definitely not expecting that, because I was willing to bet I was holding with a set brawler and a 5-might unsung hero, but a fighter flight, Cleave, and Against the Odds, changing the math, changing the game plan, and kind of almost, I don't want to say he won the game right there, but the tempo went out the door for Fiora, and it was a huge swing for the side of Draven. So it feels like that play right there was almost like a winning type play.
Indeed. It seems to be a little bit different than what we normally see from the mid-range Dravens. This seems to be more like a combat trick Draven, which has done it very well for that one play.
It really did. I'm curious to see what potential sideboard, because sometimes the combat tricks are actually in the sideboard, but the side in the main board, we have seen a bunch of Draven sideboard Varus Forerunner. We didn't really see that card coming in game 1. Granted, it almost seemed like a rather speedy game 1. So we'll probably see a bit more of these cards come into play in this game number 2, because I guess Harness Dragon kinda is indicative of a baited hook, but we don't know for 100% certainty. Maybe he just likes Harness Dragon because Fiora ramps and you could play it for 8 as a kill spell, but I do truly believe it is a baited hook. But I guess we don't know for 100%, but I really do think it's a baited hook variant here.
Yeah, it definitely could be. Having a fairly sized body already going down at 6, and then having a way to just not interact exploding on the field is also just very good as well. But it is more likely to be a beta hook variant. You pop the unsung heroes, get your 2 draws, throw down a big dragon, dragon explodes something. So the combo's there.
Yeah, you know, if it wasn't any bit more obvious, the Triferian Warcamp kind of seals the deal on the fact that this is indeed a beta hook. You never see a Triferian. Actually, Triferian is not bad. You have like the Fiora champion, as we're seeing here from set 1. You push that into Triferian, and as easy as a standard move that enters into Mighty status, turns her ganking, turns her deflect, turns a shield on, and on top of that, the legend does get proc. So Triferian is good alone, but even better with the beta hooks. And that alone, I am impressed that the last surviving Fiora is another baited hook, as we saw the Shangdu go all the way to the semifinals. Can they do a bit of a repeat run, trying to bring it back in a 2-0 way? Because Draven up 1 game in this quarterfinals. Let's see what they have, as they decided to go on the draw to most likely develop that set 1 champion. Do you like being on the draw against the Obelisk Power battlefield?
I think in this matchup, because Dravens seem to always play Obelisk second, it just seems to be like they can't pick the other one third. Does that, you know, you're going to be getting 4 ruins on your first turn, and since, like you've said, you want to get this Fury out as quick as possible so it can become mighty on the battlefield, it does seem to be you don't really mind going on the play so much with this one, because you know that your turn 2 is going to be very explosive.
Right, and it is pretty good. As we said, he could just simply step into the Triferian Warcamp, activate the legend ability, get an extra rune, and for the time being, you can even gank over to Obelisk of Power if you're able to hold down that battlefield. So you are going to be first to the punch, first to the conquer, which always feels good, because in game 1, it was the other way around. But this Draven player seems like he's very calculated. He takes his time, seems to be playing very patiently, taking full advantage of these times, or taking full advantage that these rounds are untimed, I should say. So let's see what he goes ahead and sets things up for now. Do you think it's something as simple as just the chosen champ, as we've seen before?
Well, yeah, he's going for it anyway. I'm always concerned when you play your chosen champ like your turn 2 or turn 3. It does feel like it's a Hail Mary play where you kind of have to do something. And it's kind of a bit of a shotgun kind of play where it's either going to work out fully or you're just going to like crumple on the following turn. Again, with the Fury going into the Triferian, which is the best of the 2 here to be sitting on, you're already at the Might of 5. If there's a punch first in hand, although the ruins aren't really helping that right now, Fury does become this giant monster. But at the same time, I think we saw a BF in hand, so Fury could go to 8 this turn, which would make it harder for the Draven. I don't know if we saw any combat tricks or a spinning axe in the hand of the Draven player. So Fury would be sitting pretty on the Triferian Warcamp if that was the case.
Yeah, I do believe so, especially when we take into consideration there is actually another punch first, as we saw in game 1. Wasn't the most impactful, but in this situation seems to be rather good nonetheless. But trying to decide where does he want to push Fiora, because he also has the option of something like a Pit Rookie. That's going to be enabling you to get into that mighty status as well with the Fiora set 1 champ. So options available, but I think he's thinking a bit what you were saying, Alguito. The BF sword, you bring it out for 4, attach it, and then you enter mighty, and then you're gonna have a big, strong, shielded unit at that. But no, okay, going for the other play we were mentioning with the Pit Rookie.
Yeah, so no, I'm happy for this. Obviously, you're already mighty off the battlefield, which is really good, which means when you go to the Triferian, you already get 6. So you can test the Draven if it does go for its power ability. Again, it's a bit awkward depending on what's in the hand. Obviously, with Dravens, we know there's fight or flights. Paying the extra one for the deflect cost isn't terrible. I'm wondering if there's also a first mate in hand so you can gank across and get the 2 points this turn.
Yeah, I was thinking about that as well. That is going to be a decent investment, as you're not completely tapped out. But speaking of completely tapped out, he is going for it. He is risking it all because you don't have any kind of counterplay. So if Draven can just do some simple math, if you have enough spinning axes to overtake this Fiora, it's very similar how when you take down the chosen champion from these Draven players, things just start slipping away from that moment. So how much total might are we working with? The shield brings it up to 5, the buff is 6, and then the BF sword, I believe, would bring it all the way up to 9, right?
So Draven's currently short by 1 damage point, with the other Zealous and Draven going in with the powered ability. Again, if they have any combat tricks, it's not too bad if you're paying the cost of deflect if it is a fight or flight. Switcheroo might be good as well. Again, you're paying the extra cost. But overall, for Draven to get into this fight and just basically start winning it would be the plan. We are going to get rid of that with the factory recall, I believe it is.
And what was the name of that card again?
I think it's factory recall.
That's what it is. Factory recall. You bounce an equipment back to hand, so the BF sword no longer available to keep that Fiora champion nice and buffed up. But oh man, we said it was risky.
No, it's still mighty. I think the Draven player didn't realize it's still mighty and has shield, so the Draven player's now walked into his own doom. Do we have a spinning axis to contest that 6-on-6 action is the question.
Oh, did he not activate? No, he did activate. So it's 6 with the buff is 5, and then with the shield is 6-6. If he doesn't have a spinning axe, that might be the exact misstep that Fiora was hoping for. You see the smile? That's a smile of pain. He's smiling, but okay, having to invest what he needs to do to get over the Fiora, and things are not looking good for the Fiora player. He needed this champion to survive, and now you're left behind for a pit rookie. At least you have, actually, you don't even have a BF sword. The factory recall is such a good card because you're having to invest 4 additional runes on your turn. It's such a tempo play against these Fiora players. Great sideboard addition from Draven.
Yeah, I don't know if it is a sideboard card or if it is like a 1 or 2 of in the main deck, as again, this is the equipment / gear meta right now. It makes sense to have some form of removal just in the main deck. But no, a great card, as you said. I would rather it go back to hand than instantly just being destroyed. So that way, at least I can play out again and then make something mighty again, get the buff from Fiora, and then keep going that way. But yes, I'd rather not have to pay 4 every turn to play my big sword out.
Yeah, it is kind of expensive.
Isn't terrible, because you can just walk that in with the BF sword, go mighty, get your channeling in, and then maybe go to Teferians and just try and hold out there as a 6 might unit. But yeah, there has to be something in the hand to try and make this a bit more cost efficient for the Fiora.
Yeah, you are right. Let's see what he has in mind, because Draven seems to have a decent amount of cards in hand. I believe one of those might have been the Thunder Song, but overzealous fan, because you're able to neglect some kind of conquer push from your opponent, does decide to just get points where you can. So going up to 2 for Karma, kind of bringing it back. Actually, no, he was on the play already. I was gonna say kind of turning things around, where usually your opponent's the one scoring first, but does he decide to fully tap out? 4 runes remaining. What can he get done? Because we haven't been able to catch exactly what he has in hand for Draven. Have you, Agito, caught a little bit of glance at it?
Not specifically, because he has been kind of holding it in that downward position. If they want to switch that camera mode so we can see the hand, that'd be great, but maybe themselves are in the same kind of predicament where they're not really getting that good angle on the hand.
Right. Kind of keeping it a bit secretive to everyone, because usually players don't hold it all stacked together. You kind of have them spread apart to see your available options. But slowly but surely, things will get revealed, and we will see exactly what this Draven has been working with in this early game. Looking like he wants to leave the 4 runes available on his opponent's turn. Kind of signals to me perhaps another spinning axe. We saw that against all odds. That works on offense and on defense. So I mean, it's just gonna be a net 2 might, but it's a net 2 might at the least as well. Probably enough to take down a pit rookie. But okay, overzealous backing up the Draven. He's saying you're not gonna conquer any of these battlefields this turn. This is tough to break through.
It is quite hard to break through. We also saw a Kaiser underneath that overzealous fan. This is a kind of a weird position to be in for the Fiora now, as you are off the play and off the turn. As you said, spinning axes could still be in hand. It could also be a hard bargain, because you know, as the Draven player, having to push back against this riposte every now and again. The hand isn't looking too bad though. We have a riposte, or at least 1 riposte, maybe 2. There's a set brawler in there that can be becoming quite powerful quite quickly. We have a matron in there. Again, as you said, this is probably more the baited hook variant with the matrons. So if we can just see a first mate maybe come down, get some action going, get that into rotation to the trash, and then get the matrons going, I can see this being a bit more efficient for for Cookie. But again, Karma here is having a lot more of a precedented Draven time.
Right, I think a key piece that Cookie's missing, besides of course the obvious baited hook, he doesn't have that Fiora worthy, allowing those set brawlers to be able to push as soon as they hit the board. So if he did, he would be in a little bit of a better position. But even with that into consideration, you still have to break through the double overzealous trouble that's standing in front of him. He's saying, you know what? Either we trade. I like this from him. Say either you kill off, I get the conquer, or you're gonna push him back, or we're just gonna trade, of course. But I have a little bit more, I believe, a punch first, but it doesn't seem that great to invest a punch first right here in this very moment. As Draven, I'm not gonna activate. You're gonna take the trade, at least offer the trade at the minimum.
I think in this play, yeah, you're offering the trade. You want to see if they want to push back, or if they've got something for those 2 runes in hand. Because if they go, no, we'll fight, you can then turn around and say, all right, I'll punch first, because they can't overpower you with the spinning axes then, if that's the case. Or if they do activate the spinning axes, you can just punch first and you become bigger, and then you're both at 2 points. So I think equaling out the score for the Cookies the best thing they can currently do right now, or making it so they can only gain 3 on the hold. Obviously, we've seen the Kaiser in hand, and they can just accelerate that next turn. They do trade. But also in Draven, you're also running Darius, which is also one of those cards that can just come in, get readied if it's the second card or gets a card played after it, making it very hard to sort of keep these battlefields off the play. Although we do see a matron now going to go to 5, which would make it mighty for this turn. So I don't hate this play either. Again, this is probably the most efficient play you can do currently in the game, as we don't have the newer Fiora in the trash or even in hand. But no, I'm happy with this to try and just get some kind of priority going with these extra bodies on the field now.
Yeah, honestly, I'm right there with you. That was fantastic sequencing. Realizing that Draven was most likely going to be offering up the trade, the pit rookie hits the trash and the matron to bring it back. And then, as you mentioned, Fiora Legend comes online because matron goes from 4 to 5 cores and then completely exhausting out to bring that BF sword. But because nothing's on the battlefield, you don't feel too bad about tapping out of cores. But something you do feel a bit bad about is Draven going and holding up to his 3rd point. You have a 2-point advantage on your opponent. This is the exact position you want to be. And to make matters worse, the Mind Splitter coming down. There was a good amount of great cards, and now they will be revealed to your opponent. That's a double riposte, a set brawler, and a punch first. If you are the Draven player, Akito, what are you eyeing here?
So you have to think, like, what's in my hand? If he's going to be looking at doing the switcheroo plays, getting rid of a riposte is probably the best play here, but having 2 of them in the hand even makes that very awkward. The set brawler becoming in being a mighty unit on its by itself is also going to be something you want to be looking at here. Punch first is always a great counterplay to anything you want to fight with. So the Draven's probably looking at his hand now and going like, what is the best thing for me here? And I think it's either going to be the punch first or the set brawler. Keep your Fiora off their units, as that is their biggest detriment for this gameplay.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Either one of those 2 single cards in the hand. The punch first, as you mentioned, such a key piece to the to defending the battlefields for Fiora. In this circumstance, I'm leaning towards that brawler because it's one of the only units. Let's say if Fiora draws and doesn't draw any units, you're stuck with a pit rookie and a matron to do the heavy lifting going forward. So I think that is the decision that Draven decided to go with. Do you go ahead and retreat back your units? Are you a little bit fearful of the BF sword going up to 9 might on the Draven, pit rookie going up to 11? That's going to be more than what you're currently, actually 9, 10, 11. It will go 1 for 1, but you do have Overzealous Fan to send things back. So maybe you hold it down, but it looks like he thinks otherwise. Going to be going back as he is ahead on points. So I think this does make sense.
Yeah, I think this is a play from Debate. As you said, they're a bit more concerned about just losing the Draven, which is kind of your mainstay defender and battler here. Although, do you want to be cheeky and try and get yourself to 3 points, or do you want to try and hold a battlefield for the turn as you are off the play again? I don't hate making the matron go to 8, as it would just should be a big body to contest maybe the Mind Splitter coming in at one of the battlefields next turn. But again, we had seen kind of an empty-ish hand. I didn't see what the draw was here. But if we could try and get something mighty this turn, maybe, as you said, put it on the pit rookie, make it mighty, gets your ramp going with your Fury again. Just try and do something to keep yourself in the game going forwards. But no, I think the Draven's done the best thing he could here. Why lose a unit when you're still ahead?
Yeah, on top of that, he was completely tapped out, so didn't have anything to back up those units, but the draw was the call to glory. We were just wondering if one of those top decks is going to be something like a spell. He has no units to progress this board state. Fiora not feeling in a wonderful position. It almost looks like, I don't want to call it too soon, I never do, but Fiora might be losing this in a 2-0 fashion. You don't want to say it too early, but taking a look at the current predicament of things, the matron, yes, you could conquer, yes, you could send the pit rookie, that's going up to 3, but then you're exposing yourself with just a punch first. We don't know exactly what's in the hand of this Draven, but the lack of units is really hindering Fiora from establishing the board presence that she probably needs to get back in this game. You know, BF Sword is one step, getting at his channel rune is another step, but what do you realistically do? Do you want to split the difference or just stack a battlefield? Seems to be the decisions being made, and he does decide to go for 2 for those 3 points, but it seems a little risky to me.
I think for the Fiora, because they are off the play again without any units in hand, they are just having to go, if I just get a few extra points here, maybe I can try and slow down Draven's battle plan. They have to split their units up here if they want to fight me. Obviously, Ride the Wind would come in and basically decimate that plan straight away, but we could just see them saying, hey, I'll move the Draven into Teferian Warground, I'll get the extra might, I'll use my power play, I'll go up to 7 might, so I'm 1 higher than the pit rookie. I didn't see if there's any runes left open. There are runes left open though, and we do know there is that punch first in hand. So again, they're in a really good position to just hold either battlefield, depending on how they want to place out their units. And I think that's the plan. Try and make Draven over commit to a battlefield and then just punch back as much as they could.
Yeah, with that in mind though, all you have to do is try to play around a punch first, but you know that might not be the only combat trick as we're seeing coming out in Fiora's hand. You have to play around an increase of 8. I don't think a lot of players are prepared to deal with an increase of 8 might on either of these battlefields. Of course, you can save it for each of these individual units, one on the punch first, one on the call to glory. It should be quite fruitful in this kind of offensive push that Draven's trying to mount going forward. But as I said, if you could kind of do the math and maybe try to account for double punch first and make sure you're cleanly over, it's a little tough, because if you get a good amount over one of these units, you guarantee the conquer go up to 4, and then from there you try to just hold on the even point tempo. Draven's still in a good position, I want to say, so this is going to be a pivotal turn. If he takes down at least one of these units, I'm still liking Draven's position. If somehow Fiora manages to hold both of these battlefields, she might just be in it to win it.
Yeah, there's still a good chance here. Obviously, Draven's seen the hand. He knows there's the punch first. He knows there's the 2 ripostes. So Draven's going to be scared about having to use a switcheroo, maybe. Yeah, obviously not a bad for this, fine. Draven will be going to 7, plus spinning axe to 10.
Yeah, 10 currently without the attack ability, of course, because it would normally go up to 12. With it, as you said. Actually, no. Is that more? Because you said up to 10. It would be 6 plus a 3, 9. And then, yeah, 12 total with the cleave. If he does decide to trigger the Fury.
Yeah, so he's in a very good position here, which is one less than he needs to go over the, as they call it, Troll Chant or Call for Glory and the Punch first. He's got the runes for it, and he's also got the runes to keep them up for another riposte. So they're in a really good position. It just depends how this Draven wants to sequence these plays now.
I believe so. So goes into the matron. Matron currently defending for 5. So not even a punch first. Is going to have to take the full combo we were talking about before. The punch first on top of the call to glory to take down the Draven. But we're also not taking into account what could be looming in the remaining hand for Draven. He still has a couple runes to work with. I say a couple, but every rune to work with. One more spinning axe will change the complete math, and these are the only combat spells available to Fiora. If you take both of them down, or if you expend both of them and you still get brought down, that is a very losing position. That's 2 card resources taken out, and then you still end up losing your unit. So he's going for Aguito, trying to go up to 13.
And say I think he's popping the. No, he's going to use his full cost. Yeah, so he's going to go +3. So that's the 8. And then with the 5, yeah, he's going to go for 13. So he's just trying to be one more mice above the Draven. Try to get him off the draw. Obviously, depending on what's in the hand. We also have access to 2 more riposts here because it's 2 and 2, right? So yeah, there's still 4 runes available. So you try and do any combat tricks here with a card, and you get that riposte, and then you go into 15. So yeah, you're in a really good position now as the Fiora.
I believe so. You're praying that there's no spinning axe because Repulse has to target a spell, of course. If it's something like a spinning axe, as we saw earlier on, you can't counter that, and that's exactly what Draven needs. The simple fact that he's not slamming it onto the board, kind of indicative that he doesn't have the answers he's looking for. He probably has a spell like a Cleave. Probably against the odds, both of those spells are repostable, and Draven not winning the combat. That is big. That's Fiora most likely holding 1 battlefield, going up to 4 on the next turn. But Mindsplitter now with the spinning axe, trying to consider about the Triferian War Camp. That one seems like you have to give it up, as you just, as we said, we just used your only combat trick, so you're not able to defend the pit crew there, or the pit rookie.
That's the issue, yeah. You're just trying to keep yourself in a position where you will also be going to 4 next turn, so you're keeping pace with the point score here. BF Sword, though, is now available for the Matron or any card that comes out next turn that could become Mightied. So, again, they're in a good position. Although they better equip that Axes before it becomes dissipated into the ether. So remember, it is temporary, so you got to get that onto something this turn.
Very true. Most likely going to be equipping that after playing something. That way, I guess you could float, of course, but just a little bit of cleaner play. Don't have to float anything. And we did see a Kaiser Survivor. That seems like an obvious pick just to keep that baseline or the back line feeling nice and healthy. As we see the Kaiser getting played out, I wouldn't blame him for keeping a couple runes available. As we caught a glance of what he does have in hand, it was indeed of against all odds. So trying to keep that as a defensive option for your Mind Splitter. But you know, how is Fiora going to be pushing forward 2 riposts in hand? If she draws into a spell, that might just be GG alone, because Draven goes up to 5. You only go up to 4. So tit for tat, it looks like the point leaning in the direction of Draven every turn that gets passed. So even if Draven did nothing, if Fiora doesn't draw a Fiora worthy, I mean, even if she did, you're going to have to send your Fiora worthy into one of these battlefields. So it's just looking really, really rough for Fiora thinking about further turns.
Yeah, if the Draven set up correctly here, they know they can't go into the battlefield with the might they've currently got on the field. As you can probably see, the hand isn't really ready to fight a 13 might unit with 2 riposts available in the hand. Again, as the chat has said, really needs to draw a good unit right now, just to try and get some more board presence going.
Oh,
Unfortunately, that was
did you see the draw?
Yeah, so I mean, to be fair, it's not terrible. You can just put both of these BF swords onto the matron if you wanted to, and that gives it +6. So it is a 11 might unit sitting on the field, happily staring at you with 2 riposts in hand. So I don't hate what's going to happen here. It's just I wish there was a unit for Fiora to sort of try and keep advantage, as they are 1 point off the play.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you could defend as much as you want, but you're just not able to win in terms of holding. You just held to 4. Your opponent's gonna hold to 5, and if you keep going back and forth this way, Draven's gonna be hitting that victory 8th point first, of course, as we keep reiterating. So even Kaiser, let's see how much presence is on that battlefield. So we said 5 plus a 3 is up to 8, plus a 3 more up to 11. So Kaiser needs 1 more. Actually, she's going to need a little bit more than that. I think, do you just stack everything up on Triferian and almost like guarantee the hold every single turn? Because, as I said, all you need to do is hold your way to victory at this point for Draven.
Yeah, that's the plan right now. There's not really much you can see from the Fiora coming down here. Their play would next turn have to hope for maybe a hidden blade to pop something on the Teferian War Camp. Then maybe pick up a Harness Dragon or vice versa, just to try and clear the board a little bit more. They are in a good position still, but I do think Draven's play right now is to try and just hold down the Triferian War Camp. Yeah, it's not so great to not take 2 battlefields a turn, but keeping this for 3 more turns is more likely than having to fight into the 11 cost matron with any battle tricks you have, knowing there's enough runes open for the riposte to take you back out.
Right. You know, something I do want to point out. I mean, granted, Fiora did find herself in this top 8 position, so probably has played amazing this regional series long. However, Fiora has yet to see the baited hook. We might be seeing the draws of Fiora when they don't have those baited hooks, which is why I know I asked you earlier, what Fiora do you like better? We both kind of agreed that the mid-range version tends to be more consistent, because we're seeing here without the baited hook, it's just feeling like it falls short against the likes of Draven. And man, developing his board presence, the Forerunner, the Mind Splitter, the Overzealous, the Kaiser with the spinning axe, he's trying to conquer both battlefields on this next turn. And speaking of hook, oh no, he finally did draw the hook. But where are the units, Agito? Do you really want to sacrifice your matron on this in this occasion?
Apparently you do. I'm concerned, but at the same time, I'm in the same mind that they are, where it's like, I can't really do anything with this matron. There's like 22 might or something looking at me on the other side of the field. I need to find something like a harness dragon.
Not too bad. That was the immediate next hit. Hit. And it's actually 2 Harness Dragon. I wish Baited Hook said play the same card. If you draw 2 of the same card, play them both down, because that would be the only way of getting out of the situation for Cookie. At the minimum, like you said, it is 1 Harness Dragon, meaning you're able to take down at the least a Mind Splitter, so -7 from that equation of Draven trying to clean things up the next turn. So, of course, it will be the obvious pickup, but it's just not enough when we're taking into account the remaining units on Draven's board. And to make matters worse, there's no kind of acceleration of capabilities for Harness Dragon to push up onto these battlefields. So that's just a free 1-2 conquer, something like a Zealous, something like, oh, goes for the Kaiser, so the temporary goes down. That's actually smarter there.
Yeah, that's the play I thought he was going to go with, because they are both 7 might, but at the same time, getting rid of a body and the very effective equipment makes sense to be 2 for 1ing, rather than just getting rid of the Mind Splitter. Although, if we do see another dragon from the top next turn, that Mind Splitter is definitely going out.
Yeah, you know, he just put one back at the bottom, so it might be a teeny bit too much to ask for to hit the 3rd dragon off the top 5, but definitely not impossible. We did say Draven had straightforward conquer, so sends in the Overzealous, goes up to 6, and from this point, if you have any more units, you don't feel bad just going on to develop the base game plan. Oh, okay, might as well go to 7 and say take them both if you dare. I have against the odds. I know you got to repose, but if you want to play your dragon, I don't even think he has the dragon, but if you want to play any units that really make an impact, you might not have those repose at the ready. And I'm seeing just too many good cards, Agito. I saw the Fighter Flight. I think this might just be GG the final. This might just be a little extra salt on the wounds on us, honestly. I think he won a couple turns ago.
Yeah, I think so too. The Fight or Flight here is probably never really getting used, because they know about the riposte still, and it's just there for baiting them into like walk in, hopefully think they'll fight and flight it, you'll riposte it, you'll get a little bit bigger, you'll give something else a little bit less might. Didn't see what the top draws. You do kind of have to hope it's a Harness Dragon or maybe a first mate, so you can walk the dragon into the other arena, take out the other Zealous fan. If they don't want to trade and push you back out, you can then go into the first mate to try and push out the battlefield again. But right now, you are stuck in a situation of hopefully get a Harness Dragon and then pop the one that doesn't come, that comes in exhausted, and then get something else out. Okay. Did we draw? Well, no, of course we haven't drawn. I was going to say, have we drawn a...
Yeah, you're actually not drawing anything more, but you can baited hook into 2 draws.
So yeah, that's probably not the worst play, actually, to try and go and get something a bit deeper. You can also equip more equipment to the Harness Dragon to make that an 11. So that would take out the Kaiser and the Mind Splitter. And then if you can maybe get yourself a Hidden Blade to kill off something else, yeah, you are still in like a really weird situation, though, to be fair.
Yeah, definitely not in an advantageous position, to say the least. The baited hook doing a little bit of work. But what were the 2 cards? Did you catch him, or is he saying it hasn't resolved just yet?
I think he's saying he can draw the 2 cards first because the creature died first, and then I think they're trying to contest it and say, no, you need to do the baited hook first.
Well, I mean, the creature only died because he baited hook, so I don't know what the dilemma is. Wait. Baited hook brings it up to 5. I guess it's a judge call, but I don't see, honestly, the issue. The death nail trigger is trying to find out what happens first.
That's what I'm presuming is like, does he have to do the baited hook first because it triggered first, and then you get to the death?
I see what the issue is. Of course, I'm forgetting about the simple fact that baited hook searches the top 5. So yeah, they're trying to. I mean, in this scenario, it would be baited hook got triggered first. Unsung hero got triggered second. So if you keep it with the classic last, first in, last out, wouldn't unsung hero trigger first?
I would think it is. I don't know if the Draven's maybe trying to say like, no, I want you to look at the top 5 first, so that way, if you with all your cards, it's on you rather than me. So, the Draven does seem to be one of those kind of players where they are kind of like pushing the rules a little bit more.
Yeah, or it could be a situation where you decide to, one goes on the chain first, but they might be going on the chain at the exact same time, so you should be able to sequence it the way you like. But let's see what the decision, because these are one of the more intricate little intricacies of Riftbound that a lot of people aren't too familiar with. Maybe some judges in the chat can let us know. Someone's feeling confident that baited hook does indeed go first before the death nail. I could definitely see it both ways. But the resolution of the kill part, not the cost. So baited hook has to resolve and then the death nail. Okay, fair enough. So it looks like the judges did agree with chat. So baited hook does see the top 5 cards. He kind of gave a slight approval, nod of approval. So saw the set brawler.
Yeah, you've got set brawler, first mate, a salvage, a hidden blade, and I'm not too sure on the 5th card.
Yeah, I just don't think any of these cards are going to be able to conquer both of these battlefields. But I say that, but a pit crew, or not a pit crew, a first mate, is that going to be enough? I mean, if only first mate did it twice, because you could push forward, ready it, push back. And the worst thing about a first mate is that you have to do it right on the play. You didn't even push forward with the Harness Dragon, of course. So it's just not looking too good. I think with that baited
in the last 11 draws, we've seen 2 of the first mates. So do you now draw into the 3rd first mate with these 2 death nail triggers?
There's the one draw. There's the heart of the cards. He puts it towards the back and it's the 3rd
No, it's
dragon.
2 sabotages. Or was it the dragon?
What did you think it was? Maybe
it was Fiora.
It was Fiora. It was
Fiora.
a kind of light blue. Oh, Fiora. Yeah, it looks to be the Fiora worthy. I thought it was a dragon because I saw the blue sky, but the Fiora worthy might be what she needs. Wait a minute. Fiora goes down for 3. Right? BF sword goes on the set brawler. Oh no, he's already a mighty. Actually, no. You could use the set ability, cross the mighty, ready it for 1 order. But the overzealous fan, at the minimum, you stop him from conquering both, or not conquering, but from holding both battlefields. The question is, how are you stopping those 3 might mechs on the follow-up? This is...
Well, if you're... Oh, yeah. I think the plays here. So the 7, 6, 13, 9, no, 17 might on the Trefarians. So 20 might with the additional +1 to each. And then there is the 2 for the Zealous. So yeah, your issue here is, do you have a way of dealing with a Zealous as well? Which we know the answer is no. They've sabotaged the hand. Obviously, in this case, you can just get rid of the red combat trick
and
here.
With a Draven player kind of memeing here, hands up, saying I have nothing to do with it. But is that a double fight or flight? That might have just sealed the deal, sealed the fate for Fiora, because fight or flight can get removed. But that is an overzealous and a fight or flight, and you're only going to be able to push up with 2 units, so you're able to hold guaranteed one of these battlefields, guaranteed going up to 8. Does he still do it, or does he offer up the fist bump? Because a fight or flight should be all she wrote, as Draven, unless I'm seeing there. Oh, no, those are ready runes.
So Fiora can also go readied as well. She can target herself, I believe. So she just come down for free. Obviously, they've put the BF sword on now, so I don't know if they're going to try and walk the dragon into the camp and then just try and take as much as they can with them.
Yeah.
The place is 6, 12, so they're 13. You can take out the Aurelia and the Kaiser, I believe. If they've still got runes up, which they do, they can then riposte this if they try to fight or flight, or if they try and increase the might. So I mean, I don't hate this. It's just not the most ideal, I suppose.
You know,
you still have to deal with the overzealous.
I think the winning play here is the fight or flight on this Harness Dragon, because he's trying to get back the BF swords back into base to get able to attach. If you aren't able to kill the Harness Dragon, you aren't able to ready the Fiora Worthy. That is what he's banking off. So if you kind of could catch wind of the game plan that Fiora is trying to instill here, I think that has to be the play. And wait a second, taking off the headset, is he getting a BM warning? Because to me, that was slightly, you know, kind of like he was taunting his opponent, but I honestly don't know the rules. Have you ever seen any TCG players do things like that and get in trouble, or is that kind of normal, kind of friendly banter?
Depending on like the tone and the situation, and it also depends on the judge system as well. But yeah, I'm kind of agreeing with you. I think the Hans Dragon right now, he's at 13. The Forerunner is at 7, and then the Fiora is not the Fiora, the Kaiser's at 5, which would make that 12. Maths. Yeah, makes it 12. So they are bigger than those two. If they try and fight or flight, then you can riposte it to go a little bit higher. If that's the case, then you can take out either the Kaiser and the Mind Flayer.
You know,
the
now
issue you've got there
it is a matter of how much runes they had available, because if they riposte, are they
5.
able to, they have exactly 5, so they're able to have 1 riposte and then play out the Fiora Worthy, and then everything else is just power cost from there. So you're totally right. A whole fight or flight, trying to send the Harness Dragon back, you riposte it, and that is actually maybe a window of opportunity, because if you're able to take care of every single unit, and there is no double conquer opportunity, because you could only against the odds one of your mechs on the push forward to try to conquer both battlefields. So this is tricky, a lot closer than we made it out to be. Fiora not giving up to the bitter, and I like what I'm seeing. And the double ready your units, I think the baited hook changing everything. The Set Brawler, the Unsung Hero, the top deck, the Fiora Worthy. These are the draws Fiora needed to stay in this game.
Yeah, I'm surprised, to be fair. They did get very lucky, I feel, with the Set Brawler in that top one, although I think the Harness Dragon might have also been a good call if we could have got the third one in that rotation, and the Fiora coming out on the 2 draws, just, yeah, putting them back into the game. And as you can see here, I'm not 100% sure the wording on riposte itself. I know it does give the +2, and it also counters spells, but does it also stun?
Which one?
Riposte.
No, it doesn't stun. It just gives the might, the difference, the energy cost to a might. But Aguito, something we weren't taking into consideration, is that a hidden card? It almost looks like, oh, it is. It's a fight or flight. So I think he's gonna be able to hold with the rambunctious, or not the rambunctious, the Ferris Forerunner, I should say, because you push back the overzealous, that neglecting him to hold there. And then how are you getting rid? I mean, I guess we're gonna find out.
Ready? So they are now 8 might. So they're just bigger than the overzealous. They can just walk into here. They take this out. You try and fight or flight. You will now riposte. We know there's one in hand. We know there's one on the field. Draven does have the runes up to fight or flight it still. But then the Fiora can also ready itself with the BF sword and walk in as well. So it's not the worst situation to be in. It's just not the best situation to be in either.
Yeah, I think it is a losing situation, because as you mentioned, there's a fight or flight in hand, and if that is indeed a fight or flight, as the hidden card Set Brawler gets pushed back, he's saying, I'm going to be able to control both of these battlefields, the repulsed getting taken out. So now you're adding some might. I would imagine you add the might to Fiora, might as well. But let's see what this hidden card is going to be, because if it is a fight or flight, Fiora can't be in 2 places at one time, and sees the picture being painted from Draven. That should be very well a GG. As I said, you just can't be on both battlefields. There's no kind of re-ready because of that situation. So yeah, GG. Fiora did a valiant effort, but Draven just doing what he does and takes the tempo and doesn't let go of the gas. Well done. Are you impressed with what you saw, Alguito, from Draven? Can he maybe make it all the way?
Yeah, this seems to be, as we said, a little bit slightly different of a Draven build. It's not the usual mid-range that you see with the monsters coming down, trying to be a bit more aggressive. Obviously, they're using the regular package of the Mind Splitters, the Overzealous fans, obviously Draven. Forerunner, as we've said, it could be the sideboard card here, so you don't normally see it turn game 1, but you'll see it game 2 and 3. Again, 6 cost for a 12 cost worth of units is really good in any game.
It really is.
I quite like the idea of the extra battle tricks coming in here. And as I think it was BMU yesterday, I could be wrong, was saying that they've noticed that Dravens are using less equipment now other than the spinning axes because they are just absolutely bonkers for the cost.
Right, we didn't really see any edges of night, so maybe the only hidden cards being played from Draven are going to be those fight or flights, but playing it very masterfully. I wish we got to see the beta hook a bit earlier from Fiora. I think it would have made a big difference in this game, but that is sometimes how it goes down. I'm impressed, like I said earlier, that it was another baited hook Fiora that ended up finding her way in this top 8. But you know, we started with 7 individual legends in top 8. Yes, one of those being Sivir. I saw Nuroff, one of our champions from our weekly tournament, saying, is Randy on Sivir? Yes, he is. He's the Sivir player in top 8. Guys, check Twitter. Is he the Sivir player in top 4? He's probably going to be posting about it. So I'm excited to find out, because maybe we have an all-unique legend top 4.
So we know there's one Draven. I'd like to see Sivir. I'd love to see an Ezreal as well, and then the Aurelia coming in. So yeah, if we can get 4 champions, that'd be really good.
Yeah.
Because who were the 7 going in? I know it was 2 Dravens.
Yeah, it was 2 Dravens, 1 Aurelia, 1 Fiora. Wait, let's do the 2 Dravens, Aurelia, Fiora, Ezreal. What did we just see? Jax. And then there's one more we're missing, chat. What's the final one? Kaiser, right?
Yeah. So if I can see a Sivir, a Jax, Draven, and then maybe Ezreal or Aurelia, I'd be happy with any of those 5, really.
Right. Jax versus Ezreal might be my picks for these semifinals, but something's telling me Jax made a deep enough run. I hate to say it, guys, but I feel like Jax, maybe those draws might be catching up, unless he's onto something. He did look really good in that matchup that we were able to spectate on the Free Buke plays, or not the Free Buke play, on the Free Buke match. So I wouldn't be too surprised, but you know, there hasn't been too many Jax for a reason in top 8. So maybe his run might be coming to an end. That's not me wishing it upon him. I'm just trying to be the realistic approach I can take. But maybe, never say never. Maybe we'll see a Jax in the top 4. That would be awesome. So as you said, Sivir, Jax, and what were your other 2 picks for top 4?
Aurelia and the Draven.
Yeah, Draven, so, that we just saw, obviously. So, okay. So we're saying Ezreal got taken down. Okay. I like that, chat. What are we feeling? Who's going to be in top 8 or top 4, I should say? Because we already know guaranteed Draven locking in the spots. It looks like someone's saying Sivir, Ezreal, Kaiser, Jax. Okay, so Aurelia getting the cut. That would be something, because Aurelia has made the most impressive run so far.
We know that Draven's going through, unfortunately, so Draven does have a spot.
Right.
Don't kill my Jax stream. Come on, don't kill my Jax stream.
And BME, are you in here? You want me to bring in the camera?
Yeah, you can do. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was a really good match. Not sure what all the breaks were in between. I'm guessing they were judge calls, but yeah, that was insanely close at the end there. I think the Fiora played perfectly, but just wasn't able to make it happen.
Yeah, there was one less fighter flight, right?
Yeah.
Just for something a bit more fun and I suppose number-wise, as Leroy's gone now, card market per week it normally does like the best cards that are sold. So for chat, that is 3 purple cards and 2 yellow cards. Before I announce this, do you guys want to guess what those 5 cards could be?
3. Wait, say that again.
So 3 purple cards and then 2 yellow cards.
3 purple, 2 yellow.
Best top-selling cards of this week for card market.
Mind Splitter and Fiora for sure.
Are we talking set 2? Set 2 or still set 1?
Still set 1 for us over here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Fighter Flight. I think chat got one of them. Fighter Flight. Mind Splitter's probably seeing up. Is it Rasa? Is Rasa the third purple card, maybe?
Oh, Rasa, yeah.
I'll give you another like 15 seconds just to have a little think.
We'll brainstorm. Me and BMU got this. So Mind Splitter, I'm confident with that. Mind Splitter has to be one of the top three. It seems a big breakout in these regionals. Fight or Flight has to be on everyone's agenda. And then Rebuke. If you don't have your Rebukes, you're definitely picking up a Rebuke. It has become a quote unquote
these three.
Rebuke
They're in my hands
meta.
right now.
Oh, Leroy's
wait.
purple seal,
Correct.
right?
I've got more. There we go.
Got more. Chat's coming in. So, right, I'm going to say now, otherwise we could be here probably till the next game starts. Number 5, Tide Turner.
Okay.
Number 4, Stacked Deck.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Number 3, Baited Hook.
Wow.
Oh, of course, the baited hook.
Now, do you want to guess which was number 1 and which was number 2?
You're a mind
Did you guess?
splitter.
So you're going to say Fury was second and Mussplit was first?
Fiora first, I think.
Okay. But you, Plus, what do you think?
Are we saying those are the for sure options, whether they're 1 or 2?
Those,
we
those
still
two
don't
are your
know.
first options. You're both correct about this. These are both the top 2 cards. So which one do you think is the most bought and which one do you think is the second most bought this week?
I'm going to do Fiora. I feel like a bunch of people already had their purple cards. So I'm going to go for Fiora. I think she was a breakout and people are trying to prepare for the set too. But honestly, I can see it either way. I'm surprised that they're both 2 and 1. So give it to us. I'm already itching to find out who was the number 1 and who was number 2.
You are both correct in your guesses. Number 2 is Mind Splitter, and then Fiora peeping it out. coming in as
Champion.
number 1.
Nice. So yeah, get your cards now. And you're saying they were just the most sold, or they had the biggest increase in value?
Most sold. So those are the ones that
Okay.
were most picked up off the market this week. Obviously, with the changes to Chinese cards Friday, that could have been a big difference between people picking things up because they were a lot cheaper over here in Europe. Now everything's kind of like the same price. But yeah, as of next week, I can imagine it being, like you said, Rebukes, maybe Vital Flights, just the extra kind of little combo pieces people haven't picked up yet. Because they're still fairly cheap off the market, so you're not losing a lot of value, whereas Mind Splitters and Fioras are a rarer card overall and already creeping up in price. So I can see why people are picking them up.
Oh yeah.
I'm just watching the stream. Is that are they saying that Aurelia's gone through?
wait,
what that
are you
graphic
saying
means?
from the Twitch chat? They're most likely gonna be
No,
doing
no.
a giveaway. But you know,
Billy.
speaking of next week, it is the pre-releases. I know
Oof.
everyone is excited. Agito excited. BMU is excited. I am excited. I wish, part of me, of course, I love doing these regional streams for everybody. I have a blast doing it as well, but we're missing out, or at least I'm missing out on the pre-releases as early as Friday, because I will be on stream to cast for you guys, or not cast, but just to host the coverage, of course. But I will eventually get there. I believe on a Monday there's an event, and on Tuesday, and maybe even Thursday, something like that. So I'll make it up. I'll make it up eventually.
That is dedication plus, and I think the whole community owes you a Yone champion card.
Yeah, guys, send them my way. Send me all your over number you guys hit. But Lionheart saying, I'm a professional caster as well. Good job on these casts the last couple of weeks. Thank you so much, Lionheart. That's a lot. Appreciate the support for tuning in. I'd love to join sometime. Lionheart, you're going to have to hit me up on Discord. DM is the best way to contact me. If you send me a little YouTube video of your previous experience, that's the best way of me gauging your experience. But I like what you're saying. You say you're a professional. A lot of people don't come in and tell me they're a professional. So yeah, we could talk, Lionheart. Maybe you could join us on one of these commentaries. And Zyler, what ended up happening with the Jax Draven game, where the Draven didn't pay for the rebuke? Zyler, they gave him a game loss, so Jax ended up progressing into top 8, but we have no confirmation whether the player got banned, unless BMU has any updates, because I know you've been keeping up with the Chinese chat.
Yeah, so the latest was basically, it was a game loss. And the chat was saying because he's EDG, which is like one of the biggest esports teams in China, he will not be receiving a ban. Whether that is the truth, obviously we don't know, but that is what the Chinese chat is saying. So we really should see a temporary ban at the very minimum, but it seems like he got away with just a game loss.
Okay. getting away with murder, I guess, because he was it's gonna cause quite the uproar. But at the minimum, he did get the game loss. He didn't move forward. He didn't get the top 8 prizing. So it kind of hurts. On top of that, you're getting the hate from the community out there. So maybe he got enough punishment already, I would imagine. So we'll see. We'll see what ends up really, because Riot, as I said before, is going to most likely come out with a statement. But let me go ahead and sit down, as this break might go a little longer, but we're just down to, what, 4 players or so? It can't take too much longer.
It was a fairly good game as well, so it's not like it was a short game, but we have been noticing a lot of these top cut games do go to the hour and a half mark averagely, so we will see.
Yeah, it's good. This is like the little show before the semis. By the looks of it, it's like an intermission game show.
Yeah,
I really wish I need to start learning Mandarin or something. I don't know.
Yes,
Guys, any Mandarin speakers in chat? I would imagine there's at least one of them that speak Mandarin here. Maybe not, though, because it is kind of a complicated. But thinking of the time zone, there's someone tuning in. But maybe not. It is a cool language to pick up.
Yeah, I'm so excited for pre-release.
Hopefully they can maybe pop into chat at some point and go like, oh yeah, this is this and this is that, and I can't announce that on stream.
Okay, Shogun saying, I speak basic combos. Okay, that's a whole lot more than we do over here, so I can respect that. Yeah, you know, speaking of Chinese, I still haven't committed about ordering some Chinese cards. I don't know if I will, because I think I'm going to have a little bit more room. I don't know if you guys heard, if Alguito and BMU weren't in chat. I'm kind of, I guess I should say I am I'm kind of committing to not going to Vegas. Surprising enough, I have my competitor badge.
No!
And I gave my explanation earlier, but I guess to reiterate, it just comes down to family time, guys. With these regional streams, I really only get to see my daughter, who's about a year old, maybe a couple more. I think she's 15 months. You know, shame on me. I should know off the top of my head. I think she's 15 months right now. But I usually only really see her on the weekend. But because of these regional coverage it's going to go on a month, I've been feeling like a terrible person. So I think being away for 5 days, because I would have to leave on Thursday. And then being from Florida to Vegas, I get back late night Monday because of the travel. They didn't have I mean, for an affordable option, they didn't have like a super good direct flight. So it's like I'm away for 5 days. And then, you know, I have to cover Bologna as a little watch party. And then Spiritforged is the week before that. We have to hit the locals, of course. So it's a lot of Riftbound and not too much family time. So I think it's the smarter play. Not the smarter play, but the right decision to kind of forego Vegas. So I might seek to do a little bit of a refund. If I could get the refund, it would be nice to give my position to someone on the wait list. I wish I could specifically give it to someone on the wait list, like one of my friends that I know really wants to go. But yeah, so I don't think I'll be in Vegas. At the minimum, we probably will be able to do a mini little watch party or something for Vegas.
I'll be down for doing a little bit of a watch party stream with you guys and chatting out and seeing like what the Americans are playing compared to what the Europeans were playing, as it's only the week's difference, right?
Yeah, exactly. Just 1 week away. So yeah, we could cross that bridge when we get there. That'll be super fun.
Yeah, plus that makes a lot of sense. Like, I don't think anyone would say like, no, that's a terrible idea. Go play card games rather than see your family. You know,
if I could bring her on these vacations, could be nice. But you know, what am I gonna do with the 1 year at those conventions? They're not really, you know, it's not that age just yet. But you know, I told chat earlier when I was telling them I'm here for the long run. I'm hoping Riftbound has a very successful future. So hopefully we can keep on doing good streams, doing good content, and of course attending more regionals in the future. So I'll probably catch some of you guys, not in Vegas, but hopefully, where else are we thinking they're going to do it? I know you guys are both from the UK. So they did one in Bologna. Where can they do, what's another popular like convention center type spot they can do it out there?
Oh, there's so many. Like the One Piece one has like Manchester. There's huge venues all over the UK. I am praying, please, for the love of God, put a Riftbound Regional somewhere in the UK. Like, it would just make my life incredibly easy.
It's coming.
Do it at
eventually.
the NEC.
NEC Birmingham's a great venue. You got Excel in Docklands. Yeah.
It's pretty good. Shout out to my homies at OPE. maybe we can do it in Glasgow again.
Okay.
Because OPE runs a lot of tournaments. I don't think UVS will be probably using other tournament hosts, but again, there's definitely a lot of tournament centres around the UK that we can use it. And if we look at Scotland as an actual different country, which it is, maybe we get one for England, or we get one for Scotland, and then maybe one for Ireland over the course of the next couple of years.
Yeah,
And
next
you forgot
couple
about
years, I would
Wales. You forgot
imagine.
about Wales.
I'm sure Cardiff has a centre we can go to.
I'm sure it does. I tell you what, if they do 4 in the UK, I will be ecstatic, and my family probably won't see me
Right.
for that week.
Where are you
Yeah,
going this week? Oh, I'm just going down to Cardiff.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, looking like Lionheart and a couple other people in chat would say they would love tournaments in the UK. It's coming, guys. It's definitely coming. At least one of the spots in UK. I mean, within the next like 2 years, I'm willing to bet we will for sure see like a UK regional. Now, trying to think about places in the US from anyone out here in the US. What are some popular spots? We see Vegas. We saw Houston. We're kind of missing the northern east. A popular spot has been usually things like Connecticut, but that's not really a vacation spot. So would they do something like New York? Have we seen like One Piece or Yu-Gi-Oh? Guys, for anyone that played those TCGs in the past, what are popular? Because I feel like they're missing that northeastern, midwestern type area. So that has to be most like the next likely target for these US ones.
Where's Edison?
I feel like New York would be chaos, right?
Right.
That would be absolute chaos.
Yeah, maybe not the most idea.
Yeah, they do Anaheim a lot, right?
Yeah, Anaheim. Go Disneyland, isn't it? Was it Universal?
Los Angeles. Okay, I could see Los Angeles being here. Birmingham, Alabama. I don't know about that one, but maybe that LA seems like an obvious pick, but LA seems like just as a chaotic place to go, just like New York. Atlanta, yeah, Shog. I could totally see Atlanta being one of them. Richmond is a popular one. What's up,
Florida
Pocket?
gets tournaments, right? I'm sure there's been a One Piece tournament in Florida.
Yeah, Orlando's a
massive.
popular spot. I would eventually see a Riftbound Regional in Orlando. I'm down for that. I'm like an hour drive. So yeah, I am down for an Orlando Regional. And we have someone tuning in from Australia. What's going on, Connor? Welcome on through. What time is it in Australia, if you don't mind me asking? Because I know UK is kind of morning to approaching midday now, or
Must
not
be
really.
like 7, 8 p.m. for
Oh,
Australia.
super
Yeah,
early.
it's 11 a.m. In the UK right now.
Oh, not too early. Okay.
So to be fair, everyone in chat saying like, "Come to my country." I can see Riftbound going around the world. Like,
I hope
let's
so.
not do like what Bandai does and just picks like one country in the whole of like that region. Be like, we're going there. But yeah, I can imagine. We can go to Italy, obviously with Bologna. We'll go to Spain, maybe Madrid. We'll go to France, probably Paris, as the Paris Open is already a thing for League of Legends / Riot stuff.
Yeah, it was TFT,
London,
wasn't it? Paris.
Birmingham. Yeah, so I can see him going there again. Netherlands has an amazing tournament centre we can go to as well.
Right.
I'm sure if Bandit was here, he'd be telling us how amazing it actually is. But I've been a couple of times and it's a lovely venue. Germany's got a couple of big venue places as well. So Europe has a lot of places to go to. So don't just think, we'll go to England one season, then we'll go back to Italy another season, then back to England again. I can just imagine it, 4 big tournaments a year in Europe. UK one, France another, Italy another, then Germany. Following year, we'll go Portugal, we'll go Netherlands, we'll go Scotland, maybe Ireland for once, get some love, but who knows? Maybe Wales, as you've said.
A little bit of
we can only dream.
everywhere in EU could be nice, but yeah, I can see them kind of spreading the love around. They just need to first release Riftbound in every single region. Maybe there's a reason they're not releasing things like, I think chat said a South Korea. I think Koreans don't even have access to Riftbound just yet. Of course they could, like, third party, but I don't think there's been like any kind of consideration for like a Korean language support. I think the most is like the French supported, which probably makes sense to be the most likely target for the next European regional, kind of to announce the release of French cards, I could imagine.
Yeah, that's a good sort of logical thing to do. I don't know why, like, majority of France is bilingual English anyway. I don't know why they would have released French cards.
Right.
They could have like translated it elsewhere, but look, as long as this game keeps getting support across all the regions, then I'm really happy. But I've got a few friends that live in South Korea, and yeah, there's not really many card games out there. Riftbound's starting to get popular because obviously League of Legends is really, really popular. So I'd expect if they were going to do another language, it'd be Korean.
I think so. I
I'd have
think
thought the
just
same too.
France has such a popular Riftbound community. They figured might as well because there's just so many active players out there. But you know, I'm a country that doesn't, or not country, but I guess a continent that I feel that doesn't get too much love is South America, guys. Do we have anyone from South America tuning in today? I would imagine it probably not, because A, we're not Spanish, but B, the time is like a little bit crazy right now. But okay, I'm Fat from Peru. There we go. Viva Peru. That's super cool. Super cool. I'm Fat. If you don't mind me asking, how is Riftbound out there? Like, is it really tough to get product, or is it not as crazy as some people have made it out to be?
Oh, interesting. Someone said in chat, it's in French because it is illegal to sell a game without French language variant available.
That's
Is that
Bandai,
true?
I'll tell you what.
No,
It
that can't be true.
There's like only one Bandai card game that's in French, but they sell like pretty much everything other than Union Arena in France. So
Right.
like,
Yeah.
it can't be true.
I mean, I know One Piece is in French. You can pick up French One Piece cards.
Yeah. So no, but yeah, I'm very confused that South Korea didn't get like the second language or the third language to come out for Riftbound, as you know, League of Legends is essentially a religion in South Korea.
Yeah, it's their game. I mean, it's the top of the PC bang list. It's the top of the esports players' salaries. Like it's the top of everything. I said when One Piece background, right? So in One Piece, certain sets you get what you call like God packs.
I'm familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, which is like the all alt art cards and stuff like that. I said when Riftbound launched, if they ever done like a South Korean launch, the God pack would be like a reskinned champions of like T1 players or something like that.
Sorry to cut you off for the first time in Riftbound history. 4 individual, or maybe not for top 8 it was more impressive, but 4 individual legends find himself in top 4, and Randy is still keeping the silver dream alive. He might just go to grand finals. Yeah, Jax does fall short, but we have a fantastic top 4 no matter who you pick there. Hopefully not the Draven one. But Ezreal versus Sivir, or Aurelia versus Sivir could be fun. Oh man, you guys have some good matches to be casting. And raise your brigades. Leroy, I thought Fiora died, no? Oh, it was Kaiser, not Aurelia.
This is great to see.
Wait,
yeah,
Aurelia
this is great
didn't
to
make
see.
It then.
No, absolutely not. No Aurelia, no Jack. So it looks like we got Ez, Kaiser, Draven, and Severe. Severe's piloted by Randy. I'm really looking for. I'm hoping they show the Severe match. I really want to see this work.
I feel like they will, just because we've seen Draven, so there's got to be the one with not the Draven match now.
It's gonna be
so Severe
Sivir
won the Runes and Rift Invitational, right?
No, not one of the weeklies, but it's very similar build. It has the Rosses, it has the call shots, it has the scrap heats, it has the Ezreal champs to discard those scrap heats. But we just saw Karma. Karma was the Draven player. He was on the upper side of the bracket. Randy is on the lower side of the bracket. So I am very confident in saying, because we just saw the Draven player, they're gonna give us the Sivir versus either Kaiser or Ezreal. Those are interesting matchups because I feel like Sivir has a decent time, but the lack of counter spells, like a lot of the other decks have, maybe Kaiser could get the upper hand. Or, I mean, it's tough because we rarely see it. In Spiritforged, because we haven't seen too many Kaisers. Are you guys familiar with that? Because I have a feeling it might just be Kaiser versus Sivir.
I think it is. I'd really like to see Civ Ezreal as a matchup, but I think it's going to be the Kaiser. And Kaiser's obviously the only deck in the top 32 that was an Orange's Legends, right? The rest were Spiritforged.
Yeah, Kaiser's the last set one. And All Nighter, they already showed Randy on stream, so it looks like you're just tuning in, of course. For anyone that's tuning in, we had Randy. You would imagine because of the language barrier, they wouldn't put a non-Chinese player on, but they had a translator and everything. He's already been, he was in the round of top 32, I want to say.
Yeah, we had George at last set as well, under the same organizers. So hopefully that's not an issue. I remember George saying, I remember reading his tournament report afterwards and saying like there was a lot of translation errors and a lot of stalling. So maybe they won't show Randy on like a semi-final game just because they don't want to delay anymore. But we'll see. I'm really hoping for Severe. I want to see Severe's gameplay more than anything. But
No,
I'm
it is.
sure we will see Randy in the final.
Hopefully, that would be super epic. Imagine Randy just takes it all coming out of nowhere. People are like, who is this white boy? I say white boy respectfully. He's not necessarily, I mean, just he's non-Chinese, let's call him. So we'll see if he ends up taking all the way.
Foreigner.
But if you guys are saying they're not going to show Randy, then we're talking about checking out the same player we just saw, Karma, the Draven player. I feel like that's unlikely. I feel like there's more likelihood of seeing Randy than we're seeing a back-to-back, because I don't remember a world where they just show us the same player 2 times in a row. They probably saved that for, you want to give us a little bit of a break from these players. So I think we are going back to Sivir. What about you, Agita? You think we're seeing Sivir Kaiser, or they show us the Draven again?
I think we'll see the Sivir again. It's very rare for them to show us like the same champion over and over again, unless it's just like last week where it was like 7 Dravens into like the 1 Fiora.
Right.
So you had to see that match because it was essentially every single one had a Draven in. Whereas now it's the 1 Draven. If they win this one, we'll see them in the finals. If we don't, they had a good run.
And a couple people that are
saying,
just checking out saying Sivir Aurora. No, it's actually Sivir mid-range, or as a lot of people like to consider it, Sivir Miracle package. So has the Ezreal champ, has the draw package, stack deck, call shots. So yeah, Sivir Miracle. So that should be cool. That should be super, super cool. And someone asking, will there be another game? There is 2 more games left for today's event. We are about approaching 8 hours and 40. So I don't think this is going to be a 13-hour stream, guys. I'm happy. Or I hope not. Let's not jinx.
Probably another 2. Yeah.
Yeah, last week was insane. Yeah, let's knock on wood. Hopefully we don't get too crazy. But sometimes you do have to think very, very deep sometimes for these kind of winning plays. We are talking about being in top 4, 1 more match, and you find yourself in the grand final. So this is it for these players. You either go home, at least you don't go home empty-handed, because 4 individual legends means that is 4 medal best of card winners, right?
Yes, they're all going out with at least a good prize today. They got the top 8s. I can't remember if there a top 4 as well. But yeah, everyone's going to walk away with that metal card. So yeah, you've got some heavy pockets today.
Super. It should be good.
The Kaiser medals are so sought after. I imagine the Dravens are as well. Yeah, so everyone's walking away with at least like $10,000 richer at the moment, I would say. Those cards are going for absolute small fortunes.
Can I ask 2 questions before we get into the next match?
Of course.
1, is that Azir now the 3rd time Azir metal champion that we saw earlier today?
What do you mean? You're saying from the same player?
Because I'm sure you were saying to me yesterday, or you were saying in chat at some point, that the person who we saw play Azir yesterday in the round 7 was the guy who won the last 2 metal.
No, it wasn't him. It wasn't him. I think what you're mistaken. I said the winner of best of metal card Azir was the same person, but it wasn't the one on stream. It wasn't him.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's still pretty good. So there's only 2 winners of those metal cards out of 3 of them. It's pretty cool. And then the other question, which is about this matchup we're hopefully going to see, is does the Miracle Silver run challenge?
I believe they did.
Yeah, I would imagine you would, simply because it's one of the best removals in orange. But you get best of both worlds. You get those insane orange combat tricks, and you get the miracle package in the purple. So it should be a very strong deck.
100% they ran challenge, because I'm remembering back there was a super impressive play that Randy did. They played out their chosen champion, which actually paid for one of the power costs, and then the challenge having a power on top of that, it actually gained the +2 might on Sivir to increase her to 6 and take out the Draven that had 4 might completely tapped out. So with the challenge itself, you increase the might of Sivir, which is a play a lot of players probably wouldn't have taken into account right there in that moment. So yes, 100% that Sivir does indeed have a challenge. Sivir costs 1 power to play. Yeah, but then you need 2 to put the Sivir online, right? You get ganking and +2 might if you pay 2 power in the turn.
Yeah, I always thought like Severe should be like one of the stronger decks, but obviously with the domination of Draven, I don't think anyone's really played around with it. Like the on the hunt signature spell, so it's 1 and 2 power, ready your units. That feels obscenely strong, but no one really runs it as far as I've seen.
Yeah, Randy bringing it
just-
to attention.
But it's the that like weird color combo where it's not really a union based color. So I suppose if it was more like you could have like 10 units on the field or like recruits, it'd make more sense that you're basically spending one to just throw out. Hey, as you said, it's the white boy.
It is the white boy, respectfully. I
Come
hope
on,
no one
Randy.
gets offended. But BMU and Alguito, I'll let you guys hold it down. You guys have the semifinals. Sivir going head-to-head against a Kaiser. I hope you guys enjoy it. I hope it has some great plays. I'll send you guys over and take it away from here, guys.
Chat, Agito Plus. I am so hyped to see Randy on stream. He is versus a Kaiser as a Severe. Agito, what's your thoughts on the matchup?
I'm happy it's not Draven. Joking aside, though, Kaiser, obviously we saw one yesterday that seemed to not really be doing the robot build. They seem to be sort of keeping more towards the spell slinging side of things, which is very good for Kaiser still, so I'm not really too concerned about that being the way. But I've not seen much of the Miracle Draven other than the event you referenced that happened about 3 or 4 weeks ago. I think you cast that one with the then Miracle package Sivir, which was a very good match to watch. So I am looking forward to seeing what's changed over this last month or so.
Yeah, so if anyone's unfamiliar with Sivir, it's Sivir Battle Mistress, which is when you recycle a rune, you may exhaust me to play a gold gear token exhausted. When one or more enemy units die, ready me. So there's a lot of gold generation in this pack, which sort of complements the the very tasty purple and orange spells because they use a lot of power. So I'm really interested to see this deck, and if it does what I think it's going to do, it's going to be a very, very tough battle for Kaiser here. So I'm very interested to see. What do we have here? We have a Void Gate and a Zorn Warren. So yeah, it looks like it is going to be the Miracle package on the Severe, taking advantage of that Zorn Warren to obviously discard, fill your trash, get Razes out for basically nothing. And then do we see the signature spell? So do we see 3 Razes played on one turn with the signature spell to ready them all and just a bombardment of Razes out of nowhere?
I mean, I'll be down to watching the Shadow Isles just essentially march upon someone's.
Yes, exactly right.
But looking at this, yeah, Void Gate obviously is here just to make sure that those kill spells are killing something each turn. 7 damage singularities are just an impactful card. 4-shot Hextex, 5-shot Void Seekers. This is essentially the perfect, hey, this game, I just want to fight you as much as I can. A Time Warp in hand, probably only playing the 1 or 2 of, so it's one of those very contentious, do I put it back in, hope I can find it again later on. If it is the 1 of, maybe they are hoping it's going to be more of a case of I can just fight this down. And before 2 more things before I escape, I believe Randy's French, so no America this time, guys, I'm sorry. And 2, I'm so glad they have the alternate art for the Sivir.
Yes, it's very pretty. Yeah, we did see the Time Warp getting put back there, so I'd imagine most Kaisers only run 1 in the main board, so he's probably not going to take that as a win condition. We do see a translator on the right hand side of Randy as well, so they are very, very well prepared for this matchup. So hopefully not too many delays, not too many judge calls, and looks like we are about to kick off. I don't know who got the on the play, but I think it was Randy.
Kaiser got 10 and 4, so there we go. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this. Luckily, as it is a Kaiser matchup, there shouldn't be too much going on for Randy in terms of not understanding what's going on here. As we've seen, Kaisers aren't really shifting towards the set 2 build. They are generally keeping towards that set 1 build. So everything that's played, Randy should be well aware of and well versed in. Sivir, on the other hand, might be a bit different because, again, Sivir's not really the biggest deck that's currently getting played over here. And yes, the West is true. Keep the West going. But yeah, I like this. I see some more treasure coming out. It's very early for Sivir, and Sivir obviously wants to just be hoarding and pumping out treasure as fast as possible, as you said earlier, to pay for those very expensive cards.
Yeah, exactly right. And it looks like Randy is running the new Chinese Lucky Box sleeves on his runes. They are very pretty. And I'm pretty sure I've been propaganded by all the stream adverts into buying that box. So I will be purchasing that as soon as it comes out.
I was essentially in the same mind of like, I really want this. It's very pretty, but I can't play the Aurelia because obviously it's Chinese. And then
now you can.
And now, God David comes down to us last Friday and says, "Hey guys, don't worry about it. You too can play the Chinese Aurelia." So maybe I will be buying that box after all.
Yeah, just the lucky gold Poro coin for me. I think that's going to bring me so much luck.
You got to pull it.
Yeah, exactly. So it looks like the Poro has wandered into the Zorn Warrens, taking the first point for the Kaiser. Obviously, discard and draw off the trigger there, and then the Kaiser just being played in base. Pretty standard so far from the Kaiser player, getting this 2-drop into the 4-drop Kaiser. So yeah, pretty on track here at the moment.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. It's one of the very few units here that I'm actually okay generally getting your own champion out early, because Kaiser, if not readied, can generally schmooze the playfield and see what they want to do with themselves. Not too sure what's on the play here for Randy though, as we do see the Ezreal coming out. Yeah, we're just going to dig as deep as we can. I'm cool for this. Do we have a scrap heap in hand? No. Traveling Merchant going out though, and in return we've picked up Randy, if you want to be so kind to push that hand down a little bit more for us.
Yeah, so the Ezreal, I think, is going to be pretty much mandatory in any deck that can physically run it. And obviously, I think this is going to be like £100 plus card, like we saw the Kaiser in the set 1. It's just so good for hand fixing, especially if you want things in your trash. Like chucking, Traveling Merchant turn 2, turn 3 into drawing 2 is so valuable. And then just got that passive effect of the Ezreal as well, just reducing those repeat costs and the accelerate costs and things like that.
Exactly, like as you said, it's essentially the Kaiser of the set 2. It's going to be so good in every purple deck. I don't think mandatory in every purple deck, but I'd say at least 80% of them are going to want this card, and itself is just a brilliant card. Jinx can use it, Draven can use it, it uses itself, Sivir can use it. I'm pretty sure if you could think of a miracle package, it's going in that miracle package. But we are standing back here with the little line of Yordle-esque things with the Poro, so I do wonder what the game plan will be going on for the game following turn. I wonder if they didn't want to just put one of the Yordles with the Kaiser though, to make it a little bit more tanky. But all you're doing here is feeding into the discard and draw engine that you want to see in this here.
Yeah, we do see a challenge in hand. We do see a rebuke in hand as well. Kaiser's up to 3 points, has a good line of defense in his base as well. Has been able to play those 2 lecturings as well. So they're not, his hand isn't getting empty. They're replacing themselves. So a little bit on the back foot here, I think. But obviously we know they run, kill spells. We know they run... they run accelerated units as well. So it is an interesting, just immediately takes a sabotage into hand. Just immediately takes that.
To be fair, you have to against this. You want to get rid of those big kill spells if you can. Do we go for the seals? I feel like we should go for the seals, try and get as many as we can. You are very powerful.
He's okay because obviously the gold generation. I would prefer the stack deck just to kind of go, there might be a perfect card that alleviates the situation. Because Kaiser is ahead. I think they're a little bit ahead in tempo as well. So Sivir needs to do something special here. And we do take the stack deck, and the seal goes straight.
They are a full turn ahead, to be fair. Obviously, 2 points is what I'd class as a full turn rather than half a turn. So I do agree that digging deeper is also good. But again, as this deck is super power hungry, I think both players would have been fine. But I do think Randy is kind of I just need to find something that's going to push forward my game plan at least a little bit more.
Yeah, Sabotage to have a look at the Kaiser's hand. There's a lot of cards in hand to choose from. So he's going to get a really good indication. 2 Falling Stars, a Singularity, a Smokescreen, and is that a Void Seeker and a Hex Tech? Yep. Jeez, that is a lot of kill. That is a lot of damage.
Jesus. All right, so...
what can you get rid of here?
That's the problem. It's Fallen Stars are a great card to get rid of because it will basically get rid of most things on the side of Ezreal, so we get further into the game. Singularity will just kill everything that Ezreal has access.
Singularity goes into the
Singularity
trash.
is the best thing to get rid of. The issue you do have though is for the cost of 1 Singularity, you will generally be playing 2 Falling Stars, so it's kind of a moot point overall. But you are getting 2 cards out of their hand, so hopefully we see some battle action soon from Randy.
Yeah, Sivir getting accelerated out because you've spent that 2 power. You do get the +2 and give it ganking if that applies, but it doesn't right now. Takes a Kaiser out, but Randy knows the hand of the Kaiser player. So he knows that, something isn't surviving here. He took away the singularity, which means he's going to have to get Falling Starred and Void Seekered. So really not much of a tempo turn. But because he does have so much might and so many units in his base, he can just basically kill everything here and then just carry on.
Yeah, I did wonder if they're going to challenge, though, because that way you can at least...
Oh, no. The Falling Star clears both, doesn't it? Because he's on Void Gate.
Yeah, it does. That's the issue I was thinking. So
that's devastating.
Yeah, so I was thinking, use the challenge because you're going to basically wipe yourself out this turn. Try and just get rid of as much stuff as you can. And then as you get Fallen Star to the face, it's going to be a little bit of a wipeout, but build that trash up as we do see the one Rasa in the hand already. So it's not the worst thing to have 2 extra cards go into your trash.
No, I suppose not. But just that tempo swing, allowing the Kaiser to go to 5, you're on 2. You have nothing on the battlefield. You know that the Kaiser has so many kill spells that each time you go into a combat, there's going to be something flying back at you from his hand. This is tough. This is a really tough spot to be.
That lays the issue. Unfortunately, I think with the Miracle build we've seen going forwards, if you can't just get turn after turn after turn of just dropping units down, you do just feel like you are losing out on the plays. I think, unless we've seen anything else draw in terms of units, that might be the last unit they have access to currently in the hand. But as we did see, that hand is just ready to kill whatever comes on site.
Yeah, stack deck being used in the action step, looking for an answer. I didn't quite see. I see a stack deck and a sabotage. I didn't see what. It was Rasa. It has to be the Rasa, right?
I'm thinking the Rasa also got here a scrap, so maybe they got an Ezreal hand, so you can go Ezreal into scrap to get yourself 3 draws instead of just the 2. So I think
he just needs a tempo. I think he needs to put stuff on the battlefield immediately. I don't think he can sit back for one more turn, knowing that the Kaiser has so many kill spells in hand.
So what I think you want to do here is you want to Ezreal, because you've got the Rasa in hand already, take the scrap. Scrap then goes to trash. You've got extra trash in hand there. You can do Rasa for 2 at a power, and then you just play the challenge, I think, just to try and clear some board states before.
Yeah, you might be actually right here. Yeah, he does take the scrap, so he's digging for answers. Rasa, not quite the right answer right now. So he's going to take the luck, the heart of the cards, the top decks, and see what occurs here.
Because you'll be at 9 cards, I believe, in trash as of using the Ezreal into scrap mechanic. So you do put yourself at 1 more point. It's just a power for Rasa. So we're nearly there. We're not too far off.
Yeah, and obviously with the gold generation, with the seals as well, they are going to be completely free. So it leaves him a lot of runes up to decide what he wants to do. Looks like we are going to see the Ezreal come down, I imagine, first. He does have a rebuke, so he can clear some board here, but he knows the second he moves onto a battlefield, like, he's going to get Hextech Raid at the very minimum.
So Hextech Raid did go out a second ago for the trash on the Zorns, but again, we did see the second Falling Star. We also know there's just a Void Seeker in there as well, so somebody's getting stabbed.
Oh, we saw the Fizz. Okay, so he can get a spell back from his trash if he really needs to. So he could possibly double challenge here.
I mean, I think that's probably the best play if you can get the Rasa down for a cheap cost, and then double Rasa, essentially just to pop 2 of the units, just to make as much bulk as you can out of what you've got in hand.
Yeah, he's got a lot of options.
Sabotage again. Get the other Fallen Star out of hand.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, I like the idea of the sabotage for sure. Puts another card in your trash as well. Takes a card out of their hand.
So you go to 10, you need the power then, get the Rasa out. Yeah. Oh, go for a Fizz. Okay, no, I'm okay with this too.
What's he grabbing back with the Fizz then?
Maybe the cool shot.
So he taps it for the power. What's he grabbing?
Are we grabbing a cool shot? I think we are.
Yeah. Okay. So he plays it for gold. Yeah. Okay. So he's really digging for these answers. Really, really digging for these answers.
Well, Ezreal is an explorer, right? And Siva's also a bit of a treasure hunter, so we're spelunking now for the answers. Punch first is a good answer, though.
Punch first is a great answer, but you need stuff to move. he doesn't have anything ready at the moment.
Next turn. Next turn.
Yeah.
Punch first.
If you let
Kaiser, another cool shot.
Yeah. I was gonna say, if you let Kaiser go up to 7, like, it's such an awkward position to be in.
Yeah, I think he's having to hope now that he gets into the 3rd Rasa, and that way he can just start holding down these battlefields again, like we said earlier.
Yeah, he's looking for the Rasa.
Possibly really good if we go into the sabotage, just get rid of some of those kill threats. So we got another punch first. What was the other card? Can we see? Oh, Last Rites.
Last Rites, yeah. Which is great.
Both are good cards. Yeah, both are great cards.
Yeah.
But no, I think he wants the combat tricks because, yeah, you kind of need to get something going. Stack
Another
deck,
stack
treasure?
deck, yeah. he's digging for something. He's absolutely digging for something, but he's almost out of runes now, so he can't really play anything now.
Spelunking time. Let's keep going.
Yeah. I mean, the meme is the purple see all the deck. I think Randy might have seen all his deck by now.
Get pretty close to it. So, do we just do one stack deck and one sabotage and just try and slow down the hand? They are going to go to 7 next turn, I believe it is. So
there's nothing
yeah,
you can really do at this point. Like this is a really bad spot. Like the Kaiser just got so much early tempo. Like takes those first couple of points, held, kill spells, stop you interacting, killed your back line. Like that falling star absolutely killed Randy's tempo in this game. Like taking out the Ezreal and the Severe in one swoop, and then just having 2 units go in and score 2 additional points. It really, really hurt the tempo. Like if this was, Randy still had 2 units on the battlefield, like this turn basically wins him the game, I think, because he just hand fixes completely. But without the actual units on board, it becomes very, very difficult.
Yeah, so we need to get rid of that falling star there, which you got a way of keeping at least 2 units going. Do we have Hextech Ray still?
Another singularity.
Another singularity! God damn it! Come on, man.
So the thing is, right, so if I take the falling star, you kill both with singularity. If I take the singularity, you kill both with falling star. So the thing is, you take the falling star, so he has to pay more, basically.
Yeah, that's it, basically. You need to tap out if you want to get rid of these things next turn. As you said, I don't know if they do play on the hunt, and maybe we'll get lucky and we'll find on the hunt, so that way we can ready those Rastas and they can just walk in and just take some battlefields. And at that point, they're just these giant units that just stay there, as it does seem to be this deck is running the low to the ground might package. So
you say giant units, but they're they're gonna need punch first to be saved from the singularity. That's the thing. Yeah. I think that's why he's put them in his hand to kind of save them. But I mean, look, the Kaiser's going to be on 7. We know he runs at least 1 time warp, but maybe he's got 2. If he holds now, this is devastating. Like Randy needs to use the 15 cards he's got in hand to hold a battlefield and pray, I think, a little bit here.
Well, look at this here now. You can walk both of those units out into those battlefields. I don't think there's much you can do otherwise. So you can take them back, so you go to 4, then 7. On the play, you'll get Hextech to kill one, and then Void Seeker to kill the other one, and then you just walk out your other units. I think this is where we get the one roster out in hand now, and then maybe just start challenging things in the back so they can't move out next turn.
Yeah, Randy's been really unfortunate not seeing more Russers off the top. I think that's what he was digging for. Like, as you said, just play like 2 or 3, some challenges, some, punch first, get them on the fields. It could have been a massive difference, but we saw 2 Void Seekers as well, which completely shuts down the push from Fizz and Ezreal.
Yeah, unfortunately it does. But yeah, so I think we've just got to see what the play is now. I do think they're in... I don't think it's a down and out, you're not coming back from this kind of match. I think they are in still a fairly safe position, but it does just depend on how devastating Kaiser wants it to be for them.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, right, so the Sivir, sorry, I keep saying Sivir, has been probably like built around beating Dravens, and this is a spell slinger Kaiser, so it's very different. The Kaiser player here using the singularity actually helps Randy keep his rosters safe if he does have that signature spell, if he can get stuff onto the battlefield, but the Kaiser just playing completely safe here, moving everything back. This is going to be the turn. I think if Randy doesn't see the answers he needs in this card, he's probably just going to resign and go game 2.
So I still think there's a good play here. They do have enough to just basically put that roster out for free now, get him on the field, do 2 challenges, kill 2 things. But the issue is obviously getting anything on the board.
Yeah, you need stuff in a battlefield, and Randy has half his deck in his hand, and he still doesn't quite have the answer for this.
So what would you be looking for, though, besides obviously on the hunt?
Accelerated units. It's the only chance you've got is to get something on the battlefield and then just start clearing the other battlefield. But obviously, we saw the smoke screen. We saw the Void Seekers. That can clear pretty much anything.
Mm-hmm. So is there anything accelerated in purple?
Oh, confront. Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
That was the too. Everything comes in ready now, yeah? That makes sense.
Yeah, what do you draw off the top?
Come on. I know there's one Rasa in hand. Come on, you got this.
Yeah.
I believe in you. There's an Ezreal in hand too, so if you want to dig a little bit deeper still.
Yeah, but if he uses the 3 runes, and it's such a tricky spot. Like, the Kaiser just got so much early tempo. Considering this was a spell slinger Kaiser, he managed to get 2 Yordles early to replace themselves. He managed to get the Poro off the 2-drop. Like, I think he did get a lot lucky with the early tempo, but he has played extraordinarily well. So we see a Sabotage. So he's just trying to take the kill spells out of the hand, but there's a Piercing Light in there as well. That is devastating on the Void Gate. Wow.
So he's still got the Rasa in hand. They can still play that out. It's still a 6 cost. You keep 1 Ruin open then just to go for Punch first, and that just keeps you mighty. But yeah, we are kind of stuck here with the situation of being off the play. Maybe move the Fizz onto Zorns and hope that you can draw into something with trashing of the hand.
Yeah, I think that's the option. Stack deck coming down, so he's got 1 rune up. He is digging. He has literally seen like his entire deck at this point. I think that wandering traveling merchant, was the one he discarded first. Put to the bottom first, the first stack deck.
There's definitely.
Oh, there we go. 1 Rasa comes down, pays a power, gets a gold token.
Hey.
And it's ready as well, so it goes to Zorns. He's going to discard... What's he getting rid of? The treasure. Oh, that was on the hunt. He does run it.
So it's good to see it, but we don't need it now, unfortunately.
No, it's wasted now, but...
Oh, we got the Rasa. There you go.
He does run it. Yeah, that makes sense.
Ooh. Now, do we just start challenging to get some things off the back? Well, you can't now.
No, he can't. I think he needs to keep the runes up for Punch first, so it can survive. Like, maybe survive some sort of shenanigans.
That's the case.
I think the sideboard for Randy must be... I'm praying he has, like, 2 Unyielding Spirits in that sideboard.
Don't do it. Don't do it. No. No. Just dig once.
He's looking... I think he's looking for another Raza. There it is. Oh, he took the Sabotage. Oh, okay. He's looking for the Sabotage.
Oh, you can't play this turn.
No, you can't play this turn.
Oh, we can. He's got one floating.
Yes, he does. Yeah,
right?
Yes, yeah, because he paid the power. Yeah, he paid the power cost with the live rune, the purple rune.
Just get whatever you can hand out. Just
yeah, it takes another card. But what do you take it? It's got to be Piercing Light, right?
The issue you've got here, one of those cards is going down to 2 might, and then the other one's going. He's getting shot. So I think you're a bit stuck here.
Well, he has no runes for Punch first. He's only got 2 runes as well to end his turn. So he's back up to 4 runes next turn. He's hiding. He's down to 1 rune on the board to hide a card.
No, I say you can't even hide switcheroo. So what are you playing in this? Fight or flight, maybe?
Could be. Yeah, could be. But we know it's a spell based deck. On the Kaiser side, so Fight or Flight probably not as good as it should be. Was that another Hex Tech Ray? It was, yeah.
Hex Tech Ray. So we're killing the Fizz this turn.
Yes.
To the Rasa. We can then give -4 to the other Rasa. So Fight or Flight is maybe the only answer. I'm not too sure here.
Yeah. Just there's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 might in the battlefield. Spread across all those little units. He does have the opportunity to draw off the Death Knell as well. So he has a few opportunities to generate some cards here. I wish Randy was able to keep like 1 or 2 runes up because we know he has Punch first, which would have saved him, but he needed to dig. He did.
That was the issue here. Just unlucky on the first 30-odd cards of his deck, having to go a little bit deeper still.
Yeah. He's seen 80% of his deck and he still wasn't happy with the answers.
Life, right?
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes it's not even the hand you dealt, it's the deck you built.
I just can't dig deep enough quick enough.
Yeah, exactly. It's this. Do you know what? I'm really impressed by this Sivir deck. Actually, I keep doing the thing where it's just like, right, the 2 decks I'm building for Spiritforged are, and then those 2 decks keep changing week by week.
It's like, do I build a competitive deck and a fun deck? And it's like, oh, but this one looks fun. Actually, this one also looks fun. I'm building them all. It's fine.
Yeah, the problem is like there's so many like color combinations. So obviously like red, purple for Draven, then you got purple, orange for for Sivir, and then you've got orange, yellow for Fiora. So they all kind of cross over. So I'm hoping we can get some stock in the country.
Yeah. Luckily, you only can play one deck at a time, so you can always change the runes around that you need.
Yeah, but I don't like doing that. I like having decks built so I can just bring them with me.
Just pick them up and play.
Greedy
So,
like that.
do you just walk the Sentinel? I was gonna say, you just walk the Sentinel and get a draw.
Yeah.
Is the question here.
Yeah, absolutely. You try to bait the hidden card, like if he wants to run it. So yeah, he's gonna end up trading with the Fizz here, taking 3 might off the battlefield and drawing a card. It's probably the right thing to do. Like, unfortunately, Randy is completely tapped out, so it makes Kaiser's decision making so much easier on these might transfers.
Fight and flight the Sentinel so it doesn't get the draw, and then you still kill the other Yordle, right?
Yeah, quite possibly.
They have to fight you more. But I suppose in this situation, it's going to be a case of I'll fight and flight something, and then I'll kill the other thing.
Yeah. What did we see the top deck come out? So Hextech onto the Raza.
It was the Hextech. So it's 2 Hextechs in the hand.
Sorry, off the Wandering. -4 on the Raza to kill it. We're going to see the hidden card. What's Randy trying to say? Oh, he's reacting. He's reacting to the Hextech. Yeah. Pull the Raza back.
No, I mean that's the safest thing here. Unfortunately, you are just going to get that do 4 damage instead, though, to the rest of it's game.
Yeah, and game. Right. Yeah, so he can just walk in everything after that one. Yeah, so really good play from the Kaiser there. Randy's deck was trying to basically strip options out of the hand of the Kaiser, but he just had all the right answers. Like when you sabotage and you see like 2 falling stars, a singularity, Hextechs, Void Seekers, like you go, oh okay, which damage spell do I not want to kill me the most? And then you pick from there.
Essentially, he took a gun to a bazooka fight. It was like, oh Jesus, what have I just seen?
I'm hoping to see a much better, closer game too. Simply because obviously the sideboard options here. Has Randy sideboarded for a Kaiser matchup, or is he just literally like full plowing into what he expects to see, which would be Dravens?
Yeah, I don't think you run it in the Sivir, and I kind of hope he runs it in the side deck, and that is everyone's favorite Camel, because you ain't targeting nothing with that Camel.
Do you know what? It's one of those weird cards that I think when it first got saw, it was like really overlooked, and then realized that everything Draven wants to do, everything Kaiser wants to do, everything Victor wants to do involves targeting units with spells. And I think it's such a good answer to meta. No one runs it main board as far as I see, because obviously it's a pretty expensive dead card if they're not running any spells. So it should be, I don't know. I really hope that we've got some answers to this, because I don't want to see Kaiser just go 2 points, 4 points, 6 points, 8 points. I win. Thank you very much. See you later.
Yeah, because that's the issue, though, isn't it? Because there's not really much counterplay in purple and orange. It is very much on the play to keep doing things, challenging to fight back when you can in between turns. There's no real, hey, stop punching me kind of thing in return. So the Camel is kind of your only option as a, hey, don't look at me.
Yeah, I mean, if Randy runs like one of the camels, the anti-target camels, as we call them, and like 1 or 2 unyielding spirits in his side deck, this could be a very, very, very strong matchup for him. But the Kaiser, I think, played really well. Like he used his, I know he had a lot of them, but he used his kill spells like absolute maximum value. Like the Falling Star to eliminate the Ezreal for 3 damage and the Sivir for 4 damage on the Void Gate was just so perfect. Like he couldn't have played it any better.
No, yeah, perfect timing. Obviously, for the next game, they don't have access to the additional damage of spells, and Kaiser's kind of really the only deck that gets to take advantage of that, besides maybe like the kill spell Annie that we saw earlier in the games. But again, I think a lot of the Annies have taken away from that and wanted the more ruin advantage and the draw power. So, yeah, it's one of these cards that are specifically only Kaiser's getting advantage of, which means that unfortunately Sivir didn't really get much use of it other than taking that 1 point early in the game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so the chat's asking any yielding spirit inside decks. We don't know. For Randy's sake, I hope he does. But yeah, we don't know the answer to that yet.
So yeah, unfortunately, we don't have access to any of the deck lists, and I don't think anyone really does besides the organisers themselves. We'll see this probably coming out in the next couple of days, as we normally do, especially with the top 8 decks. But yeah, Randy, please, you're the West's hope right now that you can push through China. Please say you've got something that doesn't get countered, or at least something to fight back against the oppression that is Kaiser and her spelly ways.
Yeah, what I want to say about the Kaiser as well is, did you, other than Piercing Light, I think that was the only set 2 spell we saw, right? I know some Kaisers are running like Bella's Breath and stuff like that, but I don't remember seeing anything else.
I say, no, it's the only spell we saw from set 2, but we also saw the Poro that they forgot to get the gold for the first Conquer. But they remembered on the second Conquer.
Yeah, so the gold generation is so powerful. Like, a lot of people are saying like gold generation in this set is overwhelming. We're jumping into game number 2 at the moment, so I would imagine Randy would choose to go first. That's a Obelisk of Power on the side of the Kaiser and a Targons on the side of Sivir.
Obelisk and... Is that Targons? No, it's not Targons.
Is it Targons? Sigil of the Storm. Thank you very much. I'm still learning these the battlefield images.
It's because sometimes they don't like. It's not the center of the image. It's like the corner piece because there's like a person there. Like, who is that person that's like in 154p? So, as plus act, we didn't see any Forerunners. What we have been noticing though for the more spell-oriented versions of Kaisers, they have them in the side deck. So it might be a case of, hey, I need more units. I'll put the Forerunners in now. But as you saw from that last game, that was essentially the perfect balance between spells and units for the Kaiser.
Yeah, it was really, really good. So Sigil, when you conquer here, recycle one of your runes, which actually benefits Sivir really, really nicely, because obviously the legend ability says when you recycle a rune, you get to play a gold token. So it kind of replaces itself. And then the Obelisk is the extra rune at the start of your turn, which again benefits kind of both players at this point. So even battlefields, I would say.
We can do that, yeah. Let's say, no, the good thing about this is as well is no one really doesn't benefit from having the extra rune, normally speaking. So, but yeah, the Ezreal's...
Ezra turn
perfect
1.
Turn 1. Jesus.
Oh, and the scrap as well. That is ideal. That is the best opening hand I think you can actually get.
How's your turn 1 play? Perfect.
Yeah, I got 7 cards.
What's your turn 1 play? Not 7 cards.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so this should be an interesting matchup now. Like, we'll see how the sideboards have favored both players. I don't know if the Kaiser's going to switch out, like, be less spell heavy. Like, are they going to run slightly more units in the main deck? Like, do we see watchers and stuff like that come down? We'll see as the sort of board develops. But I imagine a purple's going to do purple things, and we're going to probably see about 50 cards in the hand of Randy.
Quite possibly, and probably very soon as well, maybe by turn 3. I think with the Kaiser, they're in a very good sort of position where their main deck is just very good against these boards that want to drop these 6 might units, because besides Mind Splitter, I think everything is going to be 6 or less, so Singularity is always good, Falling Star is always good. Deflects, I'm not sure if there's Deflect in this. Is it the Sivir has Deflect? So it's the only thing you really have to start paying costs into, but overall, Spellslinger into Sivir is very detrimental to Sivir.
Yeah, exactly. Does Sivir have Deflect? The purple one, it does not have Deflect. Has accelerating ganking if you spent 2 power this turn.
But it's still good keywords. But no, unfortunately, it does seem to be a case of the biggest sort of counter to a Spellslinger deck would be some Deflects and the Camel. So hopefully he's playing a Camel.
Yeah, we'll see. We haven't seen anything different in the board at the moment in terms of what cards he's got in hand. Have we seen any sideboard cards? But a little bit better tempo, I think, from the Sivir player here at the moment. Like having the Ezreal, and we've got the Cold Shot basically for free again. This is, when people like complain about purple being really strong, this is the reason why.
No. It's just like, keeps getting away with it. It's like, no, he's not. He's only drawn 12 cards this turn.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He's just doing fine. But no, I do agree. He's on a better tempo play. He's not 2 points behind at the start of the game. He's in a much better place than he was before. Obviously, the Kaiser there can test any battlefield that you do walk into. So, not necessarily the best position for the Ezreal here, but at the same time, I'm not unhappy with it.
No, and the Sivir gameplay style is completely different. Like, it's very much like, I want the best possible hand, and then I'm going to start taking points. Like you can see he's just playing it safe, building, the right cards in the right place. He's not looking to get greedy, not looking to get points. So the Kaiser is going to go ahead on point tempo, but we should see Randy have basically all the answers he needs. Is that a progress day? It is. Okay.
Yep. I heard you like drawing cards. So do I.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I heard you can draw cards. I can also draw a lot of cards. Look at the size of the hands in this game. This is going to go insane.
This is semi-finals, by the way. It's game 2. Yeah, this is crazy. So everyone's got like 10 cards in hand. Sabotage, I feel like gets a lot worse with the bigger the hand size, especially versus Suit. There's probably a lot of free offs the kill spells. So maybe the sabotages, plural, would be very good to sort of like drop down now and just try to take things off the board.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. Like if they've got like 3 cards in hand and they've left like a really specific amount of runes up, Sabotage feels really nice. Because like, oh, I'll just take out the option you were going to play. But yeah, when they've got like 10 plus cards in hand, you're like, oh, I'll remove one. Like, and I've probably got multiple copies.
So hand knowledge is just very powerful either way. But when the hand knowledge is, oh, you got 3 of that card, it's not as powerful anymore.
No, exactly, and that's what we kind of saw last game as well. I think we saw 3 Sabotage being played from hand and then 2 from the trash as well. So we saw like 5 cards being removed, and it still didn't really make much of a difference.
We got a Rasa
Another
there.
Called shot. So there's a Rasa and a Fizz. So both good options. So. Yeah.
I feel like Rasa is always more important overall just to the end board game plan. So it's it's very difficult at this point in the game because Fizz is also just a very powerful card. But again, that you might not be seeing that Rasa for another 3 or 4 turns if you put it to the bottom.
Yeah, and decisions like this are really hard, I think. Like, yeah, look, Randy's like sort of taking one, putting one back, taking one, putting one back. It's like, do I go for stacked deck where it's like I can see another 3 cards and pick something ideal? Or do I go for a challenge, which I will probably need, but then I can't dig through the rest of my deck? This is what makes playing this sort of color combination like difficult, is like I need stuff for now, but do I take the gamble and get something better off the next top deck?
So he's quite lucky he has 2 challenges in hand already, so it's not like he's losing out on not picking up that 3rd challenge. But again, if you can't get to your big body roster, you don't really have anything to challenge with because Ezreal's at kind of a dinky unit. Sivir can become 6, so she's not the worst unit to get out there and start like throwing hands. But when she's at 4, you don't want to be trading your champion for their champion, especially when you saw how big their board can get last turn. And unfortunately, if they did board into those Forerunners, that 6 becomes another 6. So it just.
We do see the Unyielding Spirit. Unyielding Spirit's in hand. So that was a sideboard card by the looks of it.
Yeah, so could be some good stuff coming up in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, I feel like Purple is just playing solitaire at this point, especially Miracle Purple. Like, just I'm just going to sort my deck out. You sit there patiently waiting for your turn. I'm going to be 15 minutes.
Yeah, we've had 22 minutes this turn. I'm only on turn 2. We're on about 15 minutes this turn.
Just play a bit of solitaire.
So yeah, it does feel like the Miracle deck is just essentially like, I'm going to just find what I can find and hope that you don't mind waiting like 10-15 minutes for me to start playing the game. And we are going to go for a Sabotage, which again, we have 2 in hand. We probably
Show me
God damn it.
the 9 cards you've got in hand. We do see a Watcher. Right. Okay, Falling Star, Piercing Light.
2 Piercing Lights.
Icathian, Singularity, Stupefy. That's a terrifying hand. Like Randy's just going, oh, okay.
Yeah. Which thing here do you not want to kill you? Because I've got the answer on all these other cards instead.
Yeah, exactly. Like Icathian's just like, okay, I kill your whole board. Watch is like, okay, I kill your whole board. Piercing, probably whole board. Singularity, whole board. Like,
it's like
what do you do here? Honestly,
pick your flavor of death.
Yeah, basically.
It's fine.
Would you like to be shot in the face or shot in the back? Your choice.
Yeah, I can either make it rain down on you, I can suck you into a black hole, I can shoot you with 6 bullets, I can shoot you with a laser beam. Your choice. It's all down to you.
Yeah, or I can just play a big fox and wipe your battlefield as well. Falling Star chosen. Okay.
I do like Falling Star because obviously it's the cheaper options again. Maybe we'll see the second Sabotage come down and get rid of maybe the other Piercing Lights. That way they've only got one of each option to go through. Maybe he says, looking at this going forwards. It does look awkward because obviously you can't get rid of the units in hand with Sabotage. That is specifically a Mind Splitter thing, and we didn't see them playing the Mind Splitter in the last game. So it does sometimes feel a bit awkward when you just see.
Yeah, Raza for 3.
for free. I don't think I liked this play, just because we know that they can kill the Rossa on the follow-up.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's almost like baiting the Singularity at this point.
Or do you just use the other Sabotage to get the Singularity out, so they have to like double dip into their room pool? Oh, what's underneath it? Is that a treasure?
Yeah, there's a gold token hidden under there as well.
Wait, what's this over here? Nothing.
Yeah, don't worry about that. You just focus on what you're doing.
It's not a random mind splitter, don't worry. But no, I think it's just a very awkward play because essentially you want to be looking to get that Singularity, just getting rid of things. You can always just use the Fallen Star if you really want to, just to get rid of the Ezreal in the back. So it is a very awkward sort of situation to be in now, knowing that your demise is in the hands of your opponent.
Yeah, I think he just kind of wants to bait some of those things out of his hand, like don't get as much value, because the last thing you want is like you do a big turn and then they just wipe it with Singularity, rather than just kind of like, oh, do you know what? I'm going to stop the tempo a little bit, because we are still at 0-0. I feel like these turns are going on for about 5-10 minutes each. So nothing's actually happened in the game of Riftbound yet. Both players have just been kind of fixing their hand and drawing cards.
Mm-hmm. He said, how many cards do you have in hand? He goes, enough.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah.
Not as many as you, but enough.
Yeah. I know. It's wild that this Kaiser just played a progress day and just be like, yeah, cool, I'll just draw.
I've got enough turn. Yeah, I'll just play progress day. Here you go. So I've now got 10 cards. You've only got 9.
Yeah.
Wow.
Singularity coming down, obviously discounted slightly for the Kaiser Legend ability, but still costly. Still costs 6.
So
he's not going to have much use here. We do see the Unyielding Spirit come down. So yeah, he was baiting the Singularity there, knowing that he could leave one rune up with the Unyielding Spirit. So the great play there, countered. But he does get a Noxus Hopeful down for basically two runes because of the Legion effect.
Would you have maybe gone onto the good battlefield here and then maybe tried to hold it down for 8? Because that way you're having to make them walk into you on the following turn. Or
I know what you mean, but when you're tapped out and Orange, obviously it runs a lot of buff spells. Did see another Unyielding Spirit picked up in the hand, so he does run at least 2 on the sideboard, I would imagine. So this is really good for him. This is exactly what he needs in hand to counter the crackback, because he knows he's got big units, and obviously the Kaiser player doesn't know this, but Orange do run things like Punch First and cards that are really nasty combat tricks. So Randy could leave a couple of runes up here at the end and really bluff his way into some real big tempo.
So do you just do a challenge now, make Rossa fight the Kaiser, and then walk the Ross into remove itself from the damage? That way it's another 6.
Yeah, it's not a bad play. And as I said, the best thing in Riftbound for me is when it's my turn and my opponent's completely tapped out. That is my favorite thing in Riftbound, because it just makes the math, makes the logic, it makes the plays so much easier.
Okay, we're getting the Civer down. We're not paying for the acceleration, which is fine. It's fine.
I don't know.
I deny the Civer here.
Yeah, because he's just going to pass. Yeah. He's trying to build up turn. He's trying to keep some runes up, because I was like, if you now play into that, like all he has to do is get bigger might, and he knows that either you can punch first or you can use spirit. You can't do both. So I'm really glad that Randy decided to just leave everything in base. Like, he's not too worried about the tempo. Caffeine Rain, he baited the Caffeine Rain as well. So he's going to let him choose all the triggers. Nothing with deflect, so it doesn't really matter. But he's like, oh, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you pick your triggers. Yeah, all good. And then Unyielding Spirit.
And then, say we just seen draw in hands. Oh, not again!
Yeah. Not again.
It's like, oh, yeah. Do you want to move out this turn?
Yeah. So he's negated 2 massive kill spells here. And he does still have a Sabotage in hand, so he can sort of look at what's going on in the opponent's hand, see what he wants to do. But this is looking a much stronger game for Randy against this Kaiser.
Totally agree. Yeah, just obviously getting that top deck look then as well. But you've dug like 15 cards deep. So is it really a look at this point, or is it just sculpting the deck the way you want it to be? But I agree. We need to get that Sabotage out. We need to get one of those other kill spells out the hands. That way you can't remove everything off this battlefield or base. I do think we're going to go for the Piercing Light, because obviously that's the one that kind of just shoots everything for 4 and then 4 again. So
yeah, it's one of those things, like the Watcher definitely wins you a battlefield. The Piercing Light probably definitely wins you a battlefield. Everything else is yeah. You're gonna have to pick one of those two cards, I think.
So you can't pick the Watcher because it's a unit, unfortunately. You
Takes
Stupefy.
a Stupefy. Oh yeah, it's a unit, isn't it? Sabotage is spells only, isn't it? Sorry, my bad. Yeah.
And Gears.
And Gears, yes.
Yeah. So
non-unit cards.
Non-unit cards, yeah. So Gears, unfortunately, do get shut down by a broken pistol.
Yeah, the thing is, like, the Sabotage was only really played like as a side deck item to get rid of Dazzlings in the last set, but there's a lot more targets for it in this set.
Oh, it totally is. And now we can do a challenge. Do we do just the Rasa and just have Rasa punch the caster, maybe? You don't really want to be trading with your Siva, do you?
No, I would imagine not, no. Oh, no, the Siva's got a +2 buff.
Oh, that's fine. Jesus.
He's paid an extra power, yeah. So it goes on the stack as you pay the power, essentially.
I was very concerned there. I was like, oh, God.
Yeah, same. I was just like, why did you do that?
So, yeah, no, pretty good now. So, at the end of this battle, in a second, they will obviously hold themselves up from that to -4 as they do conquer this battlefield.
I really like the play, actually. Get rid of the Stupefy. Stop him drawing cards. You know, Piercing Light is going to do what Piercing Light does. He needs to pay quite a lot to do this. And I think they're arguing about the stack. Yeah, so they're saying, like, because he's paid 2 power, it gets +2. And I think the Kaiser player is saying, like, yeah, but wouldn't that happen before that happened? So I think they're just arguing about the way the stack went. I mean, you could have avoided all that issue if you just, used the Rasa.
Yeah. What's the problem? There's no problem, sir.
Yeah, so just clarifying with the judges.
So, do you want to just use the Rasa now to... Hello?
Front? Okay, to just draw a card?
Maybe. It says nothing in hand is there to play. Is that a traveling merchant, maybe?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think he's digging for another Rasa now. Oh, there we go. We see the camel and the Rasa. Oh, this is actually a tough choice. I think the Rasa, just because you've got the confront out tempo-wise. But yeah. Looks like Randy has sideboarded for this exact type of matchup.
Because I feel like Miracle has the issue of it's not very good specifically into Spellslinger decks. So having access to free camels that don't let you just get instantly taken out by them. The free, hopefully, unyielding powers that, again, don't let you get taken out by them. I think we're in a really good position right now because, again, the Watcher can only really take one battlefield. If you can maybe challenge with the Rasa now to get rid of the Noxus Hopeful, you are only really having to deal with one battlefield getting taken by the Watcher this turn.
Yeah, but you play the Watcher, and obviously, the other Rasa becomes free, Civic becomes 1, and then you walk the Poro, the Hopeful up and kill that as well. So it's a dangerous turn. Like, we did see Randy doesn't have any combat tricks in his hand. He kind of needs them. I mean, even if he puts 2 Rasas on the battlefield, the Watcher comes down, the Watcher still wins that fight with no buff spells. So I think he's going to have to bluff a punch first.
Maybe. I feel like you probably just put the Rasa on one field and then the Rasa on the other field, so that way, if you do challenge, you kill the Noxus Hopeful, and then they have to then pick which battlefield to take because they can't take both if that's the case.
Yeah, Fight or Flight in hand as well, so he does have the option to push that back. I think Randy forgot he had a Confront still played. that'll be the Fight or Flight, I would imagine, to save the Sivir from any kill spells.
Like the only hidden spell they kind of play. I haven't seen a switcheroo. I haven't seen a. I mean, wouldn't you just put that as? What do you do?
Oh, he put it onto the battlefield ready and moved it back to discard and draw.
Yeah, that works. It makes sense, I guess, because you don't want to have the extra might there, because obviously it will go down to 1, so that wouldn't be very good on the following turn.
No. Yeah, he just wanted to get the move off of it. So looking pretty strong here. Kaiser does have a big turn coming up. We know there's obviously some shenanigans in hand.
The issue I have now, because I don't think they can save themselves from having either the Ezreal or the Traveling Merchant killed this following turn.
Yeah.
And so you've put yourself in a position of just danger Will Robinson, I feel.
Yeah, for sure. And this is going to be a very long match. Obviously, both players have a lot of options in hand and on board. And, they're both digging for these options at the moment. We see Kaiser, using spells to draw cards. But this is a this is going to be a very long technical match. So if you wanted like the ideal matchup to learn this game, this is probably one of the ones to watch.
Yeah, I'd say it's definitely looking much more of a match than the first game was, unfortunately, for poor Randy, who did dig all the way through their deck and back again, and just couldn't really do much with it. But no, this one's definitely more of a backwards and forwards. The Kaisers obviously had a good couple of turns as well, so it's nice to see that this game is going kind of in the way you want it to go. They're not paying the accelerate cost, though.
No, I think he's just using it to basically, you know, clear some might off the battlefield. He is rather rune-starved. And I think he wants to keep 1 or 2 up for the Hextech Ray or the Piercing Light by the looks of it.
Mm-hmm. And say, what do you do now? Do you just kill the Sivir and then kill the Ezreal, maybe?
Yeah, everything's kind of a possibility at this stage.
Because I don't know if they can
pay.
The
Piercing Light comes down. He pays the... So he's only doing it once.
I think he's out of runes now. Yeah, he's tapped out. So it's still a very good play.
So in reaction to the Piercing Light, he moves Sivir back. So it can't be a legal target. So he can't clear both battlefields. So it looks like he targeted the Ezreal and the Raza?
No, he targeted just the Ezreal.
Oh, was it just the Ezreal, was it? Okay.
Yeah. So I always find it really strange that's how that mechanic works, because technically Piercing Light should hit the thing in the battlefield first, and then if it gets bounced to the thing behind it. So if you're no longer on the battlefield, I find it confusing that it still works the way that the second thing still gets hit, because you're no longer in the battlefield.
Do as much as you can rule, isn't it? So obviously, because the first part can't happen, the second part actually can, because it's not like Hidden Blade where it's just like kill a unit out of battlefield, its owner draws 2 cards. It's, you know, it does this and it does this at the same time.
I say he's thinking about something. We didn't have a punch first hand, did we? So it's not like you can fight back here now. So
maybe
unless
he's
he did have one,
trying to bluff it.
So you don't want to waste time if you haven't got one. So do something about it, maybe. What's going on here? What's the plan? No, so that Russ is going to... It's not a bad position to be in anyway, because at most they're going to go to 2 points like you are, and then on your turn, you'll just take those 2 points back.
Yeah, I mean, the Kaiser's going to be fully tapped out as well, so anything he does leave on battlefields, you know, the Sivir player can just decide what he wants to kill. So yeah, the Kaiser player doing the right thing there and just kind of going, you know what, I need to get rid of the Raza. I'll need to leave this Noxus Hopeful vulnerable. This is a very, very important turn here. I think if Randy can sort of stabilize the battlefields and have enough runes up for combat tricks, he's going to be in a very, very good position. The Kaiser's going to be
hard bargain, though.
Hard bargain is a great answer as well. Did we see? We didn't see a hard bargain game 1 either. So does he have 2 Unyielding Spirits, the Camel, and a hard bargain in his sideboard for specifically this matchup? Because I can't think of any other matchup where it'd be this powerful to have those cards.
The question is, though, what is your 3 and which is your 2 of? Because are you doing 2 Unyielding, or you can go 3 Unyielding? Do you go 2 Camels, 3 Unyielding, and then 3 hard bargains? Because I feel like the hard bargains and the Unyielding is probably more useful overall. Although a big Camel body is also pretty good.
I think you probably run 2. Well, we know he runs 2 Unyieldings, probably 1 Camel, and maybe 2 hard bargains. Maybe there's one in the main deck. We just didn't see it. I know he drew half his deck, or probably more than half his deck, but we just didn't see the answer there.
Maybe because this deck, you just take the thing off the top.
Yeah, I expect Randy takes this game. I know it's a bit early to say, but just looking at the Kaiser player's face right now, he looks really defeated. Randy looks wide awake and ready to go. Sometimes body language is a big indicator.
Yeah, it is, to be fair. So yeah, if we can get the if we get the Rast in, takes them. If we can now punch first to go to 11 and then challenge, I think you're just taking this now.
Yeah, I mean, if he can boost this Raza up and get an answer to that Watcher, then it's going to be very, very hard for the Kaiser player to regain tempo, especially like we know is his hand. We know he doesn't run a lot of units. I would guess he only runs 2 Watchers, so there could be one off the top deck to kind of alleviate some of the pain, but then he's going to be tapped out again.
So as a rule, to be fair, you generally only run the 2.
Is that going to be for the sabotage?
Maybe. So there's not a punch first in the.
No.
Let's go for
cool shot. Okay.
So there's a cool shot in hand as well, so that means you can dig down 8 cards now. So this is basically sculpting the best way possible.
Oh, there. Oh, okay. Takes the Raza rather than the punch first. We did see it.
Was that a Ross or was that a
Ezreal.
right?
Yeah, it was a Raza and a punch first. He took the Raza. And then he's got an Ezreal and a traveling.
Okay. So if it's the last right, I don't mind it if it was, because that way Rossa goes to 8 and he can challenge the Watcher anyway. And then you can obviously put 2 cards that you don't really care for back into the deck.
I'll tell you what, like this deck is, you have to make so many decisions for it to work really well. And I'm so happy to see someone like Randy piloting it.
I like that this deck is essentially like you're playing card games, but I'm playing 4D chess.
Yeah, literally. It's like, I'm planning 7 turns ahead here. What are you doing? Oh, you got a singularity, how are you? That's basically the answer.
Not anymore. Sabotage.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, what's the plan here? I think there was another cool shot in hand, so if he wants to dig again, might as well. Like, what's the Rasa? So very good. So we do have the other big body here. Would it have been worth putting it onto the other battlefields? That way you can contest the Watcher if it wants to walk onto one of the other battlefields, maybe.
Yeah, I agree. I think Randy's just playing like the slow game. He knows he's ahead. Like, oh, if he loses a traveling, so what? If he loses the Raza, you know, he again, I think he's kind of bluffing with the runes open here. Because of course, if the Watcher runs into the battlefield with the traveling, he can challenge across from the Raza and kind of trade. It is a nasty trade, but it can trade.
Give me a trash. You my deck? Yes, give me a deck.
Yeah, I just play out the trash. What's better than 3 cold shots in a deck is the fact you run 2 fizzes as well, so you've got 5 cold shots or 5 stack decks, whatever it might be.
5 sabotages, 5 stat decks, 5 cool shots.
Yeah, Fizz is an unreal card. Like, you get a body for free as well, so you get a free body with something from your trash, and the amount of gold generation just means that most of it's coming out for free as well.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what the actual Fizz Legend does in the near future. I'm sure it's not going to be anything heinous at all.
I just want to see his signature spell, because you know it's going to be the big fish, don't you?
Dark. Yeah, it's going to be good. Probably it's like target battlefield, and then for every unit you have, deal like a damage to everything on the field.
Yeah, so it looks like the Watcher's going into the Rasa. Again, I think Randy's doing a really good job here of like bluffing the punch first. Like he knows he hasn't got a spell in hand that can buff it, but he's almost like, oh, you know, I might do it, and I think we're going to see the challenge. Oh, fight or flight, okay. That works.
No, that's well, yeah, because now you're safe for another turn. You can just walk at your big boy next turn.
I really like the way he's playing this as well. He's not trying to be too greedy. He's not like, oh, I'll just push your Watcher back and then, you know, risk getting, you know, kill spell from hand. He's just, you know what? If I can take it off a battlefield, I'm very, very safe. The only thing he's not safe from is Singularity.
Yeah, that's the issue. But I mean, you've got enough units this game now to where Singularity isn't the be-all, end-all kill spell.
Yeah.
How many can we? He's got 4 runes up, so...
Piercing Light. Yeah, so he's repeating that. So 2 there and 4 there. Yeah. So taking away some of that back line. Leaving some runes up as well. That's the important part of this next step. Like, if you tap out now, I think you just lose the game.
Yeah. So, but that's 2 of the Piercing Lights used now. There could be a third. Or
what do I know? He just taps out.
Yeah, always think, yeah.
I know you need some tempo in your battlefield, but you basically just give your opponent like just free reign to do what they want. Like, they know you. Is that 1 rune up? By the looks of it, yeah, 1 rune up. So max it can be as a hex tech, right? And then he needs to pay the recycle for it as well, because the Kaiser's already been used.
Yeah, so you're recycling the 1 for the hex tech, or you're using a Stupefy to get a draw.
Or a retreat on the Watcher to replay it next turn. That actually makes a lot of sense. If he has a retreat in hand, that makes a lot of sense, because you can retreat the Watcher, save it, yeah.
Yeah, but the issue you do have, though, unfortunately, though, is you are in a situation where it is now Randy's game to win. He should be going to Stinks this turn. There's no point not to push it out. I'm surprised that you're going to use the Fizz there. I thought you might have gone with a Raza and a Fizz on the Watcher, to be fair. So that way they have to take out the Raza and you keep the Fizz.
I wonder if Randy is playing 4D chess here and he thinks, my opponent has a retreat. He's going to retreat here. Oh, there we go.
There we
Punch fast. Oh, okay, no. He was just literally like, I've got all the might in hand. Go.
No, I am bigger. Don't worry about this.
Yeah. Don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing. What do we see?
Does
Yeah,
that
retreat.
retreat?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
Oh,
hard
we
bargain!
got the hard bargain.
Yeah, look at the Kaiser player's face.
It's like,
That
no,
was
it's just fine.
absolutely devastating.
So,
Oh my god! What
retreat.
actual 4D 1 million IQ player are we seeing here?
That's it, right? We knew it was in the hand. We forgot about ourselves. So.
Yeah, I honestly forgot about it. I wasn't trying to build tension for the stream. I honestly just tunnel visioned the retreat and thinking, oh, what a great play from the Kaiser. Even better player from the Silver player.
Sometimes you just upset everyone.
Yeah, who knew? Purple good, eh? And then orange good, eh?
Yeah. Who knew that combat tricks and other combat tricks are also good when they combat trick you?
I'm dreading this deck winning now, because if it does, the price of those seals are skyrocketing. The price of those Ezreals are skyrocketing. You're not going to be able to get a fizz.
So those seal prices are already 30 quid each. So yeah.
Are they actually? Wow.
Mm-hmm.
£30 for a card.
So you better pull the over number ones from set 2.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about you, but I've managed to secure myself 3 cases of Spiritforged. I'm going hard.
3 cases.
Do you know when you buy one and then you're like, oh, that might not turn up? I better buy one from a more reputable source. And it was just like, I'm not quite sure about that one either.
Here's me like, yeah, I'm going to get 3 pre-releases. I'm going to get a couple of boxes. I'll be happy. 3 cases.
Yeah, well, you know what? Like one overnumbered signed like RE, and I'm quids in, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a lot of nice, good cards in the next set, and I suppose even some of the regular unsigned ones are going to be worth a good pretty penny too. Because if you've been watching the market, some of those are still around the £100.
Yeah, do you know what? I just want this to be a well-represented game, plenty of stock, you know, things like that. I thought that was the Kaiser's hand for a second. I was like, where did they all come from? It was this trash.
Yeah, it had one card a second ago. I was like, where's the 12 here now?
Yeah, exactly. This, you can tell by the body language, the Kaiser's trying to think of like all the routes, but I think he might be able to stop him winning.
It's like
this turn. No, that's an absolute sacrifice play. Looking for the top deck. That's going to be the fist bump, I imagine. Yeah.
So
and Randy looking very pleased with himself.
Randy there just sweating it out, going like, no, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I've played 2 card games where you're still playing the first one.
Yeah, exactly. So what a great game 2 there. This is going to be, again, another long matchup. We saw the Kaiser drawing into a lot of cards early on. Not so many sabotages coming down. Like Randy was able to gain a lot more board tempo and take out the important cards from the hand of the Kaiser player. But now, I imagine Kaiser's going to be on the play. I'm not sure what the battlefield's going to be. Could it be a Reavers?
Reavers is normally what they play, so I can see that happening, although it does benefit both players, so it's not the greatest one to put down as the third one. And again, with all the Dravens in game now, you don't really want to be putting out the win more Draven battlefield either.
True. Yeah, it's tough choice. I'll be interested to see what the battlefield would be, unless we've got some inside knowledge. Have we seen this Kaiser player on stream before today? Does anyone in chat know?
Not too sure. Does the Miracle Siver run the Minefield as their third battlefield, just to try and get even more sort of discard engine going?
That would be...
Or they're more a treasure hoarder, maybe, trying to get the extra treasures going.
Minefield's a great shout. That is a great shout. Could it be a Minefield? I wonder. Could it be a Minefield? That would help with the Razas, obviously, but it's also terrifying to find a spell that you need in your hand that you've been put in your trash.
Yeah, that is the issue. But the game with the fizzes, they kind of get them back again.
Yeah, just like, would you rather an Unyielding Spirit in your hand? Right? You would need that in your hand. You can't play it from trash on turn.
There's a lot of good battlefields still for Silver to play. Like I said, there's Treasure Hoard still, so they can get themselves the extra generation at the end of their Conquer. You could also do Minefield if you are playing the risky version. Reaver's Row if you really just want to have more of a safe variant. Obelisk of Power, someone said, because obviously if that's the situation you want to be in, you don't really want to be giving Kosa extra runes, but again, if you can go first and get the first turn Ezreal draw 17 cards, play again, then you do you, King.
Yeah, exactly. Obelisk is a great shout, actually. From Froge Doctor, Frogster in Twitch chat. That's a great shout. I love that. I love that option.
Froggy Doctor.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. But that was an absolute insane game, and it's so good to see the representation across 7 different leaders in the top 8 rather than 40-50% being Draven. That's just nice to see in its own.
It's beautiful to see, obviously, the Earth healing itself finally after all this time. Because I think last week it was 5 Draven in top 8, so yeah,
I think it was
a one Draven game. There's still a chance to see Draven in the finals, but I would be okay if it was Ezreal.
Yeah, do you know what? I've messed around with Ezreal decks, and it feels like it should be really strong, and it just hasn't come through yet. So starting to see them make top cuts is really interesting. The other thing was Aurelia. Like, Aurelia had such a good showing into top 32 and just no appearance in top 8.
I do wonder if it struggles a little bit into Draven more than we thought it does, because Draven will just like push you down, and Aurelia can only do so much on a turn.
For sure, yeah. I mean, the Aurelia is like what you call like the MVP deck, isn't it? Basically, you run one unit and you just buff the hell out of it, and hopefully it survives. And you've got plenty of tricks like Guardian Angels and Zhonya's and things like that to keep it alive. It's not my general style of play. It kind of, I just don't like relying on like one unit. Like if you make one mistake, the unit dies and it's gone. So it's a little bit of a weird one. I'm enjoying watching Ezreal play. Some people like moving over to Ezreal to make that work, which would be interesting. But yeah, seeing Randy pilot Sivir is really interesting to see.
Yeah, sort of go back to what we said about the Aurelia. The issue with Aurelia is, to me, she's like a fake Voltron deck, where she's not quite there to be, this one giant unit who just sits there in the mech. She is kind of like vulnerable to having the Guardian Angel factory recalled, for instance, and then you are like, oh, my big unit now just dies, and I can't think about it.
That's very true. Yeah, it's scary when like your whole win condition just gets deleted from the board of your hand. Like that happens a lot with Sabotage and Mind Splitters. That's why they're seeing so much play, is the fact that you've got this win condition, you've got this line in your head, and then all of a sudden that doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, that's the issue with cards like that. Hand power is, well, essentially the 3 things for any card game. Economy, which obviously with the gold coming in has made it a lot faster. Draw power, purple, they can get a lot faster. And then hand knowledge, which purple and orange both have great access to. But as far as I can tell, Randy hasn't picked up the Mind Splitters. But again, because you're trying to make things as cheap as possible, Mind Splitter is a massive card economy to try and push into.
Yeah, Mind Splitter in that deck just feels like too top-ended. It feels like maybe you run one of, but do you want to run one of? I know you can see, majority of your deck in there, but we never really saw Randy get above like 5-6 runes for most of the game. He was relying on a lot of gold, a lot of seals, and just spending his runes. So I don't think it's the right card. I think there's probably one in the sideboard, but I don't think I don't think it's a win condition for him. He's got enough sabotages to make that work.
I'd say, do you think Sabotage itself is just powerful enough just to the hand knowledge to go like, yeah, I'm more concerned about having you with like 3 singularities than the fact you've got a Watcher in hand?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I don't think there's any room really for the Mind Splitter, although it is a great card. I don't think there's any room for it. The sabotages plus the fizzes. Like, if you want to remove 5 cards out of your opponent's hand, you absolutely can.
Yeah, exactly. I think the Miracle package, it's just not efficient enough as a package that wants to be playing 2 or 3 smaller units per turn, rather than the one big dragon per turn.
For sure. So there is quite a long break at the moment, so that tells me that these players are really delving into their sideboards. I don't think they'll need a break, because obviously they've only been streamed for about an hour, so I don't think it's like a comfort break or anything like that. I think it is they are really plowing into their sideboard. Like, this is an important match. I know both of them are walking away with like best ofs, which is great, because you've got that sort of in your back pocket already, but they want to win these. Like, this is an event you want to win. Like, the players that are winning these events are going on and getting invites to this and that. They're going on podcasts, they're getting all this sort of like fame. Which, in all honesty, if you're trying to be a TCG player, you need those secondary sources of income. You can't rely on tournament winnings, that's for sure.
For the most part, you're right there. Tournament winnings just aren't the greatest. Obviously, there's certain tournaments where that's some really good prize money you got coming towards you. And again, with the pricing here, people are absolutely going Cocoa Puffs for these metal cards. So it's not doing too bad. If you come out for a cheapish £200 weekend and you're walking away with a couple of grand, you're doing pretty well. But we are going into game 3. But I think between the Civer, I don't think there's much to sideboard in. I think that was done generally over the first game. But going into the third, it could be a case of more Kaiser sort of plays. Maybe we're going to get into the Forerunners, as we just saw there with the Reavers, which again, it's very good into keeping Kaiser around, but not so great into things like Draven, which want you to be giving it free combat wins. But Civer doesn't care about that so much, so not the worst third one against Civer.
No, definitely not. And I think it will play a part in like the mulligans and what they decide to do. But interesting enough, between ourselves and chat, we were spot on with the battlefield. So Reavers and Obelisk. So it's up to the Kaiser player, I think, who decides to go first. He could actually take I say on the draw, go second in this case, just so he has 4 runes. He can play Kaiser turn 1 if he really wants to.
Yeah, that's not a bad shout, to be fair. But again, if you get so lucky, you go first, get the Ezreal in hand, and start popping off of Ezreal, then, do you really want a game 3, what was like game 2?
Yeah. The graphic on the Kaiser champion, there was a signed one. I was just trying to see if he's running the signed one as like a massive flex, but he's not.
So it's like, I'm happy to pay the £100 for my card. I'm happy to pay the £4,500 for my card.
Yeah, those signed over numbers are in short supply and very, very well wanted. That's for sure. So you see the horror coming down. Yeah, stack deck. Is it me or are those cards really curved?
I think it's what you were saying before with how the Chinese stock seems to be a little bit thinner, and it's having a lot more curling effects than you get over here. Because my cards are perfectly stiff as a board.
Yeah, same. At least if all of them are curved, it's not a problem. In a mixed language deck where some of them might be curved, that might be an issue. But we'll cross that bridge.
Yeah, it does feel like that they are playing a lot more card games out there in China than we are over here in the West, because, like you said, a lot of these cards just look very beaten up and worn down already.
Yeah, so I just want to point out something here as well. Like, it was stack deck into stack deck, and then he's pulled a stack deck and a called shot out of the stack deck, and I just already saw the Kaiser player shaking his head.
That's like, what do we go for now? Do we draw 2 or do we draw 1? That's the question, right?
Yeah, it's literally stacking your deck. This is obscene.
All right, so if we dig it again, right?
Yeah. Just taking a look. Like, what do I want? Do I want the cold shot or do I want the stack deck? I'm starting to think there might be some sleight of hand here. Oh, we actually took the challenge, I think.
They're happy. They've got a Fizz in hand, I think, and they've also got access to Last Rites.
Fizz,
so they've got
Fizz.
A good amount of cards in hand to sort of play around next turn.
Treasure.
Get out treasure. Okay.
There was a really interesting Ezreal deck that used the treasure and like the bouncing to kind of like continually draw cards, but it required so much setup. Yeah.
No, play another. You can't say play another treasure trove out.
Yeah, so I think he played it and then killed it, didn't he, for the draws?
The gold. I mean, it's not too bad. I'm happy for it to go. He's done really well. He's got, I think, 7 cards deeper, so he's in a good position to sort of go for that deck already.
Yeah.
Coast coming out on their turn 2, which is what we thought, to be fair, with the play. And again, it's one of the very few ones I don't mind their champion coming out so early.
No, I'm surprised he didn't accelerate that for the extra point onto the Reavers with the card draw as well, because he knew there was no tempo coming down, although he might be worried about the accelerated Civer, and it looks like he is going to accelerate it. I think he paid a power. No, he only paid 1 power, so it's non-accelerated. And then the challenge. Oh, because he paid the extra power for the challenge, that means that it's a +2 rather than he done the same trick again. That's really, really good sequencing.
So now we should be ready, right? No.
No. So you have to accelerate it to be readied.
So don't get the extra point on a battlefield, but again, getting rid of the Kaiser is going to be the detriment here. Obviously, no sabotages yet, which is a bit slow for our Randy, but it could be next turn. You never know.
Yeah, really good tempo, actually. I hope not. I hope not, unless there's a Yielding Spirit in hand, which I don't think there is at the moment.
I'm going to shoot you. Oh, okay.
Yordle
I don't hate
coming
this,
down.
because it's probably better for the person not to be just throwing cards at the Sivir currently. So, yeah, I don't mind them just building up a little bit of back line. Sivir's not really getting rid of wide boards in the back, so no, I think it's fairly safe.
Yeah, we do see the hard bargain picked up. There is a sabotage in hand, so
hey,
you
look
can
at
have a
that.
good look. Yeah. What a shock, eh? He does have the fizz as well. So he can sort of regain the challenge, or he can regain one of the stacked decks.
So do you have anything Hextech Ray?
Okay. And a Stupefy for the kill?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have anything?
Oh, hard bargain again. Great save. Randy's doing such a great job of like baiting out the spells he thinks he has in hand. So he just managed to take a Stupefy and a Hextech out of hand. And now I suspect he's going to play the Sabotage and take something else out of hand as well, and just gain complete control of this game. Yeah, Sabotage coming down. Show me your hand, and I will pick something that is really important to you. Falling Star, Singularity, and a Piercing. Why does this Kaiser player just have the three most ideal kill spells every single time we look at his hand? That's terrifying.
Yeah, we're just like, oh, you just seem to be digging 15 cards deep. Kaiser player's like, I just draw these. These are fine.
Yeah. The Kaiser player is looking very upset with the tempo of this game. I think if the Stupefy and the Hextech had gone through, yeah, look, he is not happy. That would have been a much different turn. Randy just cool as a cucumber, just taking his turn.
I mean, do you play the Fizz out now and then get the Sabotage back for next turn and just go, hey, your hand again?
Yeah, the Sabotage, like knowing that he has another Sabotage in hand, is just, you know about tilting your opponents, right? That would just tilt the hell out of me as a Kaiser player.
It'd be a shame if I just took the Singularity out of your hand.
Yeah. Or it might force him to make a bad play as well.
Mm.
I remember one of my first like Nexus nights. I was playing against an Annie, and they opened up with like 2 stacked decks into 2 scrap heaps, and then moved to Zorn Warrens with Traveling, and drew like 8-9 cards in the first turn. I was just like, oh well, never mind. GG.
What's your game plan? Well, I'm just going to draw my deck out. What's your game plan?
Yeah, exactly. Like I've got every option in the world now.
Yeah, I was going to play a card game, but apparently I've been told I'm not allowed to.
Yeah, exactly. That seems to be the theme of Purple. Is like Purple very much reminds me of Blue from Magic, where it's just like, I want to have fun, and I'm going to stop you having fun.
I wouldn't go that far, but it does seem to be more like I'm having more fun than you are, rather than I'm stopping you.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Whereas Blue just
definitely
like,
having more
only
fun.
I can have fun.
Ooh, do you know what? I just spotted the jacket on the translator. That looks very nice. I want one of those.
That does look nice.
Flash up in a second.
We are fake casters, and we do not get pleasant things from Riot currently. Today,
No.
maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow, yeah, definitely. I mean, if anyone deserves a jacket, it's Plus, right? He does these like 10-hour streams every weekend, or 2 10-hour streams every weekend.
Yeah,
Crazy.
He definitely needs to get. He's getting a cold as well, right? So, right, if you want to hook our man up with a nice jacket so he's not cold and getting the sneezes all the time, it'd be great for our poor man Plus. Editor, producer, caster.
Man of many talents.
Mm.
Talking of many talents, that is a hand gesture of a player who is not shaking his head, head in his hands rather. This is a bad position to be in. Like game 1 just felt so strong. Game 2 was kind of like back and forth, and game 3 just feels like Randy is in the absolute driving seat. I know the points don't reflect it, but the tempo and the cards in hand definitely do.
That's it, because at most, really, Kaiser might go to 3. Because if they can't really take a battlefield fully, they could maybe go for 2 points. You might be reavering off with the Kaisers. That way you're not having to sort of sit there and wait to get taken down by some Yordles. But overall, yeah, the tempo is definitely in the play of Randy this turn.
Yeah, just to sort of bring up chat again, like everyone's saying, what round is this? What round is this? This is the semi-finals, believe it or not. We have a Kaiser and a Sivir in the semi-finals.
There we go. Unfortunately, the tempo has now been given back to the Kaiser player.
Yeah, definitely. Good move there. Just claiming 2 more points, going up to 4. Is that right? Yeah, 4 versus 1.
4.
Nothing on the battlefield of Siva, but we do know he runs confronts. You know, he's got options to grab stuff from Fizz's trash. So it's interesting. The other 2 decks are Draven and what is it? Draven and what? Ezreal? Yes. Draven
Just got a Fizz, right? Just got a Fizz in hand, so.
Yes. So he's having a look through his trash. What do I want to do? There's not a lot of options. I think Fizz into stack deck might be the thing
stack
you
deck
need.
would be a good choice, I think, either way.
Kaiser's starting to gain a little bit of tempo now, though. Like, if Randy can't take him off both battlefields, he's going to go to 6. And that's a little bit of a terrifying spot.
So we do get out the extra gold. We're going to go for the sabotage. We're going to go for a. I think we're going to go for the sabotage. Do you see that hand again?
Yeah.
Because Peace and Lightning's still in the hand, so you want to get rid of that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's only got 1 card, right? Unless his cards are stacked on top of each other. Yeah, Falling Star. Okay, yeah. That's a good grab, actually. And now you're sort of making the Kaiser top deck. But he needs to get some points on this battlefield. He needs to take some tempo off the off the Kaiser player here. Oh, okay.
I'm down for this, baby.
But you can't accelerate anything, right?
Just when you equip it, you put 2 cards back in the deck, right?
Yeah. And then you can play something from your trash when it conquers. But the Kaiser's going to go up to 6 here, I think.
Is there a challenge in hand, maybe?
Potentially. Oh, on the hunt. There we go. We saw it.
It's real, guys. It's not a fake card, I promise.
Do you know what? I said, like, how good I thought this card was. And it never really saw play. I think it's going to see play now.
It might be like you say, it's like the one of, and you play the confront, so you play maybe 3 confronts and the one on the hunt, so that way you got 4 options over the deck. But I don't know, it obviously comes in, it does well. Although I kind of wish you'd played the Traveling Merchant earlier now, so that we could have got both out.
Yeah, exactly. There's a bit of an odd situation here. Like, game 2 was the battle of the hands. Like, both players had so many cards. Right now, both players are actually on 1 card. So we're going to see the top deck, and the camera zooms in. It's a Stupefy, so he can draw another one if he really wants to. Randy's on 1 card as well.
So yeah, the fun thing here is the Fizz goes down to 4, and you can walk in. No, because it's a what? No, you can't even kill the Fizz in this turn. So
no, it's plus. Is it +2 for the last rights?
It is. So Fizz is at 5 currently. Take him down to 4. Get yourself a draw. Does that draw help?
Stupefy. Oh no, you don't want to see the sentry off the top deck. You want to see some kill spells. Like in a Cathian, there's Singularity, Falling Star, like any of those would have been absolutely perfect, which goes to show that sabotage was so key.
That's it. I would say the Void Seeker could be perfect right here now. You're in kill range. You get another draw.
Anything like that.
But yeah, unfortunately, you are stuck. Maybe you just want to walk the Watcher in and try and get another draw again. Just try and keep the hand going.
Yeah, I think you just need to walk it in here and pray that the top deck is something that can take the Fizz. But no, he just holds back. Doesn't want to trade. He wants to keep. Yeah, he wants to keep as much sort of potential pushing into battlefields as he can, hoping for the top deck. Was that another on the hunt?
No, it's the trash.
Oh, the trash. Okay. Oh, last right. So it held. So he gets a Siva back. That's insane.
So I was very confused as well. I was like, wait a minute. Don't get that on the hunt back. But no, yeah, so you can do that on your battlefields, your hold, and then you get your runes back. So even though it's very costly, you still have a few runes left over to play.
Yeah, I mean this deck is insane. This is actually insane. Like you fill your trash up, you can play from your trash, you get as many gold tokens as you want, you can play spells from your trash. Like I say he was down to like 1 hand size, but really he's playing from his trash as well. So yeah, he can get the Raza back for free if he holds with the Fizz next time. that's absolute nonsense.
You kind of have to hope that there's maybe a punch first in the hand or some way of just dealing with the back row a little bit, because with the 6 might in the back, you can take out that Fizz.
I'm trying to get a glance at the hand there. I think the camera angles are really trying to get a glance here, but Randy doing his best not to show us what he's got, keeping us all in suspense. There is a lot of might on the side of the Kaiser player, but it's all kind of split up, so there's not really one big swing. He's going to bring the Fizz back so he can kind of conquer free next turn, not risking any Void Seeker off the top or anything like that to do a horrible trade. What is the top deck? Let's have a look. The Kaiser player didn't... Ooh, little eyebrow raise there, little eyebrow raise. Something to think about.
So is this like, just my luck, or is this more of a, all right, we've got this now?
Yeah, that's a good point. Is it... He seems to be looking to calculate. He doesn't seem like there was no option, but we'll see. Was the eyebrow raise? Oh, for God's sake, I drew another 2-drop. No, he's counting. He's counting damage. So that is a kill spell of some kind. I love these body language cameras. Honestly, the full screen.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna go to 6.
Yeah.
And then do you force upon the traveling to try and go to 7? I feel like that's probably the best plan. We'll Reavers out.
Yeah, I think he has to Reavers out, but that gives Randy an opportunity to find something. Look at the camera angle on that card. Unfortunately, the card is really bent, which really annoys me. But I love the drama that the stream started to put in.
I mean, you don't like the fact that you can nearly see the card fully from it being lying flat on the table.
Oh, what was it? Oh, it was a Hex Tech. Okay, so he kills it. So yeah, he stops Randy from drawing, which is a big deal. He's going to go to 7, but he has no cards in hand. Absolutely nothing in hand.
With what's on the field right now, you can just take that back, unfortunately. And part of me feels like you probably should have put the other sentry on the warrant, the Reaver's Row, just that way you could get 2 draws this turn, because Randy has to take both out.
Ezreal, Fight or Flight, and a Rasa in hand, so no combat tricks. If the top deck, right, listen to this, right?
I'm listening.
If the top deck is an Ecathian or a Singularity, the Kaiser wins.
Hold on, because you got to put the Fizz in now. You play out the roster from the trash for a 1 power.
Oh yeah. So he'd be able to build too much might, wouldn't he? Yeah.
Yeah. So you keep hold of 1 battlefield basically. So take the 1 battlefield. Let them get the draw.
And was he draw?
We'll never know.
Everything depends on these draws now. This is insane.
So we're gonna use one floating. What we got here?
Hide the Fight or Flight.
That's part of Flight. So in case the Watcher comes down next turn, or you to get out there from a piercing light. Get yourself a treasure. Move the Fizz out and hope you don't get shot in the face as you do.
Rasa goes down from the hands.
It's 8.
Plays it for very cheap.
That's it, putting the power away.
Fizz is now going to move into this battlefield, trigger the Reavers. That's going to move back. Fizz is then going to be able to play using the last rights from the trash, a Rasa.
So it just depends what's in the hand and what they draw, because if it's anything with reaction here, it could be a case of they both trade or the Fizz just dies.
We'll see. No, he reaches immediately, comes back. This could literally come down to the top deck. We're going to see a Heart of the Cards moment here, and hopefully not another free Buke. A free Ecathian Rain.
You've got this, baby.
Rasa's coming down.
Oh!
Ooh, okay. I get it, and I also don't get it.
Yeah, I get it, but I don't get it because you kind of need to just build both those battlefields up just to... Hello?
He's just making sure, because I'm not sure where the Rasa triggers. So, like, is it as it leaves, do you pay the cost as it's leaving, so it's 1 more, or is it the cost snapshotted as it comes out?
It's where it's played, so you've removed it from the trash to play, and then it goes, how many's in trash now?
Yeah, okay.
So that's why you did 3, because it's like, obviously, last one was 2, this one's going to be 3.
Yeah, makes sense.
Apparently you can't.
I think they're just clarifying.
Just making sure, yeah. It's fine, he's got to pay the 3 anyway, because that's what it should be. So he wasn't doing anything wrong.
No, I don't think there's anything. I think the Kaiser player is just trying to make sure that everything is 100% what it should be. Like a single rune in these like 7-6. I didn't say it. 7-6 situations.
No,
could
not the
make
number.
a massive difference.
I mean, that's it though. But as you've seen in the hand, I think he wants to do Ezreal as the next play. I really want the Rassus to go on the Reaver's Row though, just because if a Watcher does come down next turn, or an Acafian Rain or something, you just need as much money on those fields just to keep you as healthy as possible. Especially since you've decided to put the Fight or Flight on the built-up battle area. But again, you have to conquer both next turn to go to 8 points on the side of the Kaiser, whereas Randy's in a position to hold for 8.
Yeah, it's a tense situation. Every decision matters. Every rune matters. Yeah, he's had to tap 4. So I'm guessing they ruled against him there. Interesting. Okay.
That's weird, because he would have been 10. He's the 8th card. Take that 8th card out, that's still 7, so he should have been 3.
The way the judges made the decision, yeah, that's a better decision, I feel.
So there's no other combat trick in hand, as we know that's the Ezreal. So
yeah, Void Seeker and a Progress Day. I think the Progress Day is too expensive to draw into anything useful.
I think you have to, just to see what you can get. Obviously, you couldn't do anything crazy, but you can still do a Fallen Star.
I mean, how many runes has he got up? 12? Is that all 12?
12. So he could do Progress Day into a Singularity still.
Yeah, that is literally your hope here, I think. But you can't clear both the battlefields with Singularity anymore, because there's 11 might on the top battlefield and 10 might on the bottom battlefield.
How many?
And he's only got yeah, but if you Progress Day, you can't Void Seeker as well as Singularity.
No, because Progress Day is 4, right?
6.
Oh, never mind then. I thought it was 4 and then 6, and then you could do 2. So if you get like a Hex Tech, you could possibly kill off the Silver or the Fizz, maybe.
Yeah.
Although Fizz holding is probably the worst thing for you.
Yeah. So this is tough. The only chance he's got, I think, is walk a Watchful to draw.
I
think that's the only thing he can do. It looks like the Kaiser player is kind of contesting the Raza as well, because like if the Raza wasn't there, this becomes a much easier problem to solve. But I don't think there's any chance that Randy's done something wrong here.
So the issue is obviously the judges contested it and they went, okay, I'll pay the cost again. So you had to bring it back out and then play it again. So it's not down to Randy, unfortunately. Oh, whoa, wait a minute. Hold on.
Whoa, what? Oh, no. Wait. No. Listen. The Fizz conquered, right? So on Conquer, I don't think you control the battlefield on Conquer. So it's still an open battlefield. You can't play the Raza there.
Maybe.
Because it'd still be on the trigger. It'd all have to resolve until the showdown finishes, right?
That would possibly be where the timing comes in.
Oh, no, that's horrible. I mean, I don't think it matters.
Well, it does now a little bit more, because obviously in this case, they made the roster pay one more cost than it should have done. And then obviously you can't play the Ezreal down to the battlefield to make the battlefield stronger. So it's a bit of a suspicious one.
Yeah, that's a bit of an odd rewind. I understand what the theory is there, but I think Randy was correct. So now if he draws into a Singularity, I think he can still win.
It's not
have 4 might there.
They got a Fight or Flight,
yeah.
or something. So
yeah, there's a Fight or Flight hidden on the bottom battlefield as well.
Yeah, you don't win. You just go to 7 and draw again, and you can hold. Randy's still in a position to win next turn anyway. It's just this obviously makes it more of a bit of a suspicious play that the judges decided, wait a minute, this shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, George said something similar when he played over in China as well. He said like the judge calls were a little bit weird, but we can put that down to inexperience rather than maliciousness.
Yeah.
I think they're on their phone right now looking up the ruling. I think that's what's happening.
Let's just call the director and be like,
yeah. So we're going back to the presenters. So basically, the judges are looking up whether the Raza can be played there. It will make a difference. So it's a lot of might, 6 might difference. So he could Void Seeker and Watchful into there to draw 2, and still have 8 runes up. So there's a draw 2, 8 runes, which could go into a singularity, which could clear the bottom battlefield, which means then he can walk 2 units in, even with a fight or flight. So yeah, that Raza being played there actually makes a huge difference if he draws a singularity.
Yeah, if he draws singularity, or always said if he draws a Watcher, just giving the minus might also.
Yeah,
is a big thing.
Watcher could be an interesting one as well. Yeah, so that Raza being moved off that battlefield is a huge deal. Like, they need to make sure they get this call right. I don't know how it works on the stack. Logic tells me on Conquer, you don't control the battlefield. That has to resolve on Conquer triggers before you actually physically score the point. And you don't score the point until you actually control the battlefield. I might be wrong here. Chat, if I'm wrong, let me know.
If that is the issue, then yeah, it's perfectly fine, and that makes more sense. As maybe that is why originally Randy did play it to the base, because he also knew the situation. But they might have been like, actually, you have to pay 1 more now. And he's like, well, if that's the case, I'm going to play it to the field.
Yeah. This is really, really weird. This is one of those like niche rulings.
Yeah, I'm still very confused why he had to pay 4 ruins rather than the 3, because he was 7 cards in the trash. I don't know, we shall find out shortly.
Maybe we recounted, but anyway, I mean, I think that was the correct thing to do. It was just on the whichever snapshot has gone on. So chat. Some people in chat are catching up. Basically, what's happened is I think the judges are deciding like the on-conquer last rights. Like, can he play the Raza to the unconquered battlefield from his trash, or can he not, because technically the conquer hasn't gone through, so he doesn't control the battlefield at the time. Or we could be completely wrong, and because he initially put it in his base, the judges have rewound it and said no, you can't play it to the battlefield. Some sort of situation with the Raza has occurred, and when we return we will see what the resolution is. It doesn't mean the Kaiser wins, but it definitely helps his chances.
So just to sort of talk about Twitch chat, because I can only see Twitch chat when it comes back to our screen. There was 8 cards in trash. Rossa cost 10 plus a power. Rossa is now on the stack, which means there's only 7 cards in trash, which means that it costs 3 power. 3 runes and a power.
Okay.
There was still 7 cards in the trash as far as I'm aware. I could be wrong. There could have been 6, and I missed something there as myself. But I'm pretty sure when he counted beforehand, he only cost him 2 to play out the previous play. So you wouldn't be paying 2 and then 4. You're paying 2 and then 3. Okay. But again, with the Ezreal, because the plan obviously was to play it for free, play out the Ezreal, possibly put the Ezreal in the battlefield with the Fizz, so that way you got 8 controlling the battlefield, and then the Russ is in the back then as like a secondary play in case you do walk something into him. It seems strange to me because obviously it all depends on triggering the wording and the timing, because for me, you have to conquer first to then activate the effect of the last right for them to go, oh, I can see you've conquered, which now means I can now trigger my effect.
Yeah, but it goes on to the stack, doesn't it? Until the stack resolves, I don't know if you control the battlefield. It's an interesting rules position. It looks like we're going back to the game. There's still... Oh, no, the Kaiser player is playing. So, yeah, the Raza is in the base. That does make a difference. It really does.
It does, especially depending on what they get, because Void Seeker isn't going to kill the Fizz. It's still going to be at 1, which isn't great, but it's, you can try and defend, I suppose.
Void Seeker into the Fizz to draw a card. What was the card? This is so important. Show me your hands.
Is that a Fun Star?
It might have been. You can still draw 1 more and clear the Fizz.
So unfortunately, the Fizz isn't tapped out, but that Ezreal's not going to do much as a combat trick.
No, the thing is, like, you're now playing around what is potentially a punch first or a challenge or something like that. So the Kaiser's got to weigh up, like, am I playing around or he's just going to go for it? Yeah, he's just going to go for it.
Have a draw. Yeah, walk in.
Do you have a punch first? Randy knows he doesn't, but he's still bluffing the combat trick. I love this. I absolutely love this.
So it's not slow playing if I keep checking my 1-card hand, right?
Yeah, he's not slow playing at all. He's just trying to like bluff the Kaiser. That is such a high level play. It's annoying for the viewers because this game's been going on for 90 minutes already, and we know it's not a combat trick. But again, every edge you can get from this, yeah, it's like hiding the card. It's still an Ezreal playing with his runes. He's still an Ezreal.
If I can just keep flicking it up and down, maybe I'll get lucky and it will just transform itself into a combat trick, maybe.
I'll tell you what, if there's some mental sleight of hand here and that turns into a challenge, that'd be great. Yeah,
No.
okay, yeah, that dies, blah, blah, blah. I know he triggered the Reaver's Row rather than the draw. That's so clever. I forgot about Reaver's Row. He triggered the Reaver's Row rather than let him get a draw.
He still gets a draw, right?
He still gets a draw off the Watcher coming down.
Oh, no.
What does that do? So that puts that Raza down to 3, Severe down to 1. Yeah. Is that an accelerated Watcher?
No!
It wasn't. And that's it. It's over anyway. There's both those lines are safe, but the Fight or Flight now can't do anything. Yeah, so that was the perfect top decks from the Kaiser player. So just to be clear what happened there, he played around the hidden card with the Watcher. So the Watcher minus freed everything. The Falling Star cleaned it up. They were the perfect top decks. If the Raza was on that battlefield, Randy wins. But because it whatever reason decided that the Raza was not on the battlefield, the Kaiser player takes it. I would imagine we have a Kaiser Draven final, but I don't know what the result is yet. So it could be Ezreal.
I mean, I feel very slighted there as a Westerner, seeing the play that went through for like 5 or 6 minutes, and all of a sudden that was a wrong play. I mean,
yeah,
I'm sure there will be a ruling about it on Twitter later to go like, no, this is the situation, and you explained it correctly, probably. But it just feels obviously a little bit, where you just watch like the master at work.
Yeah, I what a dramatic end to an incredible series.
How dare you?
That was a dramatic end. Hello, Plus. How did you feel about that game, Plus?
That was an impressive, well-played game from both sides. But, man, this Dalian Regional has had so much little drama instances, right? Because I'm sure that's going to be a little talk of the town as well with what happened with Randy towards the end there. I'm assuming it wasn't so much about conquering and playing it on the battlefield, because I'm pretty sure when you do conquer, you're allowed to play units like from a last right. Actually, that was tricky. I agree with you, BMU. That one is tricky, but I think it's more so he had initially played the Rasa on the base. I think that's what they were looking at. But I don't know. If anyone understands perhaps the situation is slightly better, because I don't know. It is kind of curious what went down. I don't want to say they were picking favorites, but I know some people will see it that way, of course. So it's tricky. But GG to Randy, making a huge, impressive showing. I think he put Sivir on the map at the very least.
Yeah. Yeah, that deck looks super, super fun. And I can already see like people pivoting away from like Aurelia to have a go at this one. So yeah, it looks like a super, super fun deck. I am very happy I got to see that matchup.
To be fair, like last week, I got super lucky and cast the semis. And I was like, this is basically the finals you want to see. Luckily, I'm here for both today, and yes, seeing something different. Sivir, really interesting deck here. As we saw the Kaiser playing essentially set 1 Kaiser with the little tweaks for set 2, but overall, Kaiser's still a pretty good deck.
Yeah, you could say that again. So. Looking stronger than ever, it feels like, with just a whole lot of removal. Who would have thought just adding more kill spells would have done the job against most of these decks today? I mean, we never seen Singularities, Falling Stars, Piercing Lights, the Hextech Rays. I think he's even running Void Sinker. Is there any kill spell in Fury Calm that he's not, or not Calm, in Mine that he's not running? I think he might have access to every single combat trick or combat damage spell available to her, so that's impressive. I could understand why she's able to get through the Dravens, and maybe didn't run into a lot of Aurelias, because I feel like Aurelia might have been the tougher matchup in the past for Kaiser.
Just to show the stats on screen as well. So the top stat is battle win rate, which is 67% in favor of Randy. Total spell damage on the Kaiser side, 54 total spell damage.
Wow.
That's insane.
Yeah, I honestly thought Sivir had it there. Just in that game 3, as you said, BMU, his mannerisms, it felt like a confident player. Felt like a player destined to win. But just at the very end, I mean, You did the math, right? If Rasa was indeed on that battlefield, he would have won, right? Isn't it crazy that just one small difference being played on the base, being played on the battlefield? I hope it's actually a ruling where last right, you're not allowed to play it onto the battlefield. But if that was, what about a battlefield? What if the Raza got played onto the battlefield that was already controlled and just stacked it up on that side? Would you guys think he still would have won?
I'd have to go back and look at the VOD because obviously the watcher changes the maths slightly on what would be possible there, but it means that he can't. No, so he couldn't have conquered the top battlefield and got the card draw off the 7-point thing. He couldn't have done that. So he wouldn't have. He might have moved in the. It's such a tricky situation. I have to go back and look at it properly.
Right.
But it would have definitely increased Randy's chances of winning. Anyway, that's for sure.
Yeah, because even with the one there, if you walk in the 1 might unit into the Rasa, it's still going to have to take 2 units down with it. And if you leave the Fizz up, you're taking all the backboard with you. So, worst case scenario is they would have been at 2 empty battlefields with 6 and 7 still. So, yeah, they wouldn't have been able to do anything with it. And that's unfortunate. But no, Randy did really well here. It showed us exactly what orange and purple want to do and how to dig 75 cards deep into a deck of 39 cards. So,
Right.
yeah, perfect.
Looked through his deck almost more than one time, it felt like. Looking like, I think at one point we said it before, he found the cards that he put at the bottom early on from the stack deck. So yeah, just the most amount of draw, more so than we've seen from the hands of Draven in these regionals. So I agree with you guys. I think Sivir is going to see a bit more play after Randy really showcasing what she's made of. I think people were just waiting to see what's the proper build. I think this is the proper build. One of the key components there is Fizz. As you guys mentioned, you're able to bring back not only the call shot stack decks, but a key card that's only essential, or that's only being able to run in this Sivir deck being Body, is a Sabotage. Bringing back a Sabotage seems to be destructive to the game plan of your opponent. So I love this kind of synergy we're seeing from Sivir, and I'm willing to bet we will be seeing more going forward, potentially in the final regional open next weekend coming up. But it looks like we might get started rather soon, as that one went really deep, as Aguito said, 90-minute round. And I know BMU is getting a little bit later than expected because of these judge calls.
I'm
breaks.
gonna have to dip. So yeah, plus Agito for the final is going to be incredibly exciting. But yeah, massive thank you for having me on again. It's been lots of fun.
No, the thanks is from me, man. Thank you so much for helping me recover slightly on my voice. I didn't expect it. I think just the 2 weeks are starting to stack up on top of each other from yesterday, and then getting the sniffle/sneezes. It's adding up. So I appreciate you very much for letting me get a little bit of a break here. Got a bit of re-energized, but BMU, thank you. As I said, if you want to go ahead and give us any little shout outs while we have this break here, because I don't know how soon these finals are going to be starting. I guess we do have a little bit of time, but if you have to go, we always have your command in chat, !BMU, if you guys want to check him out online. He does make some good content. I think you've been uploading some Riftbound content recently, no?
Yeah, a little bit of Riftbound content, sort of online play and live plays from games that have been filmed and stuff like that. But I'm going to be doing a lot more. It's going to be some Spiritforged giveaways as well. So if you want to jump on that, check me out on YouTube or Twitter. My tags are up in there. They'll probably be in the chat as well. But yeah, big shout out to my local scene as well. We've got some really cool card shops around here. I don't know if I can shout them out because it's a bit personal information, but there's some really good local ones. Unified Cards in Corby's my local. So if you ever want a game with me, pop down there and have a look. But other than that, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, BMU. We'll be in touch as always, seeing if we could cast one of these other events in the future. Best of luck on those pre-release packs. And you said you're getting 3 cases. You're going to pull everything you need, honestly.
I've got a feeling it's going to backfire horribly, but we'll see. Yeah,
I doubt. I mean, I guess if you're looking for every single over number, but I think the over number chances are slightly higher in Spiritforged. So I think you're gonna be good. What is that?
I'll let you know.
Boxes?
Yeah, it's a silly amount of cards, really, for a grown man to be purchasing all at once. But here we are. That's what we do.
No, yeah, adds more power to you. That's awesome that you got it. I think you're gonna have a blast opening them up. You might as well make a couple videos of a box opening. You might as well make a case opening
100%.
video. So check them out on that YouTube I linked in chat. But big ol' love to BMU. We'll go ahead and let him go now as it's starting to get a little bit later than he expected.
Thank you very much, guys. I'll appreciate you. See you all very soon. Have a great finals. I'm sure it's going to be exciting.
Have a good one. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping me company as well. It's nice to have another Brit here to keep me company at roughly the same time frame. So we're all sort of the same kind of tiredness or awakeness as it should be.
Yeah, like I said before, I think you guys have super good synergy. So yeah, having another Brit here was awesome. But as it just so happens to be, the judge calls extending it the untime going into 90-minute games. Aguito, I am truly impressed with you holding it down with me for the finals. Are you still feeling good about it?
I'm still good. I'll crash in about an hour and a half when we finish, but so far so good.
Okay, let me know. You know, sometimes I can do a little casual commentary just to close us out because I do feel bad. I know it's a whole lot of work, a whole lot of time, but thank you so much, Aguito. You've been killing it this weekend as you have in the past. Same goes to BMU, absolutely killing it on the commentary booth. I know, chat, you guys have been enjoying them. Let me know, how have you guys been feeling about BMU and Aguito taking it down with the semifinals?
So against the booze again, or I smell like what was it yesterday? Waffles? What a weird
No,
thing.
I doubt it. I think these guys definitely enjoy your commentary. But as you mentioned, what are we speculating for the grand finals? You know, Ezreal has had a decent matchup in the past against Draven. Every time we saw Ezreal against a Draven, they ended up kind of coming out ahead. It just ended up being, I believe, in those semi-final moments, Draven kind of inches away. Is it another story like that Draven in these semifinals top 4 scenarios inches ahead of Ezreal? Or for the first time, are we going to have a non-Draven grand finals? Kai'Sa versus Ezreal, that is what dreams are made of. But I wouldn't be too surprised to see Draven squeeze up in there. What about you, Aguito? Do you think it's easy, or is it going to be a Draven?
I would love to see the first non-Draven finals of this set. I'd love to see an easy versus Kai'Sa, especially because I feel like the Kai'Sa actually would have a decent matchup into the usual lineup that you get from an Ezreal. Mind Splitters would probably be the only other thing, and obviously the Watchers being that slightly a bit bigger, but normally with the pit crews being their main stuff, with the treasure hunters, occasionally the traveling merchants, as they don't really have anything between sort of that lower threshold and then the big units. So I'd like to see both of the, I suppose, the ADCs go at it that we haven't normally seen, as opposed to the Drake that's been kicking around so much lately.
Right, and you know the queen is back. Kai'Sa making a statement. She said, I only had one top 64 appearance last week in Chengdu. You know, that doesn't feel right. I used to be the queen. I used to be taking over these events. I didn't win just one regional open last season. I won three-fourths of the regionals in the first opening origin season. I was taking over. I'm not messing around. I'm going to prove that power level didn't really diminish all that much. And this player is playing well. I was nervous for him in that third game. Somehow, just with little units, huh, Aguito? It was just the Poros, the Sentries, and what else did he have? The Yordles. He didn't really have anything else. Maybe the Kai'Sa Survivor and a Watcher. Those units are just getting it done. Impressive stuff. But what I was trying to get at earlier, if it's going to be Kai'Sa versus Ezreal, and if it's the pit crew Ezreal, I think Kai'Sa's going to have a decently good matchup. As we saw, she has no problem taking care of the base, and that's where pit crew tends to hide, and Ezreal probably doesn't have access to hard bargain, perhaps in the sideboard I'm hoping for. But if they don't have any counter capabilities, that's easy pickings for Kai'Sa. So I'm nervous if it's going to be Ezreal. So not that I want a Draven as well, but this is tricky. I see a world where Kai'Sa actually takes it all the way, funny enough.
I think that Kai'Sa has a solid matchup into both decks, because both decks are generally in the kill spell range for anything really that Kai'Sa's doing. especially since that Kaiser in the last 3 games essentially had the same hand every single game going through. Piercing Lights. So what do we see? We saw Piercing Lights, Hextech Rays, Void, Seekers, Falling Stars, Singularities. Occasionally, as you said, the lower might units. But when you're constantly wiping the board from your opponent's stuff, you only need something that has 1 might to conquer.
Yeah, exactly right. I think that's the game plan. And this could be a Kaiser that might be running a rather consistent build because we kept seeing the same couple cards over and over. So it almost feels like to me, they're running a straight 3 of in the deck, and then the Kaiser Survivor being the 1 of in the chosen champion zone. So we could almost build the deck. But with that said, we did see some kind of little tech options. We didn't see a whole lot of retreats, perhaps just running 1 or 2 of those retreats. So there's some good stuff. I cannot wait for this grand finals. As I mentioned before, is it going to be the first time ever non-Draven? The world will go crazy. I think you said it best. The world is healing itself, chat. The Spiritforged meta is on the road to recovery from the damage that Draven has inflicted these first couple regionals. And I think I was hearing that people were feeling like the set 2 meta was getting a bit stale. I think this regional alone is going to be lifting the spirits for a lot of players. I'm hoping anyways.
Yeah, I feel so too. I think in this situation, part of the reason why it seems a lot more healthier is because you weren't having 20%, 30% of the players playing the same deck. So that way, people who are sort of forcing their way through didn't get the same opportunity this time. But again, as we saw with the top 64 this time, so much more varied than the last 2 events we've seen.
Right. So yeah, it looks like it should be anytime soon because there's just no world Draven and Ezreal took way longer than this Sivir game because Randy was taking notes. He was diligent about that. But I feel like Draven can go a bit quicker. Same with Ezreal. So I think we watched the longer match of those two. So I think it's just a matter of setting up the 2 players. But I'm wondering, chat, does anyone know? Is there any rumors on the Chinese stream, perhaps, of who made it on through? I know chat sometimes knows before we know. I just really want to know what's going to be the final matchup. Or we all find out together, of course. It should be somewhat soon. I'm hoping within the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, there was a little chat going on saying that the referees decided that final game. so people do seem to be a little bit upset about what happened, to be fair.
Yeah, I think someone told me they posted it on Twitter. They're seeing talks of Twitter about the judge call there. So I haven't got on Twitter just yet since I've been online this whole time. So I'll see all the free Buke nonsense going around, and then we'll see the judge nonsense going around as well. Like I said, a whole little drama coming out from this regional. I didn't expect it from Dalian today.
Again, I think a lot of people are forgetting if these judges have been here all weekend, which is the usual. You know, this is the end of a long second day. It's like 8 p.m. for them currently, which is very late for a card game, unless you played Yu-Gi-Oh, which they go till midnight apparently. But they've been here since, what was it, 10:40? So they've probably been here since probably like 7 this morning, maybe 6 o'clock, so they can get in early, set everything up, make sure everything's ready for the competitors. And then, yeah, if they've been here for 14 hours, it's not going to be the greatest day for a judge.
Right, it does depend to go because we went live as the event went live, but of course the judges could have been here a bit earlier to do all the kind of setup rituals as they tend to do because we're approaching 20 minutes till 11 hours. So at the minimum, these judges have been on full alert mode. Maybe not full alert mode, but you know, having to work and be at the event for close to 11 hours. You know, if the judges are feeling it, you know, these final 2 players are kind of feeling it. They've been having to battle their way through the round of top 64, through the round of 32, 16, 8, so on and so forth. But Aguito, it looks like we are moments away. Chat, it looks like we are moments away. The grand finals for Dalian coming very soon. I am excited, and I think they're going to be able to show us the final 2 competitors. What they do, guys, get ready for your screenshots. I should probably get my screenshots because I post them online, but I'll let you guys do it for today. They showed the deck list for the final 2 players. That's traditionally what they've always done.
Come on, Ezreal. Come on.
Come on, guys. Give your energy. Ezreal, is that what we're going to see in the finals? Or will it be no surprise today and Draven having to hold it down. If it's a Draven, I mean, Draven might as well take it, huh? No.
I say the Kai'Sa probably has a fairly good matchup into both other legends either way, so it's not going to be that bad for Kai'Sa. And obviously, she's come this far into the tournament today. She's had to at least fought a couple on the way down. So Kai'Sa's going to be happy either way, I think, with what the
Right.
matchups are. Most things are getting taken out by singularities or a void, Seeker, or a Hextech race. It's not the worst case scenario for the Kai'Sa. It's probably more the Ezreal's going to have to deal with the fact that nothing's staying on board long enough to score any points.
Yeah, I think Shoke's saying it best in chat. He's saying, by the way, Kai'Sa has 2 good matchups in the final, whether it be Draven, whether it be Ezreal. I tend to agree with you there. Singularity to pick off the Dravens before they're able to be in combat to get the +2. Even if they got the +2, you only go up to 6. Singularity takes it down. The Piercing Lights and the Watcher combos. But here we go. TCC taking down the Draven, and there we go, Agito. It looks like our wish has been granted. This is the first time of the Spiritforged season. It is a non-Draven grand finals. Kai'Sa, Ezreal, that's what we're getting ourselves into. Does that favor Kai'Sa though? You think this is a pit crew, or did we see it? Was it this was a pit crew, Ezreal, wasn't it?
I didn't see the game, unfortunately, but I feel like most Ezreals have just pivoted to pit crew because of how fast and vicious it can be. So I'm presuming that's what the case is going to be here. As you just seen now, all the players are getting their metal cards, and a lot of these we have seen going through the last few rounds today. So congratulations to all these players there, especially Randy, showing that Siva can basically hold her own against some of these meta threats that have been holding down the fort so long.
Right, and let's take a look at the deck. So it wasn't 3 of everything. There's actually just a single Noxus Hopeful, guys. I'll throw it back to the screen so you guys could screenshot it. It looks like a single Progress Day, 1 Smoke Screen, actually only a single Bellows Breath and a Void Seeker just to have more access to literally all the kill spells, and a Pouty Poro we actually didn't get to see come into play. 1 Acathian, and let's take a look at the sideboard. There is indeed a Thermal Beam, which could come and be a huge impact type play against the pit crew equipment shenanigans that we've been so accustomed to recently, and it is a pit crew. Oh man, Agito, I think this is going to be a rough matchup because I'm not seeing any hard bargains. Oh no, I see one. There's one hard bargain in the main.
So yeah, unfortunately for this Ezreal, I think he might be meeting his probably worst matchup today, as they have so many kill spells that are in the range of their pit crew. They do have the Ornn, which I think the idea would be to just try and Voltron up the Ornn and just keep it going as long as they can. But again, even in that situation, 1 perfectly timed Thermal Beam just takes you out the game, as Kai'Sa itself doesn't really care for anything other than a couple of gold coins here or there.
Right. I mean, if she had any bit of the draws we saw against the Sivir player, I think she's going to be feeling just fine in these grand finals. I'm seeing a couple people saying in chat, is there going to be a game is there going to be another game soon? And that is right. We're going to jump right into the grand finals as soon as these players are ready. And yeah, Joe, Kai'Sa is in the finals. Isn't that crazy, right? How we went from last week, it was a single Kai'Sa making it to top 64, and now we're finding ourselves with a Kai'Sa all the way in the grand finals. Do you think that's something to the skill of players, or is it more of a deck building thing, or does that kind of go hand in hand, actually thinking about it?
As everyone says, it goes down to like 3 things. 1, the players themselves have to be very good to be going through a tournament like this. Endurance is its own sort of meta viability. 2, the decks are very good and very powerful. I do think the Kai'Sa just has stayed as powerful as it was in set 1, even though it has had some challenges from some of the other decks in set 2. The Ezreal is obviously a bit more of a cheeky deck, so I think a little bit of luck has had to go on the side of everyone's favourite Spelunker. But overall, everyone who is here now deserves to be here.
Yeah, I believe so. And we caught a bit of a glimpse. Actually, this wasn't the Ezreal, because they had a backup match in the round of top 64. And they showed a Ezreal mirror match. I thought that was the player that we got to witness, but I don't recognize it. Doesn't seem like a familiar face, but at least at the minimum, we do know this is that pit crew Ezreal, and with only access to a single hard bargain, as we mentioned before, as we're kind of speculating, because I don't know for pure certainty that it's a rough matchup, but on paper, in theory, it makes sense that once you take down the pit crew, it makes it rather straightforward for the Kaiser player. So let's see if that's going to come into play, as it looks like the grand finals for the Dalian Regional Open is starting very, very soon, and Voidgate will be that starting battlefield for the Kaiser player.
Yeah, I do feel like the Void is probably the best one for any deck that wants to be starting to do damage to your opponents, as this puts Watchers and the Mind Splitters in that kill range on the Singularity, just because it is a deal extra damage. I'd also presume with anything that's obviously triggers multiple times, like the Caffeine Rain and the Falling Stars, that this would give it an extra damage per hit, so 4 per the Falling Stars and then 3 on each of the Caffeine Rains.
Yeah, it does just add more distance to those kill spells, as you mentioned. But Hall of the Lights, we don't get to see it too often. Let me see if I could pull it up here. Is that the one that readies gear, or gives your legend ability to ready gear? Let me see. When you conquer here, you may pay 1 to ready your legend. That's what it is. So just additional draws for the Ezreal legend. Not a bad idea. I mean, perhaps Kaiser could benefit slightly from that. Get double spell power, or double power for her spells, I should say. And it looks like Ezreal might have rolled the higher number, aka he might just be going on the play. So if there's any kind of slight advantage, as we know in card games, it definitely feels better to be on the play, especially when we're talking about the last game of today's event.
What a hand to go first with.
Yeah, you might as well have it with the next couple cards in your deck, because that is looking like he's going digging down for those pit crews. Do you mulligan? I guess just one, because the other ones are kind of guaranteed to find you better cards for sure.
That's it. Really, you want to just get rid of the Stupefy. It is going to be a draw one, but at the same time, if you really wanted to this turn, you could use all 3 cards and grab 4 cards from the top 10. So yeah, it's a pretty good going first hand. So you are trying to get yourself that extra unit if you can. And thank you, cameraman, for getting us that hand.
Right, being a little bit more tentative to that, because that is so important just to see the full picture as we dive into that game number 1 of today's grand finals. Let's see if I saw correctly, and Ezreal will be on the play. Did he have just the double stack deck turn to just start things off? It looks like that's stack deck number 1. I guess he's just going to be playing both of them this turn, most likely.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that's the plan, I think. Ezreal, ramp yourself into some good cards where you can. Try and get your pit crew going. I think the whole plan would have really been try and get pit crew and then go into maybe a cull, just to try and get that first combo off. Overall, though, I don't think it's a bad play just to go deep if you can. If you really wanted to, you want to go 8 cards deep, you could also play that one called shot without being repeated and get another draw. But overall, there's the call. I think we are going sort of into this now. Rebuke is also going to be very good, but we don't really have to worry about things being too big on the side of Kaiser. As we've seen, the only real big units are the Kaiser itself and the Hopefuls.
You know, the call, as you mentioned, that is one piece of the puzzle. It looks like it will be the target. Actually, no, I do see the call. So yeah, it does pick up the call. Hoping with the second stack deck, he's able to pick up the pit crew, because you're able to play 1 for the stack deck and 3 for the pit crew. But that means you don't get to establish the call on that same turn. Hopefully it's off the top of the deck, and that's a Mind Splitter. So starting off to a rather slower start, but at the minimum, you are going to be starting to generate some gold tokens from this card shop. It looks like Kaiser going to be foregoing it. Doesn't want Ezreal actually taking one of her own. Ezreal going to be getting 2 gold tokens because of that card shop. Nice little play. Kaiser saying, you know what? I run Falling Stars. I run Singularity. Those are kind of power intensive cards. Might as well take the gold where I can, huh?
Yeah, I don't blame them. Okay, you can have a second gold. As we know, the next game, you'll probably slide into your thermal rays, so it's not so bad just wiping out everyone's equipment and gear. So, yeah, I think for this game, just see what they're doing, what the plays are. But as we already know, there's going to be a double cooled shot going down this turn.
Yeah, with those gold tokens making it a whole lot more efficient. And funny enough, Kaiser picking up the only Noxus hopeful in the entire deck, making good use as early as that second turn. As you mentioned, passes it on forward over to Ezreal. Is it a double call shot? It looks like he's tapping 3, almost like he drew into the pit crew. But no, of course, the chosen champion coming out onto the board.
I mean, that's cool to me as well. I'm happy for Ezreal to come down. It's a good unit to play. Stupefied not going to be so great in this matchup because generally Kaiser's not running massive units that you need to kind of beat over. But getting the 2 draws will help. Time Warp and a Wages of Pain.
Not too bad. It looks like 2 can play at that game. 2 mind decks in the finals. I believe Kaiser also had access to a single Time Warp in her deck. But now 3 runes available to close things out for this turn. It looks like Cole just to develop something for that future pit crew. But so far, not feeling fantastic. Might just very well send in the card shot, but doesn't like his odds at surviving. So foregoes that, passes it back over. Is this looking like a potential double conquer? Maybe Yordle one, Yordle the other? Or is there any reason to not kind of push the pace in that regard?
Depending on the hands, depending on the cards in hand, maybe you want to try and do a Kaiser wipe the board and then maybe get to restand on your opponent's turn so you can maybe do a play there again. But I can see him just going 1 Yordle on the Void, 1 Yordle on the Treasure Hoard, or not Treasure Hoard, the other one, sorry.
Hall
and
of
then
Legends,
moving out,
I believe.
All of Legends, thank you. And then putting out the Hopeful so that way you've got 6 on the, I'd say it's probably the better of the 2 to be sat on.
Right, so we'll see what he decides to do, because there is a back line. He doesn't have access to a piercing light unless he wants to move on forward and target his own unit. Doesn't seem too ideal, of course. So piercing lights double doesn't feel like too good of a call. But the other cards will be the Stupefy Retreat and then 2 others in the back. I can't make I can't make out exactly what they are. But I'm not seeing what I was hoping for the Kaiser player. Nothing like a Falling Star or a Singularity. It could be a little bit early for something like a Singularity, but thanks to that gold, it doesn't cost him as much. Actually, the gold and the Kaiser leader ability wouldn't be costing him any runes, so it doesn't feel too bad. Oh, and 2 Hex Tech Rays, as I'm seeing just 1 energy apiece.
So I'd say, to be fair, if you really, really wanted to, you could just move out a Yordle into the Void, use your Piercing Ray first, tap the Kaiser, do your thing, get your scoring, get your 1 point, move the other Yordle then over to the Hall of Legends, untap your Kaiser for that extra 1 point, and then go again. You also have access to the Stupefy, get yourself a draw, give maybe the Ezreal -1, so that way it is in range to kill it on the following turn.
And it looks like he's pushing forward with the higher might unit into the hole. So getting 1 point and of course getting the 2nd point with their Yordle. So scoring the first points of the game and leaving those 3 runes. That's at least 1 Stupefy and 2 Hex Tech Rays. Especially when we're talking about the Void Gate. I think this was a good setup. He's saying, I'm going to kind of indirectly force you into the Void Gate. We know you don't have more than 4 might, so I'm going to put the Noxus Hopeful here. So I see exactly what he has set up, because forcing your opponent to go into Void Gate really favors you for those Hex Tech Rays. Of course, he has a great game plan as he is finding himself in that finals position. Let's see though, Ezreal has been searching for the rat this entire time. Is he able to be fruitful and pick it off the top with the stacked deck? I didn't get to see any of those options actually.
No, unfortunately, there we go. So we got a Watcher, we got a Arcane Shift, and the Bellows Breath. Both all 3 very good cards. Obviously, depending on what you want right now. The Watcher can come down this turn if they really wanted to, and then you have the access to put everything down to 1. You can walk your units in. Obviously, we know that there's some counter kill spells in the hand, so it wouldn't go as well. Okay, then. I'm also okay with having the Watcher come down. Checking in the hand is also very good. Try and remove some of those spells from the hand. As you did say, we have the 2 Piercing Lights and the 2 Hextech Rays that do need to be sorted out earlier than later.
Oh yeah, knowledge is power in TCG, of course. So Mind Splitter coming down, not only a decently strong unit, but understanding exactly what is the game plan going forward for this Kaiser player. And she's trying to decide, is there any kind of reaction speed? Yes, you could have played a Stupefy, but doesn't seem like she's thinking about that just yet. so takes out the whole hand. As we mentioned, you know, it almost looks like a Void Seeker looking at it now. Is it one Hextech Ray of Void Seeker and then the other cards we mentioned? It looks like it.
I think it is 'cause it's a free cost, so it's a 1 cost and a power, free and a power. So I would say that's going to be a Hex deck and the 1 of Void Seeker that they have in the deck. I think that's also a Retreat, Stupefy, and then the 2 Piercing Lights. This isn't the most dangerous hand we've seen from this coaster so far, and I think in the case of the Ezreal, they're probably hoping for maybe a Singularity or maybe some Falling Stars to be a bit more of a wide board removal. But overall, yeah, I mean, do you want to remove the Retreat to make it harder for them later on in the game? Do you want to get rid of these Piercing Lights so that way they can't start taking out your back row? So it's a good hand to remove something from, but not necessarily the hand that you want to see to remove something from.
Yeah, I totally agree. I was hoping, or I know Ezreal was hoping for something like a Falling Star to remove from that battlefield, or remove from the hand. Or in this situation, it looks like it would be a whole lot better if it was a Singularity to remove from the hand. But if you had to pick from these, it looks like he's almost leaning, taking away one of these card draw cards. Void Seeker ends up doing damage, and you get a +1 draw. Stupefy minuses a might, and you get the +1 draw. So I think one of those 2 cards could be a likely target. I mean, Retreat is a pseudo value card because you get to ramp a channel of Runa cores, but Void Seeker, the potential of doing 5 damage on one of your units, he didn't like his odds of that, so goes ahead and removes it for the time being. And maybe they have access to each other's deck list now, as it was revealed on the stream, and maybe he realizes that's the one of, so might as well get rid of it while you can. But maybe it is an open deck list. Maybe they sat him down on the seat so they didn't have access to their phones or anything. I could see that. I could see a world of that too.
Yeah, maybe. Obviously, we don't know. We don't really have any contact with anyone out there who's been to these events to tell us, hey, how it plays out towards the end of Top Cut. Maybe we can ask Randy, as you should know now, as he's been top 4. But overall, as you said, like, card draw is so good in this deck. Kai'Sa isn't really known for having a lot of card draw. Seeing that progress day in this deck is actually kind of a rare thing for Kai'Sa. So it's nice to see that getting rid of that extra card draw per turn is going to help the Ezreal not have to deal with it. Obviously, they've seen the hand now, so it's a case of like, do you just crash let me crash that Yord in there? Are you going to have to use a cheap spell to get rid of me? Do you really want to use those runes in the back there? We know there's a hard bargain in the hand of the Ezreal, I believe. So, although it's tapped out, so they can't actually do anything this turn with it. But overall, Ezreal's in a really good place just to sort of like try and push for anything in this game.
Yeah, maybe not so this exact turn as you have seen the Hextech race. So Card not most likely going to be getting the Conquer here, and the only available unit pushed on forward after that for a follow-up play would be the Ezreal, but doesn't decide to deploy out the Hextech Ray, saving it for something a bit more impactful. So realizing you're already 2 points ahead, your opponent's only be going up to 1, and I can deal with the card shot because you're completely tapped out. My Kaiser Survivor, that is the easiest conquer I've seen. So does go up to 3. This Kaiser, despite being on the draw, feeling that she's been ahead this entire game number 1, and looking to perhaps get even more cards in her hand with the conquer. As we said, now both players, funny enough, have access to Time Warp. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a Time Warp within one of these games, best of 3 games.
Definitely going to see it. We did see, obviously, both decks over in the Time Warp, so it is a case of who can get to 7 first and who can hold that Time Warp the longest. But again, neither player's really sort of in the lead here. Yes, Kai'Sa is 3-1, but they're not exactly putting much pressure on the Ezreal right now. The hand is obviously very sculpted to start dealing some damage in the back there. They could take out the Card Shark and the Ezreal this turn just to reduce it, but that big 7 might unit in the Mind Splitter just is sitting there ready to sort of walk into a battlefield and take it next turn.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, now that there is a card shop, this could be a reason he allowed the card shop to be on that battlefield. I was just going to say those piercing lights come online, but instead valuing the card draw, picking up the second retreat in his hand. And, you know, we were thinking Ezreal would be the one with the card economy, with the hand advantage. It seems to be Kai'Sa in this scenario. A lot of great options, not too many units. Actually, I believe it was 0 units. All just combat tricks, all just spells to try to slow down the pace of your opponent. I do like the odds of this hopeful holding for another turn. I say that, but with the Mind Splitter back there, I do think you leave it so that the Mind Splitter has to decide, are you going after the Kaiser or are you going over to the Halls of Legends? And then whichever way you go, something like at the minimum a Hextech Ray brings it into the range of trading against that 4 might units. So Stupefy, perhaps to just see another card from the top.
So yeah, I think the issue here for the Kaiser player is they can now, I think, start doing a lot of damage towards that Mind Splitter. We do know there's a Watcher in hand as well, so next turn everything's might just get dragged down to 1 that's on the battlefield currently. So Ezreal's going to walk in and start doing damage. That Mind Splitter's going to walk in and just do a lot of damage. So whichever battlefield is going to be the battlefield to hold is still going to be taken out by these two here. But as we can see, lots of runes still up on the side of Kaiser, with a lot of kill spells ready to sort of go on that follow-up play.
You know, and something to note here for Ezreal, the traditional game plan that we've seen time and time again from Ezreal players is not really getting played out as ideally as they tend to do. Usually they seem to be getting, I guess in some scenarios, a bit lucky, a bit fortunate to draw the Pit Crew and Cole combo very early on. He drew the Cole, but Pit Crew is nowhere to be found. So I'm wondering, is it a little bit too late? Because Pit Crew works best before your opponent has set up on these battlefields. Even if you drew it into now, I don't know how much of an impact it's really going to make. Agita, do you feel even Pit Crew is decent in this scenario?
I think the situation right now is Kaiser's down to their only 3 current units. Now, we know Kaiser runs more units than that, but as we can see on the field, there's no units in hand for next turn. If you can wipe the battlefields, that just leaves that poor little Yordle in the back there ready to just fling itself into hell. Although I think this is a good play from the Kaiser player here, so they don't have to contest that one battlefield. But overall, I think if they get the Pit Crew out now, and then you can sort of get your plays going here. If you want to Watcher instead, I think it's also a good place. That way you can just walk the Mind Splitter into the Kaiser, let your opponent just send 2 or 3 different kill spells into that Mind Splitter, and then walk your Ezreal afterwards just to make things a little bit easier for yourself. Although we do know it's Piercing Light, so it might be a case of move the Ezreal to the Hall of Legends first. That way there's something in the back there to take advantage of those Piercing Lights.
Yeah, let's see exactly what he has in mind, because he left open a whole lot of runes that we know he just has filled up with cards, filled up with spells, I should say. And funny enough, that Void Gate does actually help out Ezreal in this scenario. The Wages of Pain normally doing 3 damage, allowing that Kaiser to be able to take down the Kaiser. But we do know what is lurking in the hands of Kaiser. That is a retreat, allowing to be saved, but a call shot just to dig a little deeper. What's going to be off the top? That's another Wages of Pain. And there he goes. We were wondering what the rat was right around the corner. But as we said before, might not be the most opportune moment to draw him, but does decide he's pivotal to the strategy. And oh, that is your one of unchecked power. That could be decent. Right now, not the biggest impact as there's not that many units to deal with. But in that very late game opportunity where Kaiser feels like she's ahead, she just wants to hold both battlefields. I can see a world where that could come into impact. But maybe Kaiser decides to just try to conquer both instead of trying to hold.
Yeah, I think that's the plan. Again, as we've seen, Kaiser's not really known for its 150 units that we've seen before. So it would be good to see something coming out here. Now they do take 4 damage on this poor little Mind Splitter, so it does not trade anymore into the Kaiser. Do we have access to something in hand that we could maybe help here? We do have a Wages of Pain on the side of the Ezreal. Maybe they'll play this turn to try and...
I think so, right? It is reaction speed, but it is going to be able to kill the Kaiser regardless. So taking the trade, you could have saved your Mind Splitter, but perhaps just trying to save your cards in hand for something down the road. Perhaps the Noxus Hopeful wants to go in the Void Gate direction. At the minimum, he should be able to deal with the Yordle, of course. Let's see what he has, because it almost looks like he wants to go for a bigger play, but I really only saw a Watcher. It looks like he's going to be digging one more time. That's going to be called shot number 2. I could only imagine, because he's floating 1, which is a 0 energy. So, yep, it is going to be called shot number 2. He picked up some great pickups this previous time. What is he going to be hitting off the top? A Frigid Touch and a Seal. Not the worst, not the best.
I say with the pit crew there, you could use the pit crew this turn, drop the seal, get it readied, move out to one battlefield, move the Ezreal to the other battlefield, go up to 3 so you can test in the same point score as your opponent. There is a Watcher again, you can save Larity, you've still got the points, you've got 8 runes available, so again you can do the same kind of play, a little less recursion, because those seals are obviously so good. A Rebuke though.
Yeah, Rebuke in a secondary seal. Looks like you've decided on the seal, as there's not too many units to take down with a Rebuke, or perhaps he has other ways of dealing with that. But I think he's taking a note from you saying drop the pit crew, drop the seal, ready the pit crew, and then go from there. But usually the combo works so much better when you have the Cole attached to this pit crew. There's no weapon master of moving around that call from the Ezreal. This is kind of biting him in the bum a little bit, because he thought about attaching it to keep it safe from a falling stars, but doesn't even go ahead and ready the picker. This is interesting, because little by little, Kai'Sa might have just found herself at that 6-point threshold that a lot of aggressive decks like to find themselves in. I'm leaning that way. Yordle one, Nox is the other, and then you just let Ezreal try to play catch up while you go on and try to develop the most you can. I say develop, but you're lacking on units, right? So what are you truly developing? So this is gonna be a couple interesting next turns.
See, the play I'd have done there would have done the pit crew, play out the other seal, ready the pit crew, move out to a battlefield, then move the Ezreal. Ezreal plays out a gold, so you can then move back the pit crew if you wanted to. I'm kind of expecting possibly from the Kai'Sa to use one of the piercing lights on one of their own units, just to try and clear the board of either the pit crew or the Ezreal. Pit crew personally would have been the best choice, but as we can see here, they are frigid touching the hopefuls. I can't remember, is piercing light reactionary? Because if it's going to die anyway, you might as well just piercing light it.
No, Piercing Light, I believe, is the same speed as Falling Stars. You're only able to play it on your turn, not even at action speed, but the retreat saving the Noxus Hopeful from going down. The Frigid Touch was trying to take it down, but now you're at least at the minimum trying to keep some kind of more unit presence, of course, because you really didn't have anything to this turn. So at the least you play it out for 4. Or no, you already played a card, so might as well play it out for 2, of course. But is this a situation like Aurelia where they're just lacking some units in this case?
So you just feel like a lot of the set 2 decks only run between 9 and 12 units, so it does feel like some games, like you said, Aurelia specifically, where they do feel very unit light. But there's enough cards in hand here to sort of deal with them coming onto the battlefields and popping them with the kill spells, and there's 5-1, so they're in a good position either way.
Yeah, and on top of that, Kai'Sa is indeed in that time warp territory. If they find themselves holding both battlefields into a time warp, that would be exactly what they need. Or even if they find themselves at 7, time warp up to 8 might be exactly the way of closing out this game number 1 of these finals. So he's doing some careful thinking, saying, what is my path to victory? What kind of cards should I be playing out here? As he has a good amount of options, but as we keep pointing out, not too many units to do the actual conquer to bring you to that victory seat. So at the minimum, perhaps he's deciding where he wants to play the Noxus Hopeful. But oh, Piercing Light, gonna be choosing his own target, crazy enough?
Yeah, I think it's kind of a bit of a Hail Mary play right now where you have to just do as much damage to your opponent as you can.
Yeah, it looks like it's repeated. So 2 targets on the Yordle, 2 targets on the pit crew. He knows how valuable it is. And whoa, a reaction to the targeted damage before the Yordle goes down. I've actually never seen that go down. Have you, Agito? That's interesting.
No, you rarely see people playing Retreat, despite the fact it's a very powerful card. And as you've seen here, it saved both of their creatures this turn. As long as it goes through, which it should do, there's no issue with this, because as we've seen before, the Piercing Light does as much as it can, as opposed to having to finish resolving on one area to then resolve the second area. So yeah, it still killed the pit crew, and your Yordle is happily back in hand, in this case back in the base now.
And wow,
And they got a-
man, playing it as optimally as you possibly can, making full use of every single rune on that turn, ending it with the Yordle and the Noxus Hopeful that started the turn off. Very impressive stuff from this Kaiser player. I see exactly why they are in this final seat, making great plays. Not only is the Yordle able to get an additional draw, then you get a good push going forward. Unfortunate for Kaiser is not that pivotal 6-point just yet, but we are talking about a 4-point disparity
bye-bye,
between these
Starwolf.
two players. Oh,
Yeah, so to be fair, once I saw they drew into the second Mind Split, it was like that time was just getting taken out of their hand because he knows they've got enough runes to spend next turn and they're going to go to 6.
yeah, exactly. He could have won the game right there, right now. 5-6, 6-7, and time warp to win away if one of those holds. So I think that was the perfect option. He snatched it away instantly. He understood the situation, but I believe there is a progress day. But he's going to have to conquer the good old-fashioned way, or hold/conquer the good old-fashioned way, just trying to hold it down. It almost feels like Ezreal trying to regain control of this match, but a little bit too late. As we saw against the Sivir player, once Kaiser gets rolling, once she has enough points on the table, it's kind of hard to stop as she's finally picking up a unit, not the most impactful unit, but a unit nonetheless in that Pouty Poro.
I'd say going for the progress state, digging 4 deep into that deck, getting those nice draws that you need now. Possibly... Oh, hello. I believe the Ezreal's all tapped out, so there's no hard bargains coming in this time. But we get another unit, which is good to see. We have 2 more units. Got the Pouty Poro and the Plundering Poro to keep the Poro theme going well. Give me Brom. But I think there was also another Falling Star and another Piercing Light, which means we've seen all the Piercing Lights and 2 other Falling Stars. But Ezreal's in a tough position here right now, so it's not great to see the Ezreal obviously still sort of spluttering along to go forwards. This game plan, I probably would have liked the Ezreal to sort of walk into the Void Gate, gain a gold, move the pit crew out, and then try to go to 3, because 5-1 is just a very difficult position to be in, especially because as of the play now, they can just go to 7.
Right, I mean, eventually you're going to have to put points on the board. So looking through the trash, just seeing what the Kaiser deck has gone through. But man, now I think Kaiser definitely in a winning position. Not if they weren't already, but the Falling Star coming down, able to take down the second pit crew. Because did they take down the pit crew with the Piercing Light before, right? That's the second one?
That is the second one. And yes, they did take out with the Piercing Light with that cool retreat play afterwards.
Exactly right. So doing a little cheeky plays that we're not so often used to seeing. And oh man, on top of that, getting some double value with the smoke screen, taking down the Mind Splitter at that. So the Ezreal that doesn't really want to be the card pushing forward onto these battlefields, almost giving Ezreal no other option, because that's a conquer up to 6. The Noxus Hopeful, okay, gonna be patiently sitting back as he knows all he has to do, if there's something like a Watcher in play, if there's something like a singularity at the very minimum, he might just have that other Piercing Light / retreat play, do the exact same thing we saw from before, and he might be finding himself 1 game up in these finals. Because let's take a look for AZ's hand. I'm not seeing fantastic options, honestly.
We still have access to the Watcher, which I think might be the play to do here, just to try and get something going on. As you said, try and reduce the battlefield might, and just try and get something else on the field, as you are 1-7 right now. Sorry, 1-6. I might have wanted to just build up the board on the side of the Yordle just to make it so they have to forcibly take me out.
Yeah, and it looks like he's just accepting it super easily. He knows he's completely tapped out, but I think he understands that as soon as you conquer, you don't need to worry about that battlefield. So Piercing Light repeated might just be doing all the heavy lifting remaining in this game. You get rid of Ezreal, you don't even have to do anything. And even if he didn't have Piercing Light, I feel like he has other cards that are more... What was that? Okay, Hextech Ray, a Falling Star. So yeah, a plethora of options, feeling good, feeling in a dominant position. And I do think there is just no other way around it. Kaiser should be very well find yourself 1 game up, as we said, in these finals. And it almost feels is going down a very similar way as we suspected. Kaiser having a bit of a favorable matchup, or do you think this Ezreal got a little bit unlucky this game one?
I think he was a little bit slow to start, but I do think, as we said it before the game actually started itself, Kaiser's just in a really good position to keep everything off the board. Kaiser obviously having an issue themselves with keeping units on their board is also an issue, but since you're running all the kill spells, it's not really as much of a detriment to you as it is to your opponent who just can't keep things on the field. I think they need to get this Watcher out now, get something into the other battlefield. I know it's going to take extra damage from the Falling Stars and the Piercing Lights, but you've just got to do something right now. You can also play it onto the Ezreal's board if you really wanted to, because they have to take it from you next turn.
Yeah, I think you just have to do the very best to try defend for your life. You are at that 6th to 8th point the turn, this very next turn. So I think Watcher, I mean, you're saying stack up the battlefield from Ezreal's side on Ezreal's on the Hall of Legends?
So that's what it feels like they're going to do. I would have probably liked them to accelerate and then put this onto the Void battlefield,
Okay.
and then maybe put the card sharp with Ezreal, so you've got 6 might on that field as they're having to walk 6 might into you. Unfortunately, we know that Kaiser definitely has 6 might worth of removal in their hand already, so it does kind of feel a bit of a hard bargain to deal with.
Right. No pun intended. But he does have at least hard bargain online to try to counter one of these spells. But looking at things, you just have so much cards, or not so much card. I mean, yes, you do have so much cards, but you have so much runes available to pay for those repeat costs. So does feel like it's his game to lose, taking out the Ezreal, and now you just have to deal with this Watcher. You have a Falling Star Hextech Ray. This is the final turn essentially. Might as well just waste all your resources, all your rune economy while you can. That's gonna be Hextech Ray number 1. And why does it have 4 damage? What did I miss?
It apparently
the
took the
piercing
piercing
light
off and killing the Ezreal.
and killing it, because yeah, one's at a battlefield and it doesn't specify it has to be at a different battlefield. So GG, making it look rather easy. Didn't that feel like a bit more one-sided? I know we talked about a bit of an unfavorable matchup, but Kaiser making it look I don't want to say the classic saying taking candy from a baby, but something along those lines, just smooth sailing the whole time around. Didn't really give him any kind of complicated decision points, I want to say. So perhaps it's going to be the Cyborg coming into play for Ezreal, because so far looking really good of kind of getting her crown back, if you will, from that Season 1 regional.
Yeah, it did feel very more one-sided in terms of what the Kaiser was doing. I don't know if the Ezreal was just having a bit of game 1 nerves and they just weren't really sure about themselves or what to do into the deck. Maybe they've not seen this new murder version of Kaiser, although this feels very similar to the original Kaiser that we saw in set 1. There's nothing's really changed in terms of the option cards besides the piercing light. So maybe it's just Ezreal's getting tired and he's having to like overthink things and he's just confused, or he didn't get his turn 1 pick crew play and that just pushed him so far back that he just didn't know what to do to recover.
Yeah, and as we said before, just writing it down on paper, if he did have that pit crew play, there's just so much removals. I believe I was talking to my brother about that. We saw Ezreal do so well without the presence of Kaiser, but now that Kaiser's around, at the very least, there's one Kaiser in the grand finals. It looks like, it almost feels like a decently balanced meta. Like Kaiser takes down Ezreal, Ezreal takes down Draven, Aurelia takes down the other decks, and then Fiora, and then apparently Jackson and Sivir are coming into the mix too. Are we finally gonna have a decently healthy meta off what everyone said was expected to be the pretty much the worst set so far? I mean, we've only had 2 sets, but a whole lot of players had a very grim image of what set 2 was gonna bring. I think there's some hope for sure after this regional, as I keep going back to.
It's kind of hard to sort of really sort of see what people are doing, because it does seem to be Draven was just this big power force, kind of similar how Kaiser was when we first saw Kaiser doing all these tournaments back in October, November time. And it just seems to be that now people have sort of got used to Draven for the last couple of weeks. They're bringing back their favorite decks. They're bringing that decks they think do well into Draven. And as we've seen, both Ezreal and Kaiser just do very well into Draven. Both variants, because Miracle still only has 6 might units that gets taken out very easily by the Kaiser. And Ezreal, when it plays properly, it can play very fast and very low to the ground. So I think it's just a case of is removal more powerful than speed, or can speed actually outmaneuver the kill shots?
Right, and I think another thing that's kind of hindering this Ezreal from really succeeding in the Kai'Sa matchup, Ezreal does a phenomenal job of doing, damage onto your units, decreasing might of your opponent's unit, but they don't have what other decks have in terms of increasing your might, and that's one way of getting around the kill spells coming out from Kai'Sa. So in the instance they have those singularities or those falling stars, you don't have something like a on guard or a discipline to get out of the range, right? Is there any, because equipments, but you can't like attach them at reaction speed. There's just no combat tricks from Ezreal to stop these kill spells besides just a hard bargain, right? Can you think of any cards, Agito?
I say currently in blue, I don't think there's anything they can do to sort of counteract the DP minus. And as you said, equipment isn't spell speed, so having, I believe, the only 2 of hard bargains in this deck, as I don't think there's any in the side deck, is going to be really hard for Ezreal to sort of deal with this barrage of spell slinging that's going to do this turn.
Oh yeah. The one good saving grace after an 11-hour tournament going on an 11.5 hour, this might end in a 2-0 fashion. Yeah, Pay Now in chat saying 2-0 coming. And yeah, Mohammed, it is the grand finals, Kai'Sa versus Ezreal. The first time ever Draven isn't in the grand finals for Spiritforged, so a lot of people happy about that. Algito happy about that. I'm rejoicing about that too. I believe in Kai'Sa. I think everyone, guys, who are rooting for 1 for Kai'Sa, 2 for Ezreal. I think we have more Ezreal fans, but the competitive players can kind of see it. They can see that Kai'Sa most likely going to be taking it down. And Jala 11111. Jala, you probably played Kai'Sa in set 1, didn't you?
I would say, though, for this to be fair, it's like if you run 15 kill spells and your opponent only runs 12 units, you generally got more kill spells than units, so it's hard to score points when there's nothing available.
Agito, funny enough, what we did see in the sideboard for Kai'Sa is a thermal beam. That would be another way to kind of devastate the game plan. Not, like she needed any more options to her, right? She has the kill capabilities, but thermal beam would just be the extra nail in the coffin, wouldn't it? You get rid of the coal, you get rid of all the gold they're able to generate from the coal. We saw at one point, I don't think you came on yet, but one of the Ezreal versus Ezreal mirror matches that we got a glimpse at in game 3, they actually gave us a backup match for the first time ever, which was real cool to see. One of these Ezreal, which I believe is the Ezreal here in the finals, they were able to develop, I'm not even exaggerating, it was 10 gold tokens. So something like a thermal beam, I almost want to see that, because it would just be a sight to see, just the whole obliterated row of gold tokens. It would just be awesome. Not for the Ezreal player, but just to kind of have history being made as, the most amount of gold tokens getting taken out in a single round or a single moment. So we'll see. I mean, it feels like she doesn't need it, but might as well if they're in the sideboard, no?
Yeah, it's a good counter card to Ezreal, as it does need the calls and the Swifties to make that combo work with the pit crew. But as you just said, doesn't really need it. The kill spells are good enough in this situation. Seeing the gold just disappear in a blink of an eye would also be quite funny.
Right.
With the kill spells destroying basically everything that Ezreal can throw at them, it's not necessarily needed too much. But that void battlefield has been gone now, so we shall see what we get in next one.
Yeah, I mean, we're just coming from a Kai'Sa matchup in the previous game. It was Sivir. If you guys didn't catch it, I highly recommend rewinding the VOD and checking out that match. Super great plays from both sides. We almost had a Sivir versus Ezreal grand finals, funny enough. But what I was trying to get at, we saw the battlefield selections already. There's an Obelisk of Power in the mix for Kai'Sa. And then there's one more. I believe it was a Reaver's Row from Kai'Sa as well. So has the options. She's on the draw most likely, as Ezreal is going to be able to be on the play. So you're probably going to pick Obelisk of Power. But then you're giving Ezreal the kind of the question, does he want to start? Does he want to draw and give you the chosen champion first? But I feel like Obelisk of Power might be the likely number 2. What about you? Are you picking Reaver's Row or Obelisk here for Kai'Sa?
I feel like Reaver's Row could be a really good sort of like mentally tap into your Ezreal. Be like, yeah, I'm going to put Reaver's Row out. You can come and go as you want to. And then as you leave, I'm just going to shoot you.
Right, right. Yeah, because at this point, Kaiser, you're just trying to 2-0. So what battlefield kind of benefits your opponent the least? Reaver's Row could almost give a hope, some kind of hope for Ezreal saying, okay, I could get in out, save my units. But as you mentioned, the kill spells have another plan in mind. So honestly, I don't feel that bad, but Obelisk of Power does seem to benefit Ezreal slightly more because you get a turn 1 pick crew, and then the next turn you're able to develop those calls, the Boots of Swiftness all in the same turn, and then that combo is full online, right? The call, it would be 1, and then the Boots of Swiftness is 3, so literally the 4, actually you have more than 4 runes to get that done. So either or, that would be like picture perfect for Ezreal. So yeah, I think you're totally right. You have to go Reaver's Row if you're trying to end this in a 2-0.
And that's it. So it's not too bad, I think, here. If you can get as you said, you get your perfect combo down super early. It's just getting to that point where you can get your 2 points on your second turn, get back to base, and then just hope that Kaiser isn't trying to blow you up that turn. Try and get your 4th point then, going through, come back again. And yeah, I think that's the Ezreal's plan, is just try and get as many points as possible early enough. So when Kaiser is just destroying the boards, you can just have to take a point here and there when you can.
Yeah, I think that's his only path to victory. Can he get that done? Or does Kaiser just have his number now and maybe going forward in the Spiritforged meta? Because it looks like this build is not messing around. Because previous Kaiser builds, they were really experimenting. I say experimenting, but it was pretty not established, but it was kind of the premier way of building Kaiser. They had the mech build, the Forecaster, the Production Surge, the Ferris Forerunner. We're seeing none of that mech synergy that we've seen before. The only thing I think we've seen in the sideboard is the Missile Barrage. Or do you know what I'm talking about? What's the one that destroys gear and does 4 damage?
Yeah, it's the Heimerdinger spell. So there's Rocket Barrage.
Yeah, Rocket Barrage. I guess it's not mech, but it feels like a mech card.
I'm trying to say, was it Rocket Barrage or was it the Production Siege, so they can play out the 3 might mech to the base and draw 1?
Production Surge is the one you're talking about, but it also draws 1. It draws 1, but I can't wait. Guys, trying to think of all the cards after almost a 12-hour stream is extremely difficult. You guys have to try it out one day. Let's find
nice
Production
put
Surge.
it in chat.
What was that?
So it's literally next to it on the card gallery. So Rocket Barrage is next to the Production Surge. I think both of these cards are meant to be cards from Heimerdinger. It's his turrets and his rockets from his W. So
right, exactly. As you said, you do get that 3 might. So I knew okay. So Production Surge, and that's why it feels like a mech card, because it's kind of close to the Production Surge, so it does make sense. So we'll see. I mean, another way of taking care of gear, a bit unnecessary. Just like these breaks in between these sideboardings feeling rather unnecessary, but it is the grand finals, the last game for both of these players. One of them going to be walking away with the 1 of 1. I say 1 of 1, but every Spiritforged Regional has it, but it technically is 1 of 1 because the frame they get says the specific regional that they wanted in. So we saw them really sell for a pretty penny in the first season. I believe it got up to something like $20,000 for the MF trying to get sold out there. So hopefully at least Ezreal fetches something like a minimum of 10K. So they're fighting for a good amount on the line. On top of that, it's the bragging rights in the community. You were the regional champion from Dalian, and that kind of is going to be holding down in history, of course. And at that, you were the first non-Draven Spiritforged champion. So yeah, a lot to play for these players. So I guess they're taking their sweet time for the sideboard selections.
It's as you said, Kaiser has 3 titles to an name already beating out that Draven. Can it make it 4? So that way it's pushing Draven even further away from that top spot.
Yeah. Yeah, imagine if we just do a full circle and it's back to a Kaiser meta chat. Oh man, and I am losing my voice. Let me get a little water here.
But no, we're looking really good. We are now here at the finals. Kaiser versus Ezreal. Blue versus blue. Purple versus red. Yes, those color combos are cool, we know already. But can the Death Queen herself take on the Rat Mechanical Treasure Deck?
Right, the
Retro
treasure
way.
deck that has found some good success in the previous. Now he's finding his highest placement. He went from a 3rd place finish last regional going to at the minimum a 2nd place. So I think Ezreal is again making a big statement as one of the biggest contending decks in the Spiritforged meta. So yeah, Echo, just like Aguito said, we are in the finals. The quarterfinals were like 3 hours ago. And Muhammad saying, which legend did Kaiser already win? Muhammad, it was a fantastic game against Sivir. If you want to ask what she's been winning throughout the whole day, has most likely been winning against Draven. But let's head on over into a game. No, it wasn't a judge call. They were just sideboarding as we see 2 piercing lights getting taken out of the deck. It looks like a good amount of the heavier kill spells getting taken out. Surprising enough, because usually you see that when you have to play against something like an unyielding spirit. Oh, okay. And the thermal beam. So he does value taking down the rat game plan.
I mean, I like the fact they've got the one of Thunder Striker in here just that way to stop Ezreal from doing rebukes and the Wages of Pain on their turn. Overall speaking here, I'm looking forward to seeing what we can actually do.
You know, I do like the addition of the blue Ornn. It does have 2 deflect, and we know Kaiser's game plan is to target down and beat down your characters with those kill spells, and having to play 2 power is going to be setting her back every single time to do so. On top of that, you do have some gears. Ornn gets +1 might for each of those gears. So we'll see. I mean, they both know exactly what they want to do in this matchup. It just ends up happening, or it just ends up being who can draw the cards at the right time, who has a little bit more high value cards. It then on paper, as we keep going back to it, seems to be Kaiser. He seems to be feeling calm and collected, if you ask me, because he was a little bit stressed out in the Sivir player versus a Sivir player, but he seems to be rather composed here in these finals.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that Randy was giving him a lot more grief just to go through the deck. Watching your opponent draw like 6 cards every turn, going halfway through the deck every play. You know, what are they getting? What are they doing? I'm constantly getting sabotaged over here. You know, it's a lot more backwards and forwards. Whereas this, it's kind of Kaiser's attacking you, and then you're having to try and find a play to sort of follow up with it.
Yeah, you're totally right. This seems to be more of a straightforward final.
Going free. Do we get... No, we're getting Ezreal out. Okay. We do have a rat in hand, though, so... Oh... Bella's Breath it would be, I think. It's probably the best one to get down here. Everything else is kind of a combo card, unfortunately. Just do shots, because... Oh! Alright, then.
The Watcher is saying you're a little bit too far from it. You're only at 2 runes, so that would be a whole nother 3 turns. And at the same time, it's 0-0, right? Watcher comes down when you're trying to close things down. He knows he's going to pick up a Watcher a little bit later down the road. Let's see what comes down, and it will be the Kaiser Survivor to start things off for the Kaiser deck as well. So the opposite power, a bit of what we anticipated. Ezreal starting with the 3-drop. Kaiser starting with a 4-drop. So I think that's exactly what she wanted to do. She picked the right battlefield for getting online a little bit earlier, because you know Ezreal doesn't want to push forward with that Ezreal champ. So you're most likely going to be the one to score first. On top of that, you're going to get a draw as well. And I didn't get to see which cards he's picking off the top from the call shot. Oh, there's the blue Ornn. He sighted in for a reason and does decide to pick it up into his hand.
Yeah, I think you do have to have bigger units in play here, as we've seen. Kaiser's trying to do 3, 4, 6 damage each turn. You're definitely going to try and get your Ornn going. Thermal Beam will probably now be more of an issue, because obviously that Ornn thrives off of you having so many gears on the field. But currently, if you could play the Ornn next turn, which I think you can, he would be, I think, like an 8 might unit.
Right, he might just be the exact card Ezreal needs to really turn things around. I say turn things around, but in the matchup as a whole, right, it really feels like it's been favoring Kaiser this whole series long, as we find ourselves in a game number 2, as someone asked in chat. But Kaiser picking up a draw. I wish we got to see what hand, but she will be the first to score and get an additional draw, as we mentioned. Let's see what the draw might just be, and it's a Watcher, funny enough, so could come into play a little bit down the road. But something that's going to be coming out to play right now, the Pharaoh's Forerunner, so not completely letting go of the whole mech synergy. Ferris Forerunner is just a phenomenal Fury card, gets value every single time you play it on the Def, on the Conqueror, 6 might, and is not too expensive, just 6 energy, 1 power. Really great card, one of the better Fury cards coming out of Spiritforge, I will say.
Definitely. I think we've all said look how good this card is. Probably the second best card in red after Draven himself. Coming in here again, costs you 6 and 1 power, getting 12 might worth of units from it. It's just an incredible card.
It really is. Let's see what's Ezreal's game plan to try to take it down as efficiently as possible, because it seems just like a rather problematic card, but he's digging one more time. Is that the third call shot of this game too?
I think it's the second.
Okay.
He might have 3 in hand, but I think it's just the second one.
It almost feels that way because you're just looking through so many cards. It looks like he found one of the pieces. The call does get picked up. No, actually, it was a boost to swiftness, funny enough. So that should allow him at the minimum to get... Actually, you can't even ready the card shop because I keep forgetting that thing is exclusively to Pit Crew. So it does get up one on the Veil Temple. But do you remember what the Veil Temple does?
When you conquer, you may ready a friendly gear. So he's ready to the seals in the back there. If it's an equipment, you may detach it. There is a Pit Crew actually in his hand as well.
Okay. So it does get almost the full combo online, but Arcane Shift coming down, playing the card shop one more time, and then doing 3 damage on Kaiser, funny enough. So we'll be able to get an additional gold, but only doing 3 damage. What was the game plan here? A frigid touch to bring it down under, eliminating the Kaiser. I like the plays coming out. Arcane Shift, a card we didn't see all series long in the previous games, but coming in nice and early in this match.
Yeah, I think it's also so they can get the extra 2 golder. As we did say, they did take the Ornn on the stat the deck or the call shots earlier on. So having all this gear in the back there, you now just have this giant Ornn walking through your opponent's battlefield and saying, try and take me off.
Yeah, as soon as that Ornn comes down, he's going to make a huge impact in this game, because honestly, how is Kaiser dealing with him? He has the might to get well over the range of a lot of her spells, and on top of that, as we keep mentioning, that's going to be 2 deflect, and Alguito, we kind of manifested it in the break. We said if we get an impressive thermal beam play, it might just be the way to solidify her victory even more so than she has in that previous game. A thermal beam completely eliminating not only the seal, but it's going to be getting 4 gold tokens on top of that. Is this a good time? You know, there's no available hard bargain because there's only 1 rune available. It doesn't feel bad, but you don't really have too many units, but at the minimum you have 1. What are we thinking? Is it a decent time to get it off?
I feel like it's a good time here just because you don't really have to react to anything here. You don't have to kill anything on the back of the Ezreal. They don't know about the Ornn. Obviously, they might wait another turn, Ornn comes down, and then on their follow-up turn, they go like, all right, that's not a problem. Let's get rid of this all this gear in the back there.
Right.
It is the one-off, though, in the deck, so they do have to kind of hold it close to their heart rather than just spending it willy-nilly. But again, anytime you start seeing lots of gear being built up on the back of Ezreal, that's probably a great time to see it. Or, as maybe you heard us, he's going to try and wait till Ezreal gets to 10 gold and just watch it all go away in one go.
Yeah, perhaps just Ezreal has... I mean, I would imagine he has some kind of idea that when you're versing a Fury deck, you have to always be cognizant of something like a thermal beam, of course. But I think he just wants to... I think he's valuing just getting more board presence online. Ferris Forerunner never feels bad pushing into any of these battlefields because of that Death Nail trigger, of course. So scoring 2 points up and finishing off the turn as efficiently as we've seen this Kaiser player play it out. They really maximize that usage of every single rune when you don't really have to actually leave things available because you don't mind if the Forerunner dies. So getting out 3 units at that, things are looking decently good when we consider the fact that there is indeed that thermal beam. So he's going to feel good taking, bringing out the Ornn, but he's definitely not going to be feeling good when he has to taste that thermal beam coming straight at him the next turn.
Yeah, that's going to be the problem here. It is the one-off thermal beam, so any point it's used right now, it will be powerful. Do we just see that Ezreal maybe in the back of their head think, well, if they just played out all their units this turn, what's in their hand? Do we just spend all this gold just in case they think the thermal beam's coming down? I think there is a Mind Spirit in hand, so they can actually look at that and take that out of the hand right now. But again, it does depend what this Ezreal wants to do, as they're not as gambly as Randy was in the last game.
Right. And you know, a Mind Splitter would be so good right now because, as you mentioned, there's only a single thermal beam in the entire deck for Kai'Sa, and he doesn't know that. We have all the knowledge, but you're absolutely right. A Mind Splitter looking to be rather good. Not only do you kind of get use from those goals before they get taken out, but you do take out and see the clear game plan from the Kai'Sa player. So push this forward, tying things up at 2, and it will be the Mind Splitter coming down. Huge play. You almost wish, in hindsight, you would have played the thermal beam earlier, huh?
Yeah, it's one of those weird things where you do kind of just like, you need to have maximum value out of the one-off cards you have in hand. Although, there's a Time Warp in hand, and there's kill spells in hand, and there's, you know, thermal beam seems to be the best thing to get rid of. You can't get rid of the watch. Oh, you can, yeah, because it's
Mind Splitter, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you sport for choice in this one.
Oh yeah, nothing feels like a bad option. A couple other removal options in that rocket. Or what did we say it was called? Not Rocket Barrage, or is it Rocket Barrage?
Yeah.
Okay. And does take out that thermal beam. We saw it looking like a juicy target for all those goals. He's saying, I will keep my golds, thank you. But there is that the time warp, of course, so that's something to be mindful for Ezreal, as Kai'Sa seemingly going to be having the point advantage in this game if it continues anyway as it has been going forward. So that does have the runes sooner than later for Kai'Sa, so I think he's just writing everything down to try to take that into consideration as he makes his plays.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate this. I think it's a really good play. Obviously, his thought now is essentially Voltron up this Ornn in a couple of turns. Maybe he'll keep the position on the Veiled Temple and then just leave like a 12 might, 13 might Ornn there just to deal with whatever comes after it. As we were aware, besides the Forerunner, there's no real big units on the side of Kai'Sa. Technically, you do get 2 sets of 6 might units with the effect of the Forerunner, but you know, do you really want to be sending 6-7 bodies into one unit on one field when you have to try and divvy up your assets over the course of the game?
Yeah, right. We'll see. And does decide to play out one more thing for one. Is looking to be like a Bellows Breath, but that's not going to be taking down a Forerunner, but that does do 1 damage. And actually a repeated Bellows Breath is going to be able to take down the entire base in the back line because you have the Ezreal ability. So did he even have to pay the additional? I think Bellows Breath is just 1 and then repeat for 1, no?
1+1, and then yeah, you can pay repeat of 1 again.
Oh, the power,
so
power, yeah.
Yeah. So he spent the gold for that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if maybe he's thinking there's more than 1 thermal beam, so he's just maybe trying to like get rid of the gold a bit more, so it's less of a threat to the opponent. Obviously, we've seen what the opponent has, but yeah, like a lot of decks right now, Kai'Sas don't really run a lot of units. So essentially, getting rid of 4 of their 12 units this game is really good for the side of the Ezreal.
Yeah, very value play right there. Getting rid of the entire back line. You rarely see it. And now the only unit available to Kai'Sa's name is going to be the Watcher in hand, while picking up a rather great spell of her own. I don't remember if they had the Singularity, but they definitely have the Singularity on top of the Stupefy. And there is no such thing as a hard bargain available for Ezreal, as they're completely exhausted out on runes. So Stupefy onto the Mind Splitter, Singularity taking down both backline units. He's saying, you taking my baseline units, I'm going to take your units down as well. So could be the little 1-2 combo they were needed. It's a little expensive, but we do have a gold. We do have the Kai'Sa legend ability, so you're actually not even going to be losing any runes on that play.
Yeah, as they say, you know, an eye for an eye. You took away all my Yordles, I'm going to take away all your dragons and Ezreals.
Right.
So it has to be done right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little bit of a revenge, getting vengeance for those little guys. And I will say, I feel like that is really valuable because what is a card shop really going to be able to do? You can push it back to base, but this Ferris Forerunner is just going to be sitting pretty, holding, getting a point every single time. So as we were speculating, the Stupefy does come down, bring the Mind Splitter down to 6, and then we're most likely going to be seeing that impressive spell Singularity, a newer addition, as a lot of old Kaisas in the early set 1 meta weren't really keen on running Singularity. But I think once the Kaiser mirror match as Annie /Annie started becoming prevalent, and the Dariuses and the Kaisers are guaranteed to be one of the matchups, then we started seeing more Kaisers running Singularity. So kind of bringing those back into the game and really paying dividends, I will say.
Yeah, I do feel something very similar. Like, I think the card draw is just so powerful in the deck that generally isn't really getting a lot of card draw. So if you're only running the 1 of Void Seekers, you're only running the 2 Stupefy, you know, getting 1 more spell deeper for the cost of 1 in this case isn't that bad. Obviously, you already had the Singularity in hand, so it wasn't a top deck sort of decimation. But I think they did draw into that Void Seeker, which they can then use now on that poor little card sharp looking dapper as he always does.
Yeah, if he wants to completely tap out, he does have the option to do so, just slow down the game. And Ezreal, I'm trying to think, is there any kind of accelerated units that he's able to deploy and try to get over? I mean, if he does, they're definitely not going to be more than 6 might. Frigid Touch could make it a little bit easier, but that's just asking for a whole lot of perfect cards in the hand currently. But as you mentioned, the Void Seeker taking care of the card shop, and I guess a hold is as good as a conquer here. So playing it safe so far, because either you hold to 4 or you conquer to 4, really no difference. So I can respect this play from Kaiser, of course.
Yeah, but that's it. They're now in a great position here. The Kaiser doesn't really mind if you kill the Forerunner overall, because you give it 2 units, and as we've already said, the deck doesn't run a lot of units, so gaining 2 units out of 1 death is not the worst thing for Kaiser. She can just clear the battlefield the following turn and then do what she wants to do. Although in this situation, she already knows that she has a free turn where Ezreal isn't gaining any points here. There is a pit crew in the hand though, so it's not the worst issue where the pit crew won't be doing something pit crewy very soon, so they could be going to 4 if they do have to call the pit crew, as we know they have the Swifties in hand.
Right, so there's the step 1, you get the pit crew online. It looks like step 2 is going to be the boots of swiftness that you mentioned, and you do have the gold / the seal to attach it. But thinking carefully, saying, wait a minute, is there anything else I should be thinking about? Because we know I don't think he has the coal. I see a Stupefy all the way in the back there, but that's a double 6 cost play. Wait, what costs 6?
Card shop. You can do card shop as well.
Okay, true. You could do card shop to get one of those golds to ready the pit crew. Yeah, because
so what I think, no, because that wouldn't work. You'd only get 1 point from it. I'm thinking if you put the boots down, put the boots on, so then you go to readied and you can move across. Go across to one of the battlefields to gain a point. The best thing then probably would be to just card sharp to gain a gold token in the back and then just move back out to be safe.
Right, don't go for the greedier line of trying to get the point edge. The card shop, as you mentioned, does come down. Does he play it safe? I like what you said, Aguito. I think the better play is just to retreat. You have no match, no world in the hand. Going against the Ferris Forerunner, I should say. So I do like retreating back to base instead of being the more greedier play, because a lot of players like, oh, I could go up to 4 points. Don't mind if I do. But I do think it is the correct play. So does get ready, and back to base he is. So nice little play, nice little conquer, and keeping things safe. I say that, but we know what can be in the hand of Kaiser players. You do need to do a little bit more than a falling star because of the boots of swiftness, bringing up the pit crew up to 5 though. So it could be a little trickier than a simple kill spell like that.
Yeah, you would have to essentially target the pit crew twice just to get rid of it in terms of the falling star. Again, both are in very good positions still. 3 points either way. It's not someone's running away the game here. At most this turn, they could, he says, looking at the score right now, they could accelerate a watch if they wanted to go to 5 points just to make the Ezreal have to sort of push forwards this game, although I don't think that's really the plan. But yeah, going to 4 points and just going it slow isn't the worst thing for this Kaiser player. As we know, there's a turn where they will just drop that time warp.
And it looks like there's 2 lines of text for the Rocket Barrage. There's a do 4 damage, and you could also kill a gear. In this circumstance, might as well deal the 4 damage onto the pit crew, taking it out of the equation. And of course, it could be repeated, paying a whopping 8 total energy. Look how much energy just to eliminate the board. But I think it was an investment worth the while. You didn't have to pay too much because you actually have the legend ability from Kaiser, of course, and they're showing that exclusive Ezreal Dashing Champion promo. One of these players will be walking away with it. It just so happens that I believe the name on that Ezreal promo might just be Kaiser, or the name of this the Chinese player, but the Kaiser legend taking the crown today.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does feel a bit more of a tease with this poor Ezreal player having to deal with the Kaiser having to just remove the board over and over and over again, as that Ezreal probably would like to have that Ezreal trophy in their deck if they were that crazy of a person.
Yeah, you're totally right. Very thematic if Ezreal would win the Ezreal champion. But we said it, if there's one card that could try to bring things back in a little bit of his favor, it will be the blue Ornn. It has deflect too, so things like the Missile Barrage would have costed him a whole lot of runes to do that. And on top of that, that is plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the one you have attached to it. So plus 6 total might, as we're seeing on the screen. So what is he going to be pushing forward for? Is he just a base 4? So up to 6, of course, nice and even 10. Not too shabby, but it does seem rather slow, because even if you don't deal with it, how are you going to pick up the pace and catch up to Kaiser as she's conquering up to the 6-point mark? She is feeling good right now.
So I do think that you are... Oh. Bye.
Oh, GG, right? Time warp to go up to 7, to go up to 8.
There was no play. Hard bargain? Do you have the hard bargain in hand? Come on, you got to do it.
Reaction speed, stupefy. Are they going to be fortunate enough to top deck a hard bargain? There it is, Alquito. Hard bargain repeated. Oh, could have had the simple victory, but getting countered at the hands of the hard bargain. Now has to do it the hard way.
Oh. You having to play now, boys and girls. Oh. So the plan would have been, if it wasn't just time warp your opponent to death on that play, which thank God there was a hard bargain at the top of that deck, would be you want to walk the Ornn essentially into the Forerunner. They can only go to 7 on the following turn. And then you just gank across and just try and keep their board clean. I do think there is another Wages of Pain in hand, so they can just get rid of the power on the other field. The issue obviously is now just trying to get another unit on the field. There is another Ornn actually already in the hand, so it might be a case of walking this Ornn into the battlefield, dropping that other Ornn on the battlefield that you conquered, as you then just have a 10 might Ornn sitting there keeping it company, and then on the following turn walking across, ganking with the original Ornn into the of a battlefield, and then just sitting there for the next 3 turns.
You know, I really like what you're saying. One of the biggest things of dealing, or one of the best ways, I should say, of dealing with Kaiser, especially towards the end where they're trying to conquer up to 2 or conquer both battlefields in the same turn, is having really high might units, exactly like this Ornn. On top of being deflect 2, how are you going to be dealing with 2 10 might units, 20 total might? They don't have like simple answers like rebuke, like fight or flight, so they're gonna have to do the damage the hard way. And now going up even a little bit more. What did he get another gold token or another gear for? Oh, there's another equipment under him. I see.
Yes, so he's played the Cull, so that's another +1. And then when you conquer with the Cull, I think it's conquer, right? It's not just moving. You get another gold. So in this case, yeah, you've now got like a 15 might Ornn on the one side, and then a 12 might Ornn just sitting there as well on the same battlefield. So, Kaiser, do you have multiple singularities that you can somehow play on the same turn?
No, it's honestly going to be taking more than just 2